Welcome back, everybody, or is it us that are coming back into the stream? We took a moment. Things are happening over here, everybody. Things are indeed happening. We're back, everybody. Huge win there from Zero Tenacity on their second game win against Unreal Nightmare in that series, and we have some wonderful. We have our guest over here, Hoaxer. I saw that you posted on Twitter that you saw our announcement for the Halo, the LVT Halo Pro League. How are you feeling, and how does this, how does this announcement affect the scene?
The scene, yeah. I mean, well, first of all, like I was like, man, like as long as you guys are like, at the forefront of, bringing the casting and covering, the Pro League, I was super happy about that. So, congrats to you guys. It's gonna keep you guys busy.
Yes,
for the next, couple weeks, months, whatnot.
Well, not just us, right?
Well, yeah, of course, yeah, but
you got some extra work on your plate now too.
Yeah, I feel like it's like a bonus, cherry on top to the season.
I'm curious on your take about this because, like, before this and for the next week or so, it's all just scrims like Monday through Friday usually, right? Do you think that it adds a bit more value to the practice of these teams because there's something on the line, so people are more willing to like try harder? Because I feel like trying in scrims is like a little more difficult when nothing's on the line.
Yeah. So now, like, when we're adding this to the equation, it kind of changes the way that you organize scrims or how you schedule them, and maybe we don't just like schedule as many scrims as we usually do, because like the meta is like, the teams are scheduling scrims like a month in advance. Yeah, and now it's like we might need to dial it back and, make them for a specific time of day and not deviate from that as best as we can.
I think it'll also maybe help some of the teams that don't get the opportunity to scrim against like Optic, FaZe. Like, some of these teams don't really scrim against the lower seeded teams, but now they're going to get to play against each other a lot more often.
All right, game number 4 of the Unreal Nightmare versus Zero Tenacity series.
Unreal Nightmare down 1-2 in the series, but starting off strong here in game number 4. 20+ uncontested seconds off the start, and Looney's got the kit. Gets a big value out of it, finds the headshot onto Jimbo, cleans him up, looking for the no-scope onto Chick. But Chick, did you see that crouch strafe? That was perfectly played.
Yeah, he knows that he's going for that no-scope at head level. Might as well throw some crouches to make it more difficult. But good early lead here from Unreal Nightmare, though. I mean, 34 seconds is a great start to the round.
Yeah, you can't really ask for too much there. I mean, they were controlling the sandbox, got up early in the time, and now they can just play some Slayer for a little bit and then get incremental ball time if they want.
Yeah, we said coming into this that C10 probably had the edge or the favor in an oddball that usually benefits the more experienced team. But it's Unreal Nightmare who scored 30+ uncontested seconds. That is hard to do.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Especially because they weren't like outright winning the fights either. Like, they were just kind of scrapping while the fights were taking place. Just shows some good efficiency. It's going to be 4 dead though, so this should be a great way for Z10 to get back on the board here. And if Looney, okay, I was about to say, if he just gets headshot, they would stagger as well, but Looney with some good pressure is going to force him back.
Enemy has the ball.
Unreal Nightmare still keeping a little mixy. We got a camo coming up here soon, so it'll be interesting to see what Zero Tenacity does.
the mic a little bit closer.
Ball dropped.
Zika
Enemy has the
now.
ball.
After
Ball
Z10
dropped.
have cut this lead in half. It's Onboard, though, setting up for the next camo. And he's got enough damage out to send Zika back. He grabs it, delayed pop, and now he's got it on the graduation board, jumping up to the frags. Now down low through the tunnel system. Has to be careful here. Playing this close to a teammate, might get an errant shot, but he plays right off to the right. You see how he positioned himself towards the right wall? That's how you're in the double.
Enemy has the
Onboard,
ball.
I think, one of the most underrated players. Kind of feels silly when he's in the open bracket, in my opinion. I think he's an incredible
Enemy has
player
the
that
ball.
deserves to be in full play. Just doesn't quite get the same team opportunities, and he's had a bit of misfortune, I think.
Ball dropped.
But Ice Kid as well. This is only his second land. Arlington was his first land.
Okay.
Really young player from Puerto Rico, I believe.
Okay, okay.
And
Boricua.
yeah, he's been dominant online. I mean, he's a demon at matchmaking. I'm sure you've run into him before. Accused of cheating a lot. Like a lot
Him
of
and Looney.
yeah, I mean, any young gun that's like people don't know yet, I feel like catch the cheating allegations so they prove it on land, but I think they've proven it.
No, I mean, no question. That's an interesting one. Okay, he's from Puerto Rico.
Yeah. And I think like he's wanted to go for a long time, but his parents didn't let him. He still plays on an Xbox as well at home.
Wow.
And he's like maybe 18, maybe even younger. I'm not sure.
Up and comer.
Yeah. Really talented young man.
So did he fly from Puerto Rico, or is he like in the States?
Ball dropped.
I assume he flew from Puerto Rico.
Wow.
Yeah.
4 years into Halo Infinite, 20-plus years into competitive Halo's history. And we still got some young, up-and-coming talent. There's a plethora.
Reminds me kind of like Sly Fox. Remember when Sly Fox came from?
Oh, yes.
The Cayman Islands, I believe is where he was from.
The OG status quo.
Yeah, yeah.
The ball.
Shout out to Sly Fox wherever he is nowadays.
Right?
Enemy has the
So
ball.
many names.
No, he was nasty.
He was really
nasty.
Three
That's
down.
my brother's old team.
3 down previously for Z10. That's going to give most everyone a B spawn, but they've cleared out of that quickly. Great job by Z10 to escape that space on the map, but they are starting to drop again. And the numbers are increasing for Unreal Nightmare, crossing the 70-second threshold. Only 27 on the clock for Z10 with 2 to go.
Enemy has the
Love
ball.
this rotation from Ice Kid as well, just listening to comms. He's also manipulating the spawns through his route. So as he rotates in that direction, knows the spawns start coming from B. He's ready to cut them off, predicting that they would go straight for his oddball carrier. Now Looney in great position to contest the camo as well. They've also got the sniper. Everything going in favor of Unreal Nightmare. This is a tough push, especially when Looney's hitting no-scopes like that.
Oh, I thought that was going to line up for the collat. Numbers are dropping on both sides. It's an even 2-2 split as Onboard looks to protect the dummy door. Oddball just off to his left, and it's in another opponent. Onboard has done a great job with the camo control in this one. That's been a big differential for Unreal.
Vibing. Oh, whoa.
Vibing in the water now.
Yeah.
Pushed into the drink by the repulse. But yeah, Onboard 13 and 10, leading the lobby in slays so far. Strong lead, 78 to 29. But Z10, can they hold something? I feel like they're a little bit too bottom center centric. You need a bit more eyes on the top of the map. Feels like they've kind of been at the whim of Unreal Nightmare controlling top center.
Yeah, they kind of were protected by just the way that they were set up. Like they kind of had like a cross formation. Ball guys just bottom mid.
Enemy team nearing victory.
That's one way to earn the snipe. Hard fought. As Sika now has 8 shots in the S7 to work with. One goes to the side of Onboard. He'll get cleaned up though by the backsmack. And a nice play ball there from Ice Kid. That's huge, man. You would have had a full setup of your Z10 on B, but instead it's reset. What a play from the young kid.
Ball drop.
Sika now trying to ascertain the spawns. Knew that A was a possibility. Check those first when he doesn't see anything. Rightfully turns around. Nice 3-shot beatdown. I like that he switched to the Bandit. It's a lot of players can get married to going for the no-scope, but you missed the first no-scope. You might as well switch to Bandit to guarantee some damage.
Yep. Some good textbook behavior right there.
Clock becoming a factor as we have crossed the 1-minute mark. But Z10 do have the oddball here, so Unreal are going to need at least one more push through to take back control of the oddball. Only needing 14 seconds, but Z10 are about 14 seconds away from tying this one up. They're coming back.
They're getting broken down.
Ooh. Good aggressive push, though, to shut down the sniper with the QT. Knows he had a get-out-of-jail-free card with the use of that.
Nice.
Hits a nice headshot. Now should be able to comfortably rotate this to the tower. Don't think they're going to have to play this just yet. Jimbo and Sika on the prowl, though.
Yeah, it's solid.
Enemy has the
Solid
ball.
gameplay.
He's cycling around the map with the oddball. Usually you see that with damage being dealt. But after 3 go down for Z10, that'll do it in round 1.
That's good.
That is massive, man. We really felt strongly about Z10 coming in this one and wrapping it up with their excellent expertise in oddball, but it's unreal with the upset alert in round 1.
Yeah, the comms must have been really good there. You usually see players, they will panic play the ball, and they could, I mean, you could just tell that,
Ball dropped.
you know, they're giving him plenty of information to just not play that ball and keep it mud, milk that clock.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Unreal Nightmare.
Enemy
This
has
is
the ball.
a really important series for them. For both of these teams, really. This is, I think the loser of this
Enemy has
will be
the
out of the
ball.
tournament. So,
Yeah,
Ball
100%.
dropped.
assuming
Enemy has
Unreal
the ball.
don't upset. Who's the number 2 team in Pool C? FaZe
Enemy has
would be the
ball.
6th seed.
Ball dropped.
The
Cloud9 then.
Cloud9, yeah.
Cloud9 then, yeah.
So
Yes.
Unreal
Enemy
would
has
also
the
play
ball.
Cloud9 after
Ball
this,
dropped.
which I think is going to be tough. But if they win this,
Enemy has
you know,
the
they can
ball.
at least start in the lower bracket if they play Cloud9.
Right.
Much better start here off the rip for Z10 as they've kept it close and actually have now doubled up on the early lead as Mighty has the snipe in his hand, stopping the push through the middle of A. Now got to watch the garage door. Now setting his sights back to the middle of the A. He is perfectly playing his prioritization of opponents, holding down A with the most important weapon on the map.
Ball dropped.
Ice Kid just slippery right now.
He's fearless, man, which is typically the case for a young gun.
Right.
Him and Looney both. I think Looney's only 18, maybe 19. And they're really showing up, but I've really been impressed by Envor. I think Envor is kind of unlocked with this team as well. He likes to have players that kind of open the map for him
Right.
so he can play his game.
Right. I was about to say, I was like, you know, someone like Ice Kid, you know, who just had a good sequence right there where he just wasn't taking damage, but he was like in face checking.
Yeah.
Someone like Envor's gotta love that.
Yeah, he's going to come clean up the pieces even if Ice Kid goes down.
Right.
Ice Kid using the pillar there
Enemy
to
has
stay
the
alive,
ball.
earn the assist. Now some more oddball time. Works it back into A. 2 down for Z10. So they're going to...
Whoa.
We just got to...
Audio on our side. A little mixy.
Ball dropped.
Mic check, mic check. All right, we are back in the mix. 24-23 here as Unreal Nightmare have actually regained control of the lead with that nice heads-up play from Ice Kid.
Back in it.
Resets it at the grad board and now grabs it back into A. And the staggers have been there for Z10. It's going to continue on. Jimbo goes down on his lonesome. Z10 might be staring at a double-up advantage for Unreal Nightmare after all is said and done after this sequence.
Nice
More
try.
one by one pushes. You cannot do this.
Oh, he's
you cannot
cooking.
do this
He's
if you're
cooking.
Z10. You're going to get wiped off the floor. It's a masterclass from the freshman Ice Kid as he's locking down the oddball and more time.
Not only that, but he perfectly rotates it toward his
Enemy
spawning
has the
teammates,
ball.
knowing that's the safer part of the map. Probably also calling out that the enemies should be spawning at B based on that information.
Ball dropped.
I mean, I'm so impressed by the poise of this young gun. He's also just playing very intelligently within his team and making the objective easier for his squad.
Then he initiates the rotation to tower after you squeezed all the OJ out of A, and now you work the snipe tower with more time. I mean, this is
Orange
He didn't touch the
Enemy has
ball.
the ball.
There we go. Okay. That was working on my OCD right there. I was
Enemy has the ball.
need that ball to be touched there.
That's you need to be you need to be like that as a coach, though, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Who's grabbing ball? Who's grabbing ball?
Right, right.
Now they're all dead. What are we doing?
No, because it was typical with Envor, because Sniper was coming up. He had camo, but he didn't go for the Sniper, and he chose to go back and address the situation at Mud there. But, you know, that whole time, the ball was just down top tower.
Enemy has the
So
ball.
it would have been a shame if that ball played and before they could, you know, continue.
It's the best looking sequence in a while for Z10 as they get a double kill as Chick grabs the ball and just comfortably walks his way into garage. Not my favorite place to hold the ball
Yeah,
for
me
an
neither.
extended period of time. I'd like to see a rotation. He's probably just waiting for some slaves to appear, but as of now, they're going to be trapped in garage, and Unreal Nightmare can just push through multiple vantage points here. And this is really hard to defend. Did he stick himself off the pillar?
the left-hand toss betrays Ice Kid as he betrays himself. That's going to give Zero Tenacity the lead.
Changes everything right there, too. It almost looked like that sticky was destined for a stick, but not the right way.
Yeah, sticking yourself, probably top 3 worst ways to die in this game, I would say.
Yeah.
It's up there.
Major buzzkill there.
Wow.
So this garage setup proving to be valuable. I think due to some good fortune. Now that they lose the numbers game, going to wisely play the ball into the open so that his team can have an easier time shooting at anyone that approaches it.
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree with throwing the ball out that direction. I think dropping it at his feet or in the pit was the right play because it's big door there instead of the cut side of the map.
Chuck it towards your spawning teammates.
Correct.
Yeah.
Especially when Camo's coming up too.
Now Looney has it. And a 3 down at that. So Chick, the last player alive, I believe, on the cuts as everybody spawns up. Oddball sitting out precariously in center field. Both teams are going to need to earn a few more slays to feel comfortable holding on to it. But for now, it's Zero Tenacity. A little bit less than 20 seconds of a lead.
Unreal. I mean, despite this round feeling heavily Z10 favored, are keeping this very close. Ice Kid, of course, was dominating at the beginning of it, but Z10 really taking advantage ever since. Oh, thought he had another charge of the repulse, but gonna take a look at the floor. Yeah.
Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, that threw off his whole routing. You can see a little bit of uncomfortability as he approached Sika in the rat.
It is kind of jarring when you like expect something and then something different happens. It's kind of like throwing the wrong grenade type. It's like totally throws off your vibe for a second.
The next frag is horrible once you finally get switched to
like
red
now I have
equipment.
to dodge the spike that's in front of me, and I have
Right. No, but I swear there's like a glitch where like you have your frags highlighted, obviously, but then you pick up a new set of grenades.
It auto
and
swaps?
It's auto swaps, yeah, and it's like it doesn't do that all the time.
It doesn't do that online at all. Is that maybe a land specific?
Enemy
I
has
don't know. I just sometimes get caught with it.
Maybe we'll investigate that. But good bounce back here in round 2 for Z10. They will close that out and take us to a round 3. And this is a must-win for Unreal Nightmare. Could be the last game that they play in this. Well, no, they still have Cloud9, of course. But this is one that would guarantee them a position in the open bracket should they win this game and also win the game 5.
Looking to see here if Unreal Nightmare can have a similar start that we saw in round number 1 where they scored 30+ uncontested seconds. Round 2 was back and forth, both teams scoring early. And it looks like they're getting off to the right start.
Enemy has the ball.
They ended up with the sandbox plus the ball, but not necessarily any time, any real time, but that's okay.
Now you have the repulse, Looney. Good job. Taking the top center. And getting a little bit crazy with the movement. I mean, you saw him lining it up. We've seen him take over games with the snipe. I think missing a bit more no-scopes than we're used to seeing from him. We've seen this man hit some no-scopes on this map.
Ball dropped.
Z10 just flipped the map on its head. It looked like Unreal Nightmare were set to start off like they did in round 1. They had the control, they had the map, they had the sandbox, they had the oddball. Just 4 seconds for each team. Have us tied here early on.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. I mean, they had got 2 kills, they had sniper, and the ball was, they had control ground. I don't know what the miscue was there.
I think honestly, it's just not hitting the snipes. Like, sometimes it really just comes down to landing those no-scopes, and neither team really got value out of that sniper at all.
Yeah.
Makes a massive difference.
We're down. Oh, but the ball reset, so what should have been a quick access route to the snipe tower, Unreal Nightmare is going to have to earn it right back. That was just unfortunate timing. 30 seconds had passed before anyone had picked up the oddball. But Unreal Nightmare did get back on top of it. Looney's setting up for either a rotation or a reset. He's going to go for the re.
That was a decent sequence for them to get an incremental lead there.
Yeah, a little bit of milk. End up losing this fight pretty substantially, though.
There.
Yeah, I think they're going to be
New Q. The new Q is while the old one's in play.
Oh, true. Possible for 2 portals on the map simultaneously.
Another 3 down. Chick routinely, Eli, has been the last Spartan standing for Zero Tenacity. That's an open-ended question, but why do you think that is?
I think it's because he died first in the previous play, to be honest. And
So
he
it's
spawned
staggered?
first. Yeah, it's like it's not that he's the last Spartan alive. He was the first to spawn, or the last one to spawn. I don't know. It definitely feels like they are a bit staggered and haven't been able to fully work together, but you could say the same for Unreal Nightmare. It's been a very mixy round so far.
With 1 up, Envor sneaks the oddball into control into the waiting spawns of B. That was his heads-up of play you'll see all weekend.
I really do think Unreal has been better at these small windows of opportunity to rack up ball time. Been just a little bit more efficient with those opportunities. But Z10, like, once they get into a setup, they're able to hold it for longer.
Man, they cleaned up Sika quick there.
Yeah, nowhere to go. Oh, that's a combat evolve.
Oh, if he hits this, oh my God.
Do it.
Oh, man, the style points on that would have been unbelievable. That'd have been the best play of the tournament so
Imagine
far.
him catching it midair and hitting it before he lands.
Oh my gosh, that would have been dirty.
I would have quit out.
We would have never seen that again, I feel like.
Yeah, that's a rare unique.
I would tell Louis to end the stream.
God, that
CC
would be
now.
nasty.
Has it in his hands after the tricky deadliest catch attempt from
Enemy has the ball.
Z10. Nightmare with possession of it. Pulsar to the sky. Oh my God! The trade comes through. It looked like the spiker blew up instantaneously. Must have had an insta-explode situation, despite seeing usually stickies do that, Hoax.
Yeah.
I believe any type of grenade in this game can be insta-exploded.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
Enemy has the
whether
ball.
somebody
Ball
shot the
dropped.
grenade or, just the impact of another grenade.
Enemy has the ball.
Would happen a lot in other Halo games where like as soon as you throw your grenade, it blows up in your
Oh my
face.
God.
Get shot.
Enemy has the ball.
It doesn't happen as
Reach.
much in this game, but it's possible.
Oh man,
I feel
this
like Halo
happens
2,
so much.
Halo 2, that was
Yeah.
common.
Halo 2. I mean, I think Halo 2, 3, and
Yeah.
4 and rolling to 46, so Z10 are on top. How long has
Tie.
Real Nightmare have the numbers advantage?
Enemy has
2
the
coming
ball.
off the spawn for Z10. Ice Kid and Looney pinching
Enemy
and
has the
collapsing
ball.
easily on Mighties. Chick gets there a little late to the fight,
Oh, that
but
was a
Chick
big
wins the
fight.
gunfight with the
Enemy has the
reversal
ball.
perfy.
15 shots out of Chick. Zika gets one as well.
Ball
That's
dropped.
big. The situation that it looked like Unreal
Nice.
could have started running
Enemy
away
has
with
way
it.
to victory.
They
Ball
clutch up in multiple
incoming.
1v1 situations.
Enemy has the ball. Ball
Wins this
dropped.
reset. It's 2 split.
Enemy has the
Dixie.
ball. Ball dropped.
Unreal are I've praised them for their efficiency in racking up ball time, but it's almost too much to the point that they're like
Dropped.
over focusing the ball in situations where they
Enemy
need to
has the
slay.
ball.
You know?
Yeah.
Ball dropped.
It's actually dead even, speaking of slays. It's
Yeah.
about dead even, and dead even on the clock. 0-0 in terms of KD ratio, and 50-50 on the scoreboard. This match could not be any closer with Unreal
Oh.
Nightmare trying to seize the opportunity. Looney seizes the double kill with the perfect 5 shots. He's got a little bit of camo left to work with. They haven't
Enemy
quite
has
spotted
the
him
ball.
out just yet. This could get Unreal Nightmare back on top.
Oh man, this is such a huge moment here. Like he actually could have picked up the ball there, but he
Ball
chose to
dropped.
keep expanding out for his team. So
Yeah, I think
Good move.
Looney, catching on to what I was saying, like maybe they were focused too hard on the ball before, but that's a moment where you got to make space for the ball player behind you.
Dropped.
yeah, I mean, I wonder what the comms were like there for him to be so confident in that.
Must have had a teammate behind him saying, "I got ball, go
Yeah.
slay out."
Oh, Jimbo here.
Enemy
Wow,
has the
Super
ball.
CC was preemptively setting up for the reset, but he's not going to need to. It's all 4 potentially going down for Z10.
Might be
Yes! And that's going to give Super CC. That's why you
Sniper's
wait
up.
till the very last nanosecond to reset it. Super CC is going to get an extra 20 to 30 seconds, which would seal the deal and send us to a game 5.
Enemy team
Yeah, I
nearing
like the way
victory.
Super CC played that too. Drops the ball to chuck some grenades, knows that someone's going to be there. He misses out on ball time, but he slows down the push of Z10 simultaneously. Teammates should be able to capitalize on that damage. The problem is that
Dude.
we're up top, but he's able to, he's multitasking. He's on a killing spree as he accumulates the ball time. Super CC playing insane.
That's it.
Clip this and show it in your Metafight coaching sessions, guys, because this was as well played of a snipe tower hold on the oddball you will ever see. Super CC sends us to a game 5.
Yeah, you hear him popping off a little bit too. And I tell you what, man, if I have to choose my opponents in a game 5 scenario, I don't want Envor on the other side of the
No,
stage.
not at all.
I see.
Envor is the
Icy.
game 5 demon. This guy will. How many times have we seen him drop 20 in a game 5?
And the guy gets a passive buff. I don't know, all kinds from a game 5.
He's one of the best game 5 players in the game.
Yeah.
Like straight up.
Yeah.
Like his track record is off the charts. So I think
He's feeling confident.
Z10 are going to have their work cut out for him. I want to say it's an Origin Slayer as well.
It is.
Which, Envor had a lot of experience in H5. He's probably super
Oh,
comfortable
for
on
sure.
that map.
Yes.
All the guys on Z10 though, I think also had some H5 experience. Maybe did Mighty's play H5? I was kind of absent in that.
I
time.
don't recall
I don't
seeing
think
his
he
name.
Okay,
in Halo 5.
but the rest of them, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glory definitely did. I remember seeing his clips.
Glory
Wow.
must have been real young back then. Yeah.
Players taking a bathroom break, a momentary break in the action. What are, great question for you, Hoax. What are the coaches talking about going into a game 5, and how are you mentally resetting after a loss if you're Z10?
Well, I mean, if you're Z10, you would have liked to have won the OBJ and not had to deal with, a chaotic Origin TS. Because I feel like anything can happen on that. and it's going to really come down to the start. And so that would be the first thing if I was E10 was, you know, whether we already knew what the game plan was going into an Origin TS start, I would be checking back in with the team like, hey, like what do we want to do? Like what's our game plan going into the start? Because, you know, we might want to change some stuff up based off how this series has gone. You know, we might want to have to switch things up and guarantee a certain outcome. But, you know, if you're Envoy's team, I mean, these guys, I mean, I'd be telling these guys, like, we can run at these guys.
Just fly. Just
we can
fly.
run at these guys.
Play with no fear. You got nothing to lose. That would be your motto going into this?
Sure.
I feel like in situations like this, you really look at the mentality of the young guns. Like, are they the type to shy away or like kind of turtle up a little bit? I don't think Ice Kid or Looney are those players at all. They're not going to be afraid at all. They're going to be excited and see this as this is like their best opportunity yet to prove to the world what they're capable of.
For sure. I mean, they just came from the open bracket, and so these guys are looking for all the smoke at this point.
Yeah.
Because that's all they've been dealing with this past weekend.
Yesterday we were talking about how young players just come in and bring in this attitude of no fear, and how would you categorize or describe a young player coming into the scene, especially like Ice Kid? Like, what does that energy bring to a team?
I mean, they're, you know, you call those guys, they're just young pop-offs. You know, they're young pop-offs because, you know, this is their first time. So we don't know. We don't know if this is what they do on a base level or not. And so, you know, it's indicative of them being hot. And, you know, if you're Z10, I mean, you gotta show your veteranship at this point and show that you can execute a sequence and control the sandbox.
I think it goes back to what Eli said. I want to see no fear, because it's almost like for Ice Kid and Looney, it's like, man, you usually love grabbing the snipe. What's going on? You don't want the snipe now? And it's a game mode combination, game map and game mode combination here on Origin, where Looney and Ice Kid are going to have plenty of chances with that snipe. I want to see him aggressively play for it.
For sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
we saw,
go ahead.
the first time we saw Looney was with Eclipse at, they qualified for the World Championship last year, and they were like the 11th seed in open bracket. And the first time we casted him, we're like, this Looney kid is special. Like, when you watch his screen, like you've been in the scene forever. Like, you can watch a person's POV for like a minute, and you know if they have this stuff or
pass
not.
the eye test for sure.
And I think that he's gotten even smarter and more like coordinated with his squad since then. And now with like someone like Envor and Super CC behind him, these two guys are super smart as well. So like they're just absorbing intel and just playing their game, and it's really fun to watch, honestly.
Yeah.
Can I say how exciting it is to have a Puerto Rican player on a squad?
A little representation.
Qualifying for pools, like it makes me excited. I'm from the island too, so I need to go have a chat with him. Yo, Ice Kid, what's up?
For sure.
Hey, que la que hay.
Have we ever had a Puerto Rican representative? I don't think we have.
Well, I mean, you got Descendant.
Yeah, he's got it on his
Descendant?
jersey.
Well,
Is he Puerto Rican?
he's not from the island. Like, he wasn't born in
His
the island.
family
but
is.
Yes.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, if Ice Kid is born and raised in the island, he might have the highest placement of any Puerto Rican born on the island ever.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Probably.
I can't think of anybody else.
Yeah.
It's very fitting with the conversation around how international competition have excelled in the last year of Halo Infinite. ANZ, MX, EU. Why not throw Puerto Rico in the mix?
Yeah, Puerto Rico is like kind of international.
It's a
kind of
Commonwealth,
not, right?
We
Like,
have our own culture, but
Yeah.
we're part of the U.S., so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been to Puerto Rico a couple different times, and it feels like you're in a different place.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, it is a Commonwealth, so technically it's not international.
yeah,
Right?
You know,
like
You can just go
Hawaii
with
feels
your
like its own
license.
place too, but it's
Yeah.
not. You know.
But I mean, when you're talking about like online playing, it's definitely far from the server. You know,
Oh,
and
for
so,
sure.
you know,
That
he-
is true. That
you know,
is
he's grinding in a different way that, you know, a lot of players aren't.
Well, this places him, and he has to play an A. He plays with the North American teams, which is
Right.
I feel like is really good. And people from other regions don't get a chance to do that during majors. So it's during the NA specific Open. So I feel like that's huge to get that experience on his end. There's got to be an advantage to that, right?
I mean, if he's used to playing on high ping, this game, especially after the network update, I feel like it's like ankle weights. Like you could argue that it was a little bit easier for higher ping before the network update, but now it's like, man, it's tough to play on higher ping. So, yeah, I think being unlocked a bit on LAN, and that's why we're seeing him play so well. But, I mean, we saw from that series layout, I don't know if Louis can pull it back up, but every game has been really close. I mean, 5-3, 50-46, 250,
We finally got a score for game 3.
My God.
2-1.
Yeah.
I mean, this could not be closer. This could go either way. Would not be surprised if we see a 50-49 finish, but it's probably going to be less than 5 kill difference.
So we had Unreal Nightmare win that first Slayer game, and now we're going back into a Game 5 Slayer on Origin. I'm curious if you all remember what happened in Game 2, and could Unreal Nightmare do the same to Z10, and what can they do to stop it?
So the end of Game 2, that was before you joined us,
Yes,
folks,
that was.
But it was Unreal were up 46-45, and they spawned in C on streets and just played defense. They said they have to come to us, and they just basically set traps. They watch all the entryways. Z10 gets the camo, and then Jimbo tried to take advantage of it by like flanking during the camo grab, maybe to like catch them off guard, not paying attention. But they just killed Jimbo. Somebody else pushes, they kill him too. Z10 then makes a good push, but the defense was perfect from Unreal Nightmare. They just watch all the entry points and just get all the last kills cleanly.
Yeah.
You can't really
yeah.
do that on Origin, though. It's very different, right? Like on Origin, if you're trapped in a base, you're probably going to get rolled. Because
Dead men walking.
yeah, the other team is just going to flood through both sides, and you can't look both ways at the same time.
3 sides, potentially.
Yeah, in Subway on streets, it's very different.
Also,
so.
the power weapons, the power-ups on
Rockets,
Origin are different.
You have to contest
have
rockets.
Sniper, Rocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw no Stalker to speak of on streets, but the Snipe and the Rockets are going to be
Yeah, I mean,
mega important.
I mean, the team that goes down like three at a time, I mean, you run the risk of just getting contained in a kill box. And the other team, like, they don't necessarily have to push you because they want to keep you all spawning on the same, the same side of the map. And you just get picked off one by one at that point, if you're already controlling the sandbox.
Yeah,
The one thing I'm curious about, I will say, is the second set of rockets sequence. The 2 minutes, 30 seconds in, 30 seconds later, Sniper comes up. So I'm very curious to see how teams approach that.
It is a very critical part of the game. You win
It
those
is.
rockets, it might lead to a snipe grab as well. And then you often, if you win that, you're also spawning them in a base, and then you can just use that to your advantage and probably get like 6 or 7 kills in a row.
Right.
So those moments are critical.
I'd love to go into what's at stake here for both of these teams. This is their last pool play match.
This is Z10's last one.
Z10's last one.
Yeah.
And they haven't won a single series
They've lost
this weekend.
to Cloud9 and FaZe, 2 really tough matchups
Tough,
in their
yes.
pool.
Yeah.
That's a really hard pool. But yeah, they lose this to Unreal Nightmare, they're out. And then Unreal win this, guarantee themselves a spot in the bracket, and have a chance to even start in winners if they beat Cloud9. So
Right. Which at that point, if you're Unreal Nightmare and you beat Z10, it's like, why not?
Right.
Why not beat?
ride the momentum.
Yeah.
I feel like they're a very momentum-based team. So, and Cloud9, like, they're very good, but I could also see them like get caught slipping at a certain frequency, right? Like, probably not a high frequency, but it's very possible.
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. Like Z10's not a bad team, and Unreal Nightmare. I mean they've beaten them on an OBJ game type, and they've beaten them on a Slayer. And so at that point, it's like you beat them in the next Slayer. It's like why not do the same against the C9? Like what's another game 5 to you at that point?
True.
Whoa, okay. We got Pool B, Shopify Rebellion versus Mindfreak. We haven't had a chance to see Shopify Rebellion today, so here we go.
Yeah, this is going to be an uphill battle, to say the least, I think, for Mindfreak. I think Shopify looked the best of any team so far this weekend. Optic, of course, barely losing in Game 5.
You could argue FaZe.
I mean, FaZe,
And
yeah.
with Falcated popping off with renegade numbers, he had a 1.56 yesterday, and he's one of the top slayers in the HCS, and he's showing it out here this weekend. So, FaZe, watch out, man. I'm just kind of waiting for FaZe, because even before this event, FaZe was really the only team out of anybody outside the top 2 that was kind of giving the other Optic and Rebellion trouble. So, I have high hopes for FaZe. I could actually make an argument or a case that they maybe even look better than Reb.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely the top 2 right now. The only 2 top seeds to keep their positioning in pools so far. But this is a major test for Mind Freak. I think they've already lost to the other two teams, so
Yes. Yeah.
this is their last one now.
Yep.
Yeah, we played
And
them
it's
first.
Against the hardest one. And their matches got progressively harder. You would think that maybe if they started with Shop and then, their next match and then you guys, they could have had a better chance against you, perhaps. I don't know, but
Right, like building the momentum off of a higher seeded team.
yeah, like just because this game's so much about pace, right? And like when you play against the top team, they force you to play a lot faster.
Oh, it landed.
But yeah, this is they're honestly not looking bad so far. They have the lead in this game.
What the Nerf gun? Looks like a water gun here at a summer theme park. Royal 2 though, lethal with it. And he's absolutely lethal with the stickies. I saw that earlier. If we had a ranking or a leaderboard for the best sticky players in HCS, I think Royal 2 would be in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, since Ola left the scene, I mean, he was probably the best at it, I would say.
Yep.
If you're watching, Olo, we miss you. Come back. But
Look at this score, though. I mean,
Mind Freak are going to
it.
regain the lead here. They got the numbers advantage, and they have positioning, but they didn't go back into C. They actually dropped the oddball out at the Nairobi club, so that might be their undoing. Last shot pushing down through Pink, and that should allow Shopify to take the space, Eli, that I kind of think Mind Freak should have claimed.
yeah, I mean, just having one single member in C for Shopify who's playing their life perfectly made it really difficult for Mind Freak to do anything. Like, you can't, if there was nobody in C, they could just take that space, no problem, but Shop playing that defense really well. Of course, every member of this squad has been playing unbelievably as an individual. They do win this break, though. They got 2 dead. They take control of the subway. Cycle, last guy to try to slow them down. Frosty gets a slay before going down. Last shot picks up the damage of Cycle. And now,
Ooh, nice nade.
yeah, good nade from
Should be a clear
Plasma.
him.
But Royal 2's here as well.
I did not even see Royal 2
I
back
didn't
there.
either.
That's nice. Like,
That's what surprised me about this team. It almost feels like they have 5 members of their team sometimes because they're just so good at finding themselves in the right spot at the right time.
Royal 2 now. Pushing in the back of C. He's got a tricky fight going down with Rice. Rice's attention is now on someone else, so he's been called out to look elsewhere now. Regaining his attention on Royal 2. He drops. Royal 2 stays up top. He's looking for him. Rice and Royal 2 are just kind of waiting to tango right now.
they're ghosting each other.
They really are. Text him back or just kill him. 4 go down. And that could seal round number 1 for Shopify Rebellion. I anticipate one more push, but this is the matchup of the moment. It's do or die. Win or go home.
Okay. And this opening break, Hoax called it out. Really important to start well. Say Unreal Nightmare have. They've traded in slays, but they've got the items, they've got the positioning as well.
I just used off the final rocket, it seems.
This was exactly what we talked about here. Ice Kid, I want to see him look as snipe as he usually does. And in a game 5, he feels no pressure. He's calm, cool, and collected. Ice in the veins, and in his name.
Don't overheat, though.
I like the slide here. And he burns a little bit of ammo on his way down. Knew that he was likely to die. This little area right here has the mixiest fights in the game, I swear. Like, in and around the silvers, up and down. The lift gets weird sometimes.
There's so many corners that you didn't know that were that are there.
Yeah.
And you could just find it and live. Just milk.
Woo!
Ah.
Off and check. He kind of making himself an easy target, though.
It's a good trade by Envor.
Yeah, he was down 1 shot in the gunfight, still earned the trade. Even bigger in the sense that he allowed his team an opportunity to re-grab that snipe, but I think it might have ran out of ammo as Jimbo ran over that location.
Yes.
Doesn't have it in his kit. So he makes his way towards the snipe once again. He's got a sticky in his back pocket, so watch him play for that right here.
Taking the high ground, forcing Jimbo backwards. Ice Kid taking a lot of damage. This is really close so far. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Z10 so far. They don't quickly take the space. Jimbo a little bit hesitant. I think they don't have info on where the rest of the players are. Now that he has the info, maybe a little bit more confident to move forward.
He's got a thrust too. He can use that to go right.
Nice shot.
That's exactly how he takes down Looney.
That's a Jimbo H5 vintage right there. Thrust pack.
Yeah, so this is where Z10 has the opportunity to control snipe side of the map while containing rockets, but looks like they're committing to the rocket side
Showing
of the
you my
map.
guns.
Wait, what?
Do you want to elaborate on that?
Ninja.
Yes, yes. No. Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Intrusive thoughts there.
She said guns,
Ali
guys.
forgot
The,
that
the
she was-
bandit, the
I'm talking-
You
bandit.
forgot she was on cast. All good.
6-point lead here for Z10. And I think it's important here to keep it around that threshold because the next 2 kills, if they go in favor of Z10, make it a 2-team wipe game. The next 2 go towards Unreal Nightmare, make it a 1-team wipe game. And it's getting a little bit closer to that 2-team wipe differential. Z10 with a big advantage early on.
This moment is going to really test them, and that double rocket from Jimbo is massive.
Hey, Ice Kid, he's mitigating the damage here. That was actually a big kill that he got.
It is.
It's a buzz kill.
This is the tester part of the game, though. It's like they either let this get out of control,
Yeah.
or they slow it down and get a couple slays. Like you said, the new items came up. Does get the body shot on Looney. That should force him back, but where's the positioning of the rest of Z10 here?
And they don't have the angles to clean up on this damage. Instead, it looks like Unreal are positioned to do that instead. And now Chick drops a fresh snipe, and I'm really curious to see who's going to run over and grab it.
Looks like Looney.
Yep.
No,
Good
he's
live.
more than capable with it. Okay, Envor kind of finding himself isolated.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Chick, 1 shot. Does that nade find him? No, he stays alive. Looney trying to find one with a snipe. Lining up this potential shot onto Jimbo, but Jimbo makes it tough for him.
Not
Looney
getting good looks.
has to watch out for the grenade toss. That's what keeps... What? Looney didn't take the frag damage there. He gets back in the fight, just needs to land a no-scope. But he wins the wall! 4 go down, and it's just a 4-kill game. Unreal Nightmare are coming back.
I was a little bit worried. It felt like nobody was making openings for Looney.
Oh!
Nice hit.
No-scope!
One more.
He makes his own openings through the face of Mighties. And then now, Z10,
Well, they're rolling!
uncomfortable positioning in the base here. This is what we talked about, dead meat waiting. They do try to escape through the lower rocket side, but I don't know if Chick has anywhere to go. Try to get as much damage as he can
Oh
before
my
the rest of
God.
his team comes through.
They've brought it back to within 1, 26-27. What a comeback. And good on Zero Tenacity to press the button on the Ninja to stop the Blender from continuing on. They finally got out of that trap. But now it is tied. 3 go down again. So just as I say that, Unreal Nightmare get right back on their steez. 30 all. We're tied.
Oh my gosh.
I said they need to answer the bell now, and they did. They did not let this game roll out of control. I want to say Z10 kind of gave it to him in a couple of those situations. They do get back on the horse, though. A couple slays. New items spawning. Rockets are up, but both teams know it's bait right now. Z10 with the map advantage should be able to grab them. Not sure if that rocket player got taken down, though.
Right. You see the X over there.
There it is. Go has him. And they have the lead.
Oh, but he got John! Ice Kid steals the soul! The
oh.
double kill! He's popping off with the rockets, but finally gets taken down.
Still down
Not
by
before
3.
keeping Unreal Nightmare in the game. Still down 3.
Chick is 17 and 8, by the way. This guy's having a monster game. That's more than half of his team's kills.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
he is.
Oh, man. This comes down to this last sniper here. 3 seconds.
Who's going to be the hero? Who's going to grab the power weapon? Both teams with positioning on it. It's going to come down to who wins the gunfight. Zika goes for 2, and he gets it via the slay and the assist. Ice Kid is still there to potentially give Unreal Nightmare a chance at the snipe. Both teams want it.
Yeah, you don't want to play directly for the sniper, but I guess he's doing that right now.
Like, he said, nah, hoax.
Yeah, hey, you know, carpe diem, I guess.
Took the grenade damage, but got away with his life.
He takes us to the back elbow and continues to back up. He's in a spot where, okay, Envor swatted him out, but I really like Chick's positioning there. You grab the snipe on the other side of the map. They just saw the UI indicator show that the snipe was grabbed. You're probably thinking he's still close by, maybe even in the caves or top snipe, but he's made it to the middle of this base. So Chick doing a great job with his positioning, staying
Can't find a
alive.
target, though. He hasn't found anyone to shoot at. His teammates just died. They still have a 5-kill lead, though.
Yeah. He's vibing.
I mean, the main goal for Chick right now is to not give this sniper to Unreal Nightmare.
Right.
It almost doesn't matter if he lands any headshots.
5
Mighty's with
minutes
the big opening break
remain.
slay. To crank back up the intensity as 2 more fall for Unreal Nightmare. The lead grows back to 7 for Z10. Man, it felt like Unreal Nightmare had a chance, but this
really did.
This is looking bleak.
Not over yet, but
Starting to feel after that kill from Sika, I think it's way harder now.
yeah, I mean, they keep trading. Gordon.
Oh!
Okay.
Chick with the filthy quick scope might just seal it
Yeah,
for
that's-
Z10. 24-8. Pop off.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, man.
This Chick guy, man, he's just randomly has generational games. Can he hit another headshot to close out in style? Doesn't
Jimbo
need
with
to.
the rockets, man.
Power weapon
That was
control there.
routine. And we talked about that. Who's going to be the one to grab the snipe, pop off with it? Who's going to be the one to control the rockets? We saw none of it for Unreal Nightmare. I actually think you give him some tips for keeping it so close despite not having any power weapon control.
Yeah, man, Envor's team, I mean, they really had a big opportunity in that red cave situation where they ended up, like, the walls were seemingly closing in on them, but I think it was, what, Ice Kid ended up living his life in red cave, and then they just got the kills and wiped Z10, and it looked like they had a good opportunity to come back, and I don't know, it just Z10 controlled the sandbox overall.
Well, congrats to Z10 for making it to the champ bracket, living to fight just a little bit later today. Happening also now, Shopify Rebellion versus Mindfreak, game number 2 Slayer.
Cycle with the shock and a 1-point lead here early on Solitude as they have a 1-0 lead in this series as he makes his way through. The U-turn, oh my God, Plasma goes down. That was a headshot?
Was. And by the way, I think Z10 technically not guaranteed because if Unreal were to beat Cloud9 in like 3-0, they would tie 1-2 each.
And have the map differential?
Yeah, a couple tiebreakers I think still possible in that pool, but we'll keep our eyes on that. And yeah, great start to this game, I would say, from Mindfreak, but it feels like Shopify maybe only a matter of time before they get their bearings and start to roll.
Last shot, Lang Clang to the shock location side of the map as he now makes his way towards the posters. Working his way to the back of A. Hasn't spotted anybody just yet, so Scoobmeister gets the first shots onto him. Rice gets the first strike onto Frosty, and if they can clean up on the damage here, that's a big win there for Cycle. Scoop does clean it up with a nice double kill, and it's actually a positive net outcome for Mindfreak, which allows them to tie it up at 10. They're now in the lead.
Camo soon.
Rice has
10
been
seconds.
playing so good this event, man. I think this guy does not get talked about enough.
Woo.
He's insane.
On Frosty, too.
He's Gandalf over there on the loop side of the map.
Shall not pass.
Yeah. It's a big moment here because man, I wish he would have stayed at loop there, though, because the camo was up.
And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's what yeah, exactly.
Dude, that's
So-
reversal killing spree for Cycle with some beautiful peak shots. This guy seemingly unnerfed by the Jiggle Peak nerf. One of the best to do it. Cycle 9-3 to start this.
Killing spree.
Last shot says, let me get some of that triple kill.
He wants more.
Ah, man.
Not
it's-
for those chase grenades. He
they
would have
were
pushed
doing
through and had to look at
fine.
attack.
They were doing so fine there when Rice was over there at the loop, man. Camo coming up soon. I'd have been stressing that. Hold that. Hold that.
It's starting to crumble here.
Right?
This is the situation that Shopify just can take over. By the way, nice little movement tech there. I feel like that slide jump's underutilized. But this is a team that when they start to cycle your spawns, especially on this map, like, they're not going to give you anything.
No, they're not.
And they haven't given them anything until now. Finally, Cycle dies, but the damage has been done. It's a 4-for-1 trade. They're able to spawn them in the loop once again and should be able to. I like this play from Last Shot, by the way. He recognized the movement of his teammates. Could have spawned an enemy out on the lift, so he just goes back to check it, but he's also going to probably grab that shock rifle as his teammates engage here.
A +10 differential run for Shopify in the last 60 seconds, where it was just an 11-10 game with Mindfreak on top. They do find the slay onto Frosty. Cycle with good positioning, though, up top. He might be able to clean up on some
Still
damage.
winnable.
But he's sensing either a flank or the need to reposition and find a better angle from the planters, and now he's doing so on the cafe side instead.
I think he's trying to link up with Last Shot a little bit to support him with the shock rifle.
It's a good hit here. Very necessary hit.
Oh, fantastic ghost jump.
Oh, that corner camper there, right there. That's not a bad play. I mean,
That's
it's
a good
just
spot, but
unfortunate.
how do you know? He must
Yeah,
have he had a call out or something, right? You don't check that immediately unless you have a.
That was a deep
yeah.
corner to be tucked in there.
Rice
Camo
goes
still
down,
up.
cooked. Last shot trades out with Plasma. 31-24 here, so Mindfreak are keeping it within reach, but we have to see a +3. At least, let's start slow. Let's crawl before you walk. They need to find a +2, maybe at least a +1 out of this. And there it is right here. The opening strike allows them to collapse. Will they?
Frosty knowing how to play his life brilliantly here. He's been in this position 1,000 times between Infinite and Halo 5.
Nice shot.
Plasma's been icy, man.
It's not chalked.
6-point game. You'll take that. But Mindfreak have to regroup after losing 3 members of their team. They're all going to spawn somewhat cohesively. Sway's the only player out on the hotel, pushing into Cafe. He's got to be careful he doesn't take on a 1v2 that gets easily cleaned up on.
Damn,
Cycle with the great nade shot.
God.
That's one of the longest nade shots you'll see this weekend.
Perfect precision on it. Perfect timing. Oop. And look at this. Wow, Frosty with the coverage, man. Where's Frosty in that situation? Top dip? Yeah, previously top dip to overlook cycle. Starting to look chalked now.
Yeah, kills are just coming in.
And they're intentionally spawning the bottom snipe here, it looks like.
Yep.
They've succeeded. And there's nowhere to go from down there. He knows the player's going to lift behind him here, too. That's why he's purposefully hugging this wall. I mean, that's just beautiful gameplay out of cycle.
8-kill lead deep into game 2. Shopify looking to put a death grip on Mindfreak. As Frosty works his way into the courtyard. A weak Rice gets cleaned up. Now Plasma's there, too, for the taking. So, too, is Sway's. I imagine they both might be weak. Sway's isn't. But the other is. Plasma was. He gets taken down to the fist of Royal 2. 48-31, boys. It's over.
Yeah, man. That's rough, man. Like I said, I think Rice was in a really good spot 2 camo sequences ago.
Oh! One of the nastiest reticle flicks you'll see on controller from last shot. Can we run that back? I guess not. We got a main stage match going on. That was so clean. Call him Mr. Clean. He's not bald, but he might as well be.
Jimbo's done playing, bro.
Fair enough.
That's the only Mr. Clean in this tournament, man. Shout out to when Sika went bald, though. That was pretty baller. Like that saga.
That Walter White phase.
Yeah. Cooking something else.
Switching gears here to the main stage. It's getting serious. As BH3, man, that's a serious deficit. Down 0-2 in the series and the map itself at the halfway mark. Optic in full control.
This is one of those probably feels impossible type series for a team like BH3. Like, how many reps does BH3 have against top 2 teams? This might be their first one.
I was just about to say this. It would be a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of total life played probably against this level of this caliber of Halo. So this is it's looking like an experience diff, a skill issue, and so much more. As Optic are just too damn good. They should secure the series right here. And yeah, with 3 down, Mose has no hope. Optic Gaming take the series.
It's tough.
BH3 likely to go home.
I like the fast win out of Optic here. They're going to give themselves some more time to eat and rest up before their next match. You know, no funny business. Let's just end this as quickly as possible.
No more funny business happening today.
Right. Funny business ended yesterday. Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Perhaps.
Unless we got some surprises. I don't know. Could we have any more surprises today?
Oh, I think we could have a lot more surprises, to be honest.
I don't see why not.
Camp Bracket hadn't even started yet, so we're in store for a hell of a lot more. Just wait till we find out who from the 5 through 8 seeds makes it to the winter final. That's gonna be fun.
Okay, let's talk who you think might be able to make
Winners
it.
finals.
Yeah.
TSM.
Okay.
I think TSM's a good pick. I want to see an Envy get hot and find themselves in the winners finals. For anybody that thinks we sound crazy, if you look at the bracket, the projection is that the top half of the bracket are TSM, Nemesis, Cloud9, and Envy. So one of those 4 teams has to be in the winners finals. So you got to pick one of those 4. And in my eyes, it could kind of be any of them, right? Like Nemesis, if they play like they did in Arlington,
Yes.
I think Nim is the team in the winners finals, right? So it's going to be tough.
Safe pick.
If we use Arlington, then I could easily see Nemesis up there. But then we have a TSM that's looking incredible. What about you, Hookster? Who do you have in your? If you
I mean, you know, my team's still in the event.
I mean,
so,
yes.
you know, I
it's
feel like
it's got to be them.
I feel like I'm like hands off on this. But I will say, what is it? the loser, what is it, between Envy, I think they're supposed to be playing
Cloud9.
Cloud9, right? We will play the loser of that series.
Okay.
I
I think that's
mean,
good for you guys.
I think either one
Yeah.
is a good matchup for us, but I think like for the fans, I think us playing against Envy would be a very exciting one.
For sure. I mean, former teammates.
Yeah, more
abound.
history.
More history between
Yeah.
them. I think that's a much better side to be on than the TSM NIM side. That side looks a lot scarier to me to run into one of those teams coming down. But
I wouldn't mind us having to play Nemesis,
Yeah.
just because we had a very close series against them, even though it was a 3-0.
Okay. Every game was winnable.
Every game was extremely winnable.
So you guys could be the ones bringing the surprises today.
I mean, I don't see why not. Like
Yeah.
I'm saying,
Yeah.
you know. But you know, speaking of our team, you know, I gotta check in with them.
Yeah. Thanks
So,
for hanging
thanks
out,
for
man.
You
joining
know,
us
it's
on the
been
couch,
real.
Thank you so much for
You know,
joining us.
I will see you guys sooner than later.
Much love, folks.
Yes,
Always
sir.
welcome here, man.
Thank you.
All right,
All right.
everybody. So that was Hoaxer joining us for the last few series. It's been really, really fun today. And a lot of surprising things happening. But we continue on with Shopify Rebellion versus Mindfreak, game number 3.
Shopify up 2-0 in the beginning moments of Game 3, and it's 3 down for Mindfreak. So you might see a quick pull here. Royal 2's eyeing it, but he's got to take down Scoopmeister first. Scoopmeister has the rockets, though. That's going to help him take down Royal 2, but the flag run is actually going to stop. You get spawns in the middle of the base for Mindfreak, so hold up. Shopify still got a lot of work left to do, and they're able to take down 2. So Mindfreak, despite going down 3, have reset the map.
Dude, Cycle's target prioritization. I mean, look how much pressure he's applying by himself from this elbow. He just got 3 players to either half shields or one shot, and he's still alive, all on his lonesome here. Scoob going to be the hero that Mindfreak needs to take him out, and
Wow.
he will successfully do so. That's a huge 1v1 win from Scoob.
It's kind of a cool over-the-shoulder shot of Cycle with the Commando. Wow. That was Royal 2. Okay, the nameplate was different. Royal 2 with the nasty reversal perf. He swaps to that Bandit. It's now Frosty with the snipe and the thrust. He goes down. That's a power position on the map all of a sudden because of what has fallen there.
Playing Fortnite now. The
Cycle.
observer, press Y, buddy. Press Y. Sorry.
I'm cool with it. We can cast in third person.
There we go.
As Cycle, nice frag tosses, takes down Sways. Plasma, though, cleans up on the last shot. Rice should go down here, as he does. Cycle looking to pick up that rocket, or excuse me, the sniper and the thrust. Somebody else picked up the thrust, though, and Cycle wasn't able to evade with it, so he drops the snipe, but Frosty's there to pick it up. 1 shot left to work with. Usually he makes the most of it. Not able to there, but he still finds the slay onto Scoob.
Okay. Frosty in this position in the center of the map, trying to be the tip of the spear, but wisely backs up when he recognizes teammates are not really in a good position to support him. Scoopmeister finds 2 there. I mean, honestly, I'm impressed by the way Mindfreak has played this so far. They've been very efficient with holding Shopify back.
Last shot, defensive shots. On to Scoopmeister, but Scoopmeister has been winning his ones. 5 perfect shots, no less. 3 go down for Shopify Rebellion. A counter cap has started, and Scoopmeister and Mindfreak might just strike first.
Okay, Scoob is running it, and Mindfreak did it. Okay. Wow. They start the game with the lead. I don't think many of us expected that. Can they turn this into more?
No, especially after that opening break from Rebellion where they looked like they had the clear win. Oh, Scoopmeister with the stick. He says, hold this.
Frosty got the rockets, though. He's still got 1 to work with. I like this jump as well. Don't think, okay, he's waiting to make sure that it kills. Rice unsuspecting.
He knew Sways was there.
Yeah, must have had a comm on Sways. I think Sways.
Or saw his foot.
Maybe. Maybe he's got some big toes, you know what I'm saying?
Frosty now moving in for the finish. Spotted Sways a long time ago, finally cleans him up. So Sways doesn't have to stay alive, but the teammates coming in, the cavalry coming in are all 1 shot, and Frosty's going to clean them all up for the triple kill. Rebellion should be able to get the next pull here, and they're already on the run.
Wow, looked like Frosty really wanted that overkill. This man's usually good for at least 1 per tournament, maybe more. And all of a sudden, Shopify have taken control of the base of Mindfreak, and Mindfreak has no response yet.
Frosty is frying.
Domination. They finally cut him down, but still got to stop the flag as well.
Does Cycle have the best stat line ever with just 1 slay?
Yeah, and he also just had the best flag run.
That's what I'm saying. It's the best one-kill game you've seen.
That was
through 4 minutes.
That might be the fastest way to run the flag. I would guess. There's multiple curve slides available along the way. That was really clean.
1,
They're
8,
running
and
again.
3, and they're going for the double cap. Last shot. That's a tough spot to be in with the low ground positioning. Plasma's going to clean him up because of it. Frosty in the base. Looking to clear out any of the escaping spawners. He's got Scoopmeister right below him. Rice running the flag. That's a little too soon in the process. Frosty, you got to take him down first, or he'll take down all 4. 3 go down instead. Plasma, though, is just 1 shot. He cannot advance on the map without going down. As he does, Royal 2 takes down Plasma. Last shot gets the reset with Rebellion up by 1.
Up by 1, and they've really just been rolling with momentum. They got another one on the way. Frosty just trying to play bodyguard here. Flag Runner gets taken down by Scoop, but Frosty, he can win this fight. This game's over. Doesn't even have to win the fight. Did he just not even...
maybe he does. Oh, he doesn't get it, though.
What
the
a
360 medal looks good, but he wants to put it in. Royal 2 does instead. Game over. GG's. Rebellion take the series 3-0.
We saw Royal 2 really excited to have won that last, gotten that last slice, sending a message. I will say Shopify Rebellion has been having, one of the teams that has been having a tournament go their way, or as expected.
Yeah, I mean, Shop, of course, they had a great tournament last tournament until the grand finals. Honestly, the only bad series they played, I guess, was like the first grand final set. But this tournament, they're looking poised. I mean, to be fair, they looked this good on Friday and Saturday last event too. It's just a matter of, will they ride this momentum to the end? Now that they're going to have to face Optic in winners round 1, it's like, I feel like all eyes should just be on that right now. Like,
yeah.
This series probably didn't even really matter that much in the grand scheme of things for Shop, because they're just probably thinking about winners round 1 against Optic.
It's like a routine now. Shopify versus Optic round 1.
Yeah, every event so far. Crazy.
The new rivalry.
Winners semis, winners final, right? No.
And you know what's funny?
Winners round 1. Every event.
They talked about in the interview like how seriously they took their match against Nemesis. They were like,
yeah,
we're treating this like winners round 2 because we don't want it to be another situation where we face Optic round 1. But you guess what? Optic were the one that effed up,
That's
and now
crazy,
it's the same scenario.
right?
So it's Optic's fault.
It's Optic's
It is
fault.
Optic's fault.
Why
Damn
do they
that
keep
green wall.
losing in pool play,
Can
man?
they stop losing in pool
That's kind of
play?
funny.
I'm
like,
sure that's what Formal probably said. Can we stop?
But it kind of was
losing
an
in
advantage,
pools?
though, wasn't it?
so should Rebellion have thrown instead?
That's
Now that would have been
actually low-key would have been the smart play after seeing them, but it's illegal. Don't do that.
Well, if we do bring up previous precedents, Optic, Rebellion, winners round 1. Rebellion won that series, but Optic reset the grand finals with a 4-0 sweep. If Optic are able to rewrite their wrongs from winners round 1 in Arlington, they wouldn't need that reset. They would just take it in sweet fashion. So I think Optic's probably going into this saying, guys, let's make this weekend a little less tough on ourselves on our way to a championship trophy and take down this almost like grand finals feeling winners round 1. I just like have to keep saying that.
I cannot imagine what it would be like for them to just drop down back to lowers once again 2 times in a row. That would be
Historic.
historic.
I mean the level of dominance from these two teams, it's like you almost guarantee that whoever does fall to the lower side is still going to find themselves in the grand finals. I mean, you got to go through the gauntlet, and a lot of teams are stepping up and playing good this weekend, but there really is that gap between them and everyone else.
Well, if we're playing devil's advocate here, then you could make the case that it benefited Optic, that that they lost.
That's what I was saying.
By needing the reset. Yeah, I agree with you, because Optic just took fire, and the flames engulfed and got bigger and bigger and bigger throughout that lower bracket run. So there is a plus to losing, I guess, in a weird way. Like, Halo's just rewriting all of what we've come to know over 20 years this year. It's just been insane.
Well, if we talk about that first grand finals, it seems like Optic rode the momentum of that lower bracket into grand finals. So
Absolutely.
Shopify Rebellion need to find a way, assuming that's what happened, like they just took a long break from not playing, going up against a really hot Optic. How can Shopify Rebellion, how can a team
Maybe
stay
set up a scrim.
before?
I mean, the problem is you can't scrim against anyone
I'm
that
teasing.
simulates Optic. But,
Right.
And then like the closest thing is FaZe, but they're not gonna. FaZe is not gonna scrim you because you're gonna have to play
gonna
against
play them,
FaZe.
yeah.
So it is a funny conundrum that they find themselves in. I think that as long as like Frosty doesn't just show up flat like he did in the first Grand Final series, like
Listen.
Which
everything looks
was
different, right?
Which was a cause and effect of not playing, being on your hands for a while.
He just needs to shoot bots for like 2 hours while Optic plays in the lower bracket. I think.
I had him in my fantasy draft. I was so excited to go first and pick Frosty, and then, well, that happened.
yeah. Yeah.
By the way, I'm seeing on the main stage coming up, Optic versus Rebellion.
Optic versus Rebellion. So that's what's next, everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, man, what an incredible day. FaZe is another team that hasn't had a bad weekend.
Yeah, I think FaZe is – people can't sleep on that team. I think that they've been having an incredible weekend. I looked at the stats last night, and, yeah, Falcated's top of the KD department. They just mollywopped
for this
their
event.
pool. Yeah, so far. I think that members of Optic, despite losing to TSM, were also still in the top 5, but – like Renegade, I think, is still number 2, even though they lost to TSM.
Or was it Talik? There's somebody from TSM I know was in that top 3.
Maybe. Or, well, Manny actually was the highest damage player against Optic on their teams. I don't know.
In Arlington, in the KD top 5 was 2 from FaZe. So we had Trippy on 3rd place. We had
Royal
Trippy on
2.
4th place. And then we had, on 5th place, we had Falcated. So that's 2 players from FaZe in that top KD category.
And Suppressed hasn't even entered where he's supposed to be. He could easily make it 3 out of 5 for FaZe.
What does that say about that team, though? Like, doing so much, qualifying or getting into that top 5 leaderboard in KD. What kind of a team
I mean,
does it make?
realistically, it means they're slaying out in the times that they win. Thank you for the stats
God,
here.
look
There
at that.
it
Is
We saw Tools put the headset on, so now we got it up here. But, yeah, Falcated, highest KD, highest KDA, and highest damage dealt per life. We've been, how long have we been saying it's only a matter of time until Falcated has a tournament like this?
forever.
And this could be the tournament. I mean, if this team keeps playing like this, and I might get some flack for this, but like they could actually upset Optic or Shopify, I think.
No question.
Like,
I'm right there with you.
They're the team that's they're the team that's best poised to overtake one of those top 2 spots.
Top 10 in every single slaying metric outside of Trippy, whose damage dealt per life puts him at 12th. So, and look at Falcated, 1-1-1. I mean, that is remarkable statistics to be dominating and have the gold medal in every single one of those key slaying metrics. Falcated's having himself maybe his best tournament yet.
We don't ever see that. We don't see where like one player is top in all of them, in all of those 3 metrics. We're looking at some of the other ones, and he's not even doing it with the power weapons. He's 28th for power weapon kill percentage.
Bandit BR.
Damage efficiency 9th. Damage taken per life is also 1st.
So he is the tip of the spear. So
In
he's
the
playing
mix.
that bound role without some of those stats we saw from him in the online open series.
I cannot overstate how crazy this looks to me, because if you're the guy that has the most damage dealt per life, you're not usually also the guy that's got the most damage taken per life.
Well, what's crazy is he's taken the most damage in the tournament, and he's still at a plus 60 differential between the damage he's dealt and taken. Like that. These are statistical anomalies across the board.
Well, we talked about FaZe, but why don't we set up for our next series? We have Shopify Rebellion, who are about to go up against Optic in the winners bracket side, and we got some stats here to tell their story.
First of all, these guys are all looking handsome. I like the haircut from Frosty.
That is a change.
Yeah, he's got shorter hair than
you're
usual. Saw that backstage, and he's having a better tournament. He's 1.29. Royal 2 on top again for this squad, 1.37. Last shot, 2.05 KDAs. So we've seen him with some really standout assisting performances. Remember, I want to say there was a Slayer we watched that he was like 5 kills, 19 assists, and like 8 deaths or something.
Yep.
So he's been, I think, really embodying the role of just like a mobile damage dealer that, you know, goes through the mix, gets a couple shots in one player, switches targets a shot in another player, and he's communicating this, and the rest of Shopify are following up on that damage. So I think they're playing like a bit more what we're used to seeing in the offline or the online tournaments, and now they're bringing that to land.
Well, Optic's going to be ready for them, I am sure, because they do not want to go back down and make another historic run in the lower side.
That's exhausting.
Yeah, no, I believe.
They don't want to do that again.
So this is insane. Throughout all of esports history, a lower round 1 to grand finals win is like 1% and 1% and 1% likelihood. Like, it is so rare. It's only ever happened once in Halo Infinite, and it was just a few events. Twice now, excuse me. Once before it last event.
Yeah.
And it was at SLC last year. That was one of the latter events of year 3. So it just goes to show. And what I'm setting up for now is that it could happen twice in a row. Because it just happened at Arlington. And one of those 4 teams that's going to make a lower round 1
very likely.
could very well be a team that wins it all. To think that it could happen twice in a row, it's like you could go 20 years before it happening twice at all.
Okay, but wasn't it Space Station Gaming that
They did
did
it the year
this? And in
before.
Space Station Gaming, they had Bound, who's
Yes.
on Optic,
So Bound and Legend have done
Legend.
it. Yes.
So this would be the same duo that's now in Optic that could just do this. Maybe it's them. Maybe they're the ones that can do these bottom bracket historic runs.
I mean, they
There's something
also,
about 'em.
yeah, they've been lower bracket demons
They
for a
gotta be
long
tired.
time. I mean, SSG, if you just think back to even the other events last year, SSG, a lot of their wins were from the lower side. They go to the lower bracket, and then they just steamroll their way back and then reset grand finals and take the whole thing. So I feel bad for, I mean, the bracket, no matter what, is going to screw over some teams because they're going to have to run into these giant powerhouse rosters early in the bracket.
Well, we are about to find out what happens shortly. We're going to take a quick break as we get ready for the first Winners Series of the day. The championship bracket is about to begin. See you guys after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2025 HCS Arlington Major, hosted by Optic Gaming at the beautiful Esports Stadium, Arlington. It is a glorious day today in Texas and a glorious day inside our wonderful venue.
It's the first event of the year, so it really is an opportunity for a lot of these teams to really set the tone for the rest of their season right now. It's important. Honestly, you want to start off on the right foot.
The competition is as stiff as ever.
Everybody comes from open bracket. That's where you find new talent. That's where people get seeing new opportunities.
I think it's such a great opportunity for anybody to make a name for themselves. There's no prerequisites. Like it's great. It's open. You can prove yourself out here just by coming.
The open bracket in Halo is a tradition where it gives anybody a chance. Anybody who's played in their bedroom, matchmaking late at night with their buddies, a chance to come compete and earn a chance to maybe make some money and play against some of the best players in the world. And that's something truly special.
Come on! Let's fucking go!
On station 14, can I get Luminon Gaming and Apollo? Station 14, Luminon Gaming and Apollo.
Kid Nasty, friends, family, call me Noah. I'm a amateur pro, amateur, semi-pro, whatever you want to call it, whatever people think I'm good enough to be now. I've been playing Halo all my life, playing Halo Infinite since pretty much release, and I'm here to compete in Halo now. That's what I'm about. Well, honestly, preseason I didn't do anything. To keep it real, I was pretty content with maybe not playing this year. At the start of the season, I didn't ask anybody to team really. I wasn't gonna play at all. Luckily, last minute after the qualifier, my old teammate Sylvanic, they wanted to change their roster up and asked me to play, and I knew these guys were doing pretty good in the qualifiers, and I couldn't miss out on this opportunity, really.
He knows he could be that guy, but he's not cocky about it. That's the best part about him. It's like he would rather have his teammates get up to where he's at or help with them and try to everybody work as a team, as opposed to just like, hey, I'm that MVP, I'm that player. It's just like, hey, we're doing this as a team. If I'm messing up, how can I be better? If you guys are messing up, how can I help you be better? That's like the biggest thing that I like about him.
Almost like Identical no-scope coming. The time flag in this game is shot
Bring it in, brother.
I already talked to
My name's Angel. I go by Zuzi. Halo 4 was my first Halo.
You are watching the HCS Dallas DreamHack Open here, and we're about to watch another pool play match. But before we jump in, we got Tools, we got Active, we got Tony joining us to spectate our next series, which is Cloud9 versus Unreal Nightmare.
This is the big one for Cloud9 just to keep solidifying themselves. Unfortunately for Unreal Nightmare, I don't think there's any way for them to get out of the pool anymore after going to 0-2 in this series. Cloud9 should have this, I think, their pool play spot locked up. But already, though, I think this is a great opportunity for players like Ice Kid, Looney to really display themselves and show what they're made of, especially after taking Z10 to a Game 5. Like, these guys have so much, reason to be excited about this.
I'm glad you said that, Tools, because I think it's really important, like you just said, to showcase, right? Because there are going to be team changes before the next event. So how you perform in a match like this, even though nothing, there's not a lot at stake, is important for your reputation. And a player like Ice Kid, I feel like, is a player that can transcend this roster and maybe be picked up before the next event in SLC.
Ice Kid is a player from Puerto Rico as well, so not a lot that we've seen from Puerto Rico in the Halo scene before. I'm excited to kind of see him kind of blaze a path forward for it.
Yeah, I think of some of the Puerto Rican players that we have. Remember El Halo Elite from Halo 5?
Wow,
he
yeah,
was a
dude.
monster.
I remember that guy.
He was making it out of day ones in the Pro Series. I kind of miss him. He plays a little bit nowadays, but we got a few players from Puerto Rico. Ali as well, of course, Boricua baby.
Boricua, is that how they say it? Boricua?
Took the hill.
I'm gonna need you to never say that again.
What's wrong? I think I said that pretty good, Tools.
You're not.
What do you think?
Sorry, you're not.
Wow, you guys are just teaming. I just got here.
He ain't got no seasoning.
All right, let me try it one more time. Boricua.
Wait, no, one second.
Sorry.
We gotta make sure Alia can hear it.
Okay, yeah, no, she'll probably sigh and put her hand in her face and be embarrassed.
No, you just gotta say it loud enough so that.
Aliak, Boricua. Is that good? Was that good? No. Was that good?
What's going on?
Boricua.
Boricua, yeah, that's
That
really
was good. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
Boricua.
you very much.
No.
Be quiet, Tools. Be quiet.
You sound like unseasoned chicken.
Okay.
You guys want me to give you guys a lesson? Do you want to say hi in Puerto Rican?
Sure.
Okay, you can go up to someone and say, ¿Qué es la que hay?
¿Qué la que hay?
Like a what's up.
¿Qué la que hay?
Hey, after the series, go do that to Ice Kid.
No, how do you say
What?
you're really good?
Took the hill.
Hold on.
SBN.
Like, you're really good. Like, you're really good?
Yeah.
Hold on. I need to think about this one for some reason. I'm going to put on the spot. I don't know.
Es muy bueno.
Eres muy bueno. But that could be kind of strange, so I don't know.
It's interesting how languages are taken. It's just interesting. Yeah. So that would work in English, not in. Yeah.
So far, Cloud9 been able to find their first hill, and they're about halfway
Thank you,
through
Ali.
this second. Unreal Nightmare able to get control of this hill, but not necessarily giving up on this one yet. The Cloud9, a couple players ready to push in from those perimeters, and it's going to be a last-second push, but Onward, he played that perfectly. He's going to get the double, maybe even a triple. No, boo-boo. Last player alive for Cloud9, but that could be all that they need. No. Unreal Nightmare able to find those kills and get camouflage with the hill.
It's just really cool to see Envor. Again, it's one of those players that we've seen, be immediately in pool play, Season 1, Fnatic, right? And then we see him have to work through Open, and he still has the same mindset no matter what the game is. Right now, like you said, this game, not a lot of implications on the line, but his pride is on the line, and that's all Envor cares about. 9-5 to start this game. Looney's going to get a nice double, and it'll be 3 down for Cloud9.
Big kills coming out of Looney with that shocking camo combination. With 3 down going Cloud9, maybe this is an opportunity for Unreal Nightmare to show us what they're made of.
Not able to hit that shot down range. Looney getting the damage, but not necessarily the kill. And this is becoming a lot more complicated for both sides as you start to see players maneuvering. In Unreal Nightmare, they're trying to vacate blue to get themselves a little bit more space, but that'll be on the opposite side of the hill. In fact, Cloud9 now, they should be just having complete control of the hill side of the map.
This is really interesting, too, because it's Cloud9 is one of those rosters that obviously bringing on Lethal, putting him back together with Boo Boo Doo Boo. you'd expect this roster to kind of fly through Unreal Nightmare, right? I mean, that's in my mind what I think. And right now, it's a little bit of a different case, right? It's Unreal Nightmare putting up a fight here, and it's very good to see. But what does that mean for Cloud9 after this is over, right? What are they going to really take from this?
Well, as of right now, 7-5 taking lives, trading out his life in order to do so, and Sab continues to stack the stat sheet. 14 and 7 right now, 4 assists to go along with it.
I like this from Sab, right? You don't need to get into that hill. You need to find this kill, and Looney will go down with that. You see immediately the spawn for Cloud9 come in. They have blue side control. Envor going to be the only one that could potentially change that situation, but he's going to have a 1v2 if he wants to do it. Envor being very aggressive down low, but I don't think it'll be enough. It's players going down left and right. Just Envor and Ice Kid left for Unreal Nightmare.
Envor got the kill there, so that's really all he needed, but it wasn't all he needed because he ends up going down. Sab's still alive, and this will be the second cap here very momentarily.
Stepping on the hill for just a moment here, trying to force Unreal Nightmare to make the play, but it is going to be a 2-1 lead here for Cloud9. Less than 2 minutes on the clock here for Unreal Nightmare.
Nice nades from Sab. I love throwing the nades towards glass and then pushing through the middle to try to create some sort of distraction, but not quite the help there to make that play. Instead, Unreal Nightmare really hold off that first wave of aggression. They're going to be well set up, and they could lose minimal time on this first hill.
Let's see if they can get that time. Ice Kid, a player I've been watching all day long. He's going to lose that fight to Boobadoo. He's going to win that fight on Boobadoo. Sorry, he switched to the last second there. But regardless, a good fight out of him. It'll give Unreal Nightmare a bit of time. 3 down for Cloud9 now as well. So Unreal Nightmare trying to take advantage of this.
Yeah, Unreal Nightmare are not giving up. They're treating this as if this is an opportunity for them to make it out right now. They want to show the world what they're made of. Stepping out of that hill once again. This time it's Unreal Nightmare. Draw in Cloud9. They're not going to let them set up across the map for free.
I love the getting out of that hill, letting your teammates rotate. They're able to find those kills on Nest as Envor was helping from that backside. Once they get the kills, he gets out, and now they have fairly good control to play for this next, but it all comes down to execution. Can you find the slays?
A lot of trust in your teammates there to get out of that hill and just expect them to get those kills on Nest, like you mentioned. Envor taking a very interesting route here. That route's going to grant him a kill, and because of that kill, it opens things up a little bit for Unreal Nightmare to push up, but they're pushing up into a wall of Cloud9 right now. 3 down for Unreal Nightmare.
That's exactly what Cloud9 wanted. They want the slay so they can be able to turn that into an active camouflage, to turn that into more hill progression. With just over a minute on the clock, this hill very much, it could be the last.
3 players over at that loop side, and that's where you want to be, but they're clearly, their positions are all known, and Lethal is just looking, make sure no one got through, and to his pleasant surprise, no one has. I mean, they're all just staying back. They're letting Cloud9 get a ton of time.
Yeah, I don't think they really have an opening here. Maybe just looking for a kill, and you can see Lethal not making his life an easy kill for the side of Unreal Nightmare. So it'll be 3 down for Unreal Nightmare right off the bat, and Cloud9 will guarantee themselves the 3rd hill. Looks like they get out for just a moment, though.
I was just thinking to myself, when it comes to Cloud9, almost the faster they win out this hill, the better it is for Unreal Nightmare, because at least they have a little bit extra time in order to play for that bottom mid side. But Cloud9 anticipate that. They step out of the hill once again and drain the clock.
It's important, I think, even then, right? If you're going to try to play that strategy of letting up that hill and having the max amount of time, you have to at least apply pressure to Cloud9 to make them think that they have to step in, or else something could go awry. Unreal Nightmare, though, they only have 45 seconds to make something happen.
Ice Kid just got 3 kills, by the way, I believe. I don't know if that was 2 kills and an assist, or regardless, he was involved in 3 different kills. That's going to give Unreal Nightmare the opportunity to sit inside that hill for just a moment, but that neutral time at the bottom center of the screen says 46 seconds, and that's not a lot of time for Unreal Nightmare to make something happen, but they're halfway through, so maybe a possibility of a cap here.
Ice Kid doing a fantastic job of holding the line, finds a one-shot Lethal hiding towards the bottom dip side and continues to body shot everybody with the shock, and now the Bandit is out, and even the sprint strafe isn't enough to take him down.
Now halfway through this hill, though, Unreal Nightmare, they still have a good chunk of time to work with as well. It's over 30 seconds. They can have a little bit of freedom to move out of this hill. It's looking likely that we're going to go to a final decisive hill.
This is just game-changing out of Envor. You can hear the energy, too. I can hear him even getting loud in a match like this. It's just so cool to see the passion continue on. You can see the delay once again in that hill, but they don't have the pressure they had on the last time. Cloud9 are ready for it this time. They're on that loop side. They're already inside a yard, and now Unreal Nightmare have to push up once again, but the Slays are not on their side.
Now seen a delay in this hill in every single one where there's no more delays. It's simply do or die right here, right now.
Oh my goodness.
Unreal goes down and Boo hits the reversal to put one down.
You must be good at math.
That might be the greatest Insta-split I've seen in quite some time.
Agreed.
Did he hit he short fused the sticky as well on the wall.
It's just so good. There's a lot of tech in there. I understand.
Cool.
Like, it's really cool.
Really fun play. And right now, Cloud9, I mean, they've been reaping the benefits. Boo just was demolishing those players. Just one alive for Unreal Nightmare, but that one player being alive was enough to push Seth to fight back. And now the reinforcements has come. 4 players for Unreal Nightmares ready to contest.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to overtime here, and you can see the slow play out of Septify right off the bat. It is 3 players from Unreal Nightmare on that blue side. They just haven't been able to facilitate any sort of slays. And then on the other end, it's 3 down for Unreal Nightmare. So right off the rip, it gives Cloud9 an opportunity with this overtime to get this last little bit of hill. And it looks like they'll do so pretty freely here.
And the next cap takes it all. It is Cloud9. They use patience in order to make sure they get their kills. They're able to do that. And by the time Unreal Nightmare go 3 down, that's Cloud9's opportunity to hop in the hill and finish it off.
We got some Cloud9 fans, by the way, Tools, right?
Yeah, right.
They're getting loud over there. I like that, man. Keep it hype.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9, they have this like crew that rolls by. I feel like they're at Arlington as well. They love to chant for their crew, and for good reason. I mean, there's a lot to like about this Cloud9 roster, what they got going on. It's C9.
C9, yeah.
Okay.
It's cool. Like, Leto's on the roster. Like, it's really cool to see him back with Booba Dooba. Like I said, like, I feel like he's got that. They've got that synergy. I'm just excited to see where they go. What is their record? You guys know the record exactly in polls? Is it 1-2?
Yeah, it have to be
1.
I mean,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
1-1.
1-1. Yeah,
maybe
about to be
2-1.
2-1. Okay. So I'm interested to see how the polls play out because a lot of these matches are very close, but some of them are really just one-sided as well.
You know, it's funny you sit there and say you're excited about Leto and Boo Dooba on this roster. I'm actually excited as well about Septify and Zab. I feel like these are 2 players that have been underrated even going back since Season 1. So good for all of them to find a home.
I got to shout out this website, by the way. This is the HCS LAN website.
So good.
They completely revamped how you can get your information for the HCS Open Tournament, the HCS major tournaments throughout the year. And I think the HCS team did a great job. Like, it's very fast to get the info that you want. You can look at the open bracket. You can look at all the side tournaments. It really is, like, a fantastic website if you're curious as to what's happening.
Yes, the one thing that's really good, I feel like as a spectator, a lot of people didn't know exactly what was going on. So to be able to take feedback in and now have this become a lot more organized, a lot more easier to be digestible, it's amazing. It's something we really needed, both as a spectator, even as somebody who's actually in the venue. Lots of times, it's hard to find a bracket as well.
Yeah.
So even being right here, right now, it's very easy to just pop over your phone, hcsland.com, and you're good to go.
Yeah, like, people like work. You know, a lot of people are not going to be able to catch the matches. Like, some people work on weekends. This is the perfect website you can come to get updated on everything. And as you can see, it's Cloud9 that are 1-1. I don't know why I said 1-2 or 2-1. I don't know why I said that, but they are 1-1. This would make it 2-1 if they were able to win this one out. But once again, Unreal Nightmare is being the gatekeeper at this point in time.
Me and Tools know why you said that.
Why?
Because you're a hater.
I'm not.
I'm not. Y'all don't even
Why
know.
do you guys always pile on me? Like, this is not nice, man.
Bro, we went to
What'd he say,
a restaurant. Actually, dude, why didn't you guys eat with us last night?
Well, we didn't.
Because he's a hater.
That's what I was saying, bro. I was like, did you guys hate the restaurant that much? Like,
I didn't even know we were going to a restaurant. I didn't even know we were going.
it was actually super vibey, bro.
Is there? I saw a pool table.
Yeah, we're shooting pool, eating burgers.
Yeah, that's it. Me and Tony. You know what happened to us? We went because, you know, we probably had an early morning, so we went. We got food at the hotel. We got Italian food, and they forgot our utensils. So guess what we were doing? We were eating pasta with our hands. Yeah.
Other's hands, like you were feeding him. Because
No,
like
that's not. Why do you have to say it like that? I was not feeding him.
I don't know what goes on in your guys' hotel room. You know,
I mean, if you want to find out, you can come by tonight. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, game 2. Cloud9 Unreal Nightmare. Tony, what's the matter? What's
yeah,
the matter?
Nothing. Like
We
Cloud9
play Hearthstone. Are you going to Hearthstone?
Isaac is.
Oh, yeah.
Cloud9's up 1-0, and I'm sorry. I don't know what to
All
for
I
once
said
in my
was,
life, I'm left speechless here.
All I said was, we have fun. You can come over tonight if you want to. Why is that taken in a really? Why is that?
Why do you say it that way?
What other way do you want me to? Hey guys, you want to come by? We'll play Hearthstone. Is that better?
You can say, yeah. Do you want to play? You want to come play Hearthstone?
Yeah, there's many ways you can say this like a normal.
I mean, you guys both need cold showers. I think is what's going on here. I don't know, man.
I really like Septify. I think he's been playing his next level Halo. I think Septify is like hit his unlock. I was talking to him a little bit about it yesterday.
Really?
And
Okay.
He said, yeah, this team I feel really confident in. It's like he says the game hasn't ever felt like this fun or this easy before. So it's like very, very confident in this new team. And I think this is one of the rare situations where there was a roster change where TSM and Cloud9 got better from their respective changes.
That's a really good point. And like you talked about, it's more fun. I think the biggest thing is the fact that the game is more fun when you're in that flow state. I know I say it all the time, the flow. It's much more fun. Sometimes you'll like slot into a roster and you just fit in, and it just works out. Your playstyle works out. Everything. What is going on here? Can you guys explain to me what is in the air right now?
I feel like it's not us. that's
I don't know what to tell you. Slotting.
I didn't even say anything.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm just watching his facial expression.
Come on, I got you.
All right, the flow. Yep, you're sliding into a roster perfectly. You fit perfectly, and now you can get into your flow state, and you can play a comfortable version of Halo.
You're making me laugh. And the worst part is you're making a good point, but I'm listening to
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, is there any huhs in the chat at this point? Like that's what or like what's the other one that they use? HUH, all capitals. There's that
I
one.
think there's probably some question marks in the chat.
Yeah, question marks is the other one.
Question mark is a good one.
I would actually like to know if there's question marks.
What my good friend Tim is trying to say is like,
I'm gonna find out.
Like you said, sometimes you get on a roster and you just click. You have that chemistry, and clearly Septify has found a home. And I got.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. We're going into Slayer Recharge, gentlemen. Coming up next.
The Cloud9 fan in the bag is awesome.
Yeah, you know what? That one fan is so good. Like that is so good for like you can hear that. Especially, I want to make a point here. Being on these off stages like the featured stations, it's not as hype as main stage, obviously, right? So having that like crowd, you can hear them. I don't know if you can hear them, but they're loud. They're getting loud. It's very important for this roster. Regardless, let's hop on board with Ice Kid. I think this kid is icy, number one, but I also think he's extremely good at the game. I think he's going to get picked up by someone. He's on another level, in my opinion.
I'm gonna go battle out with that one guy.
What are you gonna do?
C9. I'm just Unreal Nightmare. This is gonna be me and him just battling it out.
Three down for Cloud9 right off the bat here. And again, this is one of those Slayer games, and you'll hear a lot of pros call Slayers toss-ups. They call it like random. And that's just kind of the case. It just depends on who gets those power weapons, who has position, and who's able to stagger the spawns as well. 7-3 already. This is a really good start here for Unreal Nightmare.
The big thing for inexperienced teams on Slayers is just not giving up free deaths. So far, Unreal Nightmare not doing that. In fact, they're putting the pressure on flying. Cloud9 go 3 down, and the lead will continue to grow. Now 5 between Unreal Nightmare and this lead. This is just great work early on. They've got Cloud9 completely trapped.
Yeah, this is really good out of Unreal Nightmare. Can they continue this is the point, right? Are they going to be able to continue this pressure? It looks like a lot of Cloud9 is trapped on that C side, and that's exactly what Unreal Nightmare need to do now is push this aggression, and they're doing just that. Ice Kid in a great position here, gets the cleanup kill. That's an assist as well. His damage output is phenomenal on this roster.
Able to put down damage and most importantly stay alive, trusting his teammates, and now pushing up with this shot. Unreal Nightmare taking over the strong side.
Early leads can slip away, though. It's important for Unreal Nightmare not to get too comfortable where they are. Ice Kid. Ah, man, he is showing up big time when this team needs him. I love what I'm seeing from him, and that's Cloud9 still just struggling on staying alive.
This is such a different, like, again, you get that start, you're able to continue this, and you can see they're steamrolling this into another camo now. Now they're in a position where Looney can make a play. He gets shot a couple of times. That's a good couple of shots to push him back, but what is he going to do off of this is the question, and it looks like he's got Sab trapped there. A couple of players isolated on the map.
Perfect timing. Ooh, that was clean.
Back looking good. Now chasing down Bubu away from his gold side. Still having some camouflage to work with right now, does Looney. But the gold side cleared out. They're immediately changing their direction toward the spawners. But where does Bubu come from here? It's like, wait, he came back, and Looney sends him right back where he came from.
Bubu had a chance in that gunfight, though. Certainly was comfortable with those shots, and now it's 3 down for Unreal Nightmare as Cloud9 start to find themselves at least some small footing in this game, something to work with.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do off of that. That's what I kind of felt as well, Tools. Just a bit of momentum shift here for Cloud9. An opportunity for them to continue forward. It looks like it is. They did allow 3 players to come off a spawn here. They end up having a fight now and a big numbers disadvantage. Because of that, it's going to be another kill onto Lethal, who goes down, and the lead continues on. It's 9 kills now.
24 to 15 lead here for Unreal Nightmare, but along with now what's happening, he wants to make his way toward the back blue side. The problem is he gets caught out and dealt with by Unreal Nightmare. Back-to-back kills. Unreal Nightmare's lead continues to grow.
Unreal Nightmare, like, they go 3 down once again, but Cloud9, they haven't quite been able to find the back-to-back, the sweep off the advantages that they're gaining. Instead, it's really been Unreal Nightmare that have been stout whenever they've been pushed back against this wall.
What you just talked about is exactly what we saw on our screen right there. Super CC, right? Last player alive throws a great, I like the way you describe it. Throws a dot on the bat ledge, gets the cleanup kill as the last player. You can't let those things happen if you're Cloud9. You have to make sure to play off these numbers advantages and make sure to isolate that last player alive. If you die to that last player alive, it does not fare well for your squad.
Unreal Nightmare doing a great job of favoring that long haul side, but Cloud9 seemingly ready for that push, and Septify, after getting the kill, retreats right back towards that blue spawn.
Septify's got 3 players when he grabs that corner, and yeah, he knew where they were. I don't think he knew how aware of his position they were, and with that, Cloud9 are going to struggle to stay alive, and they're running out of time to start to claw this game back. It's imperative that they stop trading out. They need clean, unanswered kills.
Yeah, it's really impressive to me is that Unreal Nightmare is able to push in these 2-man pushes, the 3-man pushes. You see basically holding hands here on the tower side, and they've got information on 1 player in Septify. You see that really often, Ice Kid, that position where he's behind the pillar to block the damage coming from that glass side. A great place to watch bottom A, but isolate yourself from everyone else on the map.
It's a strategy we've seen from a lot of pro teams, just holding on and cornering that tower, daring anybody for push from the A side, from the C side, and trapping them. We've seen them now do it time and time again, but with a 10-kill lead, they can continue to employ this strategy.
They will.
Camouflage is going to be coming up in 25 seconds. That feels like Cloud9's last chance in this game. You need to find some sort of positioning for this to get away and to start to chip away, but Looney's the only player alive, and he's been making noise on the C side. They're going to know where his position's at.
It's impressive that he's on this side too, and he's able to withstand this because he is going to get spawns for his teammates on long, so that means that camo should come into their favor, but also shock rifles up as well, and I was expecting Lethal to kind of trade that shock rifle for camo, but in this case, instead, he's trying to take space. He was just on the glass side, pushes directly towards the tower side, ends up going down. Who got camo? 3 down for Cloud9.
And with multiple members of Cloud9 going down, Bubu forced to back down toward the A side, try to buy some time, but Looney soars on him.
They forced a camo play. Like they got down into that pit, and when Sav got up into that C flat, tried to generate that space. Lethal went to go up to the tower, but Unreal Nightmare was just waiting, right? They're ready for that push to try to get towards camo, and they didn't contest camo. Instead, they contested the push that was to come to try to get them camo.
It didn't work out. 7 kills is the lead now for Cloud9, and Bubu, I'm sorry, for Unreal Nightmare, but Bubu does have the shock to maybe even things up just a bit. A
lot of pressure on this side of the map. You see Unreal Nightmare once again inside of that tower. He's stagnant, waiting. But they're waiting into a trap. It's Boo that comes in. 2 down now for Unreal Nightmare.
Well, finally, we're starting to see Cloud9 get a bit of control. You get some momentum, chain together a few kills. The question is it too little, too late, or do you just have enough time to play damn near perfect Halo, eat away at this 5-kill lead before Unreal Nightmare take game 2?
5-kill differential. And really, they just need to go 2 for 1. 2 for 1. How do you do it? Septify just got the +1 now. All they need is 1 more kill. And they're on pace, right? Like right now, Cloud9's playing this the right way. Unreal Nightmare, they're gonna go 3 wide into the corner at Pipes. That's a dangerous maneuver if they get caught on the rotation.
Very important state of the game right now. The timer at the bottom center, not really mattering at this point.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. I don't think Unreal Nightmare is going to move. Like,
really?
They might burn 2 minutes off this clock. There's no reason for them to do anything. Cloud9 certainly isn't going to move until Camouflage is going to come into play. So we're at least going to have a 20, 30-second reprieve.
Question is Shroud up, though. There they go. Shroud comes out. You see it's deployed on the ledge right there as well. And it'll be a camo for Sab. What is he going to do with it is the question. This break is everything for Cloud9 right now. It's up to Sab to open things up.
Unreal Nightmare has been playing a setup-heavy game since it was 34-24, and Sab tries to break that setup with the camouflage, but is caught out. 42-38. Unreal Nightmare trading their way closer to that 50-kill mark.
A little, I think, too aggressive from Sab.
Yeah.
He acted as if nothing could spot him there, and he just gets caught out in the air. He cannot be that aggressive, but only a 4-kill deficit, right? Just 1 team wipe. We see it all the time in Slayers. Cloud9 certainly are not out, and Sab just got the first pick, and they know where these players are wanting to set up. Cloud9 should theoretically be able to collapse in. The most important player on the map right now is Ice Kid. You see him all the way on that perimeter, on the top side of the map. If he can get through to Pipes and create some chaos, Cloud9 will have to react to that.
That's the important fight we got to watch, because there's Boo on the glass as well. Where is Ice Kid going to go? Right now, he's giving up a lot of information to know exactly where he is. Envor is there with him on the long haul side. Lethal's got the cross, though, here, but for a moment, the gap is open. Ice Kid's going to try to exploit that, but he goes right back.
That's an experience, in my opinion. Ice Kid just gave up a free life right there. Remember, the most important thing in a game is situation. The situation, you're up, and there's less than, 3 minutes in the game. You don't have to play fast. They get caught out.
Huge kills.
Cloud9 is starting to find the kills that's needed. They're only down 2 now.
Only down 2, but there goes Cloud9. Another player, it's the black screen, and Unreal Nightmare pushing up and activating through that. Just 3 kills away from tying up the series, but what
Oh my goodness gracious.
They knew exactly where Envor was.
Campbell's coming up very shortly here as well, and that 2-kill lead is still in effect. Under 2 minutes left in the game. It's going to be, of course, very important Campbell. I'm not sure who's able to grab that at the 2-minute mark. It's important to find that out, though. 2 kills is all Unreal Nightmare needs.
Big win by Boo. Oh, they got him. Shoot, I was holding my breath trying to figure out where that play was going to come to, but Unreal Nightmare able to hold off Cloud9, but I think emphasis on that word, right? Hold off. It felt like that game was getting dicier and dicier. If we play Slayers to 60, I don't know if it would have been the same.
Fortress bomb up next, and this is going to be an interesting one. If Cloud9 are able to get their hands on that snipe, we've seen how deadly the spawn trap is, right? If you hold snipe on that elbow, or even like a player like Roll 2 we saw in Arlington holding that snipe on the spiral and just sitting on those stairs and staying alive, even without snipe, staying alive the entire time. I think that's a big proponent to success on this map.
Fortress Bomb, we're going to see a whole lot of slays on the map.
A lot.
It's not often in time it's going to end soon. It's going to end with maybe somebody dropping a daggone 50 bomb half the time here. Cloud9, Unreal Nightmare going into the swing game number 3. And it got me thinking, when the last time we see Septify, Super CC, and Envor in a lobby together, what was that, Fnatic year 1?
It's crazy.
I mean, it's been quite some time. Well, now, on different side of things, obviously Septify on Cloud9 have been absolutely fantastic, but Unreal Nightmare have kind of been one of the sneaky teams here in this tournament, out of the open and here in pool play.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Unreal Nightmare does. I again, like, if they decide to stick together after this event, like, what does that look like? And
you pointed out a good play, Ice Kid, and you said the perfect word to describe it: experience. You know, him dying right there, that could have really turned things around for Cloud9 and allowed that comeback to happen. But I'm curious if like a team that maybe is trying to poach a player like Ice Kid is looking for that and saying, hey, you know, let's forget the experience part because we can build on that and let's just look at its fundamentals. What do you think is like going through maybe people's heads when they watch Ice Kid?
I think Ice Kid, like, yeah, he's going to make small mistakes here and there. I think that's to be anticipated, but I think a lot of people are seeing his potential. When I was talking to some pro players, and I'm like, hey, you know, like, who in the open bracket you guys have your eyes on? A surprising amount of them said Ice Kid.
Really?
Like, yeah, I was like,
that's awesome.
I was not aware that he was on the radar of so many high-level players, and I was like, okay.
That's awesome.
I mean, because to be honest, I didn't think this team was going to get out of the open bracket. I thought it was going to be probably like either ascending baseline or dark inside once again. But no, these guys, I mean, they ran through. They were able to win some massive games, and I think they've really are going to be happy with this force. Especially like they've been taking games off pro teams. This open bracket, like these open bracket teams that are coming into pool play are just getting better and better. They're getting more reps. It's no longer like guaranteed for these top 12, top 8 teams to beat the players from open.
It's funny, we look at the pool play graphic, you know, not only is Ice Kid and Unreal Nightmare, you know, the big surprises of this tournament, but we saw some more big surprises as well. I mean, I'm looking at pools right now. TSM, 3-0. Envy, 3-0. Like, I mean, those are two teams that are topping pools, and think about the implications that ultimately has now on the bracket. Like, there's going to be teams that are going to be knocked out in top 8 that you don't expect. There's going to be a team in the top 3 that you're like, whoa, nobody had on their radar. That is how serious pool play is. Like, pay attention. This is going to matter.
See, I think, you know, we know what most of the pool play was, right? We know that Optic, Shopify are going to be playing. It's expected that Cloud9 will probably be playing Envy, Nemesis and TSM are going to be playing. One of the big things is we are guaranteed to have a different top 4 from this event than any other event that we've seen in quite a while. Like, this is a big mix-up because of the top 4 seeds all playing each other in the first round of the winner bracket.
I'm excited to see which team that is, right? TSM look really good, and you'd expect that, right? These guys have been together for such a long time. They have those vibes on lock, and you know, you can talk about people's performances online all day. I think it's the most important when you're with your friends, like we are here at LVT. I'm with my friends, right? And I feel like I perform better on LAN because of my friends. What are you guys doing?
You know, it's funny.
I didn't think we were that close.
I'm looking at pool play, and I'm just wondering to myself, I'm like, so am I more surprised with Envy and the upset against SSG, or am I more surprised with TSM and the upset on Optic? I feel like SSG have been a little bit up and down. Optic literally just won Arlington. Like, who are you more surprised at, TSM or Envy?
I think, honestly, I can't say Envy, because it's like Envy, I knew that TSM could do it. Like, I seen what they did in year 1 of the HCS. Like, they got top 3. Whoa, what the hell, man?
But that was way too long.
That's assault.
The entire conversation, you had your hands on my kneecaps. That costs money. You can't do that for free.
Like, I mean, you know, I didn't say anything when your Halo gameplay kneecapped your career. But
wow.
Here we go into Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming, and already Optic out the gate hot. 3 players that will go down for Shopify Rebellion, and this is an early attack by Legend. They clearly they don't have anything from Friday on their mind. This looks like the Optic Gaming that we've seen from the past.
Something I really see with Legend is the fact that he's always smiling at his webcam. Why? Why is he smiling when he dominates? Like, it's scary. Look, he's got a little smirk on his face. Maybe I'm just seeing things here, but it's like an evil villain, ready to attack. And you know, Legend's one of those players we'll see time and time again. 3 down for Optic Gaming now. An opportunity for Bound to make something happen as one of the last players alive on this side of the map.
Bound is trying to do his best to keep them back, and although he goes down, right, the idea is get the damage and try to facilitate something for the counter of those spawners. Formal going to try to work through the bottom of the map, but Shopify Rebellion are just starting to win their gunfights. That's 4 that are down, and guess who has control of the opposing base? Cycle just in the back ranks, and it's not easy to get him out when he embeds himself.
And a stark contrast from what we saw. And they're going to try to get into their base, but Cycle's going to take them out very quickly here. The third player in front of them, look how he plays this. One of the best players is staying alive in the game. He'll get another kill onto Formal.
And check what Frosty did. He hits through the front base, uses that distraction Cycle is playing for, and just continues to fill in those lanes. The relentless attack of Shopify Rebellion is so tough for teams to handle, but Optic Gaming might have just done that, handle it just enough to at least get a play ball, but at some point you gotta find Cycle. He stayed alive in there for well over 30 seconds.
Yeah, very impressive the Cycle was able to do that much damage, cause that much chaos, and still they weren't able to make anything happen there for Shopify Rebellion. It is Optic, of course, that continue to press forward here, and it's Renegade, the first player to attack. Camo is up right now, and a very important kill onto Royal 2 will be collected, and Renegade will punch the Camo into his chest as Frosty tries to push up top.
Last shot spotted him, though, all the way from the other side. That Camo will have to waste plenty of time to just get back to shields, and as he did it, 3 players of Optic Gaming hit the respawn. Renegade trying to do something with this Camo, but it's been tough for him.
Yeah, just trying to be a UAV right now. You see all the pings coming out, but when you lose your shields, that's 5 seconds off of a 30-second Camo. That's not necessarily what you're looking for if you're the Camo player in Renegade. So now it's up to Legend to do something here, and you can see all of Optic Gaming on the opposite side of the map. All of them pressuring Shopify.
That might be a problem, though, is Optic's controlling only one lane. They are overloading on the car side of the map, and Shopify Rebellion, they went off their spawn and got some P-side control. They're going to be happy to try to at least put some sort of presence in the mid lane when they can, but they're still there.
Look at the implications of that jump. You have to watch multiple areas, and you got to play your top center as well. That new jump on the map, making things very difficult for all teams. 4 down, Shopify Rebellion. Is this a chance for Optic to make something happen?
Cycle's quick on his movement. He's already up into that base, ready to take down Legend, but the gunfight goes to the Frenchman. He's able to stay alive in the back, but it's an onslaught of red. Shopify Rebellion are there. They will get at least a temporary clear.
So many people to fight here. It's going to be a stall for just a moment. It's last shot once again on the pressure. Optic Gaming still trying to force this bomb in. They've got it halfway through. It is 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. Optic Gaming with 1 more kill might make it happen, but Frosty somehow making that kill go through, and he's got damage into another.
Renegade gives so much respect to Frosty there. He's the last player alive. It felt like they could have tried to force it down mid, but dropped that bomb and just simply missed the grenade. It cost dearly. Shopify Rebellion, from having no control, at least have their base back, but the Optic Gaming attack's not done. Legend back with the camouflage and ready to enter into this base.
That's a little bit of overwhelming pressure here that Optic Gaming's pushing onto the base of Shopify. But like you mentioned earlier, it might come back to bite him. Legend's going to get that cleanup kill. It will be many more to take care of as his teammate Bound is on that Frisch side. It's Optic Gaming continuing to pressure. With Bound falling now, though, the pieces start to fall alongside it, which forces Legend backwards in his stepping. And he gets a kill on the Cycle. So still in the util of Shopify Rebellion.
And this is big as Legend's already in the base as they went 4 down. They're going to be able to dictate the spawns that they want. They know the fridge is where the play has to come from. And I don't know if it can come.
Oh, the nades were so good. My goodness.
Perfect. And they got 4 go down.
Wow.
Shopify Rebellion execute perfectly.
A great job by Royal 2 as well. Keep that bomb in your hands, reset that arm timer, and then push up. You can see they have the spawn information of Optic Gaming, and it's of course Royal 2. With a bit of a split, isolated player in the Bound, has to back up now, has to make sure that he stays alive, gets the cleanup onto 1, but it's many more that he has to take care of. 3 down for Shopify.
I like this, leave it. I think you can try to hide yourself. Without Optic Gaming knowing where Royal 2 is, he can really cause a devastating chain reaction if he can find an unsuspecting player.
For the first time, we're seeing Shopify now in the base of Optic. It's a bit of a stark contrast to what we saw before. What's going to happen here, though? Last shot once again with another win. Gets 3 shots in a Renegade, who ends up winning that fight. It's a 2v2 situation on the map, but once again, it's Shopify forward on the map here, looking to press this bomb towards Optic's base.
This thing forward Cycle already to that half line, and great damage, but not enough for a kill. That's going to at least allow Optic Gaming to fight for this mid-map control, and that's a fight that they seem to be winning right now.
It's 2 down for Shopify. Last shot goes down as well. The Slays on the favor of Optic all the way. Look at 18 kills for Formal. Frosty on your screen now, though. trying to make something happen. 3 down for Optic Gaming. Last player is going to be bound. A melee will go through, which means 3 down once again.
The tough part for Shopify Rebellion has just been possession time. Optic Gaming have really done a great job of just keeping that bomb on their side, right? Not letting Shopify Rebellion have many attacks. Instead, it's been constant defense, and they've been great at the defense, but at some point, you have to move that bomb forward to win the game.
Renegade is pinged. Finally, he goes down. It's going to be 2 down for Optic Gaming, but Royal 2, a bit of an overchow there. Leads it to a 1v1. Slash shot versus Formal, and a spawner of Optic as well, and bound. That bomb, once again, finds itself at the bottom center, and guess who's got possession of it once again?
3 players, Shopify Rebellion alive, but they're just stuck in their base. The Optic Gaming, they are storming through, and they are getting kill after kill. Royal 2 just stays alive as he gets a critical kill at the bottom of the map. That's going to really slow Optic Gaming down, and shows you what the difference is at this high level of Halo. It really can come down to just a little extra damage. 1 kill, it can be a massive difference maker.
Yes, Slays are starting to even up a little bit as well. You can see Optic Gaming still slightly in the lead here, but Shopify's starting to catch up in the Slays category. Formal's going to miss the fight there, which means that's going to allow players to push up from Shopify, but the answer back is strong out of Optic Gaming. 2 down once again. Bomb still in their control.
Oh, finally Legend got through to get that kill. He was going on a long flank to try to clean up some of that damage, and when that flank finally came through, it got 2 big kills for his team. Both Royal 2 and Frosty went down, and that'll allow Optic Gaming to finally have control of their side. No more players from Shopify Rebellion to worry from the back flank.
It was 3 down momentarily. You saw how well Legend stayed alive there for Optic Gaming, and it's now bound, who tries to take advantage here. This lane is open, but is it? It is not. He is shut down immediately. Renegade cleans up the pieces, but drop down to no shields, has nowhere to go at this point in time.
I like Legend's POV. Look, he's at the top. He's waiting for players to come through.
We'll see if Renegade can stay alive in this scenario. He's got a big, important position here.
Renegade is able to come through. He needs to clear out this util. Once he does, that'll give him an outlet to start pushing through.
They have information on him. Is he going to be able to continue to provide value? The value is in the bomb hold, but his teammate goes down in Formal, so he's going to go into there a bit alone.
Too many rats in the base. There's just players in Shopify Rebellion hiding in all the corners. Optic Gaming need to find some sort of extermination plan.
Oh, are they exterminating? It's bound. There's a couple ants in front of them. Can't take out both, but it's 2 down for Shopify Rebellion, so enough damage was done.
And with that, the bomb just out in the open. You have to think that this push from Optic Gaming is just not going to be able to sustain any longer. Instead, counter opportunities now for Shopify Rebellion. The big thing that's been missing from this team is map control. They have not been able to get into Optic Gaming's base. If they can find that solution, they'll have a chance in an attack. And then at that point, it just comes down to execution.
You can see the bomb is thrown into utility once again. So once again, Optic put the bomb on Shopify Rebellion's side. But a bit of a slower pace here we see out of Renegade, waiting for that opening to push in and exterminate, like you mentioned. You know there's a player below him, though. There's a player in the back of base. There's also a player at the bottom of util door. Here comes the push. Renegade's not ready for it. It's that timing that has just plagued him so often. He still gets one, but ends up going down pretty quickly, and so do his teammates.
And Rebellion just did a great job of waiting for that help to be in the back. And although Renegade expected it, even if you know something's coming, it just isn't enough. Camouflage for Shopify Rebellion, mid-map control as well. Bomb has finally moved into the side of Optic Gaming. This is the attack they've been waiting for.
I thought he was going to do it, Tools. Bound, a bit of individual skill on a Cycle. Cycle wins that one at the end of the day. It's 2 down for Optic Gaming. And got to be careful to mention that about 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the neutral clock, and not one bomb has been put in. 3 down Optic.
Not one bomb's really been that close. We saw maybe Renegade have a chance at one that he dropped a bit early, and Formal only one alive. This is the chance that Shopify Rebellion's been waiting for. 1 round of Slays, and this bomb's theirs.
How does Formal play this, though? Unsuspecting Frosty, the first one to go down. It takes a little while, though, to get him down.
Last shot still has to hold on to this ball. He knows that there's 2 players coming underneath.
And Formal's got to make a push here on the util side. He finds Cycle, but look at him. He decides to go for the bomb instead and throw it out.
He does that because he's the only player alive. He needs to buy time for the spawners to come up, and with that bomb out in the middle base, that's just enough time.
Not enough kills, though. Wait, somehow Renegade gets one, but that's just going to be a trade.
They flipped out that util spawn. Bound got a perfect spawn for his team. That completely eviscerates the push of Shopify Rebellion. Now disjointed on the map. There's no teeth to this to their play.
Wait, they have enough time, though. It looks like they're going to try and push this bomb forward. Royal 2, Cycle, Frosty all go down. 3 down, Shopify Rebellion.
Last Shot just needs to stall. Don't try to do anything more. Stay alive and hold that play back, and he's doing just that.
Oh, my word.
Last Shot didn't get a kill, but he certainly slowed Optic down.
Formal stayed alive there in that scenario, which I didn't expect at all. Now he's pushing inside the base. They have an opportunity here, but they have to get the bomb down and start arming it within 30 seconds.
You can feel how frantic the movement is now from both sides. They understand what's at stake. Here comes the push. Optic Gaming, 1 round of slays away.
So much defense in the back of the base. Somehow Bound wins a kill. No trades whatsoever. Cycle's the first one to fall. It is Bound against Frosty. He's got help. The assist comes in.
Be wary of the flanking spawns.
There's a
they
player.
could get into the util. Shopify Rebellion, these spawns are vital, and you see it. Cycle spawns over at the util. Optic Gaming, they left it open too early, and their push completely falls apart.
Not enough expansion on the map, and that means the overtime clock goes in. 3 minutes left. We'll see if they're able to make anything happen here, and it's Royal 2 with the camo in his hands, and he gets the first kill as well.
Royal 2 is pivotal to at least get space for his team. I'd like to see him inject himself towards that base of Optic Gaming, but it's so imperative. They are so wary of giving up spacing towards that ball and just having someone pick up that bomb and move it away.
It's just so easy to spot the camo. Look at the alrighty. Pound is on top of him. Royal 2 has nowhere to go, so he takes the fight instead.
He thought he was on top of Royal 2, but he has a way to slither and find important kills when his team needs him.
Legend's trying to get this kill as well, though. Renegade's there to help him out. That's going to be another kill that goes in Optic's favor.
Just 2 minutes left in this overtime period. There really isn't much to work with for both sides. It's just been a fight, a prolonged one for neutral control. It has been tough for anyone to move an inch, much less to the base.
Well, we have 2 minutes left for them to control this fight, for them to push forward. Optic have done it time and time again on this game number 1. A very important series here.
Great timing by Legend. He got behind him at the right second, but his teammates just fell, and now he has to be very careful about being too far forward. It's imperative to stop this ball before it gets too far.
Well, Royal 2 is already inside the util. Legend does enough damage, though, to close that one out. 2 down for Optic Gaming, and now Royal 2, once again, inside their base.
Yeah, he's setting up all Live, Laugh, Love. I mean, he is making art and decorations here. This is exactly what Shopify Rebellion needed. Optic Gaming becoming a little bit more contained in their spawns, that they just cannot move. Last Shot, he's got 3 players. He's decimating them. Oh, just didn't get the second, but that's maximum damage.
Lots of damage that has been done, but nothing really cleaned up here. It's going to be Last Shot that ends up falling. Camo once again in the hands of Renegade. 1 minute left.
I don't know how much you can do with 60 seconds. This is tough for Optic Gaming, especially without that util control.
And Shopify have done a really good job of pressuring, though. We didn't see that at all in this game, and now it's pressure, pressure, pressure at the perfect moment here for Shopify.
And Optic Gaming, this bomb is still on their side, despite having the camouflager, still having to deal with the push. It's almost time that runs out. Renegade trying to be very advanced on the map. Perfectly timed flank will find Frosty, but that bomb needs to move, and it needs to move now.
This is a big kill right here for Renegade. He gets the assist. That's 2 down. Is it moving quick enough? Renegade's already inside the util, but he blocked the base spawns.
Last Shot's gonna move up towards that B side. They want that mid-map control before bomb gets too far forward. Last Shot will try to win P, but this is a big fight. Renegade goes down.
Yeah, Frosty's gonna end up losing that one. Here's the bomb plant. Formal, wait a minute, this might be it. It is Optic Gaming somehow. Wait, there it is. They finally do it. Optic Gaming take game 1.
Wow, Legend just snuck it in. It was off screen. No one had any idea. He got it through, and it was the timing that worked out in their favor. Renegade, massive plays with the camouflage.
My gosh, what a game number 1. People on their feet, the green wall chant is up. Let them know.
Yeah, you tell them, you tell them. I love the passion out of the fans, man. It's so important, but like you said, it was off screen, and it was constantly Optic pressuring that base over and over and over again. And then we started to see a bit of a shining light from Shopify. They started to get the confidence enough to be aggressive, the kills, the damage. But then at the end of the day, it's just Optic Gaming that sneak on through.
And the thing for Shopify Rebellion is it didn't feel like they really had that many opportunities. Like, I don't think we ever saw them even get into the bomb arm zone. It was really Optic Gaming with unrelenting pressure. And that pressure came in the form of the team shot. They were so well connected. There wasn't many opportunities where players got weak and got away. Optic was very efficient on not letting Shopify survive and keep their numbers. And the damage shows that. The assist column shows that. Bound doing his job. Talk about a frontliner. 10,465 damage. That's head and shoulders above everyone else.
Almost a 2,000 differential between the damage taken and the damage dealt is crazy. And mind you, we also got some more action on screen for you because there's a little bit going on between Unreal Nightmare and Cloud9 in our Pool C. We're going to be flipping back and forth between both.
Yeah, it's all tied up here at 1 in the series score and in the game score as well. And Unreal Nightmare still putting up a fight against this Cloud9 roster. And once again, with Lethal on this roster, I'm not going to, I'm not going to sit here and shy away from it. I thought this roster would improve dramatically. But it's also a story of Unreal Nightmare just being that much better or that good, right? They came out of open bracket, they looked dominant, and they're giving Cloud9 a rough time.
Onboard really, he had a completely different roster just a minute ago, and they made drastic changes to make this Unreal Nightmare team happen. And well, they've earned themselves an opportunity to play amongst the gods, right? They are on Mount Olympus, right?
Yeah.
How much can you make them bleed? And so far, I think they've done a fine enough job.
I mean, I think I would say they've been, I think most people would say they've been a nightmare to the open bracket coming on their way here, but a 2-1 lead now here for Cloud9. Cloud9, they also the real deal.
Yeah, I absolutely love to see what I'm seeing out of Unreal Nightmare. And again, I think it's going to come with a lot of implications, maybe some team changes after this. I think like when you're a team that comes out of open, it's a little rough to say like, obviously, these guys have experienced the entire open bracket together. They know, who is the player that maybe doesn't see Halo the same way we do. Who's the player that's maybe doesn't have the same philosophies that we have when it comes to the game of Halo. It's never necessarily, especially in year 4, a situation where you say a player is not good enough to be on the roster. Right? It just comes down to how they gel. And so I'm curious, when it comes to Ice Kid, for instance, where's he going to go? Like you said, a lot of pros are talking about him. Where does he choose to go?
Optic Gaming, Shopify Rebellion. Looks like we're going to get right back into the action. Slayer on recharge. If you guys want to keep up with this pool play match, it is on one of the HCS streams. I believe it's like HCS Red. Keep your eye over on Cloud9 and Unreal Nightmare. Actually, we're going to be able to stay a little bit longer. It looks like a false start from the Optic Gaming match.
Which is really cool. I think it's cool to see this Cloud9 roster. I want to see them continuously improve. This is the first event with Lethal on this specific roster. And Tony, you had talked about Sav and Septify. They look really good as well. Septify's always been that massive Slayer player, but it looks like his objective game is pretty clearly dominant as well. 24-17 in this game.
Right now, it's actually advancing his bomb forward into Cloud9 territory. Some well-placed grenades as he can't quite find the kill on Boo Boo Doo. Meanwhile, his teammates going down left and right.
Just want to say, gentlemen, it's so nice being here with you guys. This is such a fun event, fun time. Tools likes it here too, right? Tools, I'm having fun with you guys, and it's really cool. Again, my heart is warm for the fact that we get to have the LPT Pro League. That is such an amazing thing. Like seeing this team grow. Shout out to all the viewers and anyone that gifts a sub, anyone that uses their Twitch Prime that is or possibly is available right now. You guys are awesome as well. But here we go. Like you said, 2-1 lead for Cloud9, 3 down for Cloud9 right now. Maybe an opportunity for Unreal to push forward.
Only a minute left for them to get the job done, though. And that's not a lot to work with. Cloud9 went 3 down. This is the best attack Unreal's had yet.
Nightmare need a secondary round of slays in order to secure this bomb plant. They're able to take down one, but Septify on that perimeter seems like it's so important. And Looney and Unreal Nightmare are swarming on them. This is the opportunity they were looking for.
Yeah, we'll see how they do with this opportunity, though. Looks like the bomb does make it in. It's 4 down for Cloud9. Now it's the spawns, right? Sniper's coming up. That doesn't matter whatsoever. Where the spawn's happening, they get knocked out of the bomb zone. Wait a minute, that does not get planted. Oh my word, Cloud9 stop it somehow. They get the spawns, they stop the bomb arm, and it's Cloud9 that continue to press forward. Super CC somehow stays alive though, and that bomb is about halfway armed at this point in time.
Yeah, but he wasn't very quick to get on it. Very concerned with how weak he was. Instead, they're opting to hold on for as long as they can. There's only 10 seconds. You got to remember, you have to be in the zone arming to get the extra time.
What is going on here? Looney, push forward. Oh no, that's it. That's it. Cloud9 have the bomb in their hands, and they'll close out this game, and they will go up 2-1.
Cloud9, the fans are roaring over there.
They're not happy.
No,
they are happy. I'm sorry. Yeah, they're very happy.
I thought it was Optic first. I was like, no, that's from my other side.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we hop into, like Tools had said, game number 2. It's going to be Slayer on Recharge. And a bit of a different story here for Optic Gaming, right? In Arlington, getting knocked out by Shopify pretty early, having to make their way through that lower bracket. Will they be able to make the story different here? 4 down, Shopify Rebellion.
Second game in a row where Optic Gaming has clearly won the start of the battle. Shopify not going to have any control of the sandbox to start this game.
Formal's got the sandbox in his hands. Shopify not having that sandbox, like you just mentioned, is going to be terrifying because now you give it to Formal. And what he's able to do with this shock is impressive to say the least. The damage that you can do as one player when you have a power weapon in your hand in the game of Halo is incredible. But look at how they play. Perfectly positioned, stop him, and now it's in the hands of Frosty.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion, you just tell every life is valuable to them, and Frosty.
Uh-oh.
Waits for the reload. Oh, don't do the drive.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Down goes down as well. Frosty's starting to heat up just a bit here. No more Optic players to shoot at, so he backs up.
They're gonna start splitting on the map if this pressure remains true. No, the last shot just went down just in time for Optic Gaming to solidify some control.
Yeah, perfect kill by Bound there. You saw a little star at the kill feed. That's going to slow things down for Frosty. He ends up going down, but Formal's picking up some pieces here for Optic Gaming, and it's tied up at 11.
That Renegade having that A control, I'd expect to see things slow down just a little bit. They're going to trust Renegade to hit at least a shot. Only 1 bullet left, but if you can hit him on their cross, that might open up an opportunity for Optic to swarm at the remaining players.
Got to hit all 3 bullets to get that perfect to the head, but he ends up missing. Does a little bit of damage on to last shot, though. Takes him out, and 3 down for Shopify now.
The bouncer caused all that to happen. He got 2 kills right away when that push started. Shopify Rebellion, they're trying to hit a timing. Did not work with those players going down.
Yeah, Renegade's trying to hit a timing as well, right as you're saying that. Royal 2 shuts him down, and now Optic go 3 down.
That Formal the only one alive for Optic, and he got a kill on Cycle. A great nade, and he was even able to trade out Royal 2. That's maximum value from Formal in a tough spot. That might just be enough to slow down Rebellion.
And on top of that, it's information on where Frosty is, but somehow he reroutes. That was such a good reroute by Frosty. Gets the kill, has to back up now and reroute again.
Frosty's really good at this kiting that he does. He likes to let his position be known and then just slowly back up. Let players try to figure out where he's coming from, but in reality, he's just sitting in that neutral zone, trying to get damage, trying to keep presence.
Somehow Legend stays alive there. Frosty goes down. I do not know how Legend stayed alive inside of Blue Pipes right there. He's still alive in this scenario. It's a triple kill for Formal. Cycle, be careful. Formal decides to leave it for his team. They take him out. It's Legend that gets that kill.
I was going to say it's a selfless man, but I think he just counted in his head. Said, no, I can't get the medal. You guys go have it. I'm going to get back to the front line.
He's already down bottom center. It's a definite interesting angle, but they're not ready for it whatsoever.
Shopify Rebellion, they're starting to play a little bit too ahead of themselves. They're not slowing themselves down when it's needed. They're giving up a couple free things here and there.
Still tied up at 24 though. Legend's gonna go down. Tried to get through that doorway, but unfortunately could not fit. And then because of that, opens things up.
Frosty, oh no. Frosty, oh no. Frosty hit the back line. That flank hit everyone on Optic Gaming, and most importantly, it's a full shock rifle that's gone to his possession.
He knows. He gets the beat down, the trade. That's not what he was looking for. Shock rifle goes down, but at least that opens things up. Cycle's still alive here in this scenario. It's 2 down for Optic Gaming. Bound deciding to back up. Instead, get a different angle, and he does so on the Royal 2. We saw the 10K damage out of them. He's shooting straight today.
Bound's doing a really great job just keeping that feet on the ground, right? He knows the second he jumps, he's out of that engagement. Made it really tough to be to get killed in that spot. And, well, was enough to even get the kill and the camouflage away. That could be a massive swing for Optic.
Now we're tied up at 31 still. Optic Gaming looking to do something with this camo. With 1 dead and Royal 2, they don't aggress too far.
Frosty just got another back smack. He has been ravaging the back lines of Optic Gaming.
They're shutting down Renegade. Bound goes down as well. Renegade's only 2 and 8. This is not a good showing out of Optic Gaming right now, and Shopify are starting to get forward.
This is why Renegade so often is that last player that's having to come off a spawn. It's because he's that first one down, and then he basically builds up that cycle. It's tough for him to break out, but Optic Gaming with Shopify Rebellion, it's neutral game, 4v4. This break is going to be crucial to determining the end of this game.
If you ever played a game of Slayer at a high level, you know that cycle's really tough to get through. You're in that spawn cycle. There's Frosty once again, mixing things up. Gets another kill on the Renegade, 3 down Optic.
Oh, Bound, no. His position's known, and Frosty says, I'm not going to deal with you. I'm going to let my teammates find the kill
smart.
as your teammates spawn up, keeping these spawns staggered for Optic Gaming.
Legend, staggered spawner once again, goes down instantly, and it's again Frosty with A.
The staggers just don't stop. It's 2 players spawning at a time, and Rebellion really have the ability to dictate the pace.
Now they know exactly where Optic are spawning. On that C side is Frosty pressuring the entire A side by himself. But they're in tower. It's Optic that put a stronghold down, a green wall, so to speak, as the rest of Shopify crunched them.
We've seen this story before. It hasn't worked, and it still won't work for Optic Gaming. They cannot hold off Frosty from coming up high and getting the damage in. The lead is starting to balloon, but just when it looked like it was going to become out of reach, Optic Gaming have it within 5. This isn't over yet.
See what happens when they take out Frosty, though. Everyone else falls. He was the pillar for that push. Renegade now starting to heat up. Only a 3-kill deficit here. Optic Gaming, like you said, still in the match.
Frosty's a key player for Shopify. He oftentimes is the one that's setting the timings for everyone else. He's the one that's going to tell everyone when to go. If he's off, then that's when Optic's going to have opportunities, but he just stole the most important weapon on the map. Shock rifle is in his hands. Renegade does his best and will find that kill. 46-43. Rebellion are so close, but Optic Gaming can create a disaster with this camouflage.
2 kills, still the deficit here. Renegade trying to make something happen. It's Formal. We're watching right now, not Renegade. That is a mess up here, but regardless, Formal, let's see what he does. The camo's out. No longer a factor. How does he play this?
It's Frosty. Once again, Frosty just checking. He got that info. That's going to force him to completely reroute. And with that, they're going to lose so much spacing. Optic Gaming, look at how they're constricting themselves on the map. That's simply because Frosty checked a corner and forced Formal back.
Look where Frosty is, on home once again. He's on A. He's going to be the guy they have to worry about. Damage.
Formal's trying to get that damage to basically activate Bound on that left side. That the damage is really for Bound and Legend. They're the ones that are going to dictate the pace. Once they're ready, they'll go.
The shroud screen.
That's a distraction. Get ready for the push on the top left. They want to go, but something's holding them back. I think it's last shot over at Needles.
Yeah, not enough damage. Renegade gets killed in the last shot. He takes care of the problem you talk about. 47-46 now. Legend trying to make something happen. Ties it up at 47. No trades happen.
That's one of the best executed entries I've seen, but it's just not over yet. Shopify Rebellion refused to go down. Frosty puts the exclamation point. That is survival.
So many camos in the hands of Optic Gaming. They were not able to close out the game, though. You saw the last camo in Formal's hands. Non-existent, not a factor whatsoever.
Oh my gosh.
I really love the entry that Optic Gaming had at the end. They just couldn't get that last inch of execution.
I mean, I'm looking at that, like the final couple of kills right there. We're talking about, you guys both mentioned it, trying to push from that glass over toward the gold side. Something was holding them back. You mentioned last shot over on the Needle side of the map, pinning them down. Renegade was able to push them. Renegade was able to push them out, but still, Shopify secured their kills. We're watching the replay right now.
Oh man, you saw like once last shot went down, Legend knew he could go through, but it's tough. Who got it? It's Frosty. Wait, how did Frosty get that kill? He's on top a cross. He doesn't drop down to that red corner because he sees his teammate fighting, and then Royal too was just hidden. They just didn't know about his position at pipes. That's tough. Once Legend entered through, you would have thought that Bound would have been there with him. You want to take that control into pipes. They just never quite got it.
This is one of the situations where I wish we could see the other POV. Like, what was Last Shot doing in that last push? Bound and Legend, you call them LeBound, Tony, for a reason, right? They are always pushing together, and they had a beautiful push there on the glass. Damage was done from tower side, and they just couldn't go forward. I mean, I think that was a bit of a misplay, or just they took too much damage where they were not confident enough to push through.
what an exciting matchup that we have in that winners quarterfinals, but we also have an exciting matchup here.
Oh my gosh.
Cloud9 and Unreal Nightmare. And am I seeing that score
That's a
live
goose egg.
correct?
Yes, sir. Until right now, because you jinxed it, Tony. They're about to get A. Yep, they get a point. Good job, Tony. It's your fault.
Wait, what did I do?
No, it's really good. Unreal Nightmare, obviously, not a very good start to this game, and now they're starting to pick it up. They have their chance here. Let's see what Cloud9's able to do to answer back. It's 3 down, though, for Unreal Nightmare. It's going to be an answer back right away on B.
Yeah, that's probably Cloud9. They're just putting Unreal down into the respawn, and it's been tough, right? You feel as if maybe Onboard and the rest of this roster have just run out of steam. It's been a long journey for them. Remember, the open bracket is a ruler, and then going into full play, they are playing so well, but it just doesn't feel as if they can keep up with the rotational play of Cloud9.
And another thing, too, is like when you're in that open bracket, you're playing on consoles the entire time. And then you got to get used to the PCs. I feel like I can't wait for a day where we're playing on PCs the entire time.
Remember, it's an onboard roster. These rosters usually rely on onboard spirit and momentum to get them to that next level.
Yeah.
When they go down early in the game, it's so tough for them to get that spark. And that's where you need something more to just ignite.
Well, you can see at the bottom here, it's TSM versus Nemesis in a matchup that we want to see as well. Guys, we're going to keep you updated on everything here. You can see that Nemesis tied up with TSM. This is very solid out of them.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like as if Unreal Nightmare's journey has come to an end. Onboard and the rest of that roster had a valiant fight, but they will not be able to handle the professional play of Cloud9. TSM, Nemesis. All right, this is just such a massive game. The ramifications, I mean, imagine we could have one of these, like 3 top 4 level rosters being in the lower bracket right away.
It's just incredible the way this is panned out here. You're starting to see Woodham a little bit, but we're hopping back over, I believe, to the Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming matchup. Once they get it ready, it is time
we
for
have a false start. Hey, false start.
We get to watch all
these. Watch
these.
a little bit more TSM versus Nemesis. I'm all about it, dude. It's 2-2 with 1 minute left on the clock. Let's see how this one plays out.
Woodham on your screen here, and like, you know, Jules was talking to me about the M&K and the content and stuff like that. I want to, you know, get inside his mind and see, you know, how the improvements have come in his favor. And we talked a little bit to Wonderboy on the cast here at LBT, and he was talking a little bit about Woodham's growth as a player as well. We've all seen it, and again, look at his ability to stay alive here and still gets the trade somehow.
Now it's just Soul Snipe and Tall from the back face, but Nemesis is forming. They entered all 3 lanes at once, and they're arming at the same time. That is it. Nemesis will take game 1 on a beautiful entry. That might be one of the best I've seen on Aquarius. They hit all 3 doors at the same time.
It's so interesting too. Like I feel like a pinch like that is just really overwhelming when you're playing a game like Aquarius. Like you enter each door at the exact same time, shroom stairs, P door at the same time. It's a little tough to deal with.
Unreal Nightmare refusing to go into that dark night, instead trying to battle back against Cloud9 and Ice Kid. Oh man,
wow.
He just put Sap down.
And I think at this point it's just about, you know, showcasing what you're capable of if you're on this Unreal Nightmare roster. You can see they're definitely fighting back here. The double cap is in and they're starting to score. Only 7 points needed though for Cloud9 as Ice Kid picks up the sniper and goes down pretty quick.
243 to 73 lead in favor of Cloud9, and it feels like once they start scoring, they are not going to let go. And both Charlie and Bravo being attacked at the exact same time, and that triple cap might just be the dagger in the back of Unreal Nightmare. Hold on, ain't giving up. They're after Alpha. They're on Charlie, but Charlie gets reset, and that may just be it. Cloud9 able to take it. Unreal Nightmare are going home.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, perfect timing for us to get here into game number 3. It's going to be CTF on Forbidden, and another situation where I believe Shopify Rebellion winning that Slayer, as we reset real quickly here, it's going to be a little bit of confidence going for them. And on the other end of things, ladies and gentlemen, that's not it. We have a very important matchup as well. FaZe against Space Station Gaming. FaZe are up 1-0 in this match.
Oh, well, I mean, FaZe, they've been hot. They've really had just about a perfect run through Friday. Falcon in particular was #1 in just about every stat leaderboard when it came to slays. He was unbelievable in pool play. And so far, it seems as if they're keeping that momentum against a space station that's been a bit rocky. I mean, getting second in their pool, something that many didn't anticipate, falling to Envy. This is maybe signs of something looming.
Very interested to see how this works out, and honestly, I'm excited to potentially see if Snakebite and the rest of Space Station Gaming can pick things up. It just seems like there's a bit of pressure on them here. 3 down phase.
By the way, I'm taking a look at some of the stats right now, and let me tell you, Falcon had quite the Friday and quite the pool play. #1 in KD at a 1.57.
Wow.
#1 in KDA as well. 2.30. My man is on the top 10 in damage efficiency. He's up there with damage per life. He was doing everything in pool play. Will that carry over to bracket?
And honestly, I think that if Falcon can keep that slaying performance up and sort of be that second Slayer that they can take over when Trippy isn't, playing at 100%, this phase roster suddenly becomes much more deep, right? Depth is what this phase roster, I think, is looking for.
Well, back to the SSG side of things, it is them that are keeping up in this game. They're up by 1 kill. Looks like a lot of pressure coming towards the glass side. It's going to be Falcated who ends up getting that kill. The man that's #1 right now, doing a phenomenal job at keeping up that #1. And he'll continue to put damage in and continue to slay out here. It's Falcated once again. One that has continued to be that man for face. Can he do this though against the rosters of SSG and all the rosters they're going to face here in this bracket?
Tied. I mean, this has been trade for trade, blow for blow phase. SSG refusing to go down, and Snakebite off. Boy, it puts them down. He really just tricked him to fall into the layer, and he was able to just fight back. I mean, that was a massive 2-piece for him.
Well, 27-25 now. SSG still keeping the lead here. 3 down though for SSG at this point in time, so it is all tied up now. And it's FaZe that come off that pipe side spawn. See what they're able to do. Looks like a couple of them are going bottom center. It's an interesting route here. It's going to catch Snakebite off guard. But will it? He gets the kill onto Trippy. Stellar gets a kill as well as Lucid. So it's 3 down phase, and SSG take the lead.
But that Falcon the only one alive. It feels as if they know his spawn. They know that long haul is where they need to go, and Suppress just got lasered off spawn. Stellar didn't waste a second. Massive swing in the favor of Space Station.
The man with the weapon in his hands that has made him so impressive throughout these last couple of seasons. What can he do with it though? Only 2 more bullets to work with. You can see that Stellar's trying to make something happen with these 2 bullets. He ends up going down here to Falcated, but SSG still maintain this lead by 2. Can they hold on to it for any longer though? It looks like FaZe are starting to pick up pace.
Looking around those corners, Falcon not gonna find anything. Instead, it's not a comfortable feeling, right? When you have to basically battle back through the mid-map or through open exposed positions to get that power weapon. Didn't feel great.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we have that FaZe and Space Station game, but Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming are back in. And it's Frosty right off the bat, ripping shots, just wasting that ammo and still getting a kill with one of the bullets as well.
Might as well give them full control as well. If they get both these snipers up into power positions, it'll be dangerous, if not deadly, for Optic Gaming.
Well, the shock grenades coming into factor as well. OS was scooped up by Shopify Rebellion as they pressure the window as well.
I love last shots play. Just get out. You need to get to that flag as fast as possible and start this thing moving. Force Optic Gaming to look away from the perimeters and towards the flag runner.
Our Optic Gaming very, very quickly off their spawn. Look to neutralize this flag run. It's going to be last shot, though, that wants to continue it. He's got to take care of one. The route is beautiful out of him, and he'll continue the flag run because of that. Couple of curb slides gets him through.
Great numbers awareness from Shopify Rebellion. They counted the spawns. They knew that there was one unaccounted for. Last shot stopped the run to deal with it. And although 3 go down for Rebellion, I can't imagine this not going through.
He got sniped. He got sniped in the last second. That flag is down. The spawns come out, though, for Shopify Rebellion. They're not going to desperate this flag. It is one down, though. Last shot's the first to fall. Optic pulls out the flag. No flag going in just yet.
Rebellion refused to desperate it, but Optic Gaming certainly didn't. They threw everything at it.
3 down for each side. Last shot trying to get the return here. A big kill. But he decides instead to leave him be. Regain, reset.
I had to feel cathartic for Formal to hit a snipe shot to stop him up the goal line. He wants to remake history.
Oh, and there it is again in the replay. What a beautiful shot. Speaking of shots, it's last shot with a nice win on to Bound. That'll be 2 down for Optic Gaming and a bit of a stalemate to start here while both teams try to get control.
Formal able to get to that back. He's ready to pull flag. If they get these kills, this is dangerous for Shopify Rebellion.
OS is up as well, so I'm curious to see who ends up getting that. Who scoops that one up? If it's going to be Optic with that flag out, for Shopify Rebellion, it could be dangerous. It is Legend. He's the one to get that overshield. He's going to be the one to push forward here. What is he going to do, though? A couple shots go in. Legend ends up getting the kill. Looking for more on the spawns as well. Royal 2 is the one to take a lot of damage off a spawn.
Legend trying to get through into that flag. Not going to have quite the time to get in. Instead, hiding into this corner.
This is a great position for him. He's able to catch these spawners. Looks like pressure's coming out, though.
Look how forward Optic Gaming is. I mean, they are pushing the doorways of Shopify Rebellion, and Legend just refuses to go down.
The awareness is so strong on a Legend. Understanding there's just players coming from both sides there. Ends up taking both of them out. One by one, another one falls. Killing spree for Legend, and a double kill to boot.
That's going to be a flag on the move. New sniper.
Oh my goodness gracious! 4 down, Shopify Rebellion. They come off a spawn, but Legend looking for heads.
There's nothing that's going to stop Renegade. Instead, it's Shopify Rebellion just trying to stop the bleed. Something needs to take Legend down.
He's not going down just yet, and wait a minute, you see him setting up that shot on the right-hand side. Hits the body of Frosty, and Optic Gaming take the lead. As Frosty's still stuck inside the pit, though.
Royal 2's on a route, trying to get some expansion. If the Shopify Rebellion's going to break out, it'll be because of Royal 2's back play. Keep an eye on the kill feed. If you see Royal 2 find a kill, that could be it. That could be the moment that Rebellion's waiting for.
He's locked in. You can see him setting up those shots. There's the shot onto Cycle. That's going to be his head, by the way. Use those shields. No need for that. Hits the body onto Royal 2, but goes down.
They had to take him from multiple routes. So Frosty and Royal 2 basically make a 90-degree angle between Legend. That's the only way they can take him down.
That was OS down on the floor there. Royal 2, I believe, is the one that dropped with that one. I don't think it's going to be burned whatsoever. Big win out of Frosty. Goes for the melee. OS still down on the floor, but he gets sniped immediately. Everyone going for that overshield. No one's able to find a way to punch it into their chest. It's still top center.
Renegade up high with that snipe still. Optic Gaming, they have not finished their play yet.
Oh no.
Bound, used that thrust to get across the corner, came back for the overshield, and well, this is more and more that goes in the favor of Optic, but Frosty with a crucial double will at least slow the roll of Optic Gaming.
Oh no, and he falls off the map as well.
Did you think he smiled a little bit? He knew what he did?
Lots of boos in the crowd. No one liked that one. OS was not used in a great way either, Tool, so not the best life for Mound in that scenario. Frosty's double kill really set that up.
And I mean, finally, it's now Rebellion that at least have midline control. It's been a long time since the beginning of the game where they had so much of it. They've been trying to get back to this point. This time, can they at least get a flag capture out of it?
A lot of damage coming out from Renegade, but I think last shot does get cleaned up, but he goes down for it. Cycle looking to pull this flag. He's going to go down instantly. It's an interesting pull out of Cycle.
It's them not accounting for Legend. He got through too far. They didn't realize that he had that angle. They pushed through open field, and he just completely punishes a Shopify Rebellion. That made all. Okay, you don't have a thrust like back in old Halos. You can't get yourself back on.
I'm going to rename them to Optic Falling if he was ended up falling off the map there, but he stays alive. Ends up going down anyway, though. So he'll be an unfortunate situation there.
That's 2 players from Shopify Rebellion. They're just waiting at Mohawk. They're watching that overshield.
They also pick up Snipe right there, too. Renegade gets the overshield. Once again, another OS for the side of Optic Gaming. What does Renegade do with this one, though? Looks like he's going to go for a flag pull towards the main ramp. Looks like he's bringing it towards tunnel side. There's no one to deal with here. This will go all the way towards the 50% portion.
People think that the extra shields allow you to get more kills, but reality is a lot of times it helps you just advance the objective. And I love the double back. Try to stop any sort of presence from the back lane. It's okay if you take your time to get this flag capture. It's just more important to get the slays on the way. Don't give up too much of the map. And Renegade's doing just that. They are not going to be in any hurry to get this flag home. They just need to keep it alive on their side.
And Frosty's going to be a nuisance, though, a thorn on the side here. He's already taken out, or last shot took that player out, Legend. Frosty's doing stuff. He's going to pull the flag. He's just being, again, a nuisance. They have to take out Frosty right now, but Renegade's got to deal with his own problem in last shot, and that problem just take him out.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's falling apart.
Formal. It's just formal. There's nothing that can stop this. This is guaranteed. And Last Shot has Sniper looking at those spawners as well. They try to go out through the open. Their head's going to get peeled.
Oh, looks like Frosty's going to make his way through cleanly here. No kills in the kill feed just yet. Cycle's going to be in a position to prevent Renegade from doing anything, and it's all tied up at 1.
Last Shot already got the first kill in the base, so Optic Gaming are going to keep feeling that pressure. At least if that death, they might have some sort of route to get themselves up to some height, but oh, actually, that's a pit.
Yeah, Frosty's not able to win that fight. Ends up going down, and 2 others of Shopify Rebellion go down as well. One of them does spawn up, though. And this will be another big fight by Formal. Overshield again in the hands of Optic. This would be bad for Shopify Rebellion. Cycle gets it.
Cycle that did grab, but he went down right away.
I think it fell off the map. It had to,
yeah,
right?
I cannot imagine it's still on the map.
It was on the ledge there, so I believe that is off the map, and it won't be a factor for either one of these teams. Formal's gonna see that shock grenade attached to a weapon. Surprised he didn't look right. 3 minutes left of the game.
L2 back into that ball, and Shopify Rebellion, they're on that defensive stand once again. This did not look pretty when they're in this spot before. The big thing is Sniper spawning up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, Renegade's a big factor, but he trades out a kill. I was gonna be a little bit worried, right? He's inside of Shopify Rebellion's base. They took him out quickly.
Oh no, Last Shot. He found the overshield. It was on the ground somewhere.
Wait,
this is a very delayed overshield, but now he can basically insert himself to Sniper and force this to go back for his team. This is tough for Optic. I don't know how you handle this. Last Shot is eviscerating them.
You did not expect this whatsoever, and the only person that had info on where that overshield was Cycle. He transmitted that info to Last Shot. 3 down, Optic Gaming.
Legend's down low. He can only look at the overextend. At least the spawn comes at the back flag, and
behind you.
Well, they just lost track of Legend again. Same situation as before. They need to account for him.
A little bit chaotic here on a Shopify Rebellion. Not really what you'd expect, and it's gonna be Formal that gets a nice kill. Bound gets one as well.
That's the Sniper of Shopify. That Formal has the opposing Sniper now. That's 3 down. Optic Gaming, from what looked disastrous, now have full control of 2 snipers.
We talk about so many other players with the Sniper in their hand, but when Formal has the Sniper and he's in an important match, you gotta watch out. That's 2 body shots already. 2 more bullets to work with, and a thrust as well. Overshield coming up, like you said. And he's looking to open the lanes to make sure that OS is grabbed. Gets the shot onto Royal 2, switches, the thrust. That should be cleaned up by Legend, and it is. 3 down, Shopify Rebellion.
Let's make it 4. Last Shot will join him, and that's as Overshield comes up. Clean Bound decides to pop it right away, and he's not going to waste any time trying to pull a flag. He has the timing, and he knows it. He's going to try to sprint this before Rebellion.
Oh, no, Bound. That fumble could cost him here. Look how much damage he's taken.
Get around this corner, he does, but
that's huge.
There was a window for someone to hit an overextension. Last Shot did go down. Is there anyone here and waiting?
No, I think he's good. Frosty's there, but he's not watching, and that's going to be a 2-1 lead for Optic.
Just 4 down at the right time. Overshield was enough to basically brute force it. You think about it, they got that overshield and flag. They didn't get a kill to really facilitate that run. It was all just extra shields and timing.
Now still putting damage in after that flag cap. You see the push is trying to facilitate towards that nest side. Very important to control your nest, and Bound knows that. Doesn't get any information that Shopify are pushing, so instead goes to help Legend. Frosty, though, decides to go lower on the runway. He's going to be a problem again.
Bound able to find damage up onto Royal 2. Gonna sprint to get this control.
It's a problem. He pulled the flag. That was Frosty right there. He's still alive as well.
I think he got bamboozled. I don't think he understands.
No, he's dead.
Too wet. Oh, how? What?
Down gets the kill on Royal 2. That flag that Frosty pulled is non-existent any longer. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It's being continued by Cycle. It was 2 down for Optic, but Cycle goes down as well. They seem to be forcing these flags.
Yeah, Legend's there every time, too. Every time they've tried to force a flag, it's been Legend that stopped it. Right place, right time.
Legend, is he in the right place, right time this time, though?
And there's only 10 seconds. They're running out of time. Royal 2 is going to have to desperate this in a second.
Royal 2 ends up going down, and that should be the victory here for Optic Gaming. No one really in position to do anything. It's going to be Optic Gaming who go 2-1 in the series against Shopify Rebellion.
Legend was crucial piece to those plays. So many times where Rebellion thought they had an attack, it was Legend that was there in the unsuspecting spot that was able to stop the green wall. Or help the green wall, my bad.
You hear the green wall chant starting in the crowd. They are happy with that one. They know they are 1 game away from sending Shopify Rebellion down to the lower bracket.
So in my opinion, right, if that happens, how does Shopify react to it? This already happened to Optic Gaming. And we know we're going to have like a 50-50 the entire season, right? We knew this was going to happen between these two rosters. So now we have the other side of the coin where now Shopify, if they end up in that lower bracket, do they take it the same way Optic did? Are they just going to get better as the bracket unfolds, as they go through that lower side? That's a question I'm asking.
I mean, it feels like we knew there'd be a 50-50 between the two. I'm trying to figure out why they keep running into each other in round number 1. That's the
That's
issue.
not supposed to happen.
Is Optic purposely losing pool play matches so they played them early at this point? I mean, come on now. We want to see this in the winners bracket finals. We want to see this, like, it's crazy. But round number 1, one team can advance forward, and right now it's looking like Optic, meanwhile, facing SSG. And we going at it right now in round 1 as well.
I'll say, if you put your conspiracy hat on, the winners final, best of 5, very much favors Shopify Rebellion.
Okay.
Just put it out there. Not that I would ever accuse Optic Gaming of anything. I don't think they would purposely ever lose a game, but it is interesting.
Why are you winking? He said that. Oh, man. Well, what you see on your screen right now as we go get into that next Optic and Shopify match, it is FaZe and Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming tie the series up, but FaZe do have the lead here in game number 3.
Both of these teams feel like they're in a very similar situation. I mean, lots of ups and downs right now, but so far here in this tournament, FaZe have had more ups. Meanwhile, SSG upset one time, brought to a game 5 as well, early on than expected. FaZe and SSG. This is also going to be a matchup that we're going to see time and time again all through 2025. Right now, FaZe have a 1-0.
They're back with that sniper, and not a pretty sight. Oh, you thought that was going to hit. Trippy just able to get away with his head, but he's wants a little bit more. That's an aggressive play, and Trippy will get punished for it. Stellar able to find that kill and regain his position.
We'll see what else Stellar can do here. If he can chain together a couple more kills, he might be able to pull this through. Looks like he feels comfortable enough with Snakebite down there. Gets the kill with 1 shot, almost gets the second one, but that flag is going to get returned pretty quickly.
Look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. This is one of the most exciting winners bracket quarterfinals that we've seen. We've got TSM Nemesis, who are also tied up in the series, just like FaZe and SSG are. This is probably some of the best Halo that we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, Tony, I think we're going to be saying that all year long as well. You're 100% right. It just seems like it gets better and better every single event. My question, again, goes to this top left match. Is SSG going to be able to recover from what tools have called, the upset, or I'm sorry, what you called the upset, Tony? I agree. It was definitely a heavy loss, and winning that game 5 just put so much on the line there. What is going on with this SSG roster? What can they do to fix these problems? Or will we see a roster mania after this event?
Maybe it starts with a win right here against this very FaZe roster. Maybe it starts right now.
Yeah, I think this is probably the better position for SSG to be in, to like try to get yourself back to stable ground. Like, you know you can beat this FaZe roster, just execute. And it's like it's putting your back against the wall. It's saying, hey, like we don't have a problem. We can do this. But so far, I mean, FaZe has just not given them anything. I mean, they are so consistent across the board.
Well, FaZe, you end up getting stopped there on that flagpole. It's going to be suppressed. who has to stop the spawners. A couple of missed shots out of Suppress. Definitely not something we're normally used to seeing. And he ends up going down. That will potentially stop this SSG flag, though, from going any further in the situation. But they end up going 2 dead here. Let's see what happens off of that.
Just a little over 3 minutes on the clock right now, and FaZe are the ones that find themselves multiple down here. Can SSG take advantage? That's a lot of damage going down range on Penguin from across the map. Can he survive, or SSG be able to push forward?
Penguin ends up getting that kill. Lucid's going to be the one now on your screen to kind of pressure through. And you can see at the bottom right corner of the screen is Shopify and Optic Gaming that are getting into their match. Optic Gaming lead that series 2-1. And we'll keep you updated on all the series as we go through them, ladies and gentlemen. FaZe looking pretty good here in this game number 3. Penguin, you see him get a kill. It's going to be 3 down Space Station Gaming, and an opportunity maybe to get a flag pull here for FaZe. But let's hop back in to Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming.
Renegade gonna play right for that sniper. Oh man, it took every little bit of his shields, but got away with the snipe. And Renegade, can he do Renegade things?
The Optic cheers are giving him energy here. He'll utilize that. The Optic fans have been in full force here at this event, and it's just great to see once again. Nice little couple of shots. Not gonna hit either one though, but hits the most important one. Almost hits the second. I don't know if that bullet came out, but he ends up going down. You see Legend trying to stop that snipe from being pulled away, but it is in fact pulled away. No, it isn't. Legend's gonna pick it up, and he's got a repulse as well.
Back to the corner. Renegade and the rest of Optic Gaming have been able to find themselves early control. Legend gonna try to solidify that with an early rotation at A. They're gonna try to stick one step ahead of Shopify Rebellion. This is true rotational Halo, and last shot's the only player that can really stop it. Legend hitting that body, there's no way he's staying alive.
Just a great route as well. You understand that player's gonna drop bottom window. You just take the route on him. Optic Gaming leading, 22-0 so far. Legend, one more bullet of snipe to work with. The repulse comes out, Legend goes down.
Renegade looking forward. He's just getting so much damage down that you have to imagine the rest of the team is gonna be able to fulfill on it. Oh, how? Don't do it. Last shot finally gets the kill. Renegade felt like he went into demon mode for a second.
Yeah, so that's what won them the event last event, right? Renegade just went crazy, took over all weekend long. We're not seeing him as loud this event. That doesn't mean he's not a nuisance on the map, because he is. He's done some crazy things. And if Shopify Rebellion, though, take advantage of a couple of kills, and they'll lock in that triple cap.
Are able to hit that jump, trip cap in, and that could be a long, prolonged one as Optic Gaming's gonna send all their chips in at C, and Royal 2's he has A. This is great because he has QT, so if he decides that there's no one here, he can always get back to B whenever he needs to, and he's already blocked out that A spawn. They're relatively confident on knowing exactly where Optic Gaming is.
Yeah, look how much pressure he's putting it on the map. He's just confident enough to QT back. Looks like 10% of the QT left. Not sure if he'll end up using it here. It depends on how this play goes right in front of him. It looks like he gets the kill, and QT's back at the last second. Beautiful job by Royal 2.
Get yourself entry, then get yourself out. Get those shields back and prolong the push. They're not only getting these kills, but they're getting them in sequence in which that Optic Gaming are just going to struggle to get numbers up. Now, they did get a dummy spawn, so the big thing for Optic right now is just trying to deny that camo, and I think they've done it. That camo goes to Optic Gaming. Those spawns worked in their favor, but I don't necessarily think they're going to get anything more with that camo. The last player on the map, Renegade,
I love this,
is running away with camouflage.
Yeah, you can see Frosty looking for him, right? Standing still. But that camo player playing slow is going to allow Frosty now to get himself a snipe.
Keep an eye on the feed. If Renegade gets a kill, that's off the camo.
He tries to. The beatdown comes out. Renegade goes down. It's 2 down now for Optic Gaming.
Camo played no impact. Optic Gaming strong. Oh my!
Oh, that head is just there.
No, that is a pixel.
Yeah, not going to hit it though. Royal 2's going to push forward. Frosty's got his help, and the snipe finds itself in A as they reset it.
Frosty has plenty more to work with.
Oh my gosh.
Finding the shot. You can tell that he's feeling it. Do not get too comfortable.
Oh my word.
He's gonna hit every shot that comes to him.
Another body into Renegade here. Renegade down to no shields. Frosty's gonna play it slow. Understands what's his stake here on A. and it's a triple cap for Shopify Rebellion, keeping Renegade in the back.
Ironically, Renegade staying alive for as long as he has isn't really working in their favor. The players are going to start to respawn as he goes down. Staggered spawns are in full effect. This trip cap might as well be a full Nelson. Optic Gaming looking for a leg to tap.
There it is, Renegade's the first to spawn once again. He goes down, staggered spawns back and forth. Frosty ends up falling to Formal though, which is gonna be good for Optic. They'll find a little bit of timing here, but they go down again. This triple cap has not stopped. It is 193 and counting.
They control all lanes. They are flying. They are not letting Optic Gaming breathe. The damage is done. The QT has been a vital part of these rotations as well. They're using the full sandbox to their advantage. Optic Gaming, what's the time? 3:36. Rest in peace. This is a death blow.
Oh, what a game to tie it up here in this series if they're able to do it. 225 and counting, 2 points every second. The triple cap is not being stopped. Finally, Optic get a toe inside of A, but is it enough?
They're almost on pace for sub 530 on this game. This is one of the fastest games of Strongholds you could possibly see. And with Royal 2 getting this camo, the slight being last alive, it might just be enough.
Big win here, he can't get it. The last shot missing is going to be impactful. 5 minutes is all, or 5 points, I apologize, is all Shopify need here. But Optic are not out of it just yet. I'm letting you know right now, if there's one game type and map combination we've seen bigger numbers that people have come back from, it is this map right here in Stronghold's live fire.
It's just Legend to Renegade. Renegade went down. Now just Legend trying to keep B alive, but it's not much you can do. Now, the best thing is they took 3 down and they got the mud spawn. So with that, Optic at least has access towards B. And wow, Shopify didn't spawn A. Optic Gaming got very good split spawns. They got an A mud split when they had A-B control.
That's perfect. That's the perfect spawns that you're looking for. Cycle gets another kill there. He's going to hop into A. I don't think any contention is coming. There's 2 on the big door side, but I don't think they're going to get any sort of anything here. It'll be more points here for Shopify Rebellion. 2 down for Optic Gaming, and Shopify bring us to a game 5.
I mean, almost every single player on Shopify Rebellion was double positive. That's just a clean victory through and through.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is incredible. It's great to see Tony. What the heck just happened on our screen? Like, Optic Gaming had nowhere to go.
I mean, it's crazy to think about. I mean, you look at both of these squads. Obviously, both of them extremely good at Strongholds, both of them extremely good at live fire, but Shopify Rebellion understood that this was do or die for them. And the last thing anybody in this venue thought was this was going to end in 4. Everybody knew we were going to a game 5. Come on now, it's Shopify Rebellion and Optic, baby.
It keeps happening. I don't know how is that possible, though? Like, it's either really good, you know, a really good job by HCS of making these series layouts, like, perfect for both these teams, or it's just fate. I mean, I love it. I love Game 5 after Game 5. I'll watch Game 5s all day between these 2 rosters.
I don't know, man. It's kind of like you talk about all the time. You know, the best players in the world, they know how to flip a switch real quick. And that's exactly what's happening to both of these squads. Giving it their all, making sure that if they're going to go down, they're going to go down fighting. But if they're going to win, they're going to earn every last bit of it. Take a look at the little split screen guy. A little bit of FaZe and SSG still in their game number 3. Meanwhile, same thing for TSM and TM.
Yeah, FaZe just went up 2-1 in that series. Not something we expected to see, but again, Space Station are having a bit of a rough time. And on the other end, TSM, they won the Slayer. I mean, Nemesis won that first game. Now they're up 2-1 in this one. So Nemesis looking to be pretty strong in that objective game type, at least against TSM here.
TSM, I think, is a team that will not just take it lying down, though. I would not want to face them in Strongholds when they got something to prove. I think we might be seeing a very mirrored situation between what we're seeing on main stage and on this screen. But, you know, there's still plenty of time left to get this back. And with that overshield, I feel like Soul Snipe really might have just given them a spark needed. That flag looks like it's going home. This could be a sudden death.
There's nothing like going to work with your friends. I mean it. And when it comes to TSM, these guys have been best friends forever. Even when they were on different teams, they were hanging out at events. Every time I saw one of them, they were hanging out.
They're 3 down. Nemesis, they're 3 down. That might just be back-to-backs. Soul Snipe's overshield into flag parlay.
Great. Soul Snipe's going to be pulling this through all the way to that halfway point, and looks like this flag might be free, Tony.
It really does. Soulstime's already made it through the flank ramp right now. And this one curb slide away from ultimately putting him down, but it's going to be the hardest curb slide to hit. Everybody focused on him, and somehow he survives and punches it in.
I want to talk about that real quick. The delay in the curb slide, it gets those two people watching like wondering what's going on here, and maybe they look away for one split second and they're not able to target onto you right away, and he finds the timing to get that in. Beautiful job by TSM.
Delay and then pop it. I love it just because it's like the other team's like, they're slaying.
Yeah.
It's like nope, nah, I'm just gonna go for it eventually. It's like such an awkward spot for the other side to hold. As we move into Solitude, Optic Gaming, pretty strong Solitude team. Shopify Rebellion on LAN, only 1 in 3 when Solitude's been the map. So it's one of the few maps on LAN where they have a loss versus win.
Oh, interesting.
Like one of the worst maps on LAN so far. Now, obviously, it's such a small sample size. We only have the case on in the Arlington event. And a larger part of it can come down to matchups, but still, something that, I mean, Optic Gaming, Shopify, on paper, this favors Optic.
On the other end of things, we see FaZe against SSG. And you can see, again, SSG struggling in just a bit. That double cap looks to go in here very shortly. It's like they'll go for B, but FaZe just look a lot stronger at this point in time.
And they're doing, mind you, 1 series at the moment, so one more game, and we see FaZe advance to the winner's bracket semifinal. Correct me if I'm wrong, but no matter what happens at that point, you're guaranteed top 6. Meanwhile, SSG will go down to that lower bracket round.
They're going to have to fight their way out, and again, I truly think I keep talking about TSM and how much they like each other. I'm not saying I know, if these players on SSG like each other or not, but it just seems like there's not that same real-life chemistry that TSM has. And I think it's important. Even though it's all down to business, I think it's important to have that. See if SSG can pull it together here. It is going to be FaZe that get the double cap once again.
It's tough to say if any team has the same IRL chemistry as TSM.
True.
That's a team that's just been grinding with each other for a long time, and even then, like, it wasn't as if they all became pros in different ways. Like, they all kind of became pro at the same time as well.
Yeah, and that's special. Yeah.
These guys, they've gone through a journey together.
It's very special. I absolutely love to see it. And you see a little bit of it in Shopify Rebellion as well, and they're just kind of getting started, so that's nice to see. But again, it's important. I personally think it is. Great shots by Trippy. On this FaZe Clan side, you got Trippy and Penguin, who came through a previous team together and now form this FaZe roster, and they've got Falcated and Suppressed, I think 2 players that are underrated. We talked about the stats of Falcated in this event alone, but Suppressed in and of itself having a great game here, 12-4.
That's a trip cap that's in for FaZe. That could be a death blow to Space Station. How do you get out of this one? Falcated 12 kills, Suppressed 12 kills. The Slayers coming to life for this team.
That's unfortunate right there too. Stellar down to no shields. He's going to end up going down. He was the only player on seat to really watch out for, and you can see that double cap. Even though the trip cap's not in, double cap still granting FaZe lots of points. Okay.
Found himself a little weasel in the hole.
A weasel, I like that.
And that is 3 players that go down for FaZe. And although that first player went down, they certainly created a surprise factor, and they did not know how to deal with it. The rest of the players fell, and Space Station finally have some room to work with.
Oh, Space Station going for their own triple cap. C's going to get flipped here. Can they at least get B, though? It's been a little bit of a struggle, even with a couple dead, to get B. That snipe is not going to allow the clean kill. It's going to instead be a trade. Snipe in the hands of Eco, which is what we're normally seeing here, but he's able to do work with it. He does enough to solidify that double cap.
Go back up high. Sniper just baiting.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see at the bottom right side, it is going to be the Game 5 that we've been looking for. The Game 5 that's repeated itself over and over again. The Game 5 that we know is going to happen between these two teams for the rest of the season. It wouldn't be an event without a Game 5 between Shopify and Optic Gaming. We'll see who's able to win this one out. It's, of course, going to be Frosty on your screen to start things off. And this is a map he's very comfortable on.
Optic Gaming stayed back into their base, and Shopify Rebellion just did not give up an inch. They flew forward, were able to get camo and tried to pressure the spawns of Optic, but Optic stood strong. They planted their feet, and they're able to at least handle the wave of aggression.
Something we see with this map so often is just one team really takes the lead immediately, and we're not seeing that right now. Both these teams are very familiar with the starts of Solitude Slayer, and it's already a very close game here. Frosty's gonna have to stay alive. 2 spawners as 3 go down for Optic Gaming. They're spawning on that snipe one side.
That's the play by Cycle. Cycle really bailed Frosty out of a tough situation there, but it's not going to be enough for Frosty to stay alive. He got caught into the open, and there really wasn't much for him to do to escape.
Speaking of bailing out, Legend bails out Bound in that scenario. Legend goes down, but Bound ends up staying alive and gets an assist as well. Punched in. 9-8 now. It's going to be Bound who holds the snipe side on his own.
Legend and Renegade are trying to work on an outlet towards the perimeter. Bound's going to try to join them, and I love how Bound's shading towards the middle of the map, but he's not shirking his responsibility on the right lane. He's still keeping that presence, but he's always ready to help.
So much influence out of Bound. It's going to be enough to get himself an assist and a kill. Massive is the biggest word to say here. 2 down. Optic Gaming, though. It will be another kill for Royal 2, so continuing to slay is Shopify.
Think about how much worse that could have been for Optic Gaming if Bound doesn't get those kills. They could have been completely trapped and had no timing to work with. Instead, they'll have a chance to win in the neutral game. It's going to come down to their individual slays. It's going to come down to their execution on how they break.
Royal 2 ends up going down here. It's going to be a kill from Bound. Formal picks one up as well, and this is really good for Optic Gaming. They've got a bit of momentum here, and they understand where the spawns are happening. When that kill comes out, too, it's going to be Formal who aggresses towards that top center to get camo.
Shopify was there first, but sometimes if you're early to the call, it's not to your benefit. Formal will get away with it, and finally Optic Gaming are starting to feel the control.
Well, the control is working out for them. 15-13 so far. Optic Gaming still in that lead here. Now they've got the spawn strapped onto blue. This is devastating for Shopify because the slays continue to come out for Optic.
Well, it's gonna find Royal 2. There's just nothing there was something he could do. A camo goes down as Royal 2 was able to leave a surprise gift. That might just be enough. Shopify Rebellion, they're trapped at Nest, but they have at least space to work with. It's going to be Royal 2 that is flying to blue, and Optic Gaming just let him. They're giving up a lot of map control to Shopify Rebellion.
And you see Shopify are taking that in spades. Directly towards blue they go, while controlling snipe side as well. And of course, I believe that shock rifle was just picked up.
Bound went underneath and just went completely behind Shopify Rebellion. Got a massive kill for his team, and it really slowed Shopify's push.
Legend continuing to do damage, though, on the map. Something we know he's capable of, and we know he's a specialist at, and he'll stay alive as well. But what's the route here from the side of Shopify? Optic Gaming are ready for that blue side route. It's going to be a 2v2 mix-up. Formal gets the first kill. He gets traded out. Another kill comes trade, and that 2-for-1 trade is exactly what Optic are looking for.
That's smart play by Legend. After the kill, he tried to use that insta-explode to check the corners, make sure no one else was coming. They have Shopify Rebellion contained. This is tough for Rebellion. They're going to have to just try to team shot their way out.
Renegade. Is he going to allow that team shot to happen? 2 down for Optic Gaming right now. Renegade, lots of shots go in. He leaves Cycle. Royal 2 gets the kill. Royal 2 gets another one onto Renegade, and somehow Optic all fall, and Cycle's the only one to go down.
Well, yeah, but Cycle is okay with going down. He really stalled Optic Gaming and forced them to deal with him. When that happened, Shopify took advantage.
Bound has to live here. Beautiful job isolating the angle on the last shot, but he's got help as well. It's Renegade! Somehow gets the kill. I don't know how that happened, but Bound stays alive because of it.
Bound's playing at another level right now. He's just not making mistakes. He's not giving any freedom.
Now Frosty's got this camo to work with. He knows the information on 2 different players here from Optic Gaming. Cycle gets the first one cleanly. Frosty's looking for more.
Don't trade, don't trade, don't trade. That's all Rebellion's telling themselves in the chat. They know what they had there. They're able to isolate 2 players, got those kills, but they got them clean. Nothing came for Optic Gaming.
Frosty's camo ends up going out here, but he's able to do a lot of damage long range. It forces Optic back into that loop side, which is exactly what Shopify need. Now he aggresses, gets the kill, the reversal onto Bound. That's what he's looking for, and Shopify reel forward as they tie it up at 29.
They're playing really well together. They are holding hands and baiting and switching, and Bound did his best to try to punish Frosty, but Frosty just hit perfect shots, and now Optic Gaming, they're trapped. They're not moving from the back of this hill. Oh, they weren't moving. Legend he just went.
Yeah, last shot just goes down there, not expecting that push from Legend whatsoever. But the counter is there, and now Legend and Formal fall. It's Shopify now that take the first lead of this game, 31-30, and Frosty wants more.
They want to push in. They want to push in. They want to flip out the spawn. Because of Camouflage coming up in 10 seconds, they want that glass side control and to flip Optic Gaming towards Nest. This is great play by Rebellion, but they need to finish the last kill. Legend just stayed alive, and it causes complete heartache. Instead of having that control, now they have nothing. Camouflage goes to Optic, and execution could be costing Rebellion.
Rebellion get nothing. That is really the point here. Bound, what can he do with the camo here? This is an important play in this game, in the state that we're in right now. What does Bound do is the question. Looking for information. Gets information on one. That's the comm that comes out. Has to get this kill first. It's going to be last shot. Bound's going for it. Gets the cleanup kill. Takes a bit more damage than he wanted, but still has that camo.
Bound's been playing masterfully on these front lines. It might not be the prettiest stat line in the world, but he has been important for this team. Really opened up a lot of their paths.
Legend goes forward really aggressively there, maybe expecting Renegade to help him, but Shopify set up a trap, and Optic like rats get caught inside of it.
Royal 2, Royal 2 just made the biggest play of the game. He caught Bound on the rotation. That gave that weakened Optic just enough for Rebellion to get the Nest spawn trap. This is sickening to Optic Gaming. This is the hardest spawn trap to break.
They've tried to extend towards that poster side, but no room has been given.
Last shot needs to be careful. Last shot needs to be careful. Cannot get caught too far forward.
Legend ends up getting the kill onto Frosty, but Royal 2 comes out to trade immediately.
Last shot went down, and now it's up to Royal 2 to try to finish the pieces that are left behind, but they're just too spread out. They really needed Last Shot's position to make this count.
Optic are down by 3 now. This is getting out of hand, but a trade comes out from Bound. Frosty, though, trades back, and it's 3 down Optic Gaming.
What a nade. It got the kill that left Renegade by himself, but Renegade still able to get the trade. A 2-kill differential, but Bound knows this fight's important. Royal 2, Bound duking it out for control.
Royal 2 scurries away. Doesn't want that kill to go in Optic's hands, but he comes back for the fight. He wants more.
I can't believe he is, and he wins the fight. No one from Optic Gaming expected it, and look at Royal 2. He's flying up. The nades are connecting. Optic Gaming are getting pushed out of their position as Camouflage comes up. It's slipping away from the green wall.
48-45 now. Shopify Rebellion just need 2. What's Last Shot gonna do here? He has this camo to work with. This is a very important couple of kills. He has 2 players. He has information on both.
Say hit him. I don't think they'll spot him. It's trying to stay down in this corner.
He doesn't have any spot.
They don't know. They don't know. They don't know.
He's gonna go for it. He jumps up here. Renegade's behind him. He's got info on 3 different players, but his camo's gonna run out. He's gotta get the kill on the Legend. Legend gets back smack. 49 for Shopify Rebellion, but Optic answer back. It's not enough. Shopify move on. And you can see Last Shot say, shh, be quiet, it's our time. He wants his first title.
Wow, 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 everybody. This is the second time, the second event in a row where Shopify Rebellion has defeated Optic Gaming on winner's bracket from the very beginning, sending Optic Gaming to lowers once again.
Really great execution at the end by Royal 2. I mean, talk about a crazy re-challenge. He knew he was caught on that Nest side. 2 players from Optic Gaming were there, and they pushed him back down. One of them left saying that there's no way Royal 2 ever comes back and re-challenges this. He came back with the biggest ego challenge I think I've seen, took down Bound and opened up the map. This play right here, I think, is game-winning for Shopify Rebellion. There's 2 players there. Royal 2 knows that, and he just doesn't care. This re-chow, this repeat to take down Bound, this opens up the map completely for Shopify Rebellion.
Did he think that maybe Optic were gonna move forward? Do you think Optic should have moved forward on that play? There was no one on the cross. They could have gotten free space and 2v1'd him.
It clearly felt like Shopify Rebellion were eager to advance the game state, whereas Optic Gaming were waiting for a mistake, and a mistake that just didn't come. I mean, look at how patient Last Shot was with this camouflage at the end of the game. He wasn't going to give them anything for free, waited for that perfect position. I mean, how disciplined is the trigger here from Last Shot when he gets up into this corner? He's going to jump up and see 3 players. It takes so much effort not to give away your position.
You know what's crazy here too with this? I'm sorry, Tony, but this you give a lot of information to your team, right? You know they're all stuck inside a yard. There's nothing else to worry about. You can just collapse and suffocate them all inside a yard.
You saw Last Shot make these crazy plays to kind of start that push to finish it, and then he stands up to hushes the crowd. He's tired of hearing them, and the family goes wild too. Let them know Shopify Rebellion are here. Meanwhile, Optic once again being sent down to the lower bracket.
This was a very close series, though. What is separating Shopify Rebellion here at the winner's side from Optic? I mean, there are mistakes also that Optic are doing.
Can I just say it? Hunger. Hunger is separating these two. Last Shot has not gotten a title yet. Cycle has not gotten a title yet. They want it right now. This is their moment as well. This has happened before, and they weren't able to clutch it up, but it looks different this time.
So they got their try at main stage grand finals in Arlington, right? Now I feel like they did it. Now they know what it feels like, and now they're here again repeating the same thing they did in the last event, and I'm sure they got their sights aimed for that grand finals to correct their possible mistakes in that grand final, huh?
I mean, it feels very real on both sides. You know, obviously Shopify Rebellion look like they can make a crazy run and make it to the grand finals and win a tournament that honestly felt like they probably should have won at Arlington. They looked like the best team in pool play and in the winner's bracket back at Arlington until Optic came in out of nowhere and took over. Meanwhile, Optic have been in this position once before. They know they can make a deep run. It's all about taking it one step at a time.
Once we get to see Optic later on, we'll have to talk about how they could be feeling. But for now, TSM versus Nemesis, game number 4.
I'm interested to see how this one goes because Nemesis look really good, and you can see the triple cap locked in here. TSM do have the lead in the series, but Nemesis are not throwing up the white flag just yet. New Sniper's coming up. Sniper in a position to maybe solidify that for his teammate Glory. He does. Glory's going to have that now. We'll see what they're able to do with this double cap situation.
You see, TSM, they're really loading up on that dummy side. They're going to go onto the outside, but then 2 immediately cut back over towards B. It's interesting maneuvers there as they're really spreading themselves, and I don't think Nemesis was like really knowing where to look.
Oh, it's a double cap here once again. C and B. See if TSM's able to hold this, and they do. They'll hold it for a little bit of time. 199, I'm waiting for Nemesis to get to that 200-point mark as my OCD starting to kick in here. I need to see that 200, but again, it's TSM is on the other end of things. They're going to make that very difficult for Nemesis.
And Woodham's very far forward over at A, and they're going to try to push over, and they're going to go A into B. The big thing is for their players to survive on this push, and TSM just completely predicted that play.
And you see, you talked about Woodham. Look at his scoreline, by the way. 10, 12, and 10. No one else on his team or on the other team is even close in terms of assists. The man is just doing damage for this roster.
Oh, Talik just got a big trade. Talik just won a fight over at B. That's going to at least allow TSM to get a reset, and now they have at least a semblance of control, but Nemesis, they just refuse to leave these positions. They are keeping to those front lines, and A quickly switches hands, and Manny, how long can you survive is the question.
I mean, he reset it again, so this is a perfect position for him, and he gets a kill as well. It couldn't have gone any better for Manny, but it's still not going to be enough.
No, that's another 3 down. Let's make it 4 down for TSM. That's going to be a trip cap in, and Fox is going to play a factor. It's 2 points every second. Nemesis, they're going to be scoring, and basically TSM have to go to...
4 down
there's
again.
Nothing. There's just nothing. TSM, they don't even have a chance to stop this.
This is insane. Nemesis come through once again, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Guess what? Another Game 5 on your screen. It's Nemesis that clutch it up.
Sure, it's a 3-1.
Wait, was it a 3-1?
I think it's 3-1 Nemesis.
Oh, it said TSM 2-1.
Oh, was it TSM?
Yeah, I said TSM 2-1, so we're going to Game 5.
Game 5?
I'm really bad at math, but I think I'm right there.
No, I'm just
Well, we're swapping over to Envy versus Cloud9 in Pool C.
Oh, here we go. Envy versus Cloud9, like Aliak had said. And this is a cool one because Envy, yes, it's an SSG that, maybe not having the best vibey event. I like to say vibey because it's important. Vibes are important. But again, Envy, you don't want to discredit Envy here. This roster looks very good. Precision and Descendant look incredible, Tony, on this roster, and very excited to see how they continue to improve. It's Descendant 11-5.
Camouflage may be running out, but still has the shock rifle to work with. Meanwhile, all of Cloud9 are spawned up over towards the A side and daring him to cross. Descendant cannot get out with his life. Cloud9 flip things around.
Yeah, Cloud9 do, and honestly, you need this at this point, but Envy continue forward somehow. It's Piggy that gets another kill. It's going to be 2 down for Cloud9, and another assist by a Descendant, and another kill for Piggy. It's good to see Piggy thriving in the mud.
39-31 lead in favor of Envy. Getting down and dirty right now is Piggy as he double pushes with Descendant through the tower side and taking over Blue, but a lot of damage going down. One that Descendant's gonna pick up on. Descendant actually hits a triple with the shock off screen, 43-32.
Yeah, it was 4 down for Cloud9. That 43-32, Tony, is going to be devastating for this Cloud9 roster. How do they come back from this? And not only that, you're looking at a 2-0 series score as well for Envy if they're able to close this one out. And with how Descendant's looking right now, it's looking inevitable. 45, 5 more kills left.
It felt still doable until Descendant drops that triple kill. Now 16-6 right now is Descendant. 45 kills, just looking for the final 5. Meanwhile, Cloud9 find themselves way too far behind. Back-to-back kills, but is it too little too late?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, 4 more kills to work with. That back-to-back could allow them a bit of presence on the map. They're coming from A, but I mean, now you've trapped yourself. They spotted out Piggy. A trade comes out, 3 down for Cloud9, and I think this is over, Tony.
And that's simply the problem. You waited way too long to try to make anything happen. Envy just trade their way to the 50-kill mark and up 2-0 in the series.
Well, said 2-0 in the series. Envy up 2-0 against Cloud9. We've been talking about Envy, and they've been playing really well, and Cloud9 has also been that one team that has been trying to push the top 4, coming into the tournament as 5th place. I wonder how it must feel to be 2-0 against an Envy that wasn't supposed to potentially win here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if look at where Cloud9 was back at Arlington. It feels like they were kind of that ultimate dark horse squad, kind of the favorites to maybe pull off an upset against anybody who's in the quote-unquote Big 4.
Right.
Well, Envy come out of nowhere. They take over the qualifier. They take over in scrims, and now it feels like kind of in a similar position that Cloud9 should have been coming into Dallas. Well, Envy is kind of taking that place here and have joined Nemesis as kind of those dark horse squads. So I must say, if I'm Cloud9, I'm feeling like, wow, I got to dig deep. We got to do something. They ain't coming into our house and taking our spot, right?
Yeah, I mean, they came in hot. They started Friday upsetting Space Station Gaming, right? That's how they started their weekend. So I think they're just riding that momentum all the way into Saturday and hoping to, you know, have a great day potentially tomorrow. I mean, that would be the goal, right?
Yeah, that's a really good point, too. When you beat a team like Space Station Gaming, you're going to have a lot of confidence. Like, oh, wait a minute. This team change really worked. Like, we're feeling good. Piggy's feeling good, you know, like I always said. And Descendant, I feel like, very aggressive player, very self-aware about his aggression, but it works on this team. He feels like comfortable. He looks comfortable on this roster.
Well, why don't we swap over and talk about Cloud9? We have Lethal, who just joined the team, so that does also take some time for the team to click. But we have Boo Boo and Lethal, who have teamed before also, so what could that bring to that Cloud9 squad?
I mean, I think it's important, but I still think you're still implementing 2 entirely different pieces, Septify and Zap, into a way that you approach, the game here. So it's important, yes, but still, not everybody's gonna come in and click like an Envy, like put that team together, boom, they take over. Sometimes it's gonna take some time, take some scrims, maybe even take some events to get to where you want to go.
Yeah, I call it the honeymoon stage. You know, some teams have that honeymoon stage, and they just look good right away. Right off the rip, you start to click, and it's all over. For a team like Cloud9, it looks like it might take a little longer for them. Maybe it takes them running through, you know, maybe coming back in this series and running through the bracket. But again, it's going to be tough. I think what you said, Tony, is important. Scrims, a bit more reps, more time, and they'll look a lot better.
Well, Envy coming in to steal the show here today, but we got another game and a chance for Cloud9 to come back here. This would be game number 3 for them. What does Cloud9 have to do in order to put a stop to Envy?
Well, I mean, it's going to be tough. I mean, I think where Cloud9 really thrive is in those Slayers, and ultimately this Game 3 is going to be an objective where Envy have shown not only can they control the pace of the game, but they can be objective efficient as well. Cloud9 really wanted to win that Game 2 Slayer here. Going into objective, I don't want to count them out, but I'm going to say the Envy have an advantage. They really do.
Tools, your thoughts on Envy?
I think Envy is a team that has legs. I think they're a team that's scrappy. It's like they don't have any reason to be fearful. Like, you know, it's to them, they're the ones that have something to prove to people that they deserve to belong. It's like that's a team that's like the new generation of Halo. Reality is all those guys like didn't have much experience before Halo Infinite. They had to blaze their own paths. Like they weren't getting the opportunities on these pro teams. They weren't the ones that were being handpicked. And they've like created something. I think it's special.
Curious what that means also for a player like Precision, who has been shuffled around a little bit between roster Mania, and now here he is a part of Envy, an org that just came in and are making waves, but also, you know, have a chance at, you know, taking Cloud9 down.
Yeah, there's a little bit of drama that went on Twitter, but like the team he was on, he thought he was on one team, and then he got told last minute he wasn't on that team. But like I always say, everything happens for a reason. And the reason is he's dominant on this roster. He looks really good on Envy, and him and Precision, Precision and Descendant just click, and it's just great to see.
You know, it's funny. I think it's funny that you mentioned where he's kind of been bouncing around a couple of different teams, because when he first joined Complexity, I thought that was it. Like, I figured Spartan, Precision, the slaying power those two had, I thought that was going to be the team, but they just weren't able to find a way to click. And they tried. They tried multiple iterations of the roster. They tried moving things around, but maybe this is a move that's going to work out in both directions.
Well, someone who has been looking great as a part of Envy has also been Yaxon, who has been a player that we've highlighted many times repeatedly throughout the event.
Yaxon, I think, is a player that has a lot of ceiling to his name, but let's look at this Game 5.
Game 5, TSM versus Nemesis, a huge game for both of these teams.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it's going to be TSM versus Nemesis in this Game 5, and Nemesis are that team that I feel like very confident going into this match. And one player I always, say has improved drastically is going to be Wootum, right? And he's on your screen right now. Event after event, he's just gotten better and better. And make sure you take your motion sickness pills when you watch him, because the man flicks and swipes around like crazy.
Snipe drone over to this elbow, but TSM being 3 down. Their spawns are going to be trapped over on that blue side. This is dangerous for them. If Nemesis can find the right timing, they can get a clean 3-4 on this play.
Oh, see what they do here. It's Wootum that gets a couple perfect shots in the kill feed. Snipe drone goes to clean up the kill onto Talik. Finally gets that one. Soulsnipe not able to save him there, but TSM minimized the damage here. Only trailing by 3 now.
Glory gonna be trying his best to hit that insta-split. Oh, it got close, but Soulsnipe able to back him down. Wootum's playing very aggressive on that Nest side. He got 1, and Wootum dropped out. He got 2. Wootum
That's just insane,
completely blew out the backside of TSM. There's nothing for them to rely upon.
Get him a chiropractor. I mean, that's it. That's nuts, and he does it time and time again. 8-2 in this game. My goodness gracious, Nemesis, I need you to hold on to Wootum as tight as humanly possible, because this man is a talent, and it's just beautiful to see. Finally, TSM answer back with a 3 down on a Nemesis, and they still only trail by 3, so all that damage not really amounted to much.
Oh, it's crazy that Wootum did that in isolation. He didn't really have help on that, and he full committed. TSM clearly didn't expect it, but they have been able to figure out their path forward. Now, able to find a little bit more control in this game, slows down, and Nemesis, they don't have great spawns. Trapped over the nest. It's just Glory that has any expansion, and even then, it's only Hotel. These guys are basically stuck on the very back end of the map.
Yeah, the path forward you talked about is completely carved out for TSM. It's, what are you going to do? I mean, they're just fish in a barrel.
They're just holding a straight line. They cannot move. They are on that back wall. They might as well be playing wall ball. Like, dodge the tennis balls that are coming your way.
Yeah, dodgeball is the game to play at this point in time. Dodge those plasmas. Manny gets a kill on Snipe Drone. Damage is good. There's Manny with another one. That's a double kill for him. And Wootum trying to catch as many players as he can, but the damage won't be capitalized on. 3 down Nem.
Sometimes Wootum's aim looks like it's like when your controller disconnects and it just goes up. It's like, But Nemesis, they didn't get anything off that, and they've been so passive. TSM, they've just been able to travel up on this map and really are dictating pace. But Glory, that's a well-timed grenade, and that just is enough to buy them even numbers. They finally stopped TSM from having firm map control.
Yeah, I mean, Wootum started off 8-2, now 8-5. But it's still TSM that are really not able to come away with this victory, or I'm sorry, this lead. I mean, regardless of what they've been able to do, Nemesis are still keeping this very close with more and more trades.
He's down low, and with that death, TSM have just been able to patrol through and find a couple pivotal kills to their for their team. Now Drux, Soul Snipe, and Talik are basically building themselves a lane through the middle to get ready for this camouflage that comes up in 10 seconds. TSM has the better position, but Nemesis might have better timing here, with TSM not having that control that's needed at LR at the moment.
That timing's not going to pay them dividends as they're all stuck on the bottom of the map, and you see the slays are starting to come out. SLG goes down, Glory goes down as well, and now it's Wootum and Snipe Drone, the last people alive in this scenario, but opens up that lane for Talik to pick up the camo for himself.
And smart by Talik, right? He basically pushed in and isolated the angles based on the information he knew, gets a free camo away, and this is looking bleak for Nemesis. I don't know what the path is at this point. You've given up too much to TSM. They not only are going to be able to get those kills, but they're very much in a position to start cycling these spawns at Nemesis. It's a rinse and repeat situation. It's going to come down to some mixed execution or a massive individual play for Nemesis.
Yeah, things are starting to get out of hand here, and execution is exactly what Talik himself is looking for, but so many players to deal with. Talik's going to end up going down.
A bit aggressive, right? He gives in that nuke combo. It's a high risk when you miss that shot, and you see what the reward for Nemesis is. They've been able to capitalize off that. TSM goes 3 down, and Wootum, I mean, forget about calling it a strong side. Let's call it a Wootum.
I mean, it was just beautiful, right? He's no shields, turns around, puts the shots in, continues to turn his back, and just eat damage. On land, it works.
The problem is, though, the TSM, I mean, they're getting trades, and that's really all they need is trades. A truck, they'll get more than that. That's 2 unanswered. The score's 8 between these, and TSM are rapidly approaching the 40 kill mark. Nemesis, you have to keep treading water, but at some point, you have to make progress against this Riptide.
I mean, Wootum is 2 for 6 here. The last half of this game, it just continues to just go down. 3 down for Nemesis once again.
Nemesis just cannot finish a kill. TSM, they are refusing to give away anything for free. And this game that's 4 unanswered kills now. Finally, Wootum gets 1, but you see the rest of TSM ready to play for trades.
See if they're able to come back in this. It doesn't look like they are. The trades come out, though. It's 3 down for TSM. An 11-kill lead, though, for them. Glory, what can he do with this shock rifle camo combo?
He got to shock the system of Nemesis back to life. This is probably the most crucial play that Nemesis is going to have all series, is what Glory's able to do with this weapon power-up combination.
Well, he gets 1. He sets that up cleanly, but now they have information on where he is. Not able to get a second one onto Soul Snipe. Now they know where he is as well. That damage onto Soul Snipe was enough, though. The assist comes out. Wait a minute. Glory's making a bit of an impact here. Talik's down to no shields. Cleans him up as well. The kills are clean, but still trades go in again.
It's excellent play by Glory, but the problem is they needed perfect play. And Talik being able to get through and have that half-second timing to get that kill just kind of shut the door on Nemesis to doing more. Instead, they only have 5 lives. And
Four now. 3.
They're slipping away. There's just so much pressure that TSM's applying.
This is where TSM thrives on this moment. You know, when things are close in the game 5s. 3 more kills and they'll close this one out. Talik goes down though. Snipe Drone trying to even up the odds as best he can. He even goes for that chow. Even gets the kill. Whoa, wait a minute. 47-40.
It's not over yet. It might. Doable is maybe a stretch to say, but I feel as if they can get this done with perfect execution. find the spawn trap, keep TSM back. You just can't trade.
Now the fight goes in. SLG gets the kill on Italic, but there's the trade once again. Soul Snipe gets that one. Snipe drone down to no shields as well, and he'll scurry away, but the 49th kill goes in, and there's the 50th. TSM come out on top.
TSM, indeed they did. Wow, they came in today and upset Optic. Now they have taken down Nemesis, who were the favorites to potentially take that top 4 spots, I believe. So TSM now maybe being one of the teams with the most potential to secure that top 4 because of how crazy the brackets look.
I mean, what does the bracket look like?
What does it?
Who are they going against? Like, it's crazy because it's like FaZe moved on to beating SSG, right? It's like, and then Shopify's on one side. It's like, how crazy can a bracket get is my question.
It just keeps getting crazier and crazier every single event, and I don't think that's going to end. I think there's even going to be some teams that win events this year that'll surprise us.
After seeing TSM struggle all of 2025, leading into Arlington, and then ultimately coming to this, I mean, just one switch, bringing back the best friend over, and they figured it out. TSM just took on Team Nemesis and came out the winner. This is crazy.
Now we got a special guest sitting here in the couch. This is Ice Kid from Team Unreal Nightmares. Now, I taught you guys how to say hi in Puerto Rican, right?
I forgot already. I'm so sorry.
No way.
I'm sorry, man.
All right, do you want to?
Can you teach me?
Say hola.
Hola.
No. Let's do the WhatsApp. WhatsApp.
What did you say?
¿Qué la que hay?
¿Qué es la que hay?
¿Qué la que hay?
¿Qué la que hay?
¿Qué la que?
¿Qué la que? ¿Qué la que hay?
What's up?
Well, bienvenido. First of all, I want to say how incredibly exciting, que emocionante es para mí tener un boricua, having a Puerto Rican sitting here on the couch, and not just because you qualified for pools, but because you are the first Puerto Rican from the island to make it this far in Halo history. So it's really special for me, and I believe it has to be incredibly special for you.
Yeah, it is. Like literally, all my friends in Puerto Rico are cheering me up every time. They're saying, "Oh my God, you're the greatest of all time," and all that shit. And I just get hyped because it's really a dream. Like I spent so much time, like you don't know, in theater, playing matchmaking, scrims, practicing. And it's a dream to be in polls. Like, it's insane. But I just want to go higher and higher, keep practicing for the next event, and just get top 8 or even further.
I absolutely love that, and the mentality you have, and a lot of people don't understand how much time it takes and how much time it's put in. One thing I will say that I'm very impressed about you is that I feel like you have that championship caliber play already. Like, your name, Ice Kid, literally is what you conceptualize in your gameplay. Like, you constantly get the kills that are necessary. You constantly win the fights that are really important. And as a young player, I think that's very impressive. So really well done. Really well done.
Yeah, thank you so much. Like, to be honest, I thought I would be super nervous coming up to this LAN against Ether, against pool play. But to be honest, I wasn't feeling any pressure at all, to be honest.
Wow.
I was just playing myself and just doing great, you know, trying to get better.
Awesome.
A lot of people just recognizing your name right now, but I mean, I remember back in Halo 5,
yeah,
FR, Ice Kid, FR. It was a whole team of 4. It was FR. Like, talk to me about your journey. You know, Halo 5 to Halo Infinite. Like, talk to us about the young man we see in front of us.
Wow, man, I started literally at the bottom. I was like a platinum in Halo 5. I didn't even like the game, but then one day, like one of my teammates, like my old teammates. They literally step up to me and say, "Hey, we want to make a Puerto Rican team to compete." And I didn't even know about anything on esports, to be honest. And they just picked me up, and I started grinding the game every day, just practicing with the same old squad and all that. We got the highest we got in Halo 5, I think it was top 32. And we had high hopes for Halo Infinite at the start of the year. We got top 32 again at the start of Halo Infinite, and after the first year, unfortunately, one of my teammates had to leave for university and all that, and work and all that. So basically, I stuck with one of my teammates, FR Warrior, if y'all remember that. And we were just looking around, and we didn't get much. So FR Warrior decided to step out of the competitive scene and all that, so I was left alone, basically. then I was playing matchmaking one day, and Glitchy, my old teammate, hit me up to play with Simply Fear Me and Sirion. And when I saw this opportunity, I was like, oh my god, this could be actually huge for me in my career if I want to keep competing. And we played our first tournament. We did super good. I think we got top 20 or something. I don't remember much. And from there, it's been a journey, like ups and downs. I stopped competing in 2023. I stopped competing for a while, for months. I did not have a team. I wasn't even playing the game. But then in 2024, I came back again, started grinding the game again, and just playing every day. Then Glitchy had a team, and they decided to pick me up at the start of 2025, I think it was. I don't remember much. Then Glitchy got hit up by Leaderness and Collective, and we made that team that was cracking previously. And they were talking about coming to Arlington. And I was like, I've never gone to a LAN before. I don't know how that works. We set it up everything. We got the travel coverage top 1 seed. That was super fortunate for our team. And we realized we were good. We were actually really good because we got the top 1 seed. We went to Arlington. Unfortunately, in Arlington, we lost to Mind Freak in winners and lost to Dead Inside in losers bracket to qualify for pools. We were down, but yeah, it happens. But then after the event, like a couple days, Leaderness gets hit up by Amvor and Super CC, and Leaderness brings me in to play with them. We scrimmed for the first time ever, and Amvor just hit me up and Super CC, and they said they really liked playing with me. And I was so hyped because I know the potential those two individuals have. Like, I've seen their history before in Halo 5, and I know who they are. So I was like, oh my god, this could be actually a really good year in my career of competing in the game. So yeah, after that, they picked me up, and then we try out Looney, and the team just works. Like, the team, first time we play Swall Latham, we beat them, and we were like so hyped because we beat them by a lot in scrims. And we were like, oh my god, this could be actually a really good team. Like, this could be actually a team that can qualify for pools and be including pros. So yeah, we only practiced like 5 times throughout the weeks of coming here to Dallas. We practiced like 5 scrims only. We didn't have much because of our timings and everything in life. It just happens.
So you guys just got together.
Yeah, literally.
And then you played 5 scrims, and then you're here and you qualified for pools, which is incredible. How does it feel to team with Envoy, Super CC, your entire squad?
It's super great. Like, I feel so confident. Like, I just could do whatever I want. Like, in the map sometimes. Like, I just be me. Just be me. Like, I don't know, just make great plays. Just be the player I am. I feel free, and they support me a lot. Like, I really like this team. Like one shot, this guy comes in, I back down, I come back again. Like, that type of team chemistry we have with only 5 scrims, it's really insane to me. And if we stick together, I think we're going a long way. Like, that would be insane run because we literally 5 scrims and we got pulls. We beat either the top 1 Mexican team, I think it is, and bro, like, with only 5 scrims practice, I think we have a lot of potential. And we took games from the pros too. We have 1 from Cloud9 and 2 from Zero Tenacity, and we could have won a couple of those games too. So I'm really confident in the team to make it up even further, top 8, top 6, whatever.
Yeah, it was Tools that we were talking to sitting down here a second ago, and he was mentioning that he talked to a lot of pro players, and he was like, you know, what is the player that you guys are looking at in that open bracket side? And a lot of them mentioned you as a player. So a lot of eyes on you. You know, people are noticing your performance here, and it's really cool that you're immediately saying, like, you know, sticking with this team, if we stick together, we could go really far. I love that type of mentality because I think it's important to build that chemistry, and the fact that you guys already have it is awesome.
Yeah, it's insane.
What I'm confused about is how old are you right now, man? I mean, I need to know. Because you were kicking my butt in matchmaking like 6 years ago. What are you, 18 or 19
I'm
years
18.
old? Were you 12 years old, dominant? I'm infuriated right now. But I mean, like, seriously though, I mean, I've seen a bit of your journey back in Halo 5. I recognize the name. I recognize the FR kids and whatnot. Like, and to see where you are right now, I'm like, dude, I was like, where did you come from? It's real, and honestly, I'm proud of you, man. Always proud of my Halo 5 boys and whatnot, but it's really cool to see you become the player that you are and continue to grow into.
Yeah, I'm really proud of myself, to be honest. It's been a long journey, like a
lot of
lot of time put into this, and shout out to my mom too, because she made this happen.
Is that her right there?
Yeah, she's there. That's my mom.
That's a very supportive mom. That's awesome.
She doesn't know we're talking about her yet. She doesn't know we're talking about
That's
her
a very
yet.
supportive
She
mom.
doesn't know, but shout out to my mom. To be honest, she made this all possible.
That's
Without
awesome.
her,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
could never been to Arlington or even here. So shout out to my mom. Also my friends who were watching, my Puerto Rican buddies, they support me throughout the whole tournament, always just keeping their eyes on every game on the open bracket, even checking the bracket, how I'm doing. Calling me after the pool match, after winning, calling me, everyone just being there to support me. Yeah, bro, it's thanks to them I'm here, to be honest, to my old teammates, and to the guy who started all FR Warrior. I don't know if you're watching, but thanks to you, I'm here, because without his talk to me about competitive things, I will never be here. So shout out to all of my Puerto Rican buddies, my mom, my dad, everyone, bro. Without them, I would not be here.
Well, let's just do this part in Spanish.
Oh,
Well, I'll say it in English so that you guys know. Oh, that's Mom! Hi, Mom! She's waving at us. So, anything you would like to say to the Puerto Ricans watching at home, not just on the island, but everywhere in the world that could be watching this interview right now? And if you want to say it in Spanish, I think that would be wonderful. I can translate after for anybody watching. En español ahora, en español boricua.
Claro que
¿Qué le
sí.
dices a los puertorriqueños del mundo?
Pues de verdad, mano, gracias a todos los puertorriqueños que me han seguido, a mis amigos, lo que es Big Professor, Yahati, Rusty, Audacity, J-Pure, Warrior, todo, en verdad. De verdad que muchas gracias por su ayuda, porque yo sé que ustedes siempre han estado ahí desde el principio de Halo Infinite, siempre me lo han dicho. Así que de verdad, unas gracias brutales a todos ustedes. También a mi mamá, gracias por todo, porque sin ella, como dije, no podía estar aquí. Gracias a ella es que pude tener esta maravillosa oportunidad de poder competir y llegar a Pulse. En verdad, demostrar el talento que tengo a todo el mundo, así que gracias a ella. Gracias a papi, que siempre ha estado ahí por mí, siempre también me ha ayudado, me ha apoyado con todo. Y como les dije, de verdad, corillo, de verdad que muchas gracias por todo lo que ustedes han hecho por mí y mucho de lo que me ha ayudado a crecer, de verdad.
Bueno, de Puerto Rico para el mundo, ¿verdad?
Sí, de Puerto Rico y para el mundo, a todos.
mundo.
A todo el mundo que me ha ayudado, ¿verdad? Y los que me hacen support, de verdad que muchas gracias. De verdad que muchas gracias.
Un abrazo. Qué bueno tenerte aquí.
Gracias.
Y espero verte llegar a lejos.
Muchas gracias.
Ok.
Gracias por esta oportunidad.
Que disfrutes el evento. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Gracias a ustedes.
Thank you.
Goodbye, bro.
Congratulations, man. You're killing it, bro. For real.
All right, well, that was Ice Skid from Unreal Nightmares, really making waves here in the HCS. How incredible is it to hear his story? So much passion and confidence also coming out of him.
I love it. I think the most important thing he talked about is the work ethic that it takes. And that's something that we're trying to shine here with the LVT documentaries. Like, what does it take to be a professional player in Halo? Because this is Halo Infinite, but future things are coming. We know, the studios talked about it, right? There's future things coming. You get your path started here. You put the work in now like he did in Halo 5, and maybe you have a future as a young kid to get into the scene. Halo is one of the most competitive games in esports, in my opinion. So get started now, and that's a good inspiration for anyone trying to do that.
Yeah, I want to get to know more about the kid. I want to ask him some fun questions. I want to ask him like what his favorite foods are.
Should we bring him back on? Do we get him back on?
Maybe the next interview we ask some more fun questions and whatnot. I will say one thing I did notice is, you can tell. You can definitely tell humble.
Yeah.
You can definitely tell hungry. And even though I was sitting there, a little bit nervous in one. This is probably the first time that he's done this in front of a camera.
He did really well, though.
He did so good.
And like literally the full package. You can tell when he gets on the battlefield, he's able to push that all aside. That's nothing but confidence. That's why that kid is icy.
Yes, sir.
I think that what stood out to me the most was also that he has an incredible support system as well. You joining up? All right, we got Eli joining in. Unsure if he listened to the interview. We'll find out in a moment. But and the incredible support system, that's who he thanked while we were speaking in Spanish together. So exciting moments for Ice Kid, and I hope that we get to see more of Unreal Nightmares and the rest of the squad. But for now, we're bringing in Makowski and Eli as we head into the Complexity versus Optic match. The first elimination, round 1.
Woo! Elimination round 1, and Optic Gaming make a familiar return to the lower 1 bracket. My mind just trips up seeing Optic in the lower bracket round 1. 2 events in a row, but they did start here last tournament, Eli, and what'd they do?
They end up winning the whole damn thing, and it looks like Bound has the absolute goal to do the same thing. He's starting off this game hot, 4-1 already, but yeah, I mean, this is literally the same script. Like, you would think that in the sequel of the movie, the script writers would come up with a different script, but it's the same script, you know?
Yeah, no multiverse in the HCS. It's deja vu over and over and over. As Optic Gaming at this point, Eli, they're pissed off. They're already good enough. Now you pissed them off. It's like a wounded lion in the Sahara. They're going to come out swinging those claws with the nails sharp and long, as they've already gone up 1-0 here on Complexity, looking like they're in a good spot to continue with that, as they do have 25% on hill number 2 to Complexity's 5. We'll give them, and with 3 going down for Cole, Optic should get right back in that hill.
This is a feels bad man moment for Cole as well. I mean, this team obviously struggling this event a bit for their own standards, but you don't expect to run into a top 2 team in the world in the lower bracket for top 8. But it's a very tall task ahead of them. This would be monumental, though, if they're able to pull it off. Optic has a long road ahead of them. Now, they did make this run in Arlington, but I feel like it's going to be harder this weekend. Every team kind of stepping up and looking a bit more comfortable.
5 through 8 looks so much better than they did at Arlington. So while Optic should make their way through a couple of rounds, carefree and easy, I expect a 3-0. Those matches for top 6 and top 4 are going to be a bloodbath, which was not the case 1 month ago.
Have to agree. Looking good this game, though. Really good. Complexity have control, but they've got to hold on to it. Keep in mind, it's 40 seconds from start to finish to capture a hill, so they've only got about 10% of that. On the other side, Optic only need about 6 to 8 more seconds to close things out. Both teams just jockeying for control of Camo for the time being. And Optic win that fight handily. It's momentarily 3 dead, but look at this. Complexity spawning back tower. It looks like Optic suspected, though. Formal looking to check it.
Formal does not wait for the prey to fall into the trap. He goes out and gets it with the help of his teammate. I believe Legend did go down in that sequence, though, but you'll take the +1 net outcome. Optic secure hill number 2, and Complexity fortunate enough to earn the rotation on next. This has got to be their hill.
Now, one thing that I have noticed is Renegade. He's got 1 kill right now, and
imagine.
That's kind of like the difference so far this weekend compared to last tournament is we're not seeing the same Renegade that we saw at the last event. I think yesterday he still was in the top 5 KD department, but it's not been like that utter domination we witnessed. And I think that was kind of what they counted on to do as well as they did before. So he needs to step it up today.
And in the previous series against Rebellion, where you saw Optic struggling, you look down at the top right, and you'd see Renegade probably not having the typical game that we're used to seeing from him. But no worse for the wear here against Complexity. I think Optic can strong arm their way through with the collective 4 of Formal, Bound, and Legend. They're picking up the slack. Bound has really turned around his KD ratio. He is routinely the tip of the spear. He's the initiator. He's the one taking a lot of that damage, so it's not on him to have such a high positive KD ratio, but he does anyways. 11, 4, and 3. Only 1 member of Complexity in double figures, and the same for Optic.
Travis just gets a triple kill, but it doesn't matter because Renegade's just squatting in the hill, not paying rent at all.
You'd never have known that Complexity had rotated and got time in the hill instantly after Optic scored hill number 2. They are just that damn fast at flipping the map and flipping the advantage state on its head.
This young man right here, currently the youngest pro in the scene. We did see Ice Kid was just on the broadcast. That's who they were interviewing before we got here. So he's trying to be the new youngest player, I think. Actually, I'm not even sure how old he is, but regardless, Havacy really in a tough position to prove that he's a new kid on the block right now, as he's down 3-0 against angry Optic Gaming, who look to find their way into the grand final. They're just the first opponents they run into. Spartan the Dog, though, feel like this guy, if he can find that gear, is unstoppable at times, but against Optic, it's hard to find that gear.
Very tough. As Renegade goes down once again. 3 go down in total for Optic. Bound, the last member standing, and he goes down as well. So it's one of the first team wipes I can recall for Complexity in this game number 1, as they're up in the lead on hill number 4. Do they still have a path?
I mean, yes, to be honest, because they've got the tower side, like we talked about. If you have this half of the map during the next sequence of hills, you absolutely can steamroll. But the problem is Optic is so good at breaking this. Avicii somehow staying alive, and the juke is real, gets his shield back, and might even be able to get another. Okay, Repulse with the help of Cherish, and all of a sudden they're kind of jiving right now.
Like a kid on the playground, Avicii work in the back of the snipe tower like it's the jungle gym as he stays alive, takes down 2 members of Optic, and puts Complexity up on the board with their first score. They're only down 2 with 2:20 left on the clock, so you're right, Eli. I ask you, is there a path? Is there a chance? Everything's lining up for him right now. 3 go down on each side. It's Cherish versus Formal in a 1v1, and Cherish has the snipe. Formal approaches. No scope connects, and Cherish goes down. You can see his body language, his facial expression. A little disappointed by that.
You knew that was a crucial win. Sniper rifle, hungry for cookies and cream ice cream. Got the same look to it, but
what does a sniper have to do with cookies and cream, Eli?
Look at it, man. Look at the sniper. It's got.
I can see that. All right.
It's got a little bit of strawberry swirls in it as well.
Oh man, I love that.
Need to see a good break here from Complexity, though.
Yeah. Optic are gonna score next after previously getting scored on. That's one of their points of strength. That's one of the things that they're very efficient at doing. As Renegade makes his way through the garage door, now pushing up towards the sandbags, has shots in the back of Cherish. He'll go down to 1 or 2 shots, and Renegade is gonna chase this damage out like a dog foaming at the mouth.
I mean, look at the way Cherish played that. It's like he predicted that Renegade would push the way he did. So he purposefully dodged the push. Now they're looking pretty good. This has to be a perfect hill, though. They've got the camos, they've got the map positioning. But what does Optic do here? This is a good moment to study. What does a top team do in that situation?
This is big for Complexity. Even if they don't come back and ultimately win game 1, they've done enough in game 1 to show us that they're ready to put up more of a fight than an easy 3-0 sweep. We'll see what happens, though. Cherished has the camo, spots an opponent down on the box and the nest. As Legend is there hiding, I imagine reshielding. Bounds down to 1 HP. He gets cleaned up by Cherish. QT's available as well, and Legend hasn't moved off that stump. Cherish recognized it instantaneously. He's got 2 frag grenades to use. Finally lets it out, but because of the timing, he allowed Legend to escape, but not for long. Wow. No, he goes down with the last shot, so Complexity here might just make it a 1-point game with 90 seconds left.
It's a really critical light for Formal. If he lives over here, he can get them out of the hill. A lot of pressure on this side, though, from Complexity. He does trade the hill. Mental's right there.
That's going to do it. And they're going to be able to rotate. 3 go down for Optic Gaming. If they take down Legend, it's a staggered spawn scenario, but Legend clutches up for a double kill and will allow Optic to have a chance to instantaneously put pressure on this next hill, but Complexity are already in it.
Yeah, I don't know. They don't have great positioning, but somehow Cherish gets a great sticky kill. That's actually massive. They find another as well, but they look to be very damaged in the hill. Optic should maybe be able to clean this. No, Mental with a nice crouch strafe there. He's going to get another kill. And this has just been a bloodbath, back and forth, non-stop slays. Neither team willing to give an inch.
Legend has to reload, and Avicii takes advantage of it. Oh man, he got an extra lucky coin that he utilized to stay alive here. Still with just 1 HP, a dream, and more hill time for Complexity, but eventually they'll fall.
Complexity do have the lead in this hill. Just a minute on the game clock, so that's a critical piece of intel here. All members of Complexity were dead, but Sparty, and Sparty still gets a kill. Now, if his teammates come off spawn, they can move a little bit faster. Sparty takes a lot of frag damage, though, has to relocate. And looks like they're looking to take this fight before they step foot in the hill once again.
Here goes Sparty. He can taste the blood in the water, at least smell it. Now definitely taste it as he takes down Formal. 3 up on each side, as both teams will fight with an even standing, but Bound gets behind Sparty. Takes him down. Mental should be able to clean up on that, as he does. 2 down, though, for Complexity. Crucial for Mental to stay alive and stay close to the B hill.
Yeah, just 20 seconds in regulation remaining. It's very clear Optic have no interest in setting foot in the hill.
Huge!
Renegade misses the snipes. He was hitting those every time last tournament. Is that the difference here?
This could get Complexity into a tied scenario. They've got 40% on the board, but with single-digit seconds left, 7 to be exact, they've got to get in the hill. But Mental's the only player alive, and like a beacon, like the bat signal, flaring out into the sky. Everybody knows his location. He'll go down, and it looks like Complexity will as well. Optic take a hard-fought game number 1, but that wasn't the case in the early goings, Eli.
I mean, honestly, yeah, they go up 3-0. It looks like it's going to be a steamroll, but Complexity really put up a good fight there in the end game. We saw Mental have 23 kills, and I tell you what, I've been waiting to see when Mental wakes up this season, because we're not seeing the same Mental we saw on that Shopify Rebellion roster last year. But man, he's looking like he's in form right now.
It's a tough series layout as I look across the board for Complexity. 2 of Optic's best maps, Live Fire, I'd say their best map, are 2 of the games in this series. You actually bookend it with the start and the finish. So, but I think before we even get to that game 5, Eli, Complexity got to win 1 of the next 2. If not guaranteed, got to have this layer.
Yeah, this is definitely a must-win, and it's on Aquarius. I'd say of all the maps that a lower seed could overcome a higher seed, I think Aquarius is pretty high on that list because the spawns can get a little bit weird. You can get pretty fortunate with your spawns on this game mode as well, and I feel like Sparty specifically very comfortable on Aquarius, so I'm looking at him into this next game. Look at the damage though. Mental's damage off the chart. As we take a look at the head-to-head, and these numbers pretty different from one another, although the damage efficiency goes to Mental.
That's interesting. Very interesting. It's nearly a double up for the KD and the KAD, and the power weapon percentage, but Mental still doing something right, and he had a great game 1. You can see him here already with a 2.0 KD at 8-4, but Formal and the rest of Optic were too strong. One of those situations where you give yourself enough of a leash and a lead, you can start to give up some hills like we saw from Optic and probably still not sweat it too much.
Yeah, I think once you're up 3-0 and there's less than 2 minutes on the clock, if you just commit to playing time for the rest of the game, you have an extremely high likelihood to win, because you're going to burn enough time off here and there that by the time they get close to tying it up, they're probably close to the finish line. And yeah, I was talking about how Renegade's not been himself, but then he proved me wrong with a nice no-scope headshot there.
That was a filthy jump shot. Just about a fadeaway.
We did see him miss more snipes than usual, though. Like last tournament, he didn't miss like any.
Formal's really been, I'd say, the better sniper for Optic. If I had to pick one, I'd probably want the snipe in Formal's hands this weekend. What do you think?
Yeah, there's some argument for that. I would say Renegade's one of those guys, though. I think if you give him the snipe and then he just finds a little bit of momentum, then he becomes the guy. So maybe it's like, let's just keep giving him snipe until he finds his form, and then he'll take over after that.
Aqua Slayer, game number 2. And fortunately enough for Complexity, the reverse sweep trampoline does set up for them if they do go down 0-2. If they can take game 3 and really figure it out and put together more of the pieces that weren't a fully complete puzzle for them in game number 1, I still think they got a chance. It may not be a lot, but try to keep the hope alive for the boys in red and white. Complexity with that OG logo back. Jason Lake has Complexity back under ownership, purchasing that back from Jerry Jones of the Dallas Cowboys. So Complexity, local team here. So too is Optic Gaming. So it's kind of a grudge match, a battle
Texas,
where nobody's got the home court advantage. Well, you could probably still make the case Optic does, but this is both their homes.
For sure, no. 2 Texas-based organizations going at it here in Texas. So it's definitely an interesting one. There's certainly a lot of Optic fans here. This is not too far from the Optic Arena we were at a month ago. And they've been showing up. I think they've got a lot of reasons to root for the boys right now, as they probably feel somewhat responsible for the lackluster performance. You got to support the boys.
Yep. Got to find a way to bounce back here if you're Complexity. As Optic had just fallen to Rebellion, and so much deja vu this weekend. Like you said, Eli, there's been no script rehearsal or script reversals. It's pretty much carbon copy paste as to what we saw in Arlington. However, I think the big difference again is that the 5 through 8 seeds look much more viable as a threat to the top 3, and we already know it's guaranteed that one of those teams will take a spot in the winter final, claiming themselves that guaranteed top 3. We said it would be TSM. They're about to go up against Envy. That's going to be a good series.
Yeah, Envy 3-0ing Cloud9. TSM taking Nemesis to game 5 and closing it out pretty emphatically in the last game. I want to say it was like 50-40. So Nemesis taking an early trip to the lower bracket as well. That means, and the lower side, you could potentially run into Optic and Nemesis. Maybe Optic and Nemesis have another rematch.
Optic and
Lower
Nemesis, SSG's down there in the lower bracket after they fell to FaZe, I want to say 3-1.
Cloud9 as well.
Cloud9's there as well. They placed 5th, 6th at Arlington. So, man, you got some absolute gunners in the lower bracket.
Okay. We set our sights to Aquarius Slayer. This one could get mixy. Like I said, the spawns on this map work a little bit differently than other maps. Squad spawns highly prominent, so it's very likely that a team will end up trapped in a base at some time, but we could see them play a good defensive effort like we saw in Streets earlier from a base.
Hey, good offensive effort going on right now as Complexity have a 4-kill lead, 12-8 here off the start. As this is exactly what Complexity need. This is exactly what they want. And now they're up by 5, so big ups to Complexity. Who's leading the way? It's Avicii and Cherished right now. The two that you might not expect after especially what we've seen historically. And in that game 1 from Mental and Smarty, what happens when they come online?
I mean, this is such a team-based game mode in general. Like, it's also easy to hide from angles if you're conscientious of your sight lines on this map. So oftentimes, maybe this game so far, Mental and Sparty are just opening the damage, and then Avicii and Cherish are there to finish it off. So a lot of assisted kills here so far. Sparty has 6 already.
What does Coach Nick Ashes have up his sleeve? As probably had to go back to the drawing board to write up the strategies for this series, especially the opening strat had to be good, as Complexity has been in control of this one through the first 3 minutes of the game. That's a long portion of the match where you're feeling confident, feeling strong, as Legend does get 1, 2 go down in total for Complexity, as Legend makes his way through the courtyard, now into the fridge, spawning. Looks like no one's spawning there in the fridge. Instead, they're P1 as Legend gets a shot on him, but he's been called out. Doesn't want to take on a 1v2 gunfight, but they're going to coordinate and find a way to take him down. That was a great job because I thought Legend had a pretty tricky flank going on and potential positioning to keep him alive, but he does not.
Formal holding strong in the utility side here as well. After his Threat Seeker had a weird bounce. Didn't matter though.
That's the first time you didn't ask me what that was.
It took me a second. I had to dig into the brain files. I don't know why I can't store that one in memory, but
it's because you don't need a Threat Seeker. You got game sense.
There it is.
In Complexity, have a 2-kill lead. The lead has started to dwindle, though. It was once a 5. You get a 6-kill lead as far back as I can remember, but now it's just down to 1 as Formal makes his way towards P1. Mental is weak. Renegade drops down on him, gets the slay. Formal has low shields and the low ground, and Avicii takes advantage of it. 10 slays. He's the top fragger, the young gun, the kiddo, popping off.
Oh, and he survives there. That's a crazy live there. Renegade probably a little frustrated, because now his location is
and he's coming back for him.
And yeah, Avicii gets the shields back, immediately comes back, but some great shots from Renegade. Problem is, while he wins that fight, his teammates die around him. He was out of the play for quite some time. Now, this is what we talked about with the squad spawns. Looks like Complexity totally content with these spawns coming in the fridge side. That's very easy to play against if you're Complexity.
29-25, Complexity have regained their control of this Slayer, up by a team wipe, and that's going to stick going into the 30s. Now down by 3 are Optic Gaming is Avicii. He's been playing fast, loose, and aggressive, and I like that from him. There's been no second guessing, which is something you sometimes see from new players under the brightest lights.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this guy's playing without any hesitation, it seems. Fully trusting the intel his team is feeding him. But here come Optic, though. They've now tied it up.
Uh-oh. 3 in a row. Actually 4. Make it 5. As Optic Gaming is now on top. 31-30. Cherished. Makes his way towards the fridge. He's got teammate support in the form of Avicii there. Might be one to go toe-to-toe once again with Renegade. Oh my god! Renegade's the aggressor. Coming in hot with the G-Slide. Takes down Avicii with the Bandit. I'm so surprised you didn't see the fist in the feet.
This is what I was worried about with Complexity. They had so much momentum, but now they find themselves trapped in this base.
Hurtling a little.
Yeah, they started to like slow their momentum down, and
oh my god.
It's like when a predator smells fear in their prey. That's what Optic is doing. They smell the fear and they're taking advantage of it. And look at that. Out of nowhere, it's ballooned to a 6-kill lead. And I don't see Optic slowing down from here.
Yeah, if anybody knows dog psychology, they'll always tell you never show fear to a dog because they can sense it. You got nothing but dogs on the side of Optic Gaming, world champs at that. So they might just bark and bite as loud as any of them and as hard as any of them in the HCS. Against Spartan the dog himself. So tons of dog wordplay working here, but it works. 32-40 now. This one has gotten out of control. This was just a 1-point game. It was 30-31, now 34-42. What happened?
You got to feel for Complexity in this moment. They felt like they had a way back into this series, back into this tournament. But that has been fully erased. It's a 15-kill swing, by the way, as the lead was previously Complexities by 7, now Optics by 8.
Wow. They said, we'll take that. Yeah, with that 7-kill lead looks good on you guys, but it's better on us, as Optic have just about completely regained control of this game. And just as I say that, though, all 4 up for Complexity. Bound, the only member left for Optic Gaming, and this allows them to collapse. You're going to see staggered spawns as well. I imagine 2 in the Carbine, maybe 2 on the opposite side of the fridge. I think that's what we just saw, so you got to take advantage of your Complexity here. But despite the split spawns, Bound is splitting wigs.
Yeah, he wanted the triple. They're just flying. They're running it down. This is that Over 2 classic. Push because we can't lose, as they are just running it down. All members of Complexity forced to play closer together, but also can't play too close together because you can't give up that much space. Cherish is isolated. He does take one with him on the way down, but it's 1 more kill. And Optic on the brink of a 3-0.
Both of these games 1 and 2 were close, Eli, but then you look at the final score and it was not. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Here we go. A time-honored tradition here on LVT. It's the free-for-all finals. We'll get the nameplates up momentarily, but you gotta imagine Suspector is here to defend the crown. I see for Atticus, the Troxical, and Detroxin, excuse me, and we'll shout out the remaining players in this free-for-all final. $5,000 on the line.
I saw Command Station as soon as we blinked in. Maddie, of course, he's a mainstay in these grand finals.
Wow.
Sci-Fi Kai. Okay, oh, you're right. Aiden is here.
Collective. So you're seeing just about all the players that are typically in the finals and or got to the deepest portion of the open bracket but couldn't qualify. So this is a deadly lobby of 8, and so far 7 is the high mark, but 3 players are tied for it.
Got Kid Nasty in here as well. And P7K. I have not seen that name, I don't believe.
No.
But wow, we got, if you guys recall at the last play-in, Suspector was the victor. So looking to go back-to-back here if he can.
Semifinals, Eli, with 0 seconds left on the clock. He got 3 stickies to put himself from 5th place to 4th place and qualify for the finals. And then in the finals, he got 3 stickies with 0 seconds left to win the whole damn thing. One of the iciest performances I've ever seen in a free-for-all from Suspector. It really brought back memories of when Campy and Straight Sick used to duke it out, and it always came down to 0-0-0 on the clock. Let's hope we get that again here in Dallas.
Okay, so far the leader, though, is for Atticus, member of Passion United. I was actually just talking to him not too long ago. He looked locked in, so this makes sense. Must have been really thinking about the Actually, someone walked up to him and was like, hey, you signed up for the FFA? He was like, yeah, I guess so. And now he's in the finals with the lead.
Stumbles into the finals. You know, dumb luck, I guess. But no, this is all skill. You cannot just luck your way. You might luck your way through a couple of rounds, but not this many, not this deep into the bracket as we are down to the final 8. Overkill! 4 out of 8 in the lobby, taking down half of the lobby. Just got exterminated by Suspector.
That's not common that you see that this deep in these tournaments, by the way. I don't think we've seen... Have we even seen another overkill in the grand finals in a long time?
It's rare.
I think we might have seen a kill tack in one of them, but it is very rare to see more than 3.
You get a double and you start ringing the dinner bell, right? You get a triple and the hot food is on the plate and everyone smells it. To get the overkill is insane because at that point, there is not enough players left in the lobby to not be paying attention to whatever gravitational force Suspector's pulling his way on Aquarius. So for Suspector to earn that overkill was not only massive in the sense that it was a sick overkill, but it's got him back up on top, 2 down off the lead. Command Station's on top through the first 4 minutes.
We're all rooting for Command Station. I think she was a FFA champion in Halo 5 more than once. So she's looking to reclaim the throne. I don't know if she's won in FFA in Infinite yet, but she's always had the ability.
She's always been there. She's always been nasty. And now is the time. It is ripe for the taking as she still maintains a narrow 1-kill lead. 2 other players down by 1 as well. Suspector down by 2. So it is close. Our top 4 in the lobby are right in the thick of it.
Okay. And Station still has the lead, but Maddie and Atticus, the 2 members of Passion United, hot on her trail. So Troxin needs to get into this. Only 7 so far. And it's starting to get a little bit too late to start coming back. When you get into like 11 kills back, it's tough.
I always think keep it within a killing spree, right? Especially as we get into the 6-minute mark with the end game approaching. As Natroxin works his way into the generator, has the back of an opponent, but he earns an assist. You've got to feel a little bad for him, as I thought it. I'd feel bad for him if he still got that second slay, but earning the assist and then going down, and now Suspector's there to clean it all up with 20 slays. He's now the one on top. Command Station close behind, though, with 19.
Man, Suspector just showing why he's such a good player, but so is Command Station with a clean double kill, looking for another, as the outlines are momentarily off. Oh, no, we're back. Okay.
Tied the leader. And now taking it. 22-21. She's on top as Maddie works his way in through the courtyard. 2 players to potentially clean up via third party with that frag toss, but he's too late and too little damage comes through. None to be exact. He now gets into a 1v1. Pretty even fight there, and it's going to result in a trade. 22-21. We're still stuck at that. So everybody else has been earning some slays, but our top 2 competitors have left some slack on the line, and now everyone's catching up.
Yeah, so far this is Command Station, Suspector, and the 2 boys from Passion United. Hopefully Pure Delight's in the chat. Don't you know your boys are doing good right now? I don't know. That was my attempt at a Canadian reference, but here we go. Kid Nasty typically has some late surges in these games, so keep an eye on his score as we continue as well.
Natroxin looking to win a 1v1, but does not, as Atticus claims it instead. Might earn the camo as well, but he drops down, trying to find some space to keep himself alive. Doubles back, wraps back around to the top side of Pink, goes for the melee first and cleans up on it. Might just earn the sticky here, and that's tough. He had the close range proximity to earn it, but he just falls a little bit short. 23 is the lead, but a couple players are tied for it. Suspector's there, Maddie's one off, and Atticus is close as well with 21. This is still anyone's ball game with 8 minutes left.
Top 4 are very close behind that. Kid Nasty and P7K. Like I said, I'm not familiar with this player. I'd like to maybe see some more of their POV if we can. Man Station, though, gets the cluster luck and an assist there, I guess. She's only 1 back.
Shots, early shots. She'll take the trade, that's fine. Trying to get as many slays as you can in 15 minutes. Even if you go down, you're going to take that, especially with the lead. But she's tied for it, as Suspector has not let her run away with it. Now Maddie's tied, and this is getting closer and closer at the 7:30 mark.
3-way tie. Man Station changes that. Spectre then ties it again. We're about halfway through now. Kid Nasty starting to pick up some steam, though. Like we said, this guy can come online at any moment. He's up to 22 now, not too far behind. Collective also making a charge as well.
Nice long-range battle rifle switch. Keeps the battle rifle out for the close-range proximity, but hey, it takes 2 shots in a melee instead of 3 with the bandit. So I kind of like that play there, Eli. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the 2-shot melee is slightly faster than the 3-shot melee with the bandit.
Yep.
So close range. We've seen Renegade actually start to employ that strat in 4s as well, where he'll hold the BR for close-range battles, which is kind of counterintuitive because BR in good long range as well.
Very intriguing. As Kid Nasty. 1v1 gunfight, but he gets third party cleaned up. So too does Atticus. So neither of those competitors wrapped up in that 1v1 got a slay for it, both earning an assist. That hurts a little bit. As Spectre now still 1 off the lead. Now 2. I think that was Command Station that took him down. It was! She gets another one via the trade. 29. She's up by 3.
That's a massive lead at this stage. It doesn't sound like much, but typically, it's a kills per minute type of game, right? And there's only a set amount of kills per minute that these guys are capable of most of the time. The re-kill lead is massive here.
I was just about to remark how she's keeping her assist low. She was at 9, and just as I thought that, she gets a double assist. Still 11. You're not going to be hurting too much, but she's got to be careful because 11 is the high mark for assists, and it's the death total that would be our tiebreaker. And at 24, as I glance across the screen, she would be leading the tiebreaker via the death count. So it's often you see Command Station up to the finals have the most kills, most assists, and least deaths. So if it does come down to a tiebreaker, don't be surprised if Command Station takes it.
Still leads, but Kid Nasty, we said that he would surge in the end game. He tied it up for a second, but then Command Station finds it double to rebuild that separation once again. Seeing shades of that pattern time and time again so far. Maddie's coming into the 30s as well.
With less than 6 minutes left, 6 of the 8 competitors are right there in the thick of it, but Command Station starting to gain and grow on her lead, 34. The next highest is 30. Can she get that killing spree buffer gap that I think she wants?
Certainly going to go for it. She looks locked in. Doesn't get that kill, though. That's going to hurt because Atticus gets a couple of those, and he's hot on their trail as well. So now Kid Nasty's. The Spectre, I've noticed, has been stuck at 29 for quite some time now. Hasn't been able to close out a kill for a while.
Got to get back on the board. Oh, perfect third-party execution from Maddie. Thought he was about to get ninja'd, but it's the slick play from him himself. And he is having a much more impressive performance. I believe he got 6th in Arlington, now in 2nd. Just 2 off the lead of Command Station. As Kid Nasty earns another slay with the Heat Wave. He's right there in the mix. 2 players only down by 1.
Heat Wave camo combo. He just wants to run up for the shotgun beatdown. The classic. He's going to get shut down here, though, but he has tied it up. Command Station and Kid Nasty, 35 apiece. Maddie joins the party, 3-way tie, Hunter.
Unbelievable. It could not be any closer. Command Station, though, taking a narrow lead. How long will that last? She's alive, so she can build on it. Looking to stay alive and earn another slay. She's up by 1. We're in the end game. Less than 4 to go.
Less than 4 to go. Kid Nasty finds another. He ties it up once again. Maddie, 35. Right, Command Station has the more assists. She's also got more deaths than Kid Nasty right now, so at the moment, Kid Nasty would win the tiebreaker if it comes down to those 2.
Wow, what a steal from across the map. You only want to take those shots if you can guarantee it. And Command Station, the smart competitor knows. She's smart, she's skilled, she's talented, and she's taking faces. She's in the lead, up by 2.
This is so huge right now. 2-kill lead with 3.5 to go. She's maintaining pace, that's important. She finds another as well. Kid Nasty needs to find one here to keep pace with her. The trade is more than enough. If you get a trade every time you're alive, that's a W if you ask me. But Command Station wants more. She goes for the trade and gets it to maintain her lead.
Command Station, the first to the 40s. Will she be first when all is said and done? As the Spectre a little off the mark. I don't know if he's going to be able to defend the crowd. Now down by 8. And you're right, Eli, he has been stuck at around the 29-30 mark for what feels like the last 8 minutes. That's far too long.
He's fallen into what, 6th now? 7K has passed him. Yeah, the only person, or no, he's in 7th. Natroxen, the only player with less kills now. So a fall off of all fall offs. He does get that, but I mean, all eyes right now should be on Command Station, Kid Nasty, and Maddie. She now has a 4-kill lead, though, going into the 2.5 minute mark.
And because of the disparity in deaths, she has to continue to run up that score because Kid Nasty's path to a comeback here is to tie with her, but she's now up by 6! Popping off at the end game, Command Station might just clutch up.
Oh my God, Collective pushing in through the utility side. It's another trade. Not sure who that benefits there on the other side. Spectre fighting his way back a bit. He's up to 36 now, but he needs some magic in the end game like he had in Arlington.
That's a big triple. And it gives him a chance. He's down by 6, which is a considerable deficit with less than 2 to go, but a guy like Spectre, I'm not counting him out until he's dead and done. And the clock has hit 000. As we hop on board here with
39. He just came all the way back. He's only 6 back at command now. Spectre went on an absolute tear.
He has a chance.
She's up by 5 now. I don't know.
Let's hop on board here with Command Station as she makes her way to the top side of car. Looking to clean up
massive.
On 2. She gets the assist. Don't make it 2. No. It is! That could be a heartbreaker.
Oh, okay.
She does find the 1, and she needed all 5 of those shots to do so, but the lead has gotten tighter as there are multiple players in the mix. She's got a killing spree lead in the final minute and a half. Can she hold on?
That's all she has to do. I mean, if she just continues to trade out, she hears some damage over here, wants to trade it down.
Huge!
Picks one up without even losing any shield so she can re-engage the next fight. No sweat. She is up by 5. Still, she's maintained pace. She has the most assists as well. She's been a damage machine this game.
A couple players 5 kills off the lead, but this feels strong for Command Station. If she wins this pivot, that could be it. Oh, that's a crucial 10 seconds that she'll be back on the respawn screen, waiting to spawn back in as Maddie and Kid Nasty are only down by 4 now.
Okay, Kid Nasty gets a trade, but now he's on the respawn screen. She's respawning. She needs to find one. If she gets 1 kill here, I think she might just secure the tournament. She's still up by 3 right now. Needs 1. That's a big
Huge
trade for her.
But she's only up 3 with 30 seconds left. Kid Nasty has a chance. She's only down by 2. Hop on board with the Kid, Callus. We're on board with them. Courtyard fight goes through. He gets the trade. He's only down 1. 20 seconds left.
Man sees a fight occurring. P1 can't get the angle though. Knows that there's another player lurking around here. Needs to find this kill. Kid Nasty's still down by 1. That's a huge kill for her. She stays alive as well.
The melee comes through. The clutch is fisted, and he gets it. Oh my God, Command Station might just do it with 4 seconds left. A historical win for the women of Halo. The first time a woman has won the free-for-all. Command Station makes history and claims the free-for-all finals.
Oh my God. Let's go, Allie. She's been knocking at the door. She's been in every one of these tournaments. It was only a matter of time before she closed it out.
Wow. Oh my God. What a win for Command Station, and it was close. She had some big leads up a killing spree, but Kid Nasty made her fight for it, and she clawed her way to the finish. That was one of the most thrilling wins I've seen in the free-for-alls. And man, what a historical moment for the women of Halo.
Seriously.
To claim a LAN championship. I can't recall that ever happening in Halo.
I don't know if it has. I mean, I know she's won FFA tournaments in Halo 5, so she'll correct us.
HCS LAN, though.
I don't know if it was an HCS LAN what she won. And if it was
Huge.
like a full open tournament like this, so.
Absolutely massive, man. I can only imagine how proud her family and members of Women of Halo are for her right now. That was sick.
Man, I'm so happy for her. I know how hard
she's been so close.
Yeah. I remember having a conversation with her when she made the decision to focus on free-for-all. I don't even remember what event it was. Maybe it was ForceCon, military tournament. She's a member of the Armed Forces, competes with the Air Force squad. And she told me, I think she even asked for my advice on like, should I just focus on FFA? And I was like, whatever you want to do. She's got the ability to honestly do whatever she wants in this game.
That was massive. As we take a look back at the replays, Eli, what do you think what was the winning moment? Where do you think she secured it?
I mean, honestly, when she goes up by 6, like with, I think she had a 6-kill lead around the 3.5 minute mark, maybe somewhere around there, and that's
on
like,
pink.
Yeah, and it's like once you have that lead, it's really hard for anybody to answer to that. Especially at the pace she was playing, she wasn't having many lives where she didn't get a kill. You know, she was at least trading out almost every time. What are you laughing at?
Just this, man. I'm just so happy for her. She came into the finals last tournament having the most slays, most assists, least deaths. She looked primed to take it, but she did not, and now she does, claiming her rightful spot atop the HCS's best. She's so humble.
No pop. She didn't stand over the monitor and go, "You suck!" like everyone else that has won any games this weekend. I mean, a consummate professional. She's got haters, but she doesn't care. I'm gonna be completely honest. She's one of the most like mentally resilient competitors that I've seen. She is unshaken by the opinions of.
Some people kind of thrive off of that. I mean, you kind of have to have that mindset to compete in anything.
It's a champion mentality.
It is a champion's mentality. I mean, you put yourself on a platform, you put yourself on the main stage, people are going to judge you. People are going to have thoughts, and she does not care.
Hopefully we can do an interview with her. I don't know if someone's looking for her.
Yeah, where's Garrett? He's on the hunt. I already know because he's not in his seat like he was. I can sense that he's looking for her right now. As we look on to the championship bracket, elimination round 1, Gen G versus Cloud9, and Cloud9 disappointing so far, Eli, based on their stellar results in Arlington.
Yeah, this would be a pretty big blow to Cloud9 to lose this, I would say. I mean, Gen G, no slouches, but they've not been performing this tournament either, right? Like, Gen G's kind of been struggling, but they're looking to be on pace to be up 2-0 in this series with Cloud9 with their backs against the wall.
Breaking shot. Earns the cleanup onto Sab. Might just be 2 here. Use of the thrust has an extra second to stay alive, but he's windmilling against Lethal.
Lethal had no business winning that fight.
We just got some extra kilowatts for the for the venue electricity, man, because that was...
The windmill is powering the Xboxes in the open bracket. Thank you for that one. But Gen.G need to get back into this. Or sorry, Cloud9 needs to get back into this, and it could have started with that play from Lethal.
41-36 here as Gen.G have a 6-kill, now commanding. See what I did there? Lead on Cloud9. Yeah, we're gonna be gassing up Command Station throughout the rest of the year, if that. Much less the weekend, because man, that was thrilling. Now she gets to defend the crown at the next LAN event. So I know we just switched gears back to the 4v4, but I am still just so hyped up. We got to lock in here. 42-41. Gen.G on top by 1. It was just a 6-kill game, Eli.
I know. They were up by 6 when we tuned in. Cloud9 have fought back in the last minute or so. It is a 1-kill difference still. Lethal outputting lots of damage, trusting his team will follow up on it. He goes down, but Bill did get traded out. Lots of trades occurring. All these benefit Gen.G. Every single kill traded in the last 30 seconds there.
46-45 as Lethal find a clutch one here to tie things up with 4 kills left for both of these 2 teams. Septify has the high side positioning on top bank, so Lethal's going to go down low and then tempted high-low proposal here. They're not having a very easy time pushing through pink. Ryu with the nades absolutely pulverizes it instead. Demolishes the positioning that Cloud9 wanted, and that might just seal the deal. Shut the door for Gen.G, as it looks like it might just. 49-46, needing just 1 more as Lethal trying to stay alive in the fridge. King Nick has his positioning called out, and Ryu with the sticky. How fitting.
That looked like it.
Insta-exploded.
Was it an insta-explode? Yeah, it wasn't like. I think a frag might have detonated it in midair, because I don't think he threw the other grenade. But either way, that's going to do it for a 2-0 lead for Gen.G. Look over to Omit versus Space Station, and they look to be up 2-0 here shortly as well.
Yeah, this is very close. 44-48. Space Station, man. They might still win a 3-0, but just based on the eye test, Eli, we haven't seen that cohesive and that chemistry develop like we kind of anticipated, right? That was all the talk leading into HCS Season 4 during the offseason, right, was, well, just give them time on LAN. The case on LAN even. Just give them time at the case on LAN to just hang out and build on that chemistry and rapport. And it just doesn't seem to have come through just yet. It's a little too early to call them down and out, but we'll have to see. As we switch gears once again, Zero Tenacity versus Nemesis, 2 of EU's best. Someone's got to pack their bags early.
These 2 teams probably have more experience playing against each other than any 2 teams in the HCS period, because they're the only 2 teams that can play, they can scrim each other. I mean, BH3 is like the 3rd team. But like, these guys have played against each other in so many European tournaments, in every single European Open Grand Finals. They scrim against each other all the time. They've all teamed with each other at different points in time as well, so a little bit of a grudge match, but historically, Nemesis has had their number. I'd say, though, recently, Zero Tenacity did, I want to say, take them to a Game 5 in the last tournament, but Snipe Drone says that's the last time they're going to have a close match with us.
Snipe Drone, 10-4-3, has that commando ringing out. The oddball still on the reset point. He looks to stay up, stay alive. And I think enough attention and enough bodies have dropped for Zero Tenacity to allow him to grab that oddball. Yes, does he take it back to Gold, or does he rotate it to Long Haul where SLG just died? I think he's just going to try to stay alive.
Okay. 10. Need to find something here to keep this interesting, but Snipe Drone has kind of been that dude for Nemesis so far this weekend. 12-3. I feel like a majority of the games we've watched, he's been incredible. Put him on the mouse and keyboard, of course. Oh, with the gross 5-shot on his former teammate with the teabag to add to do it.
Cheeky, cheeky. Boot him. Snipe Drone now. He might just have the kit combination camo shock rifle in his hands. Looks to find some space, get those shields back, find the headed chick. It looks like he had it lined up, but it misses.
Enemy has the ball.
That's part of the bullet magnetism getting nerfed. That shot previously would have been a perfect kill.
Enemy team
all of those
on a prior patch, yeah, but you got to be even more precise now. Feels a bit more random. Maybe that's just me coping, but
enemy has the ball.
Definitely harder to land those.
Oh my God, Woodham is running amok. He was previously bagging bodies, now he's bagging more slays.
Yeah, this is looking like a dominant round 1 performance from Nemesis. If you recall, though, some of the members of Zero Tenacity were in this situation, back against the wall, lost the first round to Oddball, won the next 2, and then reverse swept. Granted, that was when Wuchum was on that team. Now they're playing against Wuchum. So, different times, but it's not impossible.
Nemesis up 2-0 in the series and up 1-0 in this Oddball game number 3. A chance to move on to round number 2. Lower portion of the bracket as Woodham earns the trade onto Chick. 3 go down for Z10, so it's going to open up the space for Nemesis to potentially grab this Oddball, but everybody's weak with low shields. They're going to actually take that time to reshield rather than push for that Oddball. And it's going to be actually Mighty's, I think, who's going to grab it. Oh my God, the crack shot from Glory. Stops what could have been a rotation to Nectus. Glory earns the double, making a triple. No, he goes down, but that was still pretty filthy.
Glory's a special talent, man. I don't think people understand how disgusting he is with the sniper rifle. Any sniper rifle, he's doing crazy flick shots constantly.
Oh, that's a double.
No, that wasn't a sticky.
Oh, okay. I really thought that was going to do big damage.
A tiny bit of damage.
A little fastball. It does. You do some damage with the connection there with the frag, but nonetheless, Woodham making his way through into the red pipes. Chick is weak and will go down because of it. Great prioritization of the Oddball. As soon as Woodham earned that slay, he earned the ball as well.
Might have to wait for the command station interview. Maybe HCS is interviewing her first. Good kill. As Nemesis look to close this one out in a hurry. This is a top 8 match, by the way. Should Z10 lose this, would fall out in top 12. And you've got to imagine Nemesis have a lot more on their mind for this tournament. Oh, there she is showing the check.
Yeah, rightfully so. We're putting some extra hype and emphasis on Command Station's win. It's a historic one. As she stands tall above the main stage with that check, $2,000 to her name. But I think it's the legacy and the glory that she's more proud of.
Oh, for sure. And she's got plenty of accolades already. Frequently winning in the ladies tournaments, not in the grand finals. And now in an open bracket with some of the world's FFA best. Takes them all down and is the sole victor. Big deal.
You had the defending champ in that lobby. You had all the familiar faces in that lobby. You had everybody popping off in the end. It was not an easy win. So big ups again to Command Station as Nemesis take a double up advantage on Z10, and this could be it. Z10. Man, it's just, it's tough. They have 4 really, really good players on the team. I don't think that their placement is ultimately going to be a reflection of how good they are at Halo, but the results are the results.
Yeah. Had a rough couple events. They finished top 12 at the last one as well, assuming that this does close out here shortly.
Halfway to victory.
Wonder what possibly change for them. I don't know if they'll make a team change, but you gotta root for these guys. All professionals, all insanely talented as well. It's just tough. Like, this is a tough top 12 matchup. You have to imagine if they play against somebody else that doesn't know them as well as Nemesis does, they probably have a better chance to win that for top 8.
SLG goes down. Hop on board here with Chick. Nice frag toss. Takes down Glory. Now just looking for more damage to clean up on. Nice martyrdom from the Grave Slay there. That sticky connects. Make sure that some damage is still dealt in a disadvantageous position. Speaking of disadvantageous, I don't know if Seeker could be in a worse spot right now. Oh, he's dead to rights, but Mighty's got his back.
Where was Mighty's there? Long haul, I guess? Great save there. And honestly, great recognition from Sika that he didn't have to do anything but wait for the teammate
and call for help
for the cavalry to arrive. And for that, he has earned the camo as well. And he might just get 2 that could bring them back into this game.
Oh.
Still did enough to get a 4 dead for
4 dead? Yep. Jimbo and Z10 could score 20 seconds here, which would get them just seconds off the lead. So hold up. Nemesis have to have a damn good push off their back foot. They want to hold on to this lead in this series, but 3 do go down for Z10. That's tough, thinking that they were about to go on a run, but They're all running back to the respawn
my
screen
God.
instead.
Jimbo tried to throw the ball out, but the grenades blasted the ball back into the pipes. So now Nemesis are comfortably holding it. That's such a feels bad moment for Z10. If that ball did get played out to the batteries, you don't imagine Nemesis would be able to comfortably hold it right now.
Snipe drone with that plasma pistol charged up. I thought he connected with the goo, but I guess not. Fist did, but I don't think that's going to be enough to earn the trade as Glory has the oddball to his name. 100 seconds. He's the high mark for oddball time. And he hits the G-slide. Juggle with the oddball and the grapple hook all at once. That was perfectly played. Perfect timing.
Snipe drone in a rough spot right there. He wanted to hit the curb slide to chuck the ball off the map, but he gets shut down. It's a good cutoff there from Z10. Now Jimbo trying to hold down the top tower position, get some intel for the next push from Nemesis. This has got to be a good hold. This has got to be a good defensive effort. Wuchum getting the first opening break. Slay is going to make this hold a bit more difficult.
Big frag toss. Needs to win this 1v1 against his former protege, but the student becomes the master in that 1v1 as Jimbo goes down, but Woodham eventually does as well. As watching Halo through the eyes of Snipe Drone here. Earns the Slay onto Sika, picks up a couple stickies, now makes his way towards the pipes. Chick is there, but the positioning on Gold is very mixy. Multiple members for each team are there. The camo pops up out of nowhere, but Jimbo gets stuck. The trade will come through, but that's a nice takedown by Snipe Drone.
Very nice takedown indeed. And the longer this goes on, the more it benefits Nemesis. The ball just sitting on its spawn point. Even the lead doesn't mind that this stays here. There's only a minute and a half in regulation. Z10 forced to move forward, but as I say that, Nim the ones to grab the ball first. They've got enough time and space to do so. SLG in perfect positioning to shut down multiple targets, and that'll probably seal it.
97, 8, 9, 100, and that will do it. Nemesis with a hard-fought win here, a series sweep after previously losing their last series. This was a big one for them to kind of get back on that horse that had them feeling like they might be the upset darlings of Dallas like they were Arlington.
Yeah, I mean, that'll help build some momentum going into the rest of it. I'm curious to see who they play next, because like we said, there's a lot of snakes lurking in that lower bracket.
Wow, Gen G now up 2-0 on Cloud9. Now, they are down in this particular game, but is Gen G about to do it again? Nobody, yeah, just write them off. They're not getting top 8. And this would be for top 8. So, man, nothing but ups to the old wily veterans for Gen G. Breaking Shot probably the youngest player on Gen G, but even he's been at it for a few years now.
Typically, it's Ryan like beating his old teammates, but has any member of Cloud9 teamed with Ryan? I feel like...
Well, Lethal, right? At some point.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think they actually teamed early in his career.
Early.
Or in both of their careers.
This was long ago. This is actually...
Like Halo Reach, Halo 3, end of Halo 3, maybe?
Yep.
Those combines, when they were both unknown entities.
Yep. That is crazy. The two Combine kids duking it out here. Lethal goes up against a familiar foe. Dropping on board with the man himself. Just kidding. Switching gears here to Boo Boo Dubu, who is down. As Rhino makes his way through the mid-bridge. He's got the camo. No interest in grabbing the grapple. He's got a first priority, and that's taking down the oddball carrier. Sticky. Frag for the death from the grave. No, it does not connect. So it looks like Breaking Shot will be able to grab onto that oddball, though. And 3-4 go down for Cloud9. That was filthy. It wasn't clean, but it got the job done.
Now it's Cloud9 with 99 in this round, though. So Gen G, I think, maybe just trying to get their footing in this game. Probably don't expect to win it. It's technically possible, but...
If anyone could do this, Eli, it's freaking Ryan, bro.
Yeah.
It's Ryan.
I just think that the bigger goal in this moment should not be to win this round. Yeah, he's
what a sneak! He was the last player alive.
Yeah, he don't care, bro. He's flying
But
in.
you're right. He's trying to set up for...
Like, you need to build momentum and, like, get your footing and, like, have a good setup that feels all right, and then take that into the next round, right?
Does Ryanoob have everyone on Gen G rocking the E United skins?
At least King, Nick, and... Yeah, they're all repping it. You're right, actually. I like that. I think that maybe he's trying to rekindle some of the magic that Tier 1 roster had.
Nothing happens by chance, Eli. That is purposeful. I'm glad I noticed it, too, because that's kind of interesting. It doesn't have much of an impact on the game, but the mental and, like you said, the camaraderie, and let's play for something, right? Let's call back to the years where we were very successful. Rydoob and King Nick at one point were making their way to the top 4 and potentially even crashing the party in the grand finals. So this is an interesting callback to the days of yesteryear when E United was in Halo competition, as Boo Boo Doo peels back Ryan with the perfect shot with the shock rifle. But 3 go down for Cloud9. I've been noticing the numbers dwindling for Cloud9, but that score on the board keeps going up. Now Gen G has it, though.
I would say this is a good game type for both teams. Like, I would say this is probably one of both of these teams' favorite game types to play. Ryan has historically always loved recharge ball. So has Boo Boo Doo Boo. I feel like it's kind of both of their comfort zones, so it should be interesting to see which one of these teams comes out ahead. Nick kind of in a weird situation, trying to buy time for his squad to show up. And unfortunately, his squad goes down, as does he.
Tied up. 18 all.
Enemy has the ball.
It is Cloud9 who seem to have the better position to score more time. Sab has it, but he's dropping it, maybe rotating it up to goal. This is what it looks like is occurring here, but the 4 push, excuse me, is on for Gen G. All Boo Boo Doo Boo can watch and let him know that the cavalry is coming. You gotta find a way to get into the action. That's exactly what Boo Boo and his teammate are trying to do here. Great recognition of the situation. Boo Boo Doo Boo left his long shots to get up close and personal because that matched the counter attack from Gen G.
Yeah, great heads-up awareness. Boo Boo is definitely good for that, almost always. Finds a way through, and he's going to get ball time. Skep on this side, holding down the elevator spawns. And now because of this positioning, anticipating the rotation through long haul, I don't think they noticed that King Nick got through, though. King Nick might mess things up there in the pipes.
Septify goes down to Common. As we hop on board here with Sab. Quick trigger finger with that green gun. Trades out again. Common goes down as well. Now Ryanu next to the ball. Cannot grab that yet. He's got way too much pressure on him. Another trade out. That's 3-4 trades in a row, Eli.
Lots of trades. That's going to benefit the team in the lead, which right now is Cloud9, of course. Looks like Gen G in better positioning to get the next ball grab, but two of them go down. Cloud9 very likely to push ahead here, and they're going to just grab the ball and run with it. Looking like a raccoon stealing the cat food out of the bowl.
With 2 hands scooping it up.
But instead it's Sab is the raccoon in this case. Stealing the ball and taking it all the way to back C. And Skeptify with the big double as well.
Ball dropped.
Well, we brought up the reverse sweep trampoline in that Complexity versus Optic series. That was a far cry for actuality, but this might be it for Cloud9. This is that reverse sweep trampoline setup where you know you can go toe-to-toe with Gen G. You just haven't put it together yet. So maybe this 20-minute run of Oddball gets them back in the series, currently down 2-0. Watch out.
Watch out indeed. Cloud9, I think, the type of gritty guys that will kind of dig deep in moments like this.
Oh no!
I think Ryan wanted that ball to come with him. Didn't want to go to the ball. But I do feel like this game mode, if Cloud9 do come ahead with a win here, that could be a lot of momentum to carry them to win this series.
No, absolutely. This would be a whole new series if Cloud9 were to win this one, but it's Gen G for now. With the oddball in their hands, down by 28 seconds. And Brian Noob to collect the slay onto Septify, does that with the finishing headshot. Around, trying to find next. As it looks like Cloud9 are trying to sneak a rotation through the white hole, and they do!
That's the second time now Sab's done that.
Right under his nose!
Just grabs it and hits 3 curb slides, and he's back C in a matter of seconds. The rest of the squad are here ready to protect him. Boo Boo and Lethal get 2 kills. That means this ball is going to be held for a bit longer. Ryan making a somewhat of a questionable push, but no, they forced the play ball. That's actually a pretty big deal. And now they're going to spawn next to it as well. So what I thought was questionable was the genius in action of Ryan.
That's like when Rydoob jumped off the map and said, I did that on purpose just so I could have a better spawn position. That's exactly what we just saw there with that reset. They're still down by a considerable margin, 41 seconds. But with 2 minutes left in regulation, there is still plenty of time to come back in this one. Septify goes down. That's a big slay for Gen G. It gives them a +1 outcome as they're on the ball.
That was a really good moment for Breaking Shot as well. He purposefully backed up so Skep could not get the melee kill. Gets the kill cleanly. Now he's still alive here and able to fight. Dodges 1 grenade, but lands on another with the grapple. Ryan's going to punch Sab in the forehead, get that slay. And more time that burns out the clock, the better for Cloud9. Gen G need to hold on to it more than they juggle it here.
Ryan Noob, tricky fight, earns the trade against his rival, Lethal.
Enemy has the
Septify now. Sliding his way through the C platform. Doubles back towards the tower instead. Must have gotten some alert, some communication. As he's now spotted, breaking shot takes him down. 2 down on each side as the oddball sits precariously in between. Bottom gold stairs in the long haul. As Sep looks to pick up another one. He does against Common. 1 fingernail worth of health, and he stays alive with it. I can't believe that wasn't a trade.
Well, I mean, what happened there was one of Skeptify's teammates shot him once, so he recognized the shield flash, knowing that he had been shot once already, so he goes for the 2-shot beatdown instead of the 3. So good recognition of the shield there.
Brilliant recognition there. It's tough to slow down time and space when it's coming at you fast. And frenetic as Sap and Septify both go down. So 2-2 for Gen G. As Common to push up onto Boo Boo Doo. The shield battle is, and he cleans up on it. Jesse goes down. Common stays alive. More importantly, he's got the high side positioning at gold. And Gen G have the oddball. So despite having only 57 seconds left in regulation and a 30-second deficit, they can certainly do this, and it's starting to look even more likely as Ryu picks up 1, looking for 2. Everyone's weak and scattering like ants in the summer heat. Oh my God, Gen G might just do it.
This is insane. Rhino has been on a tear this life. Wow, if you got that one, that would have been massive. Skeptify lives by the skin on his teeth. And he gets a trade before finally being taken down. But that could be the catalyst. Now the rest of Cloud9 can move a little bit more easily across the map.
40 seconds left. 3 go down momentarily for Cloud9. Only breaking shot down for Gen G. If Common could just keep his shields, play his life. But he's got all the help he needs. They're at top A. But King Nick does drop. And with every drop of Gen G, the clock drops too. And with the oddball in possession, even if you have all 4 up, Eli, it's a 3v4 best case scenario. So the clock is really playing a factor in the end game. 20 seconds left.
It's a big kill from Skeptify, shutting down Ryan Noob, who certainly had ill intentions for Gen G. But yeah, right now they're just playing keep away. Ball is left in an open space. They can easily be shot. What's the plan here from Gen G? They have to go. They kind of sat and thought about that for too long, I think.
No time to think. You got to make your move. You got to play like your hair's on fire. And maybe Cloud9 catch fire here, Eli.
That sounds terrifying. Has your hair ever been on fire?
Maybe once or twice.
Yeah, I think I've accidentally lit my hair on fire.
I think I have.
1 minute remaining.
Anyways, we survived.
We're here now, so whatever. Omit. Down 0-2 to Space Station, but they do have a lead in round number 2. Granted, Space Station did win round number 1, and there is not a lot of time left. This could be going to a round 3, Eli.
Could be. But yeah, it's looking very likely, actually, with just 35 seconds in regulation. Collect with a great bounce grenade there. Those Lucids lurking here as well. Oh, no. Still gets the win on that fight, though. That's pretty big.
Collect now. Presses the elevator button, gets up to the top floor. Eco and Snakebite. They don't care. They're just looking to push through. Collect, trying to make him pay. He does deal out a lot of damage, but he goes down to 1 shot as well. So he's going to use that time to reshield, reposition, take the bat ledge positioning. Shock is up as well. Oh, the bait and switch. Eco comes down with the fisticuffs and raised down hell and fury on Collect.
Good grenades come through, but somehow Eco dodges 1. He does go down, but it doesn't matter. Omit will take round number 2 and force a round 3. This is a very similar situation to the last series we just saw.
And I mean, hey, the Slayer was close. 4 kills or so in that game number 2. We didn't see game number 1, but here in game number 3, which we've been watching for the last minute or so, it's tied 1-all. Oh, see if Omit can make Space Station tremble a little bit here. It's hard to make world champ fear their future, but maybe Omit can do something as Ezo. Top C plat. Just playing a little game of peekaboo, huh?
Yeah, it was kind of an awkward engagement there, but both players recognizing it's not worth. Ezo just fully rotating, and this is going to buy time for the rest of his squad to show up. Unfortunately, the Mortally, who was his teammate that showed up, is already dead. He's got to see if he can do something from behind. I don't know if Space Station's going to let him.
Pressure's too strong. They send 2. He does earn the trade, which is impressive. The reversal medal especially identifies how impressive that trade was, especially being down 1v2 in that fight. And it's going to be Omit, so maybe there was something to that 1v2 trade win there, as they've got the first seconds of round 3, and they're growing on it. I don't know if anyone's in position. Stellar's the closest one to make a play on it, and sensing that, Omit will reset, content with a 12-second head start.
Snakebite always knows exactly where everyone on the map is. He's going to cut straight through the center of the map. I think didn't want the ball to reset, so that's why he grabs it there. Maybe very confident that his team will win this fight. Maybe shouldn't have been so confident because Omit win it instead.
Collect is popping off 28, 11, and 14. My
Been
God.
popping off almost every game that we've seen him.
Oh my God, there's a first-person, first-hand example, man. That was, whew, man, Collect seems to be in a flow state. He does get shut down, but not before earning another one with the fist. The only player with 30 slays is Collect, but Morley's not too far behind him.
Stellar with some great shots there. Perfect kill. Morley finds a perfect of his own in the kill feed. And wow, he finds another with the BR. Morley with some crazy shots there from a difficult position.
Uh-oh. We're starting to see Omit heat up a little bit. They're looking like looking like an evenly matched series at this point. I know it's 2-0 SSG, but Omit have really shown us something since we hopped on board here with this particular game. 3 do go down, but if Lucid goes down, it would be 3 for SSG as well. But with the camo, he's going to be able to maintain his life.
Yeah, Lucid typically good for finding value with the camo. Highly conscientious of when it was going to dissipate as well. Made sure he wasn't exposed. Landing some good shots to force those players back into pipes while his teammates push through. But Morley, once again, in these situations where it looks like Omit are going to die, Morley has clutched up in a few fights now.
Lucid, Season 1 MVP, finds one, has the oddball, drops it, multitasks perfectly. Takes down 2, and 4 go down in total for SSG, so they will be able to rotate this oddball through the White Hall into the back of C and earn some time.
This is looking good. He's got the Shroud as well to use as another tool in the next engagement. They're all in great positions. They've forced these A spawns. They know 100% that's where they spawn, but now the game is predicting how they play. Also, how does he not see them there? It must have had a...
What?
He didn't have the same offset, so the gun must have blocked his vision. Keep in mind the observer offsets gonna be different, but yeah, Omid looking great so far in this round.
It is off the reset, a little bit harder to grab it off the reset, even if
the
4
spawn
do
from
go
Lucid.
down, but the spawn from Lucid
He didn't
occurs
go up
on
top,
this side. Lucid goes low, but he still finds the slay on to Collect. How did SSG come out of this in a situation where they might be the one to score next? Eco needs to win this one against us. He does. He grabs onto the oddball, and despite going 4 down, Eli, SSG win that? What?
I mean, I hate to ever say anyone's lucky, but those are some very fortunate spawns.
That was insane.
Those spawns were crazy because Collect gets a player that spawns in front of him in heaven and also behind him in the elevator. So Collect in what looks to be an unwinnable situation almost gets the double anyways.
You almost have to be careful if you go for the split spawn on the opponent because you might just set up the pinch.
Yeah, it's a great point, honestly. You want to have enough map coverage so the pinch is impossible for the other team to spawn into.
No. 32 and roll into 36 here as Omit.
They get it right back.
Have not omitted themselves from this tournament yet. They're now tied, now in the lead. This is unbelievable. Omit are flexing their muscle. They're showing us a level, Eli, that I don't know if we've seen yet this weekend.
No, I don't think so either. This is like the leftover squad, but you can't sleep on these guys. These guys are all incredible players. The thing is, though, if they come out ahead of 4 champions as the leftover squad, like 4 world champions as a leftover squad, you're going to leave a lot of fans scratching their heads, to be completely honest.
Even if this goes to game 5, I think a lot of fans would be a little worried.
Oh, for sure.
Has the ball.
Man, Ezo, Mortally, Collect, and Huss might be known as the leftovers, but I think they're be happier to be known as the Misfits, the scrappy squad, and that's exactly what they're looking like here. 46-45 now. It's Space Station with control of the oddball, so they will regain the lead momentarily, but it has been all back and forth in the last minute. Speaking of, there's just about 1 minute left in regulation, so because we're not across the 50-second threshold, we're close. I do think that this comes down to time. How are both teams going to play that advantage? You want to try to go up by 1, 2, 3, and then play for slays, play for some zone control. I think that's going to be the strategy in the end game.
Yeah, I don't think it's yet time to only go up by 1. I'd like a more comfortable lead before we drop this oddball if I'm on one of these teams. So we'll have to see what the strategy is. Ball's in the worst position for either team to grab it. It's going to be whoever wins this fight so far. It looks like it's going to be Space Station and Stellar picks up the double kill. But they still don't want to go for it. Okay, Eco's going to grab it. And I like this. Give yourself a little bit more of a cushion. Leaving it here in the Mangler pit, probably the hardest place for Omid to grab it as well.
Smart, right? What Eco did just right there was he earned a couple more seconds, a little bit more cushion, and rotated the oddball to a spot where Omid's going to have a really tough time picking it up. But they do have a numbers advantage. Lucid drops down for it. Surprised to not see him get shot instantly. That's because he has the overpass overwatch from Snakebite as he takes down Huss with the headshot. Now Lucid flanking the mid-bridge. He's going to allow Snakebite to clean that up again. The double for Snakebite, the kill for Stellar. Takes down 3 for Omid. And there's just about 3 seconds left with a 4-second lead. Do they have enough time, space, or players alive? No, they do not. As SSG will ultimately take the series 3-0. Is this something they can build on?
It's something.
It's something.
It is certainly something, and they're going to have a lot more something they need to accomplish to get further in this tournament. That's just for top 8. So I think their match for top 6 is going to be a bit more difficult, but another match for top 8 here, Gen.G Cloud9, and it's tied up. Next Cap will win this game.
7 minutes left on the clock, but the pacing of this one tells us we might not get all the way to 0-0 as both teams need just one more score to potentially win the series if you're Gen.G and send it to Game 5 if you're Cloud9. So the tension is rising here. Who's going to clutch up and be the more icy squad when it's very difficult to do, though? This is where the nerves start to become a factor. But we know Booba-Dooba's pretty calm, cool, and collected. He's very zen-like. He does go down, so he's going to have 10 seconds to meditate.
Both flags right here under the base of Cloud9. Lethal finds the double kill as well. This is looking very favorable for them to close it out. Lethal going to wisely move forward and push that player back, trusting that a teammate will be the one to grab this flag. And Common knows where he is, shoots him in the toes on the jump. Did Common just get the re?
God. It's got 1 second. Oh, but Booba-Dooba picks it up. Nobody can make that freaking jump until Booba-Dooba finally does.
And it's 3 dead for Gen.G. This should be the game, but King Nick with the Rockets!
Oh! King Nick with the double with the Rockets, the triple with the Bandit, has it on the run, and the counter cap's coming through. This might be the nastiest clutch to win a series all weekend.
Keep in mind, they still have to return their flag, though. Another member of C9 just touched it. So we've got a standoff situation, but King Nick with a Herculean effort to keep his team alive to potentially close this out.
Freaking way, and it's about a 0% chance for Gen.G to win again, but hey, last time that happened, King Nick clutched up, but you can't clutch up if you're dead, and all 4 are, and Cloud9 wins Game 4 and sends us to a Game 5.
Oh my God. I was just about to say what you just said. I was like, oh, it's 3 dead for Gen.G. King Nick's the only guy, and then King Nick kills everyone and pulls the flag.
Oh my God.
Oh, look.
All right, let's check out the main stage. In your winner final, no, grand finals, no, just kidding, winner semifinals, it's close, 43-45, 2 seconds left, Frosty clutches up with a headshot, 3 go down for FaZe Clan, and it looks like Rebellion are gonna win it by 1!
Oh my God. We just went to back-to-back crazy end games. Woo! I was like, is Frosty gonna grab the ball? Time's running out, they're down, but he had to hit the headshot, and he trusted his teammate to grab the ball. The level of trust on this Shopify team is what carries them through.
Can I get some oxygen?
I know, kidding. We need a couple oxygen.
I can't have 2 nasty like clutch finishes like that in 10 seconds, man. That's what you get when you watch LBT Halo. Hit me up with the pacemaker. Because the pace is fast and frenetic here. Everybody reaching new heights. The HCS is World 2 on top of the box.
Enemy has the ball.
1v1 against Penguin, but Penguin's going to disengage. I think he's going to go for a bait and switch here. Yes, he's going to regroup with Trippy, play for possession of the oddball, and here comes Suppressed. Perfectly played to filter through and take ownership of the long haul there, Eli.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the camo. He's just waltzing on through. Going to try to approach in an unpredictable manner. Has succeeded in doing so. Gives Frosty a nice little pat on the butt. Pushes through. Has the shock as well. He's got 8 bullets to work with. This is a full shock rifle. But what can you do with it?
Usually in round 1, we can add up the score with no scoreboard, but since it's round 2 now, it's a little tough to see who's on top. But we'll do the best with what we got. As Suppressed, 29 seconds to his name, and a shock rifle with a pretty groovy spin. See if the good looks adds to good shots. No, it does not. Doesn't earn the assist, but he relinquishes control of the shot.
And the rest of FaZe Clan forced to reroute through long haul. They get another kill during the retreat. I think a member of Shopify should have the shock rifle, though, but they
FaZe have 40 uncontested seconds after that clutch win for Shopify Rebellion to dust yourself off immediately and take a demanding lead in round 2. FaZe Clan now have the momentum and a big lead.
Yeah, I think FaZe are playing basically perfect so far this round. Like, even when they're dying, they're still rotating the ball away, playing keep away. They just played the ball with perfect timing. I mean, this is absolutely textbook oddball gameplay out of FaZe so far.
This is impressive. Penguin with the frag toss, but he goes down to Psycho! Royal 2 with the nasty no-scope. Now he's got the camo. He's even more adept, I should say, to take down more with the kit in his hands, going for the barrel stuff. That's an aggressive play on the best player here on the weekend.
Well, I just had flashbacks to Royal 2 no-scoping Formal.
Formal, yeah.
While Formal
when he had camo.
Camo Sword, I want to say, back when Sword was still in play. Year 1 flashbacks. Oh! This guy is insane, man. And I love the reposition there with the grapple. And then just going right in. I guess, yeah, teammates here get stuck, and there's still some shock. Wait, did he get it?
Yes. He did.
Kill from the
yes, he did.
grave there?
He did. He left behind a parting gift in the form of a grenade toss and got the death from the grave medal. 15-55 here as Shopify have bounced back in round number 2, but FaZe still commanding a strong lead.
I think Royal 2 has more kills from the grave stickies than like any other player. That's one of his strongest abilities. Like if you take Royal 2 down, there's a very high likelihood that you're also going down.
It's crazy because that's how he went down too. He said E2 Brute.
That's right.
And made sure that his opponent felt the same pain he did as the insta-splode goes out through suppress, kind of skips across like a rock. Frosty takes him down, stays alive in the tower. As Cycle now playing for Intel, you can see the way he's creeping up with that left joystick, wants to try to find an opponent that doesn't quite know exactly where he is, but once Trippy gets called out, he calls out to Falcator where Cycle is, and they both trade out.
Keep in mind, this is a winners semifinals match. Winner of this advances to the winners finals. Yeah.
This is just to get to the winner final. I mean, my God. He's got to play with the cards you're dealt, Eli, huh?
Yeah. I mean, this is probably like 2 of the top 4 teams in winner semifinals is predictable, but on the other side is the crazy one, right? TSM and Envy. We'll see if we get some eyes on that when it gets underway. I don't think that started just yet.
I might be more excited for that series than any other, even including Rebellion and Optic, just because it's exciting to see who's going to break through and crash the party. It's going to be either TSM or Envy, it looks like. It's going to be a hard-fought series that we'll try to cover here on LVT for you. As Penguin charges up the plasma pistol, he's got 3 grapples left to work with, so he could get some damage, close the gap here, but the damage doesn't come through, so Penguin going to pump the brakes a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of kills going in favor of Shopify here, but Penguin going to slow it down a bit, like you said. Royal 2, I don't think predicts the way Penguin played that, breaking his ankles a little bit. That's going to be for the killing spree.
26, 10, and 19. Penguin, woo, having himself a game. Interesting to see that Trippy's taking on the OBJ role here in this oddball. But hey, you got to do whatever it takes when you're going up against a top 2 team.
I mean, these teams, like, there's not really any roles, right? Like,
yeah,
everyone does everything.
This situation calls for that. I got that. This situation calls for this. Okay, let me go. Get this done.
You got to be able to do everything. Otherwise, like, it's not like...
It's interesting you say that, Eli, because there are compositions and roles, but they're like a juggling trick.
It's more like tendencies. Like, players have habits. Like, some players are more likely to grab the ball, but that doesn't mean he's always going to be the guy if he doesn't need to be the guy. It's all stats, right?
Phenomenally well said, Eli. That's exactly, I think that's exactly what FaZe are showing here in Game 1, where they look to jump out on top. And as lower-seeded team, although it's not by much, just 2 seeds, winning Game 1 sets you up for success and at least a chance in Game 5.
For sure. I mean, this Game 1 is very consequential, I would say. It's an oddball. Like we said, this goes to 3 rounds. Team that comes out on top has probably a bit more energy. It just really hurts to play a 25-minute game and lose it barely. You got to bounce back quickly into Game 2, and you don't get a break between Games 1 and 2.
If you ask any Halo Pro here on the show floor at DreamHack Dallas, What's the worst way to lose in Halo? They'll tell you it's an oddball that goes 25 minutes where you left all the blood, sweat, and tears on the battlefield and still took the L. That's tough on the mental, much less the score stat sheet.
We're going to a round 3, so we're trending towards one of these teams facing that loss. I would say all 8 of these players very mentally resilient. They've also got a lot of stamina after scrimming for 4 hours in a row, almost every day. So that shouldn't affect them too much, but starting with a game win would be massive in this series.
Man, this feels brutal, man, in the best way possible. As Valkyrie.
I know you're into that, man.
All right, here we go. We got a game 5 we're going to cover for you guys. Gen G versus Cloud9, man. This is an intriguing matchup. I feel like going into this, you would have thought Cloud9 had a 60-40 edge. But right now, at this point in time, Eli, it's 50-50.
It's a coin flip. It's become a 52% favorite to Cloud9 though after they take a 3-1 lead early. Camo as well, and guess who's got it? How many times have we said this guy's the best camo player? It looks like Gen G knew that. They're going to not let him go to work.
Speaking of tendencies, Eli, that's one of the downsides to being one of the best at something. People know to expect you to go for the snipe, the camo, or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
A point on the map you like to play, right? You like the Eli, I heard. As King Nick.
True.
True, that's right. Stickies from long range, no, a little bit off to the right. So that's going to land on the wall of the snipe tower, not on the suit of Boo Boo Doo. And right now, he's just trying to maintain possession of this sniper. He's got a full rack left to work with. You cannot give that up to Cloud9, especially up by 1. It's going to continue on. Now up by 2. Nasty back and a headshot for King Nick on one of the best snipers in the HCS, which is exactly why I said just holding on to this is a win because you don't like it. You don't let Sab get it, and now Sab goes down to it.
Got a lot of good snipers in this lobby, if I'm being completely honest, but you're right, just living with it, being the team that controls it, so valuable here. I also like that King Nick didn't decide to be the hero in that last kill, but that was a disgusting no-scope.
Oh!
He's got one more bullet to work with. Can he hit it?
Oh, he's going to hit that.
Oh, quickly!
The collateral! The triple as well! King Nick popping off once again! Up by 3 or Gen G, and it's all after that triple kill. Collateral, Quigley. King Nick's popping off.
Through the dome of one into the body of another, and then a trade to give his team a 3-kill lead, and you got to imagine they're popping off after that.
That's not his only improbable triple of this series.
Remember I said he's got 1 bullet, can he hit it? He got 2 kills with that bullet. My God.
And he did the same when he got it was a Quigley with the Rockets earlier.
Yeah.
So there's something 2-for-1s for King Nick, and now he's got a 4.0 KD. Unbelievable. 4 kills for every death as he will go down.
2 kills for every death.
2 kills for every death. There we go. Thank you. Math is hard. Sniping is not.
Actually, no,
13
right,
to 11. Okay. No, you were right.
No, you were right.
15 to 12 here. 3 go down for Cloud9, and it's all 4 after Lethal falls. It's a 4-kill lead and a camo for Gen G. And uh-oh, watch out. King Nick's got it. He doesn't need any other advantages. He seems fine.
4-kill lead, camo in hand. Spawns favoring, I would say, Cloud9. But
oh! The repulsor plasma, did it still connect?
I think it did. I think Sab just successfully repulsed a fully charged plasma shot. This series has been insane.
Dude. Oh my God. This has been
Full
nuts.
snipe in the hands of Sab.
And this is exactly what I said earlier. You do not want Sab to have the snipe if you're a Gen G fan, because Sab is sneakily one of the best snipers in HCS. Back when we did the Honda Fan Cup 1v1s, live fire, he never lost a map because he was getting 8, 9 snipes for every 15 he needed. Not hitting the no-scopes there, unfortunate. But that just points to, again, how huge that takedown was for Gen G. They're in the lead. They got the snipe, Common with it, going for the no-scope. Doesn't connect it onto Boo Boo Doo Boo, but he stays alive with it, which for now, Eli, is a win condition for Gen G.
They have a 6-kill lead. Look at the pressure coming in from Cloud9. They actually send 3 to sandbags. They know Common has snipe, but they want to apply enough pressure for him that he can't find his comfort zone. Trades are coming through on both sides. Now it's 3 unanswered for Gen G, and they take a 9-kill lead. This is spiraling out of control for Cloud9.
That's the fastest I've ever seen an old man move, as Common secures the G-slide and the kill with it. 2 shots left to work with. QT's back to its initial spawn point. with 1 shot left, Eli. What? Quigley?
Imagine him QTing back and no-scoping him in the face. That would be the most baller play possible. All right, he does go back through.
Yeah.
And they've done it with perfect timing. They got 3 unanswered. And now it's a 12-kill lead.
Cloud9, despite making roster changes, this still looks like the same Cloud9 we've seen for the last year. They just do not ice up in Game 5s for whatever reason.
What is going on?
This isn't even close.
I feel like Boo Boo just hasn't been able to get it done on land for whatever reason in recent times. I don't know if it's him. I don't know what's going on with this squad. Or if Gen G is just rising to the moment here. Did just see Gen G finish top 8 in the last tournament. Look to do it again here as they still have a 10-kill lead and another camo. Suda Ryan.
I think Ryanu's worked his way up the top 25 list in Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
Despite not winning a Halo Infinite tournament, which might sound crazy to say, but his longevity and ability to accomplish and stay at the top within that top 8.
No matter who's on
who's on his team. And more often than not, it's rookies. It's guys who have never even been on land. They've never even played in front of the big lights and the cold, frigid AC of a LAN venue before. And that's an adjustment to make. It sounds silly, but that's hard to do in your first event. But Ryanu carries these players along so well, instills every lesson he's learned along the way throughout his career into his new teammates. And no matter who he's teaming with, he comes out on top.
It's incredible to watch, honestly. They have moved things a little bit. The needle has moved. Cloud9 have clawed their way back to an 8-kill deficit. This is still technically doable, but it's got to be some 4 deads without losing a single player, I think, for them to come back for real.
And King Nick got heat checked. He was once 8-2, now 12-9, so he's fallen off the pace a little bit. Still having a fantastic game. He's the MVP of Game 5. Don't let me get it twisted here. 7 assists, now 8, no less. And a 10-kill lead for Gen G. They are comfortably in position to secure another top 8. And who knows? This is the top 6 team they'd be defeating. Could Gen G go that far?
I gotta know who's on the other end of this bracket, because
hype him up, Eli.
I'm looking at the main stage and I see Shopify down in the first game against FaZe Clan. Can you imagine a world where Shop and Optic are both in lower bracket?
God. Someone's getting top 4 at best.
Yeah.
And maybe even top 8.
Yeah.
Unreal. Seismic shift occurring in the Halo community right now, as some of the hungry up-and-coming teams and some of the downtrodden, forgotten veterans continue to find ways to clutch up in the end. 39-37 now. Cloud9 have brought it back to within 8. They really need to get to within 4 here in the next 5 slays, now 4 for Gen G. If they can get it to 45-41, they still have a chance, but man, they got a lot of work left to do to get to that point.
Ryan can't get cozy with the sniper. Doesn't matter, though. He's going to reroute through bottom center. By the way, Shop did come out ahead on that. Clutch plays at the end, but 9 kills are the difference. And King Nick has a perfect route with the camo. They don't expect it. Perfect shots.
God.
And the trade pulling into it. Now 11-kill lead.
King Nick in Season 1 was thought of by many members of the community, casters even, that he needed to call it quits, to hang up the sticks. Instead, Eli, he played more Halo. He started winning Halo CE tournaments against the Ogres even, I believe, or I think it was with Ogre 1 or 2. And just finds ways to show he's not done yet. And hey, I don't blame him, man. Bag all you want, shoot all the dead bodies you want, hit the tricky 360 all you want, because King Nick was left for dead, and now he's thriving.
This guy's incredible, man. I'm not gonna lie. He's been so impressive since the season started. The pop-off is in. No crazy words being said. No bad blood, I don't think, between these two teams. But, man.
Big roar, though. Big roar.
You got to feel for Cloud9. They had their sights set much higher, I think, coming in as a 6th seed.
Yeah.
Falling in top 12.
Yep. Finished top 6 at Arlington. Finished 2nd in the major qualifier. And now finished top 12 on LAN. Might see some more team changes occur.
I think so. It's 2 things are inevitable: death, taxes, and Halo teams changing after events, that's for sure.
Well, speaking of changing, I see AliX sitting down. I see Tools looking at me with hungry eyes. Tony, too, active as well. I think all three want to get
they're
on the couch.
excited to talk about. We were just, we sneaked off to watch the FaZe versus Shopify Rebellion matchup. Wow, which we are seeing the replays for right now. Let's go ahead and get Active and Tools joining us here for the next series. Wow, FaZe almost was just seconds away from taking the first game away from Shopify Rebellion. And we got to be here in person and witness almost that. But there were some interesting things happening on FaZe's side, and here to talk about that, Tony and Active.
Hey.
How crazy was that?
It was very interesting. Tony and I were talking about it a little bit. I was talking about it with you as well, Aliak. It's FaZe were doing a decent job of just playing time, and they were comfortable with that. It's interesting because Shopify are a team that you don't really have confidence in getting them like 3 down or slaying as well as FaZe did, but they were okay with playing time all 3 rounds. FaZe were, and at the very end, they didn't play time whatsoever in round number 3. It went to the wire, and Shopify came out on top.
Well, we were looking at the stats once the game was over, and it was so impressive how much damage FaZe Clan got to do against Shopify Rebellion in the next game is a Slayer Aquarius.
I mean, yeah, if you're able to put that level of damage down, you're going to feel real confident when the goal of the game is to simply get to 50 kills. I think what we saw multiple players in like the 12K club. What? That's not even real. Like, what just happened?
It's real, Tony. We saw it. It's real.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought I was dreaming.
Yeah, it was 3 players with 12,000 damage, and then 41 kills for I forget who. In the FaZe was doing incredible Slayer-wise, but they didn't end up finishing that round in their favor. Now, Aquarius Slayer is the next game though, Tools.
And that's where, I mean, you give Shopify a game that they're not supposed to have. Like, I mean, good luck. That's all I got to say to FaZe. Like, now you got to steal one off Shopify, and sometimes that just feels impossible. That's a team, whenever I've talked to other professionals, they say, well, even when they scrim, like, they play very much not to lose. Like, they're not going to give you anything for free, and FaZe is going to have to earn something pretty serious here.
How are you feeling about the what we just saw in the next game?
So they played time, like I had mentioned, but in round number 3, it was a great rotation and a couple of kills that FaZe gave up, and you can't do that. Again, Tool said it really well, and I said it to you. You give Shopify that one game, that was your one chance. Like, I feel like maybe FaZe go on a run off that first game. Now that you've given it to Shopify, it's going to be a very tough series for FaZe, in my opinion.
So y'all are predicting. Off stream, you guys were like, yeah, this might be a 3-0. This might be a 3. Are y'all feeling that way? I feel like Tony did an expression. Let's see how you feel.
I don't think I ever thought it was going to be a 3-0. I mean, I still have Shopify Rebellion as a heavy favorites, but you know, I feel like it's a FaZe routine that you just simply can't count out. You know, yes, they've had maybe some low lows, but they've had some high highs as well. So, I mean, I always had Shopify Rebellion winning it, and even with that game number 1, it could be a 3-1, maybe a 3-2. I don't want to say 3-0. No one wants to see us win.
No. Me neither. No. I want to see a FaZe clan that is, okay, we should have won now, but it's okay. We're moving on to Aquarius Slayer, and let's just do what we did again, but in game 2.
Let's try this one out. Here we go. Aquarius Slayer first to 50 is going to take it, and FaZe for some sort of answer after a game that just slips away.
First to 50 kills takes the win. 12 minutes on the clock. Don't forget about that camouflage spawning in the top mid, or what Frosty's going for, which is that thrust over towards the bottom side. Early trading out blows, but Falcated with the double kill is going to give FaZe that advantage they want.
Wait, a double kill, but that first one has the star in the, you see it in the kill feed, right? Perfect shots. Falcated having the highest KD coming out of pool play, continuing on his trend of being a Slayer for FaZe.
Suppressed with this camouflage, and Frosty right in front of him, chased down to the low side, but now coming up height. Concealed presence. Penguin's gonna be the one to get the kill here. Meanwhile, FaZe, the rest are pushing forward.
Important for Suppressed to be wary of his position. Even when you have camo, it's easy to get spotted. You should play as if you don't, and then reap the benefits of players being caught by surprise.
Play over toward the low side, down one shot, but there's multiple members of Shopify Rebellion in front of him. How does Suppress play it? Well, he finds a quick kill, immediately turns it into a double. Now looking for the third, and makes him one shot.
With that cycle, though, not going to be able to stay alive. FaZe with a big swing towards their favor. They got Shopify Rebellion not only down to the respawn, but potentially scattered upon the map. Split spawns do come out, and Frosty goes down as the spawners, a Shopify spawn across the map. So staggered spawns, things not looking great for Shopify as FaZe have really gotten a great foothold on this map.
Only a 2-kill game so far, but that's a 3 down now for Shopify. The final player is being pushed. Somehow Frosty ends up with that kill, but eventually he will be taken down.
So one of the things Shopify does best is getting that extra value. They refuse to be easy deaths. And Frosty, back against the wall, that was a potential another staggered spawn 4 down. He decided, nope, I'm not gonna do it. He gets the kill, and that could be a big shift for Shopify.
Penguin trades out his life with that plasma pistol. Falcated, trying to pick up some of the pieces, but it's Frosty trying to take a creative route to stay alive. Camouflage still what both teams wanted.
Down low is the route that Cycle's opting to take. This is very dangerous, and he wants to get himself over towards that P side, but Falcated's just looking, trying to get that info, right? For him, it's about staying high and ensuring no one can get to that camouflage, but Shopify Rebellion just refuses to meet him on that level, forcing him to play forward on the map.
Falcon not able to get over toward the high side. Will he take a different route, or will he tag up Frosty on the low P side here? Mind you, nobody has been able to get a hold of camouflage, but suppressed with the 5 off the screen. Penguin going after Cycle. This is the opening phase 1. Last shot, though, might have just burned camo.
Last shot, there we go. Finally going down, trying his best to stay alive, but with him going down, the rest of Shopify have to be very cautious about what could be coming down the lanes right now. It's just FaZe has so much control, and with that control, they have a lot of creativity about how they can approach this challenge. And I like this from Falcon. Get tucked away, be a distraction to let your team set up.
Shopify Rebellion seemingly surrounded right now, but can FaZe secure that first kill so they can get aggressive through it? Suppress tries to get the flank off, but he's caught.
Yeah, just Suppress so aggressive through the middle of the map. He wants to get in that engagement, but when he goes down, Falcon suddenly finds himself in trouble, but they're trapped with him! How did he just do that? Surrounded, 1v2, 1v none. Falcated just won't die!
26-22 lead here for FaZe. Suppressed trying to pick up exactly where Falcated left off. 2 members of Shopify Rebellion in front of him, and somehow is able to deal with one before eventually going down. Camo, less than 10 seconds, and now both teams fighting for B-side.
Frosty Penguin, this is a fight for top control, and Frosty just doesn't miss a shot. Perfect in the feed, and now suddenly this camo not very easy for FaZe to get away with, and Royal 2 at the perfect time just cuts through the car side. All the control FaZe had dissipates in camo in the hands of Royal 2.
Suppressed and Falcated working together from across the map. However, once again, Suppressed the first one to go down. Penguin next, and staggered spawners now being created here as Shopify Rebellion bring us back within 1.
And that's another perfect kill in the feed for Frosty. That's 2 of his last 3 kills being perfect shots to help build something for Shopify Rebellion. He's starting to bring life when they need it most. Those are tough kills that he's getting on the outside of the map. And in fact, FaZe, are they aware of this flank that's coming in? They're getting completely collapsed upon. This is just brutal positioning to deal with.
33-32, Shopify Rebellion officially take the lead here as we switch on board now with Royal 2. Trying to catch up with last shot. They're gonna attack this P side together, but do they know there's 3 members of FaZe around them? Penguin goes right after last shot, and Falcon follows it up. There's no trade there, Gary.
No trade, and with that, FaZe is gonna have a lot of freedom to move wherever they want. They have all 3 lanes occupied. They know Shopify's stuck in the base. Now it's just about coordination and timing, ensuring that you hit this at the right spot.
Looks like a bit of a 2v2 action here. And Suppressed wants to retreat for just a moment to keep that high side. Cycle trades out his life with Penguin down low, but he's not done yet. A one-shot Royal 2 has no idea Suppressed is there, and he finds a way to stay alive. This could be absolutely huge, but teammates are falling left and right behind him. Somehow goes at his former teammate with the 5-shot, and he's not done just yet. He's gonna work on last shot. Finally, he goes down, but not a bad life out of Suppressed.
It's him charging in with reckless abandon and not getting punished one bit because of his ability, his execution, the perfect shots to help his team forward. And FaZe has really kept this lead at a safe distance, but it just feels as if Shopify Rebellion's waiting for an opening, and if it's provided, you can imagine this getting very tight towards the end.
Suppressed once again getting a huge kill, his 14th of the game so far, 5 assists to go along with it, and the rest of FaZe are just feeding off of it. Now pushing the P side in the 1v2, but look at the damage that he's able to create down to the low side, and now the rest of FaZe are coming in. Here come the reinforcements.
Suppress had so much confidence that his teammates were going to keep him alive. He knew that they were going to preoccupy them, didn't have to move an inch. With that, it just seems to be more of a when, not if, about how FaZe is going to take this second game.
One more kill needed here, and it could be Trippy putting down some good damage, but even better, high IQ to get out of that, respond to the call-out. Killing spree is how we finish that game 2.
Wow, absolutely impressive here from FaZe to be able to do this against Shopify Rebellion, who has been an incredible team throughout the entire tournament. It's the first time that something doesn't go their way, and I'm curious why that would be. And the only difference I think of is Royal One has joined the squad, and I'm curious, how does that change this for FaZe?
Honestly, they took advantage of a lot of opportunities. One of the opportunities, for instance, was when Suppressed died really aggressively in util. Like a situation like that, when Suppressed is dying in that situation and they kind of go down in the match, but they're still able to come back up. And that's what a coach brings, right? Having that turn where Shopify at the 30 kill mark really took over off that one mistake, and then turning that around into a victory here, so important, and you can't do that without a coach.
Now we're taking a look at the stats here from the previous game. What stands out to you the most, Tony?
I mean, right off the rip, I'm seeing 2 players on FaZe, 14 kills apiece, 6 assists. But also, for me, it was the value that they brought onto the game. Like, Suppressed, the plays they was making, there was one maybe not so good that over towards the bottom shroom side. Garrett had brought it out, but the rest of the game, the damage he was able to create in these non-advantageous positions, the damage was real, and almost 4,500 of it, mind you, and he only took 3,900 in return. That was so valuable for the rest of this FaZe roster.
So FaZe had the lead from the beginning, but there was a moment in time around the 30 kill mark where Shopify had a chance. They tied, and not only tied, they gained the lead. What happened there?
So when Shopify had finally turned that corner, I felt like it was a big play by Falcated and another one from Suppress. Like, those two were able to get up into the face of their players and just win this fight. I mean, look at this thing, right? Talk about the difference that kill right there makes. That the 1v2 and how whenever Shopify was starting to get something, I felt like we saw these players get away with kills that they just had no business getting. And with that, they just never looked back. It was like they constantly had that superstar output that was needed from their Slayers.
We've seen a lot from Falcade at this event, and Tools, and a few people have mentioned that is this Falcated's year?
I'd love it to be, right? When we think about how this team was made, right? It's the leftovers of Optic Gaming. It was Trippy and Penguin looking for 2. And they went out and they found the 2 best Slayers outside of the established teams. They found Suppressed and Falcated. They both have had tournaments where they have had the top KD, where they've had the most kills, where they had the top KAD. Like, I think it was like 3 out of the last 5 events last year. They're up there. They replaced the slaying that they lost when Formal and Lucid went opposite ways. This FaZe clan, like, it's on paper, it's built to win championships.
Well, they have a game 3 to get through. They already tied the series 1-1. They won their Slayer, almost won their first objective game, but can they do it again now in a King of the Hill live fire, Tony?
I mean, I think they can. Doesn't mean that they're automatically going to. Is probably not the case here. I mean, Shopify Blender are going to test them here, and I'm looking at it, but hold on. 2-0 so far this year. Obviously, a small sample size here on the live fire King of the Hill, but haven't received a loss yet, have FaZe on this very game mode and map combination. That ain't bad.
Active. we're taking a look at the stats here. Are you feeling like FaZe's biggest chance to take down the Shopify Rebellion are happening right now?
Yeah, honestly, I kind of wrote them off after that game number 1 because, again, you're facing a team that plays second not only on LAN but consistently won the case on LAN as well. This Shopify Rebellion roster is insane, but obviously FaZe Clan look very good on this next matchup here, this next map. So we'll see what happens. They kind of maybe feel better with that game 2 win. We'll see what they can do in game 3. But again, you can never count the Shopify Rebellion roster out. When you got Frosty, you got Last Shot. Those are 2 players that I know can take over any game. And we all know, we hear the pros talk about it. One player can change everything. One play. So we'll see.
You mentioned Frosty, tools. There's a lot of weapons in this map that he could take advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, Sniper, the first one in particular, right? Like, get that snipe in his hands, let him go to work. I think that's as simple as the plan can be for Shopify Rebellion. That's where I think the difference between these 2 teams is the effectiveness with power weapons. I don't think there's anyone better in the business than Frosty and Royal 2 at maximizing sniper value.
Tony. We're just talking about Frosty, but if there was somebody on the FaZe side that you would like to see step up and take that sniper away from Frosty, who would that be?
As far as having the sniper in their hands, man, I feel like the last time we seen a crazy pop off from FaZe was Trippy. The Trip, big game Trip, grabs snipe and just absolutely just unloads on this map. He hits a different level when he grabs the snipe on live fire. You can make a good argument for Penguin and Falcated, even Suppressed with his aggressive sniper style, but when Trippy has it specifically on live fire, you better watch out.
There's a lot happening this event, and we can see the effects of all of the craziness of this specific event. Right here in the championship bracket, we have TSM and Envy on winners semifinals, and FaZe Clan and Shopify Rebellion, who we are watching right now. Wow. Did you expect the winners semis to look like this?
No, not at all. I mean, it is so interesting to see. It's great again to see TSM. Got a warm spot for them in my heart. I always talk about it. That's where I started my casting. But Envy really impressed me as well. And Tony was the one to say, like, look out for this Envy roster. And again, I hate saying this, but Tony was right. I mean, this Envy roster is really, really solid, and I'm impressed at what they've been able to do. Really crazy that we have SSG and Optic both in that lower bracket. One of them is not having fun at all right now.
This is so scary.
Yeah.
For both of these teams. I mean, Optic Gaming in Arlington was in the same position, but it wasn't Space Station Gaming. It was, if I recall, it was Nemesis who was right here, and they took them to Game 5. So I'm sure Optic Gaming is not feeling comfortable right now, but Space Station Gaming, this is a tough one for them.
This is I don't know. Both sides are probably like, yeah, this is like we've been here before. We can figure this one out. And it's like one of them has to go home, which is the scary part. And honestly, I have no idea how that one is gonna work out.
I feel like SSG for me like rise to the occasion a little bit more. So I think you're gonna see a better SSG against Optic. Do they beat Optic? Hold on, just let me cover this.
He's hiding.
No, I
logos.
don't. I don't think they do. It's going to be really tough, but we'll see what happens. I think we're going to see a better SSG though.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see. I vote for Game 5s, please.
Yes, please.
Game 5s
all weekend.
Always. We didn't get a chance to talk about the Envy and TSM matchup, but we will take a moment to talk about that later because we have the Optic versus Space Station Gaming elimination round number 2, and one of these two will go home.
It's crazy to think about that. Here in elimination bracket round number 2, somebody's going home in top 8, and it could be either Space Station Gaming, a roster made of entirely world champions, or Optic Gaming, fresh off of a win in Arlington, here in elimination round 2.
Well, Optic wasted no time getting themselves forward and getting their opportunity to get 4 down, and already Legend doing Legend things. He's always so fast to find those opportunities to pull flags. Eco, the only player alive to even try to potentially stop this from Optic Gaming.
Formal moving this flag as fast as possible, immediately past the 50% portion of the map, and just like that, we could be looking at the first flag cap, even while One Shot feeling confident enough to push that flag forward here, but now the final player alive still gets it in before being taken down.
Floro played that really well, being last player alive. He thrusted back to his base, got his shields back, but this is a counter opportunity for Space Station. They're quick to take their map control, and they're going to be able to at least have all the lanes blocked for Optic Gaming to have to run through on their spawn. The question is, are they going to be fast enough to stop Lucid on this run? He's the last player alive.
A perfectly played counter cap is what we're looking at, and just like that, a minute and a half worth of gameplay, and we are tied up already.
Yeah, really efficient play by Lucid and the rest of Space Station to get their counter opportunity, but it's just that, it's a counter opportunity. They're using the flow of Optic to create space. You need to be able to generate it on your own occasionally. You can't depend on openings that Optic gives you.
Speed down go Optic Gaming, and SSG want to take advantage of that. Snakebite quick on the pole and quick to get it to the car side. Legend making a sneaky play towards the util. He will be stopped and bound, and Formal are able to cross map and stop that flag out in no man's land. Can they get the return?
It doesn't show up on the stat sheet, but Legend did what Legend needed to do, right? Slow Space Station down, allow those players to come into frame and get the shots, and now it's tough for Eco and the rest of Space Station to finish it, but maybe too far. Legend off that spawn was able to get back into this fight, but now he's really the last piece of resistance. He has to hold off for his teammates once again.
Legend forced to retreat back toward the car side of the map here, and Stellar with the denial grenade, making sure he ain't getting back towards Util. Softens up the enemy just a bit, but off screen, bound with the 5. Legend able to take down Stellar, and now Optical to get aggressive.
Renegade played that perfectly, got the timing just out the door as those kills came in. Space Station go 3 down, and now this flag's in prime position for a run. Just one more round of slays for Optic, and they'll have their second flag on board.
Navigating their way through the car side right now is Renegade and the rest of Optic, up close and personal, but that's exactly where Eco wants them. Eco with the kill, Util is cleared out, return goes down.
Optic giving SSG a lot of respect there. They could have tried to force that run with the numbers that they had and the timing that was available, but decided that they needed to slay once again, because if you mess up, right, if you try to force something against teams at this caliber, oftentimes the punishment leads to a flag capture.
Whoa! That's a huge piff coming out of Lucid, and you know he's not done just yet. Aggressive towards the P side, somehow is still alive, and that was a 3 down for Optic Gaming.
And now Space Station's gonna start flooding in on both sides. Eco, first one in on the right perimeter, and he wasted no time. Pull that flag. They're gonna try to get this flag well on its way before even getting a kill.
They're able to curve slide that flag over towards Util, but like you said, they need those kills, and 2 of them will fall towards the P side, but Snakebite having to give all of their members in order to do it.
But that 4 down, you have to think Space Station just too ahead of themselves, really depending on their slays as that flag's being pulled, instead of potentially working for the first slay to pull the flag. It can work, but the timing has to be perfect, so it just wasn't that time.
With this camouflage can be so important, and he goes right at his former teammate Lucid, turns it immediately into a double kill, starts the flag off, trusts his teammates to relay that forward as he works on the P side spawners. Flag is still moving by Legend.
Oh, Formal, just the timing window wasn't there for the punch, but job's done, right? Optic were fighting in the base of Space Station as Legend was wrapping it back home to get the capture. Optic will take the lead, and even then, because of how far they were up on the map, they're able to get back to mid-map control relatively easily.
Bill Belichick always said it, do your job, and you said it, the job was done. It's a 2-1 lead by Optic, and Legend making legendary plays until Stellar shuts him down.
There's only 2 players alive for Space Station that will try to do their best to continue forward into Optic Gaming's base, but lives are important here. Not being taken down early is what's most valuable, and Stellar, they'll have a crucial one-on-one fight in the back base.
Decent damage, but it is Legend that ends up taking down Stellar, and that was back-to-back death for Space Station Gaming. Formal getting caught out over towards the P side. Excellent shots by Eco.
Really, that legend kill on Stellar is what unlocks their ability to play offensive Halo. Before, they would have to worry about the base and what Stellar is doing back there. Now, it's just about fiving, pivoting your way forward, getting your chance at another flagpole. Optic Gaming knocking on SSG's door.
So a 2-1 game here. Optic still have the advantage, but with a little less than 6 minutes on the clock, anything can happen here. Formal, once again, the long-range shots has some of the best centering in the game, and now one of the best flanks onto Space Station. Max damage, but is the damage enough to allow Legend to push this flag forward?
Legend trying to snake this one in, but 2 players from Space Station fast on the cover. But with 2 going down, Optic just have a numbers advantage. They're not going to try to force a flagpole, but rather try to keep their map control, looking for another clean opportunity for a pull.
Win coming out of Legend. Now repositions immediately, has his teammates all around him, and that's 3 down for Space Station Gaming, about to be the 4th.
And with that, they pull as that 4th player goes down. The timing is going to be atrocious for Space Station, and I don't think I've seen Legend lose a gunfight yet. He's right on the front line. Snakebite, oh my! What a kill, but was it enough?
Space Station able to make their way off of spawn and towards P-side, but too little, too late. Optic punch in their 3rd flag cap, and once again, SSG are behind the 8 ball.
SSG need to generate their own space. The slays need to come from them first. So often they're looking for mistakes from Optic Gaming, trying to fill in empty voids. Sometimes you just got to go up to a man and piv him. Right now, that's what SSG needs, is just some more slaying power. In particular, they need to start finding kills onto Legend. I feel like he's been able to cause so much chaos to Space Station's cause.
Pretty hard to slay the enemy team when you're 3 down, and that was a fresh 3 down for SSG. But Lucid and the rest of Space Station Gaming coming off a spawn, making their presence known. They flipped the map right on Optic.
Yeah, no hesitation as well, getting themselves into Optic space. They're going to clearly try an opportunity here, but able to get around that corner. That's massive. Does he stay alive? No, Formal. That's great target priority by Formal. He goes in there. There's so many different options for him to take. He prioritizes exactly what's needed to at least slow this flag down.
Made by Renegade, somehow not gonna connect, but Renegade doesn't need it. All he needs is that Bandit. Takes down multiple members here. Will this flag stay alive? Eco with the nades going down, trying to do everything he can. Flag about to return. There it is.
Yeah, nothing that Lucid could do. Just had to watch that get returned, and now time is really gonna be playing a factor. We're less than 3:30 left in this game. There's not a lot of time to get these 2 flag captures. SSG, the pacing might need to increase.
Well, they're going to certainly try their best here. Down by 2, backs against the wall, but this is where you find out what you're truly made of. Lucid has already made his way towards the opponent's util side. Doubles back over towards card 3 just to continue to apply pressure on the mid-map. The rest of SSG should be able to push up through this, and you found yourself a one-shot Formal. You also found yourself a flagpole.
The assist battle between Optic and SSG has been the big difference maker. If SSG can be connected, that's when things will change. 3 go down for Optic Gaming. Finally, the team shot at SSG starting to connect.
Green Gun just barely misses out. Bound, pushing up after 1 kill, turns it into 2, and that's what the best in the world do, but Snakebite does it even better as far as capping a 2nd flag within 1.
Yeah, Space Station they knew that they probably weren't going to win those gunfights, but as long as you buy space for Snakebite, he'll be able to make it come home.
Not done just yet, but a trade that I think Snakebite wanted a clean kill on. Meanwhile, Eco wants to try to clean up on some kills that Stellar and Snakebite were able to put down as far as damage. So far, dying left and right, 1 at a time. It's staggered pushes out of SSG again.
And with that, just 2 minutes on the clock for the next opportunity. Space Station looking for their chances, but I love the positioning from Formal. Just stay over at P2, get that info, and hit some gnarly shots from across the map. That man rarely misses as he pushes forward. And all right, I mean, look how fast Optic was to take control of the base.
Momentarily going to give up that high ground, but mind you, Legend is able to get away with camouflage, which could be huge. Lucid spots him out, but he can't get the kill. Luckily, Snakebite is there to cover his back.
A lot easier to see Camo than it is necessarily to hit Camo. Lucid, unfortunately, that BR not quite able to get those shots to land, and now the clock just keeps ticking away. Almost a minute left for this team to work with. Space Station, you're running out of time.
Minute and 11 seconds on the clock right now. We switch gears over towards Stellar's chasing down a one-shot. Renegade runs into a bit of a team grenade, and Bound wants to take advantage of that. Eventually goes down. That's a death you didn't want, not at this stage of the game.
And Luce trying to hit that right stick strafe, will not be able to get that kill. And now, Optic Gaming, they're able to keep finding Space Station at the half line. And someone got to deal with this, man. Legend has completely taken over this game. It feels like he has the freedom to do whatever the hell he wants.
They already running out of time, and a huge double kill by Legend sends him across the map. It is going to be a tough cross coming in to try to infiltrate the base of Optic Gaming. 24 seconds is all SSG has.
Able to find these shots downrange. Formal just needs information about where the push is coming from. If Optic Gaming can find their counter in time, that flag should be stopped, but SSG, they're getting the kills. They're getting the kills. It's 3 down. That flag, it's more than halfway.
But mind you, Formal's able to get the kill here, but not able to stay alive. Did he buy enough time for the rest of his team to somehow put down damage? Lucid turns the corner. Can he punch it in? It's the curb slide and a tied-up game, ladies and gentlemen. We have an overtime.
And that's where Space Station, when you look at what is built into this roster, it's experience, it's championships. 4 players that all have done it at the highest level, being able to clutch up in a tight moment.
One cap is all it's gonna take for either one of these rosters here, and the starting strat and camouflage could make or break either one of these teams. And right now, SSG off the opening break, taking over, but did Renegade just steal a camo?
He got away, but can he stay alive? That's the next part of the equation. Yes, Stellar goes down, but Snakebite with the quick trade. It's going to be chaos in the middle of the map for now, but this is chaos that Optic should thrive in. Legend able to turn the corner, get more damage, and I just don't see this flag continuing on unless Kevin Eco Smith. Are you kidding me?
Down to one shot though. After that, he cleaned up real quick here. Optic Gaming ain't done just yet as Formal looks to approach the base of Space Station Gaming.
This approach, he's trying to coordinate with his teammate on the right side. SSG aware that it's happening, but I don't know if he's just being aware is not going to be enough. The slays are starting to come through. Eco on the other side has pulled a flag alongside Stellar, so we have dueling flags out. Are they just going to meet at the mid-line, Piv versus Piv?
They gave up the fringe side spawns to make sure they run the flag the same way that Space Station Gaming, where they want to run it right up in the face of SSG, get that return on the way of running the flag, and it looks like they may just get that. We're past the 50% portion here. Snakebite's over towards the back base, though, and he's looking to create chaos.
Two players here for Space Station that are just trying to hold off the army of Optic Gaming, but I think they might have just done it. Lucid, he's on that return. No one from Optic there to stop him, and now SSG, they're the ones in control.
A clutch stop coming out of both Snakebite and Lucid, but now can you turn it into a counter opportunity? Flag may be out, but the return comes in so quick, but that's a 3 down for Optic, and Lucid starts the flag.
At perfect timing, Legend able to move that flag forward. He's able to try to get stopped to move that flag forward, and it's just Stellar. It's just Stellar that can try to keep that alive, but I don't know how far he can get. Camo now is going to move into the hands of Optic Gaming, and what looked like a prime opportunity for Space Station might have just turned into Optic Gaming's true chance.
And now if Optic able to get the return, this turns into more. Formal still has this camouflage right now, and they have no idea where he is. They're all spawning towards the back base, and the moment they come off a spawn, here's Formal. 1 double kill, and the rest of the players are sent back to spawn. 4 down. Optic take game 1.
He took him out execution style in the back. They had no option, nowhere, no space, no chance to stop Optic's flag.
Well, Optic Gaming taking that first CTF flag game against Space Station Gaming. That was an incredible match through and through, especially all the way to the end. Favorite moments that we got to talk about.
Oh, I mean, I got many favorite moments. Of course, it's a little frustrating because, again, so many shining moments here for Space Station, but not frustrating on the side of Optic. They closed it out. They clutched it up once again, which is exactly what they needed to do. I am just happy, though, because I think that we're going to have a bit of a series here. Space Station once again rising to the occasion of Optic. This is a very different SSG that I think we've seen all tournament long, and I think a lot of people are happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some light from this team. There were some very special moments and opportunities for Space Station to be able to close this out and take it away from Optic Gaming, but what did Optic Gaming do to put a stop to that at the very end?
Legend. I mean, Legend was in the perfect spot, right? When they needed him most, he showed up and won the fight that stopped the flag and bought the time necessary for Optic to completely change the equation in that game. Think about what could have been for Space Station on that pole. They gave up a lot to gain that flag and to start moving it. They gave up complete top control. Once Legend gets that kill, they're able to move that flag, they're able to get that return, but also get the camo that follows up into the play necessary.
Update from the other side of the bracket. FaZe has won another game on Shopify Rebellion, so it's a 2-1 series on that side of the bracket. This is a very memorable DreamHack and a very memorable event, but focusing on the Optic Gaming versus Space Station series here. So Optic Gaming, Space Station Gaming, we saw them have start working together a little bit more. We saw a little bit of light coming from them. They did lose this first game. I'm curious to know if this team could be feeling like, okay, we did something good here. Can we take that and do it in game number 2 Slayer?
I also think you should. I mean, I think about this. The final cap that went in for Optic in that overtime, that was off of foremost grabbing camouflage, off of some great defensive plays by Optic. But you were literally, it felt like maybe 1 or 2 kills away from yourself from capping that flag and us having an entirely different narrative. You know, if 1 or 2 things go the way of Space Station Gaming, we're talking about them up 1-0. So obviously they didn't win that game number 1, but as far as should you still have confidence saying, hey, look, this is certainly not over? Absolutely, and there's world champions on that stage right now. They know what has to be done.
Well, there's one thing we know is that Space Station Gaming has been working hard to make this team work, and we got to hear from Stellar in an interview that he has put in more hours of VOD time as part of Space Station Gaming than he has in the last 4 years of Halo Infinite. So they are trying to make this work, and it looks like we might have seen some of that practice come through this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation for them to be in this spot, but I mean, right, you have a lot of experience, you have a lot of practice, you know what you want to do, time to execute.
We're taking a peek at the TSM versus Envy, but we gotta stay on track here with Optic Gaming versus Space Station Gaming. Can Space Station come out on top?
Optic Gaming and Space Station Gaming in the lower bracket. We ain't going anywhere right now. This is game number 2. It's a Slayer, and right now you're watching the best in the world go at it. And one of them are gonna leave today top 8. Forget about Championship Sunday. Top 8.
With 3 going down, Lucid had perfect vision to help them get away with camo. They have everything. Optic Gaming, how do they deal with a stalker and a camo coming at you? Oh, what? Lucid!
My gosh. Is it Lucky Lucid? Is it MVP Lucid? What do you call it there?
Perfect bait and switching as well from Stellar and Lucid with the camo stalker combination. They just completely maximize the value you're getting from these power weapons and power ups.
10-5 lead here for Space Station Gaming, and they're not done. Stellar continues to push forward on the weakened members of Optic. Meanwhile, Nico and the rest of SSG force themselves over toward the strong side. Renegade flies in, but runs into a double push from Space Station. Can Formal get at least one of these cleanups? Because there's multiple members of SSG here.
Formal very patient, letting that player come to him. He's never going to try to close that space and give the trade when he can just outgun you for the kill, right? His aim supreme. His confidence unmatched. There is no one you want to be facing in an elimination match than Formo. I mean, that guy is built to win championships.
Eco does a great job putting down that damage, but where did Legend come from across the map to take him down and somehow able to stay alive here? Space Station holding on to a 6-kill advantage, but Legend and the rest of Optic may pull off a run.
Legend able to get himself back towards his PD spawn, but I like the fake out. Get back towards your teammates. You know that the pressure is going to be trying to swing in on the other side. Eco's looking for a Legend that just doesn't exist anymore, right? Like, he's completely faked him out.
5-kill advantage here for Space Station. You're seeing Eco take height immediately, and Stellar gonna try to play forward here. A beautiful kill coming out of Eco, but he's not done. Tags up Bound just a little bit. A reposition, understanding that Legend's trying to take an off angle. He chases that away.
Think about the path that Legend's taken on this gunfight. He finally goes down, but he started that all the way at PD. He dies at Purple. Long routes being ran here by Optic Gaming, trying to find creative angles to take down Space Station by surprise.
Red gun in the hands of Renegade, doesn't even need it. Has the Bandit in the front pocket here as we bring us back within 3 kills. Renegade immediately attacking the PD side, playing his lane, but runs into a stick.
Somehow it was a return to set. I don't know how that worked out, but Renegade gets stuck, and unfortunately for Optic, the result's going to be one less dead. Who knows how it worked out in actuality. 3-kill differential, Space Station, though, going a couple down, and Optic Gaming have flipped control of the map. They'll have Space Station trapped at C, and Lucid that's in the back of B, he desperately needs the help. Stellar's gonna try to provide it, but you can feel the tension mounting on the left side of the map, but Lucid, he got a nade, he gets the kill, and SSG might have just found themselves the space they need.
I was thinking, I'm like, how is SSG holding on to this 3-kill advantage? Well, Lucid, he's 11-6 right now. 3 assists to go along with it, but now it's Formo and Optic looking to clean things up.
Camo coming up in just a couple seconds, and you see the players in Space Station starting to congregate towards that camo. They want to be able to grab it away, and Optic, they full committed into this gunfight, and they full commit to a 4 down. SSG wins that gunfight, and more importantly for them, the camouflage to go with it. Lucid stalls the grab, and he gets another kill. He has Stalker. That's everything. Lucid controls the fate of SSG.
A well-placed trap from SSG leads to a camo and Stalker combination here for Lucid. Spots Bound on the cross, but does he know there's 2 members of Optic that are still pushed up over the strong side? You have Legend on the background, but Formo's on the front. Lucid puts the Stalker to work though, and both players get wiped off the face of streets.
I love the way he's been patient with that. He's able to find a kill just out of ammo. He is Lucid getting surrounded by Optic Gaming players. His life cut short, and now Eco the only one alive, and he's dangerously close to Formal right now. They're gonna find their engagement in PD.
34-29 lead, make it 30 here as Optic trying to inch their way forward, but Formal not able to escape with his life. Now we switch over to Bound and the rest of Optic that are trying to chain together a few kills their way.
Just so much pressure from Optic Gaming. They are surrounding the players stuck at B, and Snakebite has no choice but to slither away. There is no controlling B with that many players of Optic hunting you down.
Renegade gets called out over towards the red room. 3 down go Optic and SSG. A 5-kill lead, but where the heck did Bound just come from? And that's a double. Oh my gosh, Bound absolutely flanking and destroying SSG.
That might have been game-saving. I Bound. Usually there's safety in numbers, right? You'd think the 2 players, he doesn't care, and he full committed into that gunfight. Understood he needed those 2 kills. Got it for his team, and Optic Gaming, they're not out of it yet. Renegade has the camouflage. Red Gun also in their possession with Formal. Despite no map control, they have the tools they need to work their way out and come back to this game.
There's some players that see the play, and there's some players that make the play, and that was Bound making a play. Meanwhile, Renegade looking to create one of his own. Camouflage and concealed presence now behind enemy lines himself, but it looks like Snakebite was anticipating it. Doesn't get the kill here. Bounds covering his back, and now Optic are chasing down the rest of SSG.
That's a full team coordination from both sides. They completely flip out the spawn. Only one kill went down in the whole process, but SSG, they found the isolated player, and now Optic Gaming, they find themselves a little bit more cramped than they'd probably like.
And Optic, once again, luring SSG into a false sense of security. They sneak away another kill, bringing us back within just a 2-kill game. But mind you, Stellar off the screen is able to take down Bound. As they retreat, can Optic hold the line?
Normal ready for this push, but he only had 2 shots in the red gun. It's not enough for the kill, but he goes sky high. Eco somehow survives, and Stellar gets the cutoff. Now the floodgates are open. SSG are rushing through. It's just Renegade last alive for Optic.
47-42 lead here at Space Station. Can you close it out? Lucid able to go at a Renegade. Formal has to back down. Luckily has Bound with them, but can they stay alive? Snakebite the first one to go down. It's a double and practically a triple with all the damage that they're able to create. It's a 4-kill game with just one more kill.
Stellar stuck between 4 players of Optic, and somehow Stellar got the kill. How did he just manage? They knew where he was, but he guarantees. It was unlikely for Optic in the first place, but Stellar, he certainly closed the door.
Insanely needed game here, win for Space Station Gaming. Is this the Space Station we have been waiting for?
And let me tell you something. When you're going through it in the camp, and we don't know what's happening, we don't have flies on the wall, but we've heard the rumblings of something going on in the camp. And you win a game against a team that just won Arlington like this, I'm going to tell you right now, just take an IV and inject belief into this roster. That's what just happened here. It's going to be a different series now on the side of SSG and Optic Gaming. They look great. There were so many moments there I was very impressed with.
We saw some light from them in game 1, and then we saw them come through in game number 2. Tony, Active said there were moments that you wanted to talk about. I'm sure you have some too.
There was one moment where I think Bound made an absolute play over towards that back line. There were 3 down. He got a clutch double. Want to give him a little bit of credit for kind of keeping them in the game. But the rest of the game really was just SSG inching their way forward. Every time Optic made a play, SSG like, okay, we're going to answer that right back. I thought Lucid was incredible, especially in the early game. Just that entire game was beautiful. If SSG continue to play like that, maybe they upset Optic.
Now, one of the things that I know we're taking a look at Envy and TSM, but I got one more question here for Tools. SSG, they said they were having trouble with keeping up with the pace and being forced into team fights or team plays. Did you see anything different here in this series so far?
Remember what Lucid and Stellar were doing at the beginning of that game with the Camo and Stalker Rifle. It was perfect bait and switch play, right? That's them playing connected and playing for assists, playing not to try to just win the game by themselves. I think that's been the big difference in this series so far for SSG. You definitely feel that them being way more connected than some games we've seen in the past.
Now, 2 of the teams that have been causing some chaos in the tournament have actually been Envy and TSM, and now they're facing each other in the winners semifinals. So these are huge matches, huge series for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is, for top 3. Let's be honest, it's like crazy to think about that the bracket worked out this way, but Envy and TSM find themselves in a position to go to Sunday, and it might be the first time, I think it would be the first time for every player on Envy to accomplish that in their careers. This is a big moment for these young players. On the side of TSM, last time they played together as a roster, they did just that. They got to a top 3 finish from the winner's side at Worlds on during the first year of Halo Infinite play.
Well, I had Envy as my dark horse squad coming into this tournament, but a lot of people believe in the new TSM roster. I should say the old TSM roster. Bring the friendship group back together, and you end up with a double-digit lead in a very important game, too.
3 players standing together for TSM in that back base. Envy knowing that they can just collapse in and get some sweet space for their team. And Jackson, what a reapproach, but oh man, he still got the kill too. Dangerous reposition into an easy kill, and Manny last alive for his team. He's going to have to just deal with so much pressure from Envy.
At least he's able to take down at least one player, but eventually goes down himself, still holding on to quite the lead for TSM. We switch on board now with Truck, fakes the P2 push, ends up on the low side, but thrust back and the fadeaway by Descendant.
Snipe right into the front. He's going to be able to find the player that's precision, just hiding at that doorway, giving TSM at least a little bit more room to work with as they want to get that mid-map control. And there is no fear between any of these players on TSM. You would not imagine this game being the way it is. They are flying with all the confidence in the world. There is no second guessing any of their plays.
You can definitely tell the focus of this fight has been to play through the mid and beyond, and right now TSM have just done it better. Still holding on to a 10-kill lead right now as Envy go 2 down and TSM continue to take advantage.
Dangerous to go 2 down like that when you're in a Slayer. It just provides the opportunity for staggered spawns to come through, and imperative right now for Envy to get 4 players up at the same time, and it's just something that they just can't accomplish with how these kills are starting to roll through. Soul Snipe has been on a rampage this game, 19-9. He's looking for his 20 bomb as TSM look to tie the series.
19 kills in an important game Slayer. A bounce back Slayer is huge. So is Talling with the killing spree here. So close to that 50 kill mark. Meanwhile, Envy are way too far behind. Almost at the top.
Yeah, I mean, Soul Snipe and Talling by themselves almost matched the score of Envy. Just a great slaying performance from them. And I mean, at TSM, they looked comfortable. They looked extremely comfortable.
Well, TSM has tied the series there, Envy and TSM, but we're swapping over to Nemesis versus Gen G elimination round 2.
All right. Little Nemesis action. There was some high hope for this roster after their performance in Arlington. Well, here in Dallas, they're facing a bit of adversity. Meanwhile, Gen G, they could pull off what would be an upset here.
Already, I mean, Gen G finding themselves a big lead, and I'd say Gen G already pulling off one of the bigger upsets. They've defeated Cloud9 in their elimination bracket. Remember, they started in the elimination bracket, so with that, they're going to have a tough matchup against Nemesis.
Optic versus Space Station Gaming, game number 3.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is your featured match. Again, I'm telling you, if you got Optic and SSG going at it in the lower bracket, you better keep your eyes on here. And it's an immediate 3 down for SSG. Bound and Optic now going to try to take over.
That Legend able to work. I mean, Legend's already 3 kills to his name, and he's working alongside Formal to push into A, and it's working perfectly right now. Formal, he can QT out, leave the kill for Legend as they work on A, and that's just perfect. 4 down, Space Station. They're going to find themselves in a brutal trip cap early in this game.
Optic simply pressuring SSG off of every single point on the map. A trip cap being held here, and Renegade just actually dropped a double kill. Huge snipes by him. Legend gonna probably pick that one up, and SSG are staggered.
There's only 2 kills. Station has 2 kills to their name. Like, this Optic game, this isn't just domination. This is murder. Like, we're witnessing life parole. Like, there's nothing to like about what's happened to Space Station these last few rotations. This is a dominant beginning for Optic.
We knew how good of a roster Optic are, how good of a game type. A favorite is Stronghold on Livefire. Well, you were seeing them do work, but finally, Space Station Gaming scoring. Alpha and Charlie momentarily belong to them. Renegade needs the reinforcements of Legend to hold on to it. Meanwhile, Formal manning the green side.
Legend just can't lose. He can't lose a gunfight. He's 7-0 to start this game, and what you're going to notice, so much of their gameplay is going to be facilitated through Legend's play. Finally, Lucid takes him down, but if they don't find some sort of solution to Legend, this is not going to be pretty. If he's able to move with freedom around the map and enforce his will, he will always make the right rotation. He will keep his team on track.
Optic stops short once again here. Momentary 3 down means that SSG are now scoring. Alpha and Bravo being held, but you've been talking about Legend. He gets the first pick onto Eco. Formal wants to take advantage of that, but SSG defenses are strong.
And keep an eye on Legend's stats. If there's a way for SSG to come back, it's going to be starting by slowing him down. His pacing has just been very uncomfortable for SSG to deal with, but Lucid going to be trying to work on this quick flank towards Z, and oh my shots. Lucid just ripped Formal at C. They're going to win this rotation, and if they win the fight over at B, suddenly you're looking at a nice triple capture. Total control for Space Station.
Legend going to try to chase this player
Don't
down
do it to him.
here.
Oh.
Eco just able to get away here, but it's Space Station Gaming still holding on to both Alpha and Bravo. Charlie does change hands, but Renegade goes down.
Hey, 1v2, right? He still is able to find both those players before he hits that respawn. Bound, though, feeling that trouble. And Lucid, man, Lucid has been in spots that have been frustrating Optic Gaming in these moments. Right when they think they have something to work with to stop this scoring, SSG pulls out a trap card.
Multiple lives that Lucid have had maximum impact on this game so far, and a reason why Space Station Gaming have just taken the lead and continue to grind forward right now. Formal trying to find an avenue out of the Alpha side here. Is it too stellar on B?
Think about the control that Optic Gaming had at the beginning of this game, and the trip cap, they're down. I mean, SSG slowly but surely have made their way back into this game, and I mean, honestly, are controlling this beautifully. There's not really many openings for Optic to deal with. If Lucid could just control this tower side, make sure no one gets through to C without going through a sniper shot, I don't really see a viable path.
115 to 77 lead for Space Station Gaming, who actually have just gone 2 down though. I say that, but here comes Lucid, 2 tabs bound, and now Optic are the ones who lose advantage.
And that's it, right? Like, they hit out towards B to isolate the sniper of Lucid, but because they overcommitted towards B, they just opened up that A spawn. It allows Space Station to maintain their control, and now they're just going to be one step ahead on the rotations. Double shots through. Lucid gets the kill on one, the assist on the next. Optic Gaming's 4 down, and Space Station continue this trend. They are playing at next level pace. They are playing perfect strongholds.
Optic were the ones who were looking dominant in the early game here, but SSG have been running it on one of their specialties. As I say that, they get wiped.
I think they all just want to piv. I think they just all went and won an individual fight. Sometimes you need a little juice from the superstars. They did just that. Eco looked a little scary for a second. He'll get the kill, and no one steps in to reset C, but it should just be a quick detour for him to get that eventually.
150 points have been attained here by Space Station Gaming. Meanwhile, Formal gets away with camouflage. SSG shut it down, and SSG will continue to score.
Bound knows that there's pressure coming in from that back C side, but just because you know, that doesn't mean you can't do much about it. How is Bound getting away with what he's getting away with? He is isolated in the front lines of Space Station. They just can't deal with him. Eco tries. Did he get the stick too? No, just missed it. But Bound, you can see the gravitational well that he provides on the map.
Although they were able to close the distance, Bound and the rest of Optic Gaming able to get the kills, but the response by Lucid and SSG lead to yet another 3 down.
And Bound lasts alive. He'll be able to find a trade, but it's just a trade. Space Station still have firm control of the map. And how is Renegade alive? The help comes in just in time. That'll give Optic Gaming a home and a full sniper to work with. Still a ton of work to do. They haven't scored since the start of this game.
Optic Gaming need a play, and it's gonna have to go through this sniper in the hands of Renegade, but it's stripped off of his lifeless body as Optic get wiped, and SSG are about to put in the trip cap.
And now with the QT, Stellar can put pressure on A. He has the freedom to get out, and he doesn't need to. Double kill, he just doesn't miss. Lucid has a sniper at the back tower. SSG has them locked in a Nelson hold. Optic Gaming's tapping out.
They ain't going anywhere. SSG are taking the lead in the series and are 1 game away from sending the returning champions home.
Wow is the one thing that needs to be said here. Wow, that is absolutely incredible. Space Station Gaming has taken a 2nd game off of an Optic Gaming.
Think about how it happened too. It was basically 250 unanswered points. Optic Gaming was so dominant dominant at the start of that game. They could not lose a gunfight. They had the trip cap control. They had everything. SSG, they broke a trip cap and just slowly and surely took over the game, and then suddenly it was like a snowball rolling down the mountain. It turned into an avalanche.
Tools, I'm going to direct this question to Tony, though. Tools said that Lucid was playing at a different pace. What did you see here from Lucid in this game?
I mean, actually, now he's literally multiple different lives. He's getting away with stuff that he has no business doing. From a kill onto one to extra damage on the second, from a double kill to making another player half shields. I felt like almost every single one of his lives, they were able to extract so much value from them.
Now, Active, we were seeing you jumping. You were so happy.
Yeah.
Previously, you had some moments from the other game that you wanted to talk about. I'm sure you had some from here.
Oh, just so many great moments. There was obviously a lot of good that we saw, but I want to play devil's advocate. Even though I was really excited, I do want to play devil's advocate. I think they need to clean something up that's very imperative here, and that is to clean up the kills that they start. There is way too many times where Bound gets out, Bound is able to get away, Renegade's able to get away with no shields. If they can clean that up, I mean, this team's looking phenomenal here.
Okay, we're swapping over to another important series, Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe, where FaZe is in a game 5 and have the lead.
FaZe, I mean, this is where they're strong, is in the Slayers. They have some of the best in the game at them, and Shopify Rebellion on land, they're 0-4 on Street Slayer. This is the worst map for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I saw that stat line. I was like, there's no way, but 0-4 right now. And right now, down quite a bit. FaZe have control. Although Frosty as the Stalker was last shot, the one against the finishing headshot.
Falcade's been having a brilliant tournament all weekend long. He continues on that trend. 10 kills to his name, just 4 deaths, double positive in a crucial game 5 Slayer.
27-22 lead here for FaZe, and we're on board now with Suppressed. Sidekick is out. It looks like they want to double push this purple side. The pings are going down, and they're just waiting for Shopify Rebellion to overextend.
Trying to bait him in, right? Suppressed got that damage. There they go. Too wide into the corner. Shopify Rebellion, they're so effective at this. They swing at the same time, and ooh. Cycle a little too aggressive. I would have liked to see just last shot come around that corner to finish it, but once Cycle goes down, last shot not feeling that confident on getting that trade. Instead, they're just trying to pester Falcade, but he feels no resistance. He's just standing strong.
Not only did Falcade do a great job of staying alive, he stole a kill, and he still hasn't gone down yet. And I'm looking at the stat sheet, 12-4, and a flanking camoed out Trippy is going to be dangerous. A double? No trip, oh my gosh, that repulse was absolutely devastating.
9 Trippy, that trip though might just be what Shopify needed to at least slow them down for now. It's just, at the same time though, you're still getting trapped. They're trying to collapse, they're playing fast. Shopify Rebellion, you gotta slow FaZe down.
Penguin currently 6-7, 10 assists to his name right now, and trying to infiltrate the subway side. Frosty holding that line, holding him out, but Penguin refuses to be denied. Snaps across the map. A double now for the ISIS kid in the lobby.
Fantastic plays to wrap back, get that kill, and find his target.
We're taking a look at Optic Gaming and Space Station Gaming. We'll be keeping you updated on the previous series, but right now, Space Station Gaming is just 1 game away from sending Optic home.
2-1 series lead. SSG 1 game away from sending the returning champions home. Optic Gaming need to win this game just to send us into a game 5, and they're doing it without a camouflage to start off this game.
Never doubt these two, Eco and Stellar. They have been Grim Reapers in these tournaments, and Eco just threw an absolute dot through the top window, gets the kill, and with that, Space Station has control of the hill, and they have the spawns completely constricted of Optic. They're gonna split on this map now towards C. Optic Gaming is just in disarray across the map.
Optic just coming off a spawn here, and where did Renegade just come from? Right behind the A side in the 5.
They never found him. He was there the entire time. He just played patient. He decided, hey, maybe they don't know I'm here. They didn't. Got the kill, and that opens up the opportunity for Optic to continue to score.
Switching gears over towards Formal, he's forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Bound, aggressive onto the gold side, but does he have the damage or the numbers? It looks like a 1v4, but he takes down one and sees a one-shot Stellar. He is forcing multiple members of SSG back almost single-handedly.
I think about the impact that kill that Renegade had earlier. They just got back in, immediately scored. Bound is now ripping SSG apart. Double kill for the Demon up high. What a play.
1-0 lead here for Optic Gaming, and somehow they're able to beat them on the rotation onto the blue side of the map. SSG have to force their way forward, and some good damage, forcing Renegade away from that hill, but can they follow it up? Because Stellar's the first one to go down, trading out their lives here. Not only are they losing hill time, but they might lose the camouflage as well.
Eco felt the need to have to push in. His teammates separated on the other side. Two players trying to crash into the same point, but Optic Gaming just did a fantastic job of never letting those two players across the map connect. With that, the kills become much easier. They get a camouflage, and I mean, the Space Stations can't even try to contest this second hill. They'll be down 2-0, and there's only been 30 seconds taken off the neutral timer.
Optic Gaming elected not to step out of the hill. They say they want to get this done as quick as possible. A 2-0 start, and Formal wants to get over toward that A side. He wants this A side spawn, and he is willing to fight for it.
Man, he loves to kite around that corner. He never quite went into A, but because he never committed in, they were looking for him that entire time. And see things get intense on both sides. Game 5 Slayer between Shopify and FaZe. Shopify is working their way back in.
That they are, but only a couple kills needed here from FaZe, and last shot ends up going down. That's the 49th kill. Can Suppressed sneak away to 50th? Suppressed goes down. 2-kill game, but no lives to give.
How are they doing this? They found the one shot. 48-49. Shopify Rebellion might just be on the cusp of the greatest comeback of all time.
They just need one more kill, does FaZe, though, so they have to play perfectly. And he runs into a couple grenades that'll send him home.
Lower bracket.
Lower bracket.
Oh, Bound! Oh, Bound! What are you doing to the Bound Space Station? 3 down. Optic Gaming is running a house on Space Station. He's 14-4 in this crucial game.
We're going back and forward, and I'm out of breath right now. We just saw Shopify Rebellion get upset, and now we're watching Optic up 2-0 at the moment. But mind you, SSG, they have the hill. They have the A-side spawns they're looking for. Can they put their first hill on the board?
It is chaos in the venue. Players all strewn about. FaZe fans cheering in the front. Optic Gaming getting loud on the side stations. It is chaos at DreamHack Dallas.
2-0 lead still, and Renegade with the perfect shot onto his former teammate. Eco, a double kill of his own from across the map, continues to pepper up the enemy squad and stop them from pushing the whirlpool easily.
Halfway through this hill, Optic Gaming, if they can get this one, you feel like it's a dagger. SSG, how do you cut back down 3-0? It feels do or die, and Snakebite trying his best to survive. How is he alive? Snakebite somehow not able to get away with his life. Bound cleans it up, and that's number 16. He is ripping Space Station apart.
Not only is Bound putting down so much damage on the map, but he continues to score, and he closes out Optic's 3rd hill in a row.
Talk about revenge. This is a completely different Optic Gaming. Space Station. They have no idea what to do about Bound.
One more hill needed. Lucid with a huge kill onto Bound, and it gets followed up here. Eco, though, has to reload, and Formal makes him pay. Less than 3 minutes on the clock. Can SSG close it out?
Stellar, he knows that he needs support, tries to head back towards some sort of safety, but there is none. They're collapsing from all sides. Optic Gaming squeeze upon Space Station. There is no route for them to stay alive. Every player systematically taken down.
3 down goes Space Station Gaming, and Optic scoring once again. SSG cannot get slayed out here.
18-6 for Bound in this game. There has been no stopping him. He has completely had his way with Space Station. Every time he's gotten in a gunfight, you can see them running scared. I mean, talk about the confidence to take that against Stellar. Bound finally taken down, but they're nowhere close to that hill yet.
Both members of Optic end up going down here. That's a 3 down. In fact, SSG already trying to push out the blue side, but one player is annoying on the back line who even sneaks away a kill.
That's a big one though, right? Legend getting that kill, it prevents Space Station from stepping in, and it's just running that neutral clock off. That's always their secondary option. As long as you control the map, you can slowly take the time away for Space Station to even make this comeback.
But is it possible? Optic are still scoring, and Formal still doing Formal-like things. Finally, Space Station Gaming able to get Formal out of this hill, but for how long? Lucid trying to defend the back blue side of the map. Renegade is reinforcements, the first one to go down. Somebody has to catch up. But meanwhile, Bound, he's in his own fight here on the A side. He just took out Stellar, and that's 3 down for SSG.
Bound's working the map so well. He just found the flank needed. He gets number 21, and yeah, there's nothing SSG can do. We're going to game 5. Bound puts the exclamation point. A massive performance from the 1-of-1.
21 kills.
Game number 5 in this Optic Gaming versus Space Station gaming series. One of these two will go home, and it's all on this Slayer Solitude.
I'm interested to see what happens here. This is obviously a look at game 2. Obviously, is a 50-45. Solitude's a really different game, and something we saw that I didn't really like is that Lucid slowed down in that last game. Like, he was 6-10, I think, to end it. So not something you like to see out of Lucid. Hopefully, it all gets pulled back for this game 5. But the thing I'm noticing, Aliek, is like every player's having a solid game, but there's no game in this series right now where everyone is participating fully, and that's what I need to see. I need to see everyone have a good game here from SSG.
Well, we know for sure that Optic Gaming is not going to want to go home early, and they're going to be giving it their all here in the Slayer Solitude. But let's talk about that game 4 a little bit more. They won this in a 4-0 against Space Station Gaming. How did they do it?
Dominance, I Bound, right? Just dominant in everything that they did. It felt like they couldn't lose a gunfight. That's just, I'd love to experience what it must feel like to shoot like Bound just for one day. I mean, the man's moving on the map, hitting every shot. It felt like he would not be denied.
Nemesis and Gen G are facing each other off right now in the elimination round 2. One of these two will also go.
We saw Dominic King of the Hill recharge just the round before. Well, maybe we see the same thing here, or maybe we see Nemesis force to game 5. Gen G up 2-1 in this series, and also up as far as progression in the hill.
Ready, him going down. There's no one from Nemesis to stop Gen G from stepping in and stealing the last couple seconds. Common gets it, and Gen G one step closer from finding another, what would be incredible upset in this game.
1-0 lead here, but SLG and the rest of Nemesis already having presence over on the blue side of the map. But did they account for breaking shot with this camouflage? He is the most important player on the map.
It's moving perfectly as well. Up into the tower, they had no idea. Breaking shot, finding pivotal kills for his team. How do you deal with this? Breaking shot finally goes down. That player, how did he stay alive at the bottom of a tower?
Not sure. Meanwhile, Roots, I'm trying to stay alive as well. He over to the back blue side. Glory comes in, but before he's able to have that much impact, he ends up going down, and it looks like Gen G had momentary control. Can Snipe Drone win a piv here? Apparently he can.
Only 2 players alive for Gen G. As it,
no!
Moment of silence. Gen G, they just found themselves a great opportunity to get back in. Nemesis put them down, neg 1, without them having to do any work. And now you're starting to see things get way more complicated for Nemesis in this hill. It's desperate pushes that are needed and desperate kills that must come through, but Ryanoob is holding strong in this hill, and they just can't take him out.
Fresh off of moonwalking off of the map, he was able to get a stick, and he is still grinding forward. Is Snipe Drone trying to force Rhino out of the hill, but Rhino is sneaking away so much time, and here comes the rest of Gen G funneling in from the triple stacks pit.
Can they step in time? Oh, Nemesis just gets the kill. But it's only, what, 1 second a time that Gen G needs? The perfect play is needed from Nemesis.
It's going to be that last second. It's going to be perfect play here. It's going to be so hard to get. We have the defense fully built here by Nemesis. Gen G need a huge kill, and it looks like Rhino's the leading one to play as forward as possible. Common trying to get involved from across the map. That nade doesn't exactly connect here, but it does distract them enough for breaking shots to break through. Nemesis 3 down, Gen G up 2-0.
And Gen G can afford to play in such a risky play because of how short of a time they needed. They just bullied Nemesis out of the hill, sent everyone, and the commit works. They're up 2-0, and Nemesis, suddenly time's running out.
Just 3 minutes and 19 seconds worth of neutral time, but as long as anybody remains in that hill, time will stop. Gen G 3 down. Nemesis set up. Can they hold the defense?
Gen G, the team that I feel is always the underdog coming into these tournaments, but somehow always makes their way through. Nemesis is a team that had top 4 aspirations, thought Sunday was on the horizon, but can Ryan Noob shut the door on Nemesis?
Apparently not just yet, because it looks like that first hill might just go to Nemesis here with Gen G spawning way across the map. Nemesis take their first. Gen G set up for the next.
They're not out of it yet. Udam working his way forward. This is a massive play to get tower control, and Nemesis will earn the kill. 4 down for Gen G. Spawns will flip. Nemesis starting to find control of the map.
A huge double kill out of Wutum leads to yet another setup here for Nemesis. This is what you've practiced. This is what you've trained for. All you have to do is hold on for 1 more, 2 more slings, and that could be it, as half the progression of this hill has already been attained by Nemesis.
Glory able just to soak up so much of that time. Gen G, because of those multiple going down, were not able to find any contest until this moment. Now with Camouflage coming up, Nemesis can just about secure this hill if they're able to get away without taking much damage.
Not sure if they were able to burn that Camouflage. I think Glory actually might have killed him before actually dropping it. So Nemesis may have stolen a camo as they look to steal the hill. It's Wutum goes down.
Oh, no, Common just hidden inside the shroud screen, pulled Woodham back into the Shadow Realm, and Gen G, how have they done it? They've completely shifted the map. Now it's Nemesis looking desperately for an opening that's just not coming. Chris Common keeps finding important kills on the map.
Gen G started this game off 2-0. Nemesis bounced back for their first cap and are so close to tying up the game here. SLG, 1 shot, trying to buy some time here. Almost gets the outgun. Wow, no shield.
Into game 5 we go. Optic Gaming and SSG. Who goes home?
Gonna start on board with Bound over on the low side here, but nobody from SSG able to account for him, so this is about to be a sneaky play. Although Lucid is able to take down Renegade, there's the backsmack from Bound, and immediately turns into a double. Start the game off with a triple. That's how you start off a game 5.
Bound will not be denied. He has turned up in the biggest possible way for his team, but at the end it was just enough to keep it equal, and at that, Snakebite still got away with the camouflage. The game still favors SSG early on.
Not oftentimes you can have a triple dropped on you and get away with camo, but Snakebite and SSG sneak away with it, dodging grenades left and right, slowly starting to approach the spawn of Optic, and here it is, a 1-shot, has no chance. Trying to stay alive though, has teammates around him. This is huge for Space Station Gaming.
That was massive from Snakebite. It's so mindful of the risk that's to his right. He curbsides past that angle and basically isolates that player away from the gunfight. Allows him to get the kills onto Optic, and Well, it was able to at least make it even for now, but Renegade might just rip things apart for SSG. 2 players that need to deal with him, and just before he can get started, SSG find an important kill.
10-8 lead here for Space Station Gaming, but Legend refuses to go down, and Bound trying to put some extra damage on top.
Legend trying to take down his sensei. He just gave him a special lesson in what it feels like to be reversal, and I would not want to be on the other end of Legend's bandit at the moment.
12-11 lead. SSG still hold on, but just by 1 kill. Snakebite gonna find his way right over towards the mid-map, but does he know that Optic are right around the corner and they're sniffing him out?
Orwell's gonna get that info, but too many players from SSG to deal with. He goes down, and Bound will be the only one alive. Another camouflage that heads the way of Space Station, and Optic Gaming suddenly find themselves trapped at Nest. There's just nowhere to go. Every position is being looked at. They're scrambling to stay alive, but Lucid just calm with the camo, waiting for his opportunity to pick them apart.
Lucid so patient, identifies the spawners, and here comes the trap. Can they put them down once again? 17-14, and here comes the collapse. 1 goes down, turn it to 2. That's a killing spree coming out of the former MVP.
Textbook collapse for Space Station. They knew they were all at Nest. They sent players through all 3 lanes, trapped them, and now Lucid's ripping them off spawn. BR supremacy as he's able to take 4 perfect shots. Optic Gaming struggling just to be alive.
From one spawn trap to another, this is textbook Solitude Slayer being played by Space Station. 23-15, Lucid with the snipe.
And now he's just denying the opportunity for Optic to get back in the game. How do you start to make the comeback? You need power weapons. Lucid just laid half the ammo into a wall.
Eco with a huge kill here. Lucid continues to burn away this ammo while holding on to a lead. Lucid now gonna try to make his way over toward the top dip side. Takes down the 1 shot. He has no idea he's here. 3 down once again. Go Optic Gaming.
Lucid finding everything for his team against his former teammates. He has completely taken over. Watch out, Tommy Wilson looks to be sending the green wall home.
10-3, 6 assists, but about to put his 11th if he plays his cards right, but Legend might be the hardest kill in the lobby.
Then this might be the opportunity Optic's been waiting for. Legend getting that important kill solidifies their control of the inside of the map. Now they have the ability to go for that camouflage once they get Space Station 3 down, completely changing the syntax of this game. Space Station suddenly find themselves being trapped, and Optic Gaming finally find their foot forward, loading up this right hook that's coming through the spawn trap.
Trapped over toward the back tram side, and 4 more in Legend. Back-to-back kills, make it back-to-back-to-back. Renegade has camo. He doesn't have to get involved in it. His teammates are stepping up.
This all came from 1 kill. Legend completely changed this game, and now Renegade can solidify a lead for Optic Gaming. Eco stands no chance. SSG are trapped at the end of Nest. How do they break their way out?
30-27 here. SSG somehow still holding on to a lead. We switch on board with Stellar, hunting Formal down, dodging the grenades, but can he find the weakened player? Eco has his back, and Stellar somehow survives.
4-kill differential. SSG no longer feeling confident or comfortable with their lead. They need to find that spark once again. It was Lucid that provided it in the early game. Can he come to bat and hit another one home? Renegade laying a trap, waiting for someone to peek just a little bit too far.
Throwing every single nade in his arsenal,
what an
and
insta!
it's gonna be the insta-splode that starts it, drops down for the double 3 down. Once again, go SSG.
Oh my, the demonic duo, the delinquents have come to play. Renegade and Bound have started to unleash upon SSG. One of the nerdiest insta-splodes you'll see in SSG. Self-inflicted wounds in the mid-game.
Oh, that team grenade cost them timing here, because with that timing, Bound looks to sneak right behind them. The flank is gonna work. Renegade and Bound working together, and there's one more player that just escaped the reticle of Formal.
34 all, and SSG, this is completely different than what we've seen before. Now desperately needing that shock rifle. It's Lucid that's trying to get the hurt, but they all just go down. Eco and Lucid will have to try to bat away, trying to kite all the way to blue, but how can you survive? They're just trapped. They all occupy an 8x10 room.
Camouflage in the hands of Legend and finally getting activated here. The shock is for Lucid, but somehow Legend avoids it. Formal with the double, Formal with the triple. SSG had the shock, had control. They have nothing now.
From down double digits to now controlling their destiny. Formal and the rest of Optic Gaming has sprung to life, and SSG find themselves on life support, praying for something to change. How can you fight an Optic Gaming that's playing this fast, this confident?
2 squad wipes away from ultimately taking this game and knocking SSG out. Renegade wants to work with Legend here, knows exactly where SSG are, but can they create some type of pinch? A two-pronged attack is what they're looking for.
It's important for Optic not to give free deaths. You cannot let SSG know that they can move on and
defeat.
They crash. 42-38. You can't script it, folks. All that momentum Optic had, you have to think about where it might have gone. And look at this, I was too busy thinking. We're going to game 5 between Envy and TSM.
Envy versus TSM going to a game number 5, but now we take a quick look at the series layout here, where we're standing as a Solitude Slayer, where they were, I forget what the score exactly was, but it was at the end part of the game where Optic had the lead. Tony, I see you wanting to say something.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I saw all 8 players in the lobby, so I don't know exactly what happened. I'm trying to figure it out. It seems like the whole venue is. Nobody knows what happened that forced the game end, but we did see a ending of that fortress that forced the game 5 as well. I'm going crazy.
Something I did see or hear while we were here, I'm still talking about the series where the crash happened. The crowd has been absolutely incredible here on the SSG and Space Station, the Space Station and the Optic Gaming side. They have been battling it out in the crowd themselves.
We're seeing the replay right now.
Everyone's moving. That's the big thing. Everyone's
no, Snakebite's not. Snakebite's standing still.
Yeah,
bro.
Snakebite is standing still. You're right.
That explains why they just like stopped moving completely. Though, like they're just like not taking any space. Wow. Wonder when it happened too.
42.
I guess the question
He's still moving there.
Moving right now.
We're
Still moving.
LBT CSI. We're the newest.
Jumps right there, and then
right
he
here.
stops. That's it. So after he jumps in that moment, he stops moving.
Done. Yeah, that's so unfortunate.
Wow. Well, I guess the question is, will they continue where they left off, or what? What's
Yeah,
what are the rules?
42-38. That's the. I think they just started right back up. It'll be 1st to 8, right?
I would imagine so, but I mean, I'm sure we're gonna get some more information on that one. Wow, that is unfortunate timing. That was a crazy game.
Wait, like what's crazy is like we knew Arlington was amazing. Like this tournament just like it stepped up. Like
it
how?
Really is different. I mean, it all started with Envy and TSM just starting upsets and in pools, and it feels like it threw everything off.
Well said. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I think it was just, again, it was upset city the minute that first upset happened.
And it's no coincidence that the upsets were on these 2 very teams that we're seeing right now. Both of these squads were upset by both Envy and TSM. That was a great call.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, what is actually happening here? Like, are we seeing some maybe newfound weaknesses here on Optic Gaming, or are we seeing a strengthened Space Station Gaming that didn't play as well, but now they took that loss for them to figure out what needed to be done?
This is, I mean, my head's going a million miles an hour. You know what I'm saying? But to me, it's gonna be about who can come back completely unfazed, right? You know what I'd say? Like, get back.
Oh my gosh, we haven't talked about phase at phase. Right. We already talked about phase.
We're getting back in there. I got a little distracted because I saw the Gen G guys sitting back down. They're going into game 5 against Nemesis as well. It's game 5, game 5, game 5, all in side stations.
And Gen G too. It's a team that people are surprised to also see going up against Nemesis. And like what? You would never see Nemesis go down this early either. And how incredible is it to see FaZe Clan in winners finals? I don't think anybody's prediction. A lot of predictions were posted on Twitter. I want to see who actually predicted FaZe in the winners finals. How exciting for them, though. I feel like this is a team that nobody looked at as being even top 3 when they were put together, and they have not only just gotten top 3, but now they find themselves on winners finals. How exciting.
You know what I love about them? They're very quiet, and
Yeah.
they don't get into drama. They don't talk. They keep, I was listening to a little bit of the interview. They keep calm the entire time. No matter the situation, they are just the same. And consistency, like you know, is key in life. These guys, I'm not surprised. I mean, okay, I am surprised. I'm lying. I'm definitely surprised. But with what I've heard and the fact that they have just stayed quiet, put their head down, grind, that's all that matters, and now they're here.
Yeah. Rolo1 said, I was listening to the interview too, he said that they were ready for everybody and anyone that showed up for
That's
them
awesome.
in winners finals. They're just ready and waiting to prove everybody wrong.
But did he know it was going to be matched up against his twin brother?
His brother,
Like,
yes.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
right.
I mean, for Royal One's return to coaching here, you get a win on your twin brother like that.
1-0, baby. 1-0.
Undefeated.
Oh, he's going to hold that one over him, that's for
Royal
sure.
1-0, baby.
I wonder what the conversation's like. Like, oh man.
No,
come on.
it'd be funny if he like gets off. He texts his mom like in the group chat. He's like, "Hey mom, I won my match." It's like,
That'd be awesome. If we put that on Twitter.
I'm sure the con was going to be fun. It for sure will be. Well, Rolo1 also said that they were, he said, yeah, we're definitely a team that we were sleeping on us. Because there was a layer of confidence, and you kind of have to have that confidence to be able to do what they did. And what a wonderful split screen we have.
Yeah, we'll be right back. Everybody. That's awesome.
Optic Gaming versus Space Station, though. Wow. Optic Gaming have the lead here, assuming we keep the score and everything. But now it's a restart, right? Like everybody starts at spawn with the current score that we were at, assuming that is exactly where we start. How does this change things for? It's a chance for Space Station Gaming to correct the wrongs.
I mean,
go ahead, Tony. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I feel like, wouldn't you give the advantage to Space Station here? I mean, like, yes, Optic do have the lead.
Yeah.
But however, like, you get a full reset. We're not recreating the situation where Optic had 1 or 2 slays their way. No, we're starting off fresh. If SSG win that first round of slays, they get camouflage, they tie up the game, and then spin things around. It's only 4 kills the difference. This could favor SSG.
It's just the early game that matters the most in these situations. Who can get the opening kills, get away with the power weapons and power-ups? Stellar just completely fies, but Renegade wins on the other side. Legend versus Eco. They trade on out, but every trade favors Optic. It's the camo that is the only reprieve that could come, but Renegade just put perfect shots in Shock Rifle, making its impact known.
Back to a 4-kill game here, and just 5 more needed for Renegade and Optic, and you see him stalking his prey, the spawn of SSG.
All 3 of them gonna go wide into this stairwell. Legend gonna get that information, and Renegade now knows that there's at least some freedom to work on a flank, and Eco had no idea. That's the benefit of knowing that 3 players are all on top of each other. You get free flanks.
Now just 3 more kills, make it 2 after the trade. It's 6 kills between them. Can SSG simply stay alive? Killing spree being earned. 1 more, and you allow Renegade to get away with not only the shot, but the camo as well.
Renegade left his imprint in this game, 5-0, and you have to imagine number 6 comes from him. Perfect shots with the Shock Rifle. Dominant. And it's dual dodge action. Game 5's everywhere.
Optic Gaming sends Space Station Gaming home. Let's take a look at Envy versus TSM, where the Game 5 is already underway.
We ain't done just yet. TSM Envy, Game 5. Both of these teams pulled off incredible upsets in pool play, but one of them will make the winner's bracket finals. 10-4 lead in favor of TSM.
Manny working up high, trying to get the damage necessary for these couple players from Envy, but just one that goes down. Precision was able to get through the back and find that kill. In 15 seconds, this camouflage is gonna arrive. Nerve-wracking for either side to see who will get it. Genji, Nemesis also entrenched in their own warfare. 10-13 between the two of them. Game 5s everywhere.
And not only game 5s, but close ones at that here. I'm focused on the one on the top left-hand corner of the screen where Precision playing a bit of catch-up here for Envy. They're trying to create a push on the purple side. Not only able to take down Druck, but swapping the repulse for Camo. That's a decent trade.
Very slow match between TSM and Envy as well. I'm surprised TSM really are letting up and letting Envy get to that Camo without much contest.
Meanwhile, the Nemesis Gen G side of things looks like Nemesis do take the lead right now. They are making their way over toward the spawning S1 players, but Glory loses his camouflage, but ends up winning the fight.
We're seeing mirrored gameplay, and this Camo is playing an impact. It's 17-all between Nemesis and Gen G. 10-12 between Envy and TSM. TSM trying to keep that small lead, and Precision nowhere for him to go. He'll go down as Ryan Noob on the bottom right of the screen gets taken down from the players of Nemesis. Nemesis able to start to take that small lead as well.
Switching gears over towards SLG, who just got himself a shock rifle. Has a thrust over in the back pocket. Teammates getting slays left and right. Now where it is, Gen G spawning.
Gen G, this is tough. Remember how fast games can get out of hand on this map. We just saw it between Optic and SSG. You start to lose your control of the map. The spawns are just so easy to manipulate. It's so dangerous to go 2 or 3 down on this.
There's 7-kill advantage on the top left-hand corner. Meanwhile, only 2 kills between Nemesis and Gen G on the bottom right. Bootsum, the mouse and keyboard expert, about to find multiple members of Gen G the hard way here. Couple shots forcing that player onto the low ground. Cross-map shots looking very good, softening up Gen G for the rest of his teammates to knock him down.
Hog able to wrap back away with that red gun. And TSM, they find themselves with a massive lead. It's 9 in this layer on Streets. And with TSM having all that map control, you have to think that things could continue to go that way. On the other side, Glory just got a camouflage for Nemesis, and despite Gen G getting a couple kills, they have to find him.
Second camouflage in a row here for Glory, but that grenade not only does damage, but reveals his position, and the enemy team happy to trade out their life for the camo.
With that, Wutem and the rest of Nemesis, they're starting to get traded out. Gen G, despite not getting camo, they've got this thing just about tied. Finally getting some control that they needed, whereas on the other side, TSM holding off Envy, but Envy starting to at least chip away at this lead. They're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable on these challenges.
Barely a difference in the score line between Nemesis and Gen G, but it looks like Nemesis continue to hold the lead, and with back-to-back kills, they widen their influence not only in the scoreboard, but also on the map.
3 players down middle for TSM. They're gonna try to work this together, eventually moving their way towards B. Precision checking every corner. Do not want to let players get behind you for free.
SLG trying to create some space, but shut down. It looks like Gen G put him back within just 1 kill. Meanwhile, Wutem trying to hit a 2-pronged attack, trying to attack the perimeter of Gen G.
Down through the middle of the map, Wutem able to find his entry, and behind them, he's getting great damage. Precision on the top starts to get his damage through, but can he stay alive? No, grenade's still good enough over there. Double kill for Wutem, and that's 3 down for Gen G in a pivotal moment in this game. Nemesis has started to find their path forward. A massive swing towards their favor.
While Nemesis look for the spawners, TSM hold on to a 5-kill advantage. As I say that, Envy put back-to-back-to-back on the board, and TSM end up squad wiped.
Now with camo in the hands of Descendant as well, TSM have to be very wary of a spawn trap. Descendant checking every corner. He has red gun and camo, but every nade I think in existence just came to try to back him down. TSM, they are not giving up an inch to Envy.
40-31 in favor of Team Nemesis. Glory has now gotten his 3rd camouflage in a row. Combines camo with the shock. He already took down 1. Why not make it 2? Glory holding on to height advantage. 2 squad wipes away from taking down Gen G.
Descendants trying to get in and just find damage onto TSM as 3 players that are trapped at the bottom of C, but they just can't find anything. Talik gets 2, and Druk will clean up the 3rd. Envy's collapse is completely voided. Nothing to come from C.
And while Envy go multiple down, Nemesis look for their final 5 kills to take down Gen G once and for all here in your lower bracket round 2. Shock does enough damage for the Bandit to clean him up. Not done just yet, as right to the high side, and now just rotating around Gen G. This could be it.
Glory has a chance to end it. They're able to find the first shot. 3 go down for Gen G, and the victory lap starts for Nemesis. They've been able to clutch their game 5. They continue on in the bracket.
And 32-28 lead now for TSM. Another game 5 here where there will be a team knocked down to the lower bracket, but one team will advance to the top 3, the winner's bracket final.
Talik trying to will his team forward into Sunday. 12-6, double positive for his team, but Precision on the other end, able to continue with that pace. Really the story, the Slayers coming, big Precision, almost took down Druk with that stock rifle, but it was enough damage to at least get the kill. Envy just down 1.
That's able to steal away camouflage, but not able to get away with his life, but passes it right to Descendant, who gets taken down as well. Camo's out of the play, and 3 down go in.
And within the chaos, TSM thrives. They know how to get the job done when things get mixy over at B. Able to find a couple kill lead now, and look at the position of Envy. They're all stuck on one side of the map. Everyone occupying the same lane. TSM can take advantage of this if they get the right timing. Piggy and Yaxon will be the first up to try to combat this.
Can Envy fight their way off a spawn here while Talik and the rest of TSM slowly start to move in position? Soul Snipe the first one to hit the black screen, and Envy are slaying out while getting off a spawn.
Everyone went down for TSM. Finally, Envy's taking the lead at the end of this game. Massive, massive swing, and it was thanks to 2 players being able to swing out towards Cafe, getting the space needed to find those flanks.
Jackson and Precision have to work together if they want to attack this purple side, because there's multiple members of TSM. In fact, 3 members that immediately defended. Druk takes down Precision, and Jackson tries to get out of dodge, but with the nades coming in left and right, TSM may just attack.
They clearly have Sunday on their mind. They just went 3 wide into the right bank. That was incredible coordination from them, able to swing in 100 miles an hour. Found some big kills, but Envy maintain that 1. A 1-kill lead as we approach the end game.
Every bit of damage matters. Every kill from this point can either make or break you. Jackson, the one on screen waiting for camouflage to come up. Less than 10 seconds, he has to stay alive. But look at all the nades landing left and right. His shield's obliterated. The rest of his team trying to push up over towards the B side. But Solstein with the Stalker shuts 1 down. Manny gets his as well. Talik now with the camouflage. TSM immediately take control.
3 unanswered kills. Talik had perfect timing to get into the camo. Envy was just a bit off. And it all started with Soul Snipe's Stalker rifle able to find that opening kill and to disfray, to make sure Envy work together.
Talik currently 13-8, climbing his way over towards the high ground here, but there are so many members of Envy that are defending Subway. How does he attack? Well, Precision goes down. Talik to try to make his way right through the front. There's 2 members stuck, and Talik wants to take advantage of that. Descendant hits the black screen. Teammate stays alive. The nades are being dodged. How are Talik and TSM alive?
They perfectly are manipulating the map. They're cutting the angles. They're not letting them get the kill. Piggy is 1 shot and stuck in the corner. He wins it, but the team nade from up high takes him down. Just 2 kills for TSM. And now Envy also has to worry about the clock. There's only 50 seconds left in this game.
Just 2 kills needed here for TSM, but 4 killed. The difference, it's not out of it or Envy. It is still somehow doable, but they have to dig deep. They have to value their lives. Meanwhile, Talik and TSM slow the game down immediately.
He traded.
A trade happens. That's the 49th. Can they get the 50th?
How did he do it? It was a 1v2. Talik somehow ripped the life away from Descendant. They're 1 kill away. Or 20 seconds of stalling. to a Sunday finish, a top 3 on the mind of TSM.
Daring them to push forward, Truck the first one to go down. Manny with the Stalker's gonna try to find his way out. TSM rotating out of the subway, but Manny gets caught. It's just 2 kills.
They're out of time. They're out of time. They're hiding inside PD. They just can't reach them in time.
Oh my gosh.
If they would have had an extra second. That nade, that sticky landed. That sticky landed. Wow, and it is TSM who have secured themselves a spot in the winners finals. Let's take a look at that.
They're just out of time. It's simple as that. They just cannot get. It's 1 second of a difference. 1 second, and this game's completely different. Wow. Sticks them in the knee. I mean, they did everything they could have done to win this game. They just didn't have the time.
I can tell you what the comms were right there at that moment. Get away, get away, get away from me. He wanted to take no extra damage from that spike grenade, because my gosh. Look, another nade comes in.
That's it.
There's a one-shot player hiding in a corner.
That was the tie. It was micro seconds to that tie. Absolutely incredible. It was kind of fun seeing them run into PD to go hide.
Gotta play that time.
Gotta do it. Gotta do what you gotta do.
You gotta. This is your way to Sunday.
I remember doing this kind of thing in Platty lobbies. You know, let's go hide in PD. Hold the odd ball there.
No harm, no foul. You saw a little bit of frustration there at the end, beating down some pillars. Gosh, TSM, that's insane. Did you guys expect like this winners final? What? What is going on?
Everybody's predictions out
Yeah,
the
gone.
window.
Yeah, gone. Yeah. This is why I don't like predicting, because it's just, anything can happen.
Because of everything going on. Let's take a look at the bracket so everybody knows exactly where everybody is. So elimination quarters, we have Shopify Rebellion versus Nemesis. And then on the other side, we have Envy versus Optic. We have both top 2 seeds in the lower bracket, which means that only one of them is going to make it up to potentially, unless it's more upsets, to grand finals.
It's crazy. Mind you, the reason why they are here, Shopify Rebellion just lost to FaZe. You know, Optic lost in the winners round 1 as well. You know, Envy just lost to TSM for a chance to make it. Like, the reason why we're in this predicament is because some crazy upsets just went down. We just saw 3 incredible game 5s. Like, is this not like the year of Halo?
This is
2025 is the year of freaking Halo.
I gotta say, like, HCS putting on another season for us. The fact that we're here for year 4, it's paying off. I mean, this is the best year of Halo we've ever had. I would say some old heads are gonna rip my head off for this. I would say this is the best Halo I've ever seen, honestly.
I'm pretty sure everybody's shocked, not just the audience, but the players too, and whoever's getting their way also, like FaZe, I'm sure they're excited. It's just been, everybody is like on unstable ground today because of everything happening, but it takes the best players to lock in and do what they have to do in order to clutch up and get the placement that they're supposed to get.
Yeah, and I mean, and to kind of talk about what you said earlier, you know, it's so hard to make predictions because it's unpredictable.
It is.
It really is. Like, you can come in with a power rank. I do power rankings every freaking week, and I will tell you who are projected to be the top teams in the world. But when you're talking about the best players in the world going at each other, one play could be the difference. One kill, one crazy grenade, one decision to be over on Subway, run away, go all the way towards PD, and think, 20 seconds ahead of time that we're going to play the time? How do you prepare for that?
You said nade, and I'm thinking Shopify Rebellion when they lost. We haven't talked about that. FaZe. Wait, did we see that? Which screen was that? I can see the main stage from here, so that's it's a last shot went into, I think we saw it here on
the Shroud screen.
He went into the Shroud screen, and it was that death that caused Shopify Rebellion to be on low. It was a nade.
I actually felt his sadness in that moment. I don't know if you saw his cam. But he was destroyed because he knows he's the one who died for that last kill, and it sucks.
I'm curious what the communication was there, because it seems like he was hesitating to get into that Shroud screen before, and it was just him sliding into it last second. So I wonder if there was something communication-wise that made him do that push into the Shroud and ended up killing him.
That's what makes Halo so beautiful, right? Is like you have the comms in your ear, number one. That's crazy in and of itself because you have to somehow have a thought process where you're hearing all those comms. Then you have the power weapons. Then you have positioning. Then you have your shot. Then you there's millions of things. That's why I think Halo is the best esport in the world, in my opinion. I'm a little biased, but that's why. There's just so much involved that you have to pay attention to at the exact same time, and it's crazy.
I will say, you said you're a little biased, and you know, Space Station Gaming, like,
man.
listen, they did the best they could have done today. I disagree, but we haven't seen them like this before. We saw a different Lucid.
Yeah.
We saw Stellar win some good fight. Like they did their work.
I do not disagree with you. You are 100% right. Why I'm sad is because I've been saying since this team was formed that they have potential. They can do this. But with what we've heard about the camp and how it's going, and with that loss, unfortunately, I don't know if we're going to see them any longer. And that makes me sad because I truly think that they could do something really great with a little more time. That's really what they need, is more time. You saw it there. They came up to the moment. They did have a 10-kill lead. I don't know what happened there. It was just Optic winning Pivs, but yeah, it's unfortunate, but they did really well, honestly.
Think about like how large the casual competitive base is that like they don't watch the entire tournament. They didn't even see what we just saw. What's gonna happen is they're gonna watch the grand finals and that's it. They're gonna go watch the standings and see where everybody placed and not understand how great most of these teams played. I mean, we just saw 3 incredible Game 5s that literally could have went either way. So where all of that noise gonna come in on Twitter and on Reddit, it's not gonna be from the people that would sit here and said, dude, SSG were right there.
Yeah.
It's gonna be at the ones that just look at the final standings and, dude, this event was crazy, man. It's unpredictable.
Yeah, it's hard to choose favorite moments. It's hard to choose moments that there's just so many things that have happened today. It's been absolutely incredible is what I think.
I know that guy wanted some attention, so shout out to Silver Surfer. Thanks for stopping by the booth. That was he held up a sign behind you, Tony.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see. I'm sorry. I'm locked in.
Yeah, I'm like I didn't even read it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I just want he seemed nice, so I was like, just give him a little shout out.
Why don't we take a moment to then shout out everybody who has been with us watching throughout the entire weekend. Like, you guys, we are here because of you. This is a community-funded production, and the reason we are sitting here and haven't been able to fly out and book our hotels and everything is because of you. Bring the equipment, like the production. This is a mobile production. Like, Louis V. Titan brings all of this gear from he like, I'm looking for the word here. Like, he moves his entire office to LAN every single time.
A big shout out to Louis V. Titan. A big shout out to you being here on your birthday weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Happy birthday, Aliek.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you see, you're working so hard, you forgot it was your own birthday. It's okay. Tony forgets his birthday, too. It's okay. Yeah.
Well, it is our birthday. It is our birthday weekend. It's great having you here for our birthday weekend.
No, it's actually Aliek's birthday. Tony, you don't have any more birthdays. I'm canceling. I'm canceling your birthday. But a shout out to Aliek, guys. Happy birthdays in the chat. She is here on her birthday weekend, and she is spending her birthday with us, which is awesome. So thank you. And you've done an incredible job.
Thank you. It's pretty special to spend it here with everybody. It's cool. I haven't actually celebrated my birthday before COVID, so now there's actually people here. So you're all forced to celebrate my birthday with me, which is pretty cool. So thanks everybody. Thank you for everybody who has subbed here today so far. It's been incredible having you guys here, and I'm taking a look here to see if I got okay. Just checking. I'm trying to find out what's happening.
There's so many Game 5s. It's incredible. Have we ever had that many Game 5s at the same exact time? Has that ever happened?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
No, not me neither. That was insane. And gosh, man, lots of emotions flying. Very happy, that SSG put on a show. At the same time, really happy for TSM as well. And I'm just excited all around. Like, all these teams have been working so hard. And we got to talk to Last Shot's mom and dad. And they kind of reminded me of something, how much work goes into all this, man. Like Last Shot, for instance, a player who plays for 8 hours, still has to do other stuff, still has to do like school, the college stuff, still has to, you know, working at some point too. Like the guys do so much work involved in this.
And VOD review on top of that.
And VOD review. It's crazy.
All right, everybody. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break as we get ready for the next set of series, the Elimination Quarterfinals.
Why do we feel so socially distant? My brain needs to know this instance. Is it the system making us inconsistent? It's easy to blame the external. Is our love temporary? Is it eternal? I'm always looking internal, tossing and turning at night, I'm nocturnal. I need to know, can we win this war? Or will we be soldiers left on the floor? I'm not sure. Feel like I'm winning, but I haven't kept score, and I just need to know what I'm fighting for. These nights they last forever. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, can't get no sleep, I'm restless. Who's right is wrong? Who's right is wrong? These nights they last forever. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, can't get no sleep, I'm restless. Who's right is wrong? Who's right is wrong? Yeah, I remember the days before you and I went separate ways. I know that I said that I needed the space, but when I think back I only see your face. It's always gonna be hard to replace the touch of your love and your warm embrace. I wish I could go down my phone and erase all the pictures of you, but I keep them in case. Don't know what I expected to do. Without all your love I didn't know who to turn to. Guess it's kinda funny how the tables have turned to. They told me I'd be better off, but that's not true. Now I'm looking for somebody who's brand new. You are my one love, you are my go-to. Guess I just gotta do my best to pull through, but I feel like I need to say I still love you. These nights they last forever. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, can't get no sleep, I'm restless. Who's right is wrong? Who's right is wrong? These nights they last forever. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, can't get no sleep, I'm restless. Who's right is wrong? Who's right is wrong?
Salt on my skin, pull me closer, right in. I think about all of it. Walking the city to sunset, we'd sit, talk about everything. Now I can't sleep without you by my side. You are the best part of me, and I can't deny now I'm just someone I don't even recognize. Can't go back, but I'm trying to, 'cause I'm not me without you. Walking the city to sunset, we'd sit, talk about everything. Now I can't sleep without you by my side. You are the best part of me, and I can't deny now I'm just someone I don't even recognize. Can't go back, but I'm trying to, 'cause I'm not me without you.
All right, I think we're good.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to DreamHack Dallas. Deep in the heart of Texas and deep into a winner's bracket run are the boys from TSM. We got Soul Snipe and Druck joining us on the couch. Alongside me is my duo from 2004, 5, who knows?
Somewhere around there.
Eli the Ninja. We've been doing it a long time, and so have you guys, the Friendship Squad. I'm going to get right into it. What compelled you guys to get back together? I've talked to so many people throughout the weekend, and it almost felt like that team change was just right for the taking. They're waiting for you guys to join back up as a team of 4. What was the ultimate catalyst to get the band back together, Soul Snipe?
After Worlds last year, Shopify made a whole new roster, and Hunter hit me up right away, and it was me, Hunter, Cherished, and Mental at first. Things just weren't going that good. Nothing against those guys, they're really good players, but like, you know, we just didn't really work too well together. Picked up Druck, and it was us 3 with Cherished, and things still weren't going good. Obviously, we got top 12 at Arlington, and we saw Manny playing really, really well, so we were just like, dude, let's make this happen, and we made it happen.
Yeah.
Why not the first event?
I don't know.
I mean, team changes are funny in Halo, right? Like, there's so many different reasons for people to split, and sometimes, like, your fate is decided by 2 other teams that are making team changes.
True.
And like who becomes available. A lot of people were like, why would Manny leave Cloud9 after they just got top 6 to join you guys when you guys are struggling? But I'm like, I mean, the best that Manny's ever done was with you guys.
Yeah.
The last time you guys found yourself in the position you're in today in the winners finals was with Manny on the squad, Tier 1 World Finals. So did it just click immediately, or did you guys have to like ease into it?
It clicked pretty fast.
Yeah.
But we obviously had some like differences in some gameplay ideas. But with Manny, we were able to like come together to an agreement on how we want to play pretty fast. So like we just figured it out, and honestly, we're still figuring it out, and that's like the beauty of this team.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it clicked instantly. Like we lost that major qual. I think we got third or second.
You lost to Cloud9, right?
Yeah, we lost to Cloud9, NV,
and
then Cloud9.
Pretty
So,
badly too.
Yeah, I wouldn't say we clicked instantly, but like that was just kind of like that teed us up to like like just get on the same page and really understand like how we want to play the game. And also it was just like a good like kind of warm up for us. Like I said the stat yesterday, but like it was 962 days or something since we played at World. So like,
wow, you actually did the math, bro. 962.
Shout out Google, but
How many days since?
Literally, that's what I typed.
I love that.
1,000 days.
Yeah, you should have just rounded it up, bro. Just call it.
That sounds hard.
That sounds harder.
That sounds badass. Druck, let me ask you, man. What's it like to be back, and not only be back, but know that you're going to be back, right? You had all those visa issues. I remember just, man, I was red in the face thinking about your struggles with that. How did you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty hard, like, I love competing, it's my dream, and, like, it was honestly my life, so, like, it was just, like, a major, like, shift in my life. I was like, what do I do now? Like, how can I get back? Like, I just want to compete, especially with these guys, like, and the entire time, like, all I thought about was, like, just being back with these guys and like winning an event, like that was like the thing that honestly just kept me going. Like that really just like it was like the light at the end of the tunnel, like I would eventually be back with these guys and like we'd win.
I had that feeling, just keeping up with you and just whether on Twitter, just chatting. It always seemed like you were staying ready, right? Whether it was working out in the gym or continuously playing in Money 8s, you never gave up your love for the game. How hard was it, though, to maintain your love for the game, not knowing if you could even compete?
Yeah,
that's what you compete for, is to compete.
Yeah, it was pretty toxic sometimes, or just like annoying, because like I would do like a lot of coaching sessions and then like still play Money 8s and stuff, but just knowing I couldn't compete at the tournaments was just like super hard. Especially when I felt like really good. Like me, Mikey, Donnie, and John won the C9 5K in year 2 without like dropping a map. And Sentinels played in that. So like it was really just annoying, like knowing I was good and like couldn't play and like I was at like my prime. But like now I feel like I'm in my prime. Like I feel like every day I'm just like getting better. Like I believe in like Kaizen, like just getting better and like every day. And like you said, like going to the gym, I just really focused on that. Like and that's helped me with competing and everything. Started reading a lot more, just like better myself in general and made me like a better competitor and teammate.
The Metafy stuff I feel like goes a long way too. Like people don't realize how much that coaching somebody else on your craft can actually help you become better at your craft. Did you feel like you found that? Because me as a Metafy, like I don't really do it anymore, but when I was coaching, I found that when a student asked me a certain question, I had to like really think about how to give them a good answer. You know what I mean? And sometimes I'm like, man, wait a second. That's a good question. I don't know how to answer that. And then it like forces you to think deeper about it. Did you have that same experience with Metafy?
Yeah, it's like a lot of the things like you kind of maybe like have forgotten or like like not forgotten, but like it's just so fundamental bedrock now that like it's kind of like deep in your subconscious. You really have to like think about it, like put it like you don't really think about it in words. It's just kind of like this abstract like idea. Then they ask you and you kind of have to like put it into words and like it's kind of like relearning the fundamentals. It's like really good.
Now, I want to shift our focus to Halo for a second because, first of all, this is a sick game. But before we talk about this, you guys just got off one of the craziest Game 5 wins I think we've seen all weekend, like for multiple tournaments. First of all, we haven't seen a timeout in a long time, and it was a one-kill timeout, 49-48. Walk me through your thought process. I guess with like 2 minutes left, you guys had like a couple kill lead, or
yeah. We had like a 4 or 5 kill lead.
At what point did you decide to kind of run?
So we actually had like a 8 kill lead early in the game,
right?
And we kind of started selling a little bit, and then we were down 2. We took like a 4 point lead around like 48-44, and Manny's like, look at the time, and there was like 50 seconds, and I haven't looked at the time all game.
Oh wow!
And we just D'd up and C. And, they got like 2 trades or whatever. And shout out to Manny, but he play called for us to run away B. And like that's what we did because he saw that there was 4 front C. So we ran away B, got to PD, we hid, and my heart dropped because Hunter got stuck in front of my eyes.
But traded, right?
No.
Oh, wow.
We were up 49.
That was with the spiker.
1 second. I think it was 1 second left.
Yeah.
2 seconds.
2 seconds he got stuck. With 1 second, Druck got stuck. But like it didn't count.
The time ran out before the stick exploded.
Dude, it was insane. That was the most insane thing ever. And we did the same thing at Worlds Game 5 against FaZe on Catalyst.
And Manny called it as well.
And Manny called it as well.
Wow.
I mean, that man just like iced PC as hell, honestly.
Do you feel like that was kind of maybe a piece you guys were missing without Manny? Like, put yourself in the shoes where Manny's not on the team. Like, is one of you guys gonna step up and make a call like that, you think? Manny's not there?
Usually, like, I try to play call. I mean, we all try to play call, but I think I like play call the most. But honestly, since Manny joined the team, and especially at this event, like, I've been play calling less, and Manny's actually been play calling more.
It's been
yeah, you know, he's just been taking over.
Probably allows you to lock in and be the speed demon you are on the map, right?
Yeah.
Because it's hard to play fast and communicate
And
clearly.
micromanage.
And
Yeah,
micromanage. Yep.
yeah, like I can focus more on my own POV and like play fast, because like the thing about playing fast is like it's actually like really hard. Like I actually think like people undermine it, but like to play fast like consistently and like play good, it's like really hard, and that's why you see me like scamming like sometimes in those games. Like I didn't have the best game 4 or game 5, but you guys picked it up. But yeah, it definitely just helps me like focus on my own POV more.
You gotta think about like how much brain power it takes to like move fast to hit a timing through a window so that you're unseen, while also being conscientious of the angles you're visible to.
Yeah.
And like making a prediction about what your enemy's about to do, and like to do all that simultaneously and then also try to micromanage a teammate, like that's almost impossible.
Yeah, it's just kind of like when you're playing fast, it's like one like small misstep, like one shot you took across the map that you shouldn't have taken. Like now you're down in the 1v1 that you isolated, and then like now you have to like do some crazy stuff just like win that 1v1. It just makes like you really have to be on it.
We got TSM's very own Soul Snipe and Druck joining us on the couch after qualifying for Championship Sunday on the winner's side of the bracket. Top 3 is secured. You actually beat both of these two teams. This is part of your path to get to this very moment.
Yeah.
What's the scouting report look like? What does Envy need to do to beat Optic?
They need to play the same way they were playing against us.
Yeah, I can't lie.
Those guys are good. Those guys are really good, honestly. I'm not going to lie.
I feel like Precision and Descendant are like a new duo, or like I guess a reunited duo, because they were previously duo on that Complexity roster. But like ever since they got back together behind like Piggy and Yak, this team just kind of works. It just works like really well naturally.
Yeah.
But I feel like maybe against you guys and now against Optic, maybe they're starting to like hesitate a little bit more, maybe overthink.
Yeah. They just got to hit the regain.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? They're
like
probably
this is,
pissed.
This is honestly their first top 6, I think, for like all these guys at Precision. So like,
Descendant got it once.
Oh yeah, Descendant got it. But I think like it's just like new territory for them, you know. Like they just lost a crazy game 5, now they play like instantly against Optic.
Against Optic, yeah.
And like
they cannot think about that game 5.
And
Not
like
much time to regain.
The thing about losers in this game is like it's kind of god tier, because like you're coming off a win no matter what. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the team you're playing is coming off a loss, and like it could be like a crazy like 3-0, or it could be like that crazy game 5, you know. And like it could like linger in their head.
Such a momentum game, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of why like a talking point was maybe Optic falling to lower and Arlington maybe have helped them to like bring that momentum to beat Shop in the Grands.
Yeah, I think like Optic and that SSG team last year is kind of just like a team that like once they get like on their like how they want to play down, like that's when they're like the scariest. So like
they catch fire.
Yeah, when they make that losers run, like it really just gets them all on the same page, and they just get so many reps that like it just starts clicking, you know.
I want to ask you too, your opponents that you're facing in the winners finals, probably not who you would have expected to run into is FaZe, which, I mean, they're obviously extremely good. I've been talking about how they just keep getting better. People are sleeping on them for whatever reason. Is there anything specific that you guys think about FaZe that'll be to your advantage or to your disadvantage? Or if you don't want to comment, that's fine too.
I mean, I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, that's what we have to see tomorrow.
It's one of those things like if I'm in your shoes, I'm like I don't want to answer that question. Like I just want to play.
TSM's done some media training for these guys. They're on point.
Well, it's more like you don't want to jinx yourself or like change the energy of the match by even talking about it with others.
It's like talking about a no-hitter in progress. You don't speak about it.
Right, you don't. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
these guys are good right now.
Like it's all ahead of us, you know. Like whatever, like what happens. Like that's the only thing.
Yeah, we're just gonna give everything we have, you know. That's our only plan.
Yeah, you guys. A lot of people have been calling you guys the friendship squad, which I'll be honest, I don't like it when people say that, because I'm like it has a weird like connotation to it. I don't know.
I feel like that too a little bit.
When I hear it, I'm like that. It feels disrespectful, but I know what they mean by it. They don't mean it disrespectfully.
I mean, we're best friends. So.
Exactly. Like you guys just vibe as like inside the game and outside the game.
Yeah.
But I think that is one of your greatest strengths as a team.
Yeah.
What makes it easier to talk about uncomfortable conversations? Do you guys feel more comfortable bringing up the tough talks with each other?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Hold each other accountable.
Yeah, for sure.
Like it's really easy just to go like talk about like a play and like there's like almost no resistance or literally no resistance, and then like
no
we just
ego.
move on, same page. It's all good.
Love that. Gotta have that level of like emotional maturity to
Yeah, just because like we've been teaming for so long, we know where it's coming from. You know, like we all just like want to win. It's not like a personal attack.
You're never gonna take it personally with these guys. Yeah.
How are you guys preparing differently for Championship Sunday than you did year 1 at the Worlds?
You want to answer?
Honestly, we just have to make sure that we come out hot. You know what I'm saying? And if we don't, like, it's all good. You know, just come back hotter for map 2.
Yeah, win those Slayers. That's been the rallying cry, it feels like, for you guys this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. And just keep being us, dude. Like, honestly, I think that's the biggest thing. Like, play with confidence. Maybe last time we were in Champ Sunday, we weren't playing with as much confidence as we could have. But, like, this time we're gonna, because we really believe we're the best team, so we're trying to show that.
And maybe this is just my perspective from the outside looking in, but I feel like you guys' communication is probably like your strongest thing about you guys. Like, when I listen to you guys' comms, it's like so fluid in a very conversational tone as well. Like, can we hit this? Or like,
yeah,
I'm behind you. There's so much small, like a majority of the conversation is small talk. Like, of course you're calling locations, but I think that that's kind of the key for you guys to just play your game, just keep that communication on, like, in a good state.
Yeah.
And you guys can beat anybody. So
yeah, we've always thought that like if we just focus on what we're doing and have good comms, like everything will fall into place.
Yeah, we don't care about what they're doing. Like, we're
Play your
trying to
game.
like play our game.
Yeah.
Great attitude.
Yeah, the minute you start, I feel like that's just that speaks to such a lack of confidence when, this isn't working, so let's switch everything we've worked on for the last year or at least month. So I like to see that you guys have stuck strong to your guns.
Thank you.
So this game is, it was 2-0 early.
Game's over.
Yeah.
And like, it's just been like, with Assault, I mean, this is a new mode this year, so do you get to the point where like you have a lead and there's only 2 minutes left and you're like, we can just kind of throw this ball like where we want?
That's
for the rest
the
of the
meta
game?
for every single team.
Yeah. Like Fortress, this might be winnable if you get like double snipes and Ovi or something, but like, I mean, on Aqua, it's
Because like,
yeah,
the risk is greater that they like turn the situation around than if you just like keep throwing the bomb out of the base or like.
Yeah, if you get 4 dead at one time, but the bomb's on their side, it doesn't even matter.
like if someone just like spawned up on Optic and then like G-slid bottom mid and then grabbed the bomb and G-slid their shrooms, like that's like a god play. Like, even if they died and did nothing, like that's just like a god play like at this moment.
Because you're burning at least 20 of their seconds and they
don't
have much time left.
And then they have to run the bomb and you could probably kill their bomb carrier. And, yeah.
You guys like bomb?
No.
No.
The chemistry.
Instant answer.
No.
I just don't know why it's in comp when like low-key every pro doesn't like it, but
it's glorified Slayer.
It feels better on this map than Fortress at least, right?
Yeah.
Fortress, I'm getting like flashbanged every time I walk in my front base because I play yellow outlines, so like I just can't even like see people.
Yeah,
and, like,
Fortress looks different on land.
Huh.
Like
Really?
the map, how do you describe it,
The
Drug?
Forge map.
saturated.
Super saturated.
I noticed that like Solitude, the colors are different on land too. They're
Yeah.
kind of like more reddish than gray in some spots.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really see the need for like 5 OBJ game types. Like it's low-key
It's a lot.
I agree.
Like in Halo 5, we had 2. You know, like
Strongholds
until, like,
and
year 4.
Flag.
Flag, yeah.
That
was
And then
it, like-
oddball towards the end.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy.
I didn't
And
pay as
that's
much
fine.
attention during H5, but yeah.
I honestly played fine.
Yeah,
I mean, Halo is ran by a lot of old heads like Hines that probably have good memories of Assault in Halo 2.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't. I
could
think the
be
maps
better.
just aren't really that good for bomb in this game.
Yeah, they could do it better if they want to keep it. They just got to change some things.
Like Aqua's actually decent, but like I still don't really like it.
I feel like if they could get midship to function in this game, like it didn't crash or.
I just don't think that map would work in this game. Like
Well, not like the
for
small
bombs.
one, but like Inquisitor, the like 1.5x one that you need.
Yeah. Honestly, just don't think it like really makes sense because there's only 2 maps and it's the 5th game type. So like it's just weird. Like how you like spread that out over the course of a tournament, you know, it just becomes like weird. Like it almost gets to like a point where it's like in every other series, like randomly, and then
Yeah, a lot of the series layouts are very different because there's so many game types.
Yeah. Like series can feel like totally different because like you might have like it's getting to the point where it's like Halo 5, like year 3, like where they started adding Fisher, Echelon, and Sanctuary. But like before that, it was like pure Halo 5. You know, like Plaza, Truth, Regret, Eden, Empire. Like those are the only maps you played. And then it starts becoming like this like Halo 5 2.0, like where you start playing like these other maps in the series. And like those series are like way different than like the normal Halo 5 map series. It's like the same thing here with Bomb.
Do you guys like Origin?
Yeah, obviously.
That
Yeah,
map's
I mean,
awesome. Talking to 2 Halo 5 kids here.
Yeah, of course, of course. What about Sanctuary? Would you like to see that again, or are you tired of it?
Sanctuary?
Yeah.
I'm straight. I don't really want it.
Well, let's talk about your stats here. Looks like Talik having himself a tournament so far. He's number 4.
Is this overall?
Yeah, this is overall for the tournament so far.
Yeah, you might as well throw that out. Pool play just shouldn't count.
Yeah, I mean, Talik is crazy stats. He's second in damage dealt per life, 3rd in KDA.
Yeah, he's a good-ass player,
Yeah, Hunter's been frying. I can't lie.
He seems like a comfort zone kind of player, too,
Hunter's
though.
max confident.
And it's like, if he's waning in confidence, then we don't see this. But now with you guys, with Manny again, like, is he just unlocked now, you think?
Yeah, I think we all kind of are.
Love that.
Hunter gets his kills. He stays alive.
Yeah, I haven't heard anyone talk about it, but I mean, at the end of Game 5, like he was on 1v2 back A, and then got a trade somehow.
Nah, Loki,
that was the game.
Someone on Envy shot Jason.
Yeah, I knew that's what happened. Like, he died pretty late.
Oh,
but
yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Team damage.
But, I mean, that was like, you know, like the game
Yeah.
would have been tied in going into OT if we ran to PD at the end. I mean, maybe we would play it different because, like,
We got to look at the series layout here. We are going to Origin next. Weakest Lincoln Slayer. Interesting stat here. We're firing shots.
Wait,
Yes.
Piggy is the weakest Lincoln Slayer, and he's positive?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Got a 1.1 in there.
I mean, his teammates are Precision and Descendant.
Yeah.
And Yak, obviously. So,
But Piggy's not called on to be the main Slayer. He's a support.
he's like a damage dealer at range. He's got a really steady shot.
Yeah, I'm proud of those guys, honestly.
They've
They
grown
really
a lot.
showed up. They
Yeah.
really showed up.
Grown a lot over the last couple of years, I would say.
they had a lot of pressure going into this event because, like, they're doing really good online, and a lot of people calling them onliners, and now
They had a lot to prove.
Yeah.
100%.
A lot of doubt that could creep in your mind after a top 16 placement. I mean, you guys know a little bit something about that with a top 12. No shade.
Never happened.
That's part of the journey, though. I feel like it makes top 3 feel a little sweeter after a top 12 now.
every time we've gotten top 12, we've gotten at least minimum, like, top 4.
Yep. We've noticed that. You guys are like a line
'Cause we
graph.
can't handle it.
You look like
Yeah.
a heartbeat on a graph, bro, if you look at it.
Yeah.
But it's got to be, it's got to feel good, though.
I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Yeah, let it rip, man.
Yeah, this whole tournament's been upside down, man. Like, you guys kind of were the catalyst of it all, though. Like,
Yeah.
you guys beat Optic, and then
Made Optic shot play.
yeah, so that happens, and
Crazy.
then now they're both in losers, though. You probably didn't expect FaZe to beat Shop.
Yeah, honestly, just get hella dope from fucking up the bracket. I'm not gonna lie.
The whole tournament turned upside down because of a 1-kill difference Game 5.
Yeah.
It was on this map, was it?
Yeah, Origin.
That was a mixy end game too. You probably already talked about it in another interview, but you guys, there was like 4 or 5 people like on the silver, like
Yeah, it
half
was an
shields,
insane team fight.
and just like it was a melee that ended it. I
Like,
think, right?
we're up, dude. It was insane. Like, I'm hearing one shot blue fire. I'm like thinking like,
You got the last kill.
Yeah, I did.
Yep,
But I
yep.
scammed really bad before that. Like, I'm hearing one shot blue fire. I didn't look at the score. And then, like, I'm shooting John Blue Cave because he kind of, like, has my angle. So I backed him off and then, like, slid. But, like, I slid, like, a little bit too far this way.
Oh.
And then I couldn't see, like, Legend on the fire. Like, the corner's super deep. And then I didn't keep him weak either. And then, like, he ended up living and making a crazy play. But then Mikey, like, slid Blue Basement. And then, like, Piv formal, like, 5'd him on the rock. And then Bound, like, went on that rock and killed Mikey. And then Bound, like, Manny was aping him on the rock. And I naded the rock. And as soon as I naded it, Bound was sliding in between the entire basement on the rocks. And as soon as I naded it, he jumped from the rock to the maze and, like, almost got out. And then that's when Manny got the beatdown on John. And then I followed him up silver and just got the trade.
Almost looked like it could have been a 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, it was insane. Like, if Manny doesn't get that beatdown, I mean, I think we just lose.
We were casting it. I couldn't tell who won until it showed like the final score. Because it's funny listening to you recount the experience. You basically just described like 3 seconds of in like IRL time, but it took you like 30 seconds to describ it.
Yeah,
you know what I
'cause
mean?
There's just a lot going on. Like, it was actually insane. Like, I died on the sniper ramp, and I looked at the score, and I was like, thank God. Like, thank
yeah,
God.
facts. That's a huge relief. Now this guy's been playing really well this weekend. Legend, as always.
Yeah.
I know that like you're in the conversation of the best players in the world, obviously. So this is always a funny question to ask. But like, if you had to say one guy is like someone you respect a lot for their game, who would you pick? That's
Bound.
not on your team. Bound.
Yeah,
that makes sense. You guys play very similar.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of.
Okay, Descendant. Descendant has been extremely impressive with precision weapons this weekend. He had like 10 shock rifle kills, I think, in the series against Cloud9.
Wow.
In the game 2.
Yeah, his shock is really... Wait, just in game 2 alone?
Just in game 2.
Wow.
Recharge, Slayer, almost all headshots as well.
Yeah, his snipe is really good. He was making plays on us on the fortress with snipe.
Yep.
He plays aggressive with the precision weapons, too. I
Yeah.
feel like that can be intimidating to see a guy that turns his sniper into a shotgun.
I mean, that's really like the key. Like Stellar, you know, like there's so many highlight reels of him just playing super confident. You really just have to be confident. Like you can't like even if you're one shot with snipe or something, like you can't just try and like get away. You know, like you have a better chance of shitting on that guy. Like you need to have confidence that like you can win that.
Sometimes you're just feeling it, right? Like
yeah,
you just feel like you can't miss.
And like you could just never lose confidence, you know. Like even if you miss like the first 2 shots and they're like layups, like you can't let that get to you. You just gotta keep shooting, you know. It's like the Dion Waiters quote.
Plus, it's like a win-win because you burn extra ammo even if you do die.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Kind of just have to go for it. So Optic looking like they're kind of big brothering Envy so far this game.
The opening especially.
Yeah.
Yeah, this map is very like star oriented.
Yep. Especially with 2 power weapons.
Yeah.
It's a winnable here though.
We had Hoax on. He said the first set of rockets at the 2.5 minute mark leading into the sniper is like a really critical part of the game. Because if you get the rockets that can lead to the sniper, they can lead to a spawn trap.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
They're right there in NVR though. As we switch gears, this is another intriguing
This is gonna be
matchup.
good.
Shopify Rebellion
Yeah, this
versus
is gonna be
Nemesis.
amazing.
This is one I've been looking forward to.
They played earlier in winners, so I'm looking to see like Nemesis, you know, like trying to get their get back.
Was it in winners or pools?
Pools.
Pools.
Yeah,
And it kind of, earlier when you said something like each series feels different because of the game types, like it made me think about this coming up. Because I'm like, well, yeah, Shop won last time, but if the game types are totally different, like this could be a totally different series.
Yeah, I think like game types play like a bigger part than most people think. Like in these series, like I said, just the feel is entirely different. Like if you're playing like a Aqua, like our series against Optic yesterday, like that's like a perfect Infinite series. Like we played Aqua Flag, then Street Slayer, then Recharge Strongholds. What was the game for?
I don't remember.
I remember.
Oh, Live Fire.
It was all a blur.
Live Fire
Blacked
Ball,
out.
and then like Orange and Collie. But like Orange and Collie feels like normal to us because like we played Hill 5.
Yeah.
But like throw a bomb in there and like shit starts getting weird, you know? Like, I don't know, like.
Shop is statistically really good at bomb for
Yeah,
whatever
they
reason.
are.
I feel like they kind of like embrace the game type. Like they don't.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like you can't really complain.
It's like mentality thing, right?
Yeah.
Like that's why we interviewed Last Shot on the podcast last week, and he said, like, he thinks that other teams suck at Fortress because they just complain about it, and they have like a mental block to be good at it, and they're like, we just like it.
Yeah, it's definitely a real thing.
That's for sure.
If you're not having fun, you're probably not winning.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big key.
If you don't enjoy playing the map, you're not gonna take it serious. Like every time you get in matchmaking, you're just gonna like troll and like quit or something. Like
Easy to come up with an excuse for losing if like you don't like it or something.
Yeah.
This map sucks. We don't suck. This map sucks.
Yeah, literally.
Well, off the start, it looks like Rebellion have had more slays to their name, but it's actually rather even as I look across the board. But it does feel like Rebellion have had more control. They do have the bomb in the Nemesis base, and Cycle's got great positioning here at top pink.
Yeah, he's really good at holding the map.
Seems really good at everything when I watch this guy.
Yeah, he's a
man.
good player.
He's like, he's such an all-arounder and just like consistent.
Speaking of all around, here's a ring around the rosy battle. Cycle, I feel like Cycle, like he might as well, like the fridge should be renamed to the Cycle because I feel like he never dies in
I'm
the
gonna
fridge.
call that out though, because a lot of casters just ignore that stuff. But like the other guy just got ghost beat down.
Oh really?
Like a lot of the casters will just like gas the player even though they got like joked.
Yeah,
but,
no.
like the Nemesis player got ghost beat down there.
Melees are.
But he is good in the fridge.
Yeah.
Started
Look
swinging
at,
it.
yeah. Okay, that was pretty good.
Caster curse, that's for sure.
What do you think about this Nemesis squad?
I think they're amazing.
I think they're really good. I think like them and Envy are like
special.
Like can cause big upsets.
Woodham is a dog, man.
I think Glory, who's right now 11-6,
Oh yeah.
doesn't get talked about enough. Like Wuchum, obviously, he's exciting to talk about. Young Finnish kid that plays
Yeah.
M&K. Like, it's really obvious for him to steal the spotlight. But, like, Glory is a special talent, man.
13 kills.
Yeah, I mean, I remember my first event back was at London, and then like he just closed me out by like getting the craziest triple I've ever seen. Like
With
I'm just
snipe?
going home, yeah. Just going
Dude,
home
his
and
snipe
Argo.
is crazy.
Yeah,
He's
all of them.
Yeah.
flick shots that are insane.
The thing
Yeah.
about Europeans, I don't know what it is, but like even in like Fortnite or like other games, like their mechanics are like insane. Like they always have good shots, like good mechanics. It's just crazy.
Is that Peterbot kid from Europe?
Fortnite? I think he's North American.
I know you played. I know you played Fortnite for a bit, right?
Yeah, but I was like done before we started playing.
Did you play controller?
Yeah.
It's been an honor to be on here. I'm gonna go talk to Hunter and Manny about
Okay.
some things.
Hell yeah, brother.
You guys are free to go whenever, to be honest.
Yes, sir.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Rest
good
up and
luck
get ready
tomorrow.
for a massive day tomorrow. Good
Come
luck,
sleep.
boys.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you guys jumping on the cast. All right, there they go. TSM, Soul Snipe,
You're good.
and Druck. Very enjoyable interview. Don't forget the cell phone.
You're good. You're good. That was cool.
Just us.
I like talking to those guys.
Yeah, dude, that's chill. Rebellion, go up 1-0 with 7-11 on the clock. No time for a quick trip. Nemesis has got to get right back to it. SLG trying to stay alive. Car 1, nice use of the thrust. Takes down Cycle, stays alive. It looks like he'll maintain it, just needs to start getting those shields back, and he's got support. I believe that snipe drone underneath him. As Nemesis have their first good look at the assault, or at assault, but I see the bombs already in their side of the base. So despite a nice play there and some nice well-timed plays, as it looks like, this is how does it keep getting better? We've got Onset and Bravo joining us now on the LVT couch. Boys, how much fun have you had this weekend?
It's difficult to actually, I don't know how I feel right now. I'm kind of in a state of shock. I think everyone is at the moment. Like, not quite sure what's happened, what's happening. Strange weekend, but it's been an exciting one.
I feel like we just entered like a parallel universe.
100%.
And we're like still trying to figure out where we are.
I feel like it's also, it's like a simulation where if a lot of universes were true and we got slammed into one where there's like a lot of them are true, it's not like, hey, a few things are different. It's like, hey, here's 6 simultaneous universes where everything you thought was true is not true.
I'm not even sure if the laws of physics are the same anymore after this weekend.
I don't trust anything in Dallas anymore.
It's like the 1 in 1,000th of the simulation, but we're getting the 1 today for this weekend.
So we're all agreed that Nemesis probably win the event after this, right?
Right.
Can't imagine why you'd ever say that, but
who knows?
They aren't looking great so far in this game.
Yeah, walk us through. We're just jumping into this game one. How's it been so far?
Glory is doing some cool stuff. He's 18 and 12, obviously, so he's popping off. I think he's been popping off all weekend. But it's just a typical story of Shopify. They're so comfortable on this game mode, especially like both Aqua and Fortress. I think they're just super cozy in Assault for whatever reason.
How are you guys doing, by the way?
Doing great, man.
Yeah,
It's been a fantastic weekend.
Yeah,
we were on the call for Command Station's free-for-all win. What a historic, literally
awesome
Halo history. I got goosebumps recounting it.
As soon as I heard that, I hadn't gotten a chance to say anything to her yet, but awesome.
I got goosebumps watching it.
Yeah,
honestly.
Awesome result.
Yeah, I was
Really
losing
cool.
my S.
She held control of the game like for so long.
She was in the lead the whole time, and it was close though. It's not like it was just a
I was
cakewalk.
gonna say, and you guys, that's coming from 2 guys who know free for all.
She was insane.
You guys know your free for all.
Yeah.
Being on the mic for the free for all finals every event alongside a guy who I met in 04 in the old Walshy lobbies. It's pretty cool to say 20 years later we're still a part of free for alls in a big way.
No, it's cool.
It's so fun to just be a small part of it, man.
I was gonna say I've seen a lot of montage hours of rewatch montages from both of you with a lot of free for all clips.
Probably too many in retrospect. But
nah, not too many.
They were of their time though. Free for all clips of their time. It was fine.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
But this, you guys clearly are having a good time because you got off of working as casting and then came to do more casting. So
Came to hang out. We got spoiled too. I mean, the fact that Mark and I had
all the game 5s,
whatever series we had, because I couldn't tell you what 5 series before it was.
I actually can't remember what series we casted before the game 5s.
I know, it's funny. I saw Talik just now backstage. He's like, dude, how about it? I'm like, I don't even know what I just watched. I just casted 5 game 5s in a row.
I need to like decompress.
It was, we were, I mean, all of us, and I say this not just as casters, as Halo fans, spoiled by the matches today. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I caught up with Gaskin in the green room, and I was like, how's your weekend been? He's like, it's been fun. But Mark and Andy, man, they've gotten every game 5. And I was like, you guys got one at least, right? He's like, no, they've literally only casted game 5s, which is nuts.
And like 5 in a row. It's funny though because Dan and Schurz only get 3-0s. Like, and I mean,
and on the
like,
flip side,
contractual thing for them.
Yeah, they have to. It's in the contract. So if something's, they're like, no, you can't win this game because the guy's casting.
Yeah. They actually work on $1 per game.
Yeah. Like a man shows up on the stage in a suit.
Yeah,
he's like,
not this one.
They don't have the budget.
The Mafia bat. He's
just points at a sheet of paper.
What's funny too is like, yeah, we just got lucky with those, and yeah, an amazing set of just nonstop games. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's lock into this. 3 minutes left, and Nemesis have their work cut out for them. We just got done talking to Druck and Soul Snipe, and they were talking about how on this game mode, when you have the lead with about this much time left, it becomes kind of a game of keep away more than like anything else.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm expecting to see here from Shop. They are going to be totally content to just keep the bomb away from their own base.
I feel like also the way they were playing that, TSM was playing that on Fortress, unsurprisingly, is they were doing like really cheeky stuff. You know, the cave holds in your opponent's base.
Oh my God! Like, Splinter Cell type gameplay going on.
In the window like that, and then you have the easy. They need to maybe close those windows, if I'm completely honest. Yeah. I mean, the fact that you could just like drop it out.
The play ball is not something we ever had in Assault in like Halo 2, for example.
Yeah.
There was no map that you could throw the bomb off unless you like glitch it through a wall.
The only thing I could think of is H2A sank. You could do weird stuff out of like one of the rock sides, right? They tried to forge them off, but like there was still weird like jumps you could do, which was weak.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Should have been G8.
Yep. I would say I think Shopify's like bomb management is the best
honestly,
in the league. It's why they're so good at the game type. It feels like they always have control over where it is and they play around it as like bait. They're so good at that.
We just mentioned this, or Eli did, and I'll bring it up to you guys. We had Last Shot on the pod last week, and we asked, how are you guys so good at Assault? He just says, we have fun with it. Everybody else hates it. They come up with excuses for why they're not performing well. And when you love a game mode, you're probably good at it.
Yeah.
So
that's a good metaphor for life, if I'm completely honest.
Big facts.
Mental framing.
It's true, man.
Mental framing.
You can tell, honestly, You can tell they're having fun with it, too, with the way that they play it.
Okay, we got a Let's Go Optic chance as well because Optic and Envy are playing. But Envy is leading in the game 3.
Yeah, Envy 1-0 up in this.
Yep.
I want this just so Scherzi and Gaskin can get more than 3 games in the series.
I will say though, they did cast the first series, which was a 3-1. We were really grateful because Mark and I were running late anyway, so we were like, hey, we need 1 extra game. So that was kind of
late. We were just
that was in the script.
Enjoying the walk.
Yeah, it was a nice walk.
Nice walk.
You guys staying close by, or you have to walk a couple blocks?
We meant with how far the convention hall goes.
Oh yeah,
it's like
you get inside at least.
You think you're close, and you're like, holy shit. It's down there.
This convention center is at least a half mile. I'm like
easily,
right?
dude.
Like
when we came in, I think our walk was longer inside the convention than from the hotel here.
Easily.
You might be right, actually. Yeah,
I think so.
Okay.
1-0.
30 seconds. This one feels like it's over. I don't know if there's a chance for Nim to do something, but this is. I want to see the series layout again because Nim are really good at some game types, and I feel like their European approach to the game throws off some of the NA teams. Like I feel like they're not quite figured out in some of the modes.
Glory is 33-24, but Cycle is 33-14. I didn't think anybody could be having a better game than what we've seen from Glory throughout this one, but Cycle is having a much better game than that. Unbelievable. Positive 20 nearly. Unreal.
33-14 is freakish.
It is.
In a game you win 1-0. Bomb's tricky, man. And as we saw, teams getting outslayed, winning. Optic having to slay. I'm not kidding. They had 100 kills on the board in one of the fortresses before they armed once, in their first pool play.
Yeah.
We saw that at Kason too, didn't we?
Before the patch, right?
Or maybe I'm thinking of no. Grand Finals reset game 1 in Arlington was Assault on Fortress, and I want to say Shop was outslaying by 40 kills.
Yeah. It came out of nowhere to actually bounce back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. This game type has definitely created some interesting talking points. Do you guys think that, we were talking about some of the cheese in Assault, should the indicator just always be on, even if you're holding it still?
Interesting. I haven't talked to people about that, but just based off of hearing you say it, I think it's worth considering. I don't think it's a crazy idea because it doesn't feel like
it's not
the cheese doesn't feel strategic. It feels like cheese.
Yeah,
it's burning time. And it's you want action.
Druck stayed alive for
spending 20 seconds searching.
Yep. Druck was up for 3 to 4 minutes just hiding the bomb, and that's a quarter. That's a third of the game. Yeah. More than a quarter.
I'm not gonna lie. At first glance, I really like the idea. What do you
I literally just thought of it now when we were talking about it.
Did you?
Yes.
You brought it up as if it was hey, we just had a panel. We just had a panel. I spoke at Harvard last week about this.
I did a TED Talk actually.
Yeah. I did. It's quick. It's 12 minutes. It's on YouTube. We're just trying to kind of make a good case for it. No, jokes aside though, Mark, what do you think? I think it's worth.
I think it's worth
play,
considering.
Worth
As
play
I say,
testing.
the one thing that you don't want in any game type is a period of staleness where you can play. You can do something like that where you're just burning time off the clock. You want there to be an objective drive to move or pay attention to, and to formulate how you play your game around, right? And
it's not good for viewership.
Exactly. You
Maybe
just have
there's
these stale moments.
Maybe there's a middle ground, and we're workshopping here, but maybe there's a middle ground where after X seconds, a little ping just blips and then goes away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you still have all your time. Imagine this
sonar.
This is the way you would design it, I think. You would time out how long it takes on average to go from mid-map to the base. And if it's anything longer, so that's maybe, what, 6-ish seconds? If it's anything longer, it blips once and then goes away. So you can still do your route,
kind of thing.
but the team kind of gets it, so you can't just be super cheese.
Yeah, because it's, especially on this map, I mean, there's little nooks and crannies under the base that you could be hiding, and like, you're just listening to comms, like you can make sure you're always out of sight.
Right.
Just burn so much time. But the blip would be like, okay, bomb was last seen right half of their bottom base.
And if you're doing some cheesy cave stuff or back base stuff, then it's like, okay, that's where they are. We can figure this out from there. Could work.
Yeah, I was just thinking within the confines of like traditional game type settings, like back to Halo 3, like indicator settings.
Right.
But when you say that, I'm like, oh yeah, we kind of are friends with the guys that make this game, so maybe they could do something cooler. Yeah.
Something like that could be cool. I like the direction.
Well,
and I agree, like, because like, there's different types of cheese, right? Like StarCraft 2 cheese. You know, it's like, oh, there's some interesting cheese there that like they.
Zergling Rush.
Yeah, there's like Zerg Rush, and then there's different like things you could do that are kind of fun to watch, and it's like an option. It's rare, and when it works, it's like, it worked because someone let it get away with it.
Yeah.
Feels different in Bomb.
We'll talk to Heinz and Tashi, see what they think.
Feels like stinky cheese.
Hey, I don't want to talk bad about strong stinky cheese. Yeah, I love my blue cheese.
Some people like that.
I like blue cheese.
I consider myself a fan of aged cheddar.
If it has mold all over it, I'm all over it.
Yeah, the stinkier, the more tasty.
I got some socks just for you. All right. We've got game 2 here. Glory's got an extra rocket in the chamber.
Must win here for Nemesis. I mean, it's kind of preaching to the choir. I think everybody knows this, but the lower seeded team going up against a potential grand finalist. I mean, got to take game 2.
Any team against Shopify, you can't go down 2-0, I don't think.
Agreed.
If you're going to have a chance to win this. Got to win the game 2.
Oh, Frosty with the triple!
God,
he gets it too quick with it. So fast with the triple that the game could hardly keep up with his speed and accuracy.
I think it was more about the observer. But
he was so quick with it that I didn't even get the sentence, you can't give Frosty snipe out before it happened.
That's true. It was like,
jeez.
You can't give... Oh,
He's so freakish on this map, man. I know, it's like, it just keeps happening.
Frosty's playground, and he's on the jungle gym right now, swinging. Free and easy. 13-9 as Rebellion up by a team wipe. Frosty with the chase grenade. Oh my god, he gets the double there. That is unbelievable. He is, what was that, an 8 kill spree?
Guardian Angel, too, kept his teammate alive in the process.
Frosty's got 9, and Cycle has yet to get on the board.
Wow.
Strange.
SLG hasn't got a kill either. SLG's,
Yeah.
I will say, in some of the big series, Nemesis, and I love Norman, known him for years, but he has struggled a little bit in some of these big games, that really where the pressure is on. You notice a few game 5s that Nemesis have gone to that he's just not really put those stats on the board. And you're looking at it right now, like 0 and 4, not great, obviously, but only 2 assists to contribute to that as well. It shows that he's given a free death away a couple of times.
No,
Bit of a worry.
I completely agree with you. I called him earlier their X Factor when like a lot of people would say that one of these other guys would be their X Factor, but it's like SLG is capable of having like a takeover.
High highs and low lows.
Exactly. So it's like you kind of need him to be solid. They're going to come out with a W here. They are tied here though, but how much more would this game be in their favor if he was having a good game?
Glory goes down there, but he's been the routine top fragger for Nemesis. It's Frosty on the other side with 10, now 11. You cannot keep up with his kill count.
Budum needs to land it. He does.
12!
Frosty third man in, of course he's going to grab that snipe.
Oh.
I was wondering, I'm like, okay, these 2 kills are going to trade. Frosty will be here probably shortly after the fact. Let's see what he can do.
I love that movement from Snipe Drone.
It feels like we're witnessing a clinic from Frosty right now, but they're only up by 4, so Nemesis still have a chance. It starts with taking the snipe out of this man's hands.
Watch the way Nemesis adjusts the way they move around, though, because they're aware. Okay, never mind.
Unlucky timing. What? They didn't need to be aware. They didn't need big brain. Big brain Halo from Royal 2.
Huge, too, with Frosty going down to retain possession of the sniper. And now Royal 2 has a chance to do some work with it. Waste enough shots to not leave enough resources for Nemesis. I believe there's only 2 shots left in that snipe.
I will say they've done a pretty good job of keeping this respectable Nemesis, because they haven't had either of the sniper rifles really to play with so far. And if you consider there's a 3-kill difference, they pick up one of those weapons, there's a chance for them to Let me pull this back a little bit.
On the other side, SLG hasn't quite picked up the pace with the slays, but with 7 assists, I think he's turned his game around enough to where he's not costing.
Yeah, he's contributing now. He's influencing the game.
I think Norwin imagines himself in this roster as the guy that makes openings for his teammates. And he does a good job of that for sure. But he can also slay out, and he's very good at it. So
he's one of the best snipers in the league, so I'm kind of looking for him to maybe grab snipe here. Really anybody for Nemesis.
It feels like with this specific team, though, he's decided to become the entry fragment.
I agree.
I don't know what it is.
Rockets up soon. Cycle setting up preemptively for it. He's got the high side positioning, ready to gather intel and deal out some damage. He's actually going to leave the Rockets.
Say, he was there early.
Yeah, early, almost too early, and I think he knew that. That's why he stepped off of that. He's going to try to earn a couple of slays, then work his way back up to Rockets, or he's going to actually chase out some damage here, it looks like. Take down Snipe Drone, he does just that.
Totally abandoned that side of the map. Okay, maybe, no, somebody else is up there now.
Well timed, 3 dead.
I think that's what makes Shopify so good. They understand the, like, inflection points of, like, winning a fight before the items spawn, so they can just have a comfortable grab instead of, like, a 50-50 for it.
Yeah, we were nerding out earlier about, we had listen-ins with them during that crazy strongholds that they had.
Yeah.
And like the call-outs were so perfect, the small talk was so perfect, like
precise.
The exact piece that they would need to get the next 4 dead was like just picture perfect comms. And yeah, I think it's a big difference maker for them for sure.
Over on the main stage, Optic have scored 2 unanswered to take a 2-1 lead. There's a pie chart on our screen, but Descendant has the flag in his hands. He's making his way up to the score point, and he doesn't get it! He doesn't get it, but they do clean it up!
Is it overtime?
No, yes, it's OT. They cleaned it up. They cleaned it up. And Optic looks stunned.
As if.
Oh my God.
Dude, this.
Piggy's the first one to grab Snipe. That's shocking.
They probably did a last-minute audible to change their opening strat for overtime.
Had to have.
Weekend has been nuts, man.
We're certainly in it.
And Yaxon has the OS. This opening break could spell the end of Game 3. Yaxon needs to clean that up. He gets the assist.
Was eating.
Oh, that's a huge win there. Taking down the Snipe in Renegade. Yaxon can't stay alive, though. 3 go down for Optic.
Couldn't he have grabbed the flag there at some point, I feel? Maybe they didn't feel like they had the thing.
Precision have Snipe here on the Optic Snipe side. I think Precision might have picked up what was left over.
Renegade
has it on his back.
I think he did pick up Renegade Snipe. I think you're right.
Might be out of ammo.
I don't know. That's pretty quick to burn 8 shots in less than 60 seconds.
He does have a Snipe, so Precision just hit a bullet. Formal's just trying to survive here.
I don't think the Observer is aware of that, or just wants to follow Matt here.
Descendant has a Snipe as well. He just gets the body on the Legend. 2 snipes in the hands of Envy. That could spell doom for Optic.
And they're 2 best snipers, the duo. Finds another, but where's the flagpole? That's my question. They've been occupying this space for a while.
Now they've staggered Optic. They've got to pull it here. 3 down.
Now they're foremost dead.
4 down! Oh my God, there's still 3 dead.
Renegade doesn't get the kill either.
4 dead?
Done.
Oh!
What?
Bounce off his bomb, but he goes down.
Wait,
okay.
Okay, bounce
This should be guaranteed.
Should be 2 up.
They could feasibly
the porch ankle's good.
Don't miss
Should
your
be
jumps
fine.
right now.
Should be fine.
Hold your breath.
Oh God! We did the same thing.
My goodness.
Wow, this just feels like this thing just became you have to like a giant watch party across the venue to catch every single series because you have no idea what's going to happen.
And it's not just Halo, by the way. I don't know if you keep up with like the COD guys.
I've heard about crazy results over there too.
Vancouver Surge falling in top 12, losing to Falcons of all teams.
Miami beating LAT.
Isn't
Yeah.
there almost a fist fight as well? So between Scrap and
they got close.
Yeah,
Scrap
I didn't see that.
That's why his.
I need to find that one on
gamer
socials.
tags.
That sounds awesome.
I think this is huge. I say this a lot, but I haven't had a chance to talk to you guys, Andy and Mark, about it. Seeing is believing, and for the lower-seeded team, down 0-2, you get a win, and now you start to not only, you come to the event with some belief, but when you see a win on the series layout, you start thinking it's possible. We can do this.
Especially with those 4, right?
Yes.
Like we talked about it on day 1. Like the amount of hunger that's on that Envy team
might be unmatched.
Palpable, right? Like man, like they have 2 players with just enough experience and 2 players with slightly less and like equal hunger across them. And I would say in terms of like the ratio of hunger to overall placings is like the highest on that team, for sure.
I mean, it's different levels of it as well. You look at FaZe. I feel like FaZe were coming in and like, I don't think they believed they could beat one of the big teams until they got a couple of those games on the board. It's the same sort of thing. It's like, oh, we can beat this team. We've shown we can beat them in this team. beat them in these games, excuse me. That's nuts.
Oh my God.
I want to see Legends
cute.
POV of that snipe.
How many snipes have we seen occur on the stump? Fortress, or excuse me, Forbidden, we've seen it. Now in Fortress, we've seen it. It's not in until it's in.
You guys had a great call in the Optic shop about the Forbidden game.
This
with
was
the
big.
callbacks to last.
This was
Grand
big
Finals.
too because Descendant got sniped. Now they ended up ultimately sending it to OT, but now with the snipe in his hands, he knows he can run this clear and free without having to worry about Legend taking the back of his head as he gets it clean. To take down
Look at the
Optic.
pop-off,
Look at
too.
the I love, man, Descendant's energy, precision matches it. That is a new formidable duo to watch out for. They didn't really get a chance to even get on good footing when they're on Complexity because of the Spartan SSD issue. Now that they're back on Envy, I mean, this is a group that I would like to see play it all the way out through the Worlds.
Dude, how about also just an Optic Envy match happening right now?
Yeah, right.
Just period.
Yep.
The former singular org that
Under the
is
same
now-
umbrella. Look at this. This is something got to give. Game number 4. Both teams undefeated so far on the weekend, but Optic have been a little cleaner with it. What do you make of that, Mark?
Yeah, I agree with you. One thing that is a standout for me, I love per minute stats. I think it shows a lot about Halo and how a team is playing. You can see that Optic very, very efficient in picking up just a few more kills per minute, which means that usually it's not. You can contribute a few things. Maybe they're good at power weapon control. They're getting a sniper rifle in their hands, which makes getting those kills a little bit easier, a little bit quicker. But what it usually shows is that you're taking advantage of damage, right? You convert damage into kills a little bit quicker. It means decisions are being made a little bit quicker. I think that's what's separated Optic in some of these big games, but. I mean, the fact that neither team has lost an oddball.
Dude, look at that kind of like that grin, like Descendant looking like a villain in a Marvel movie right now. He looks like he's ready to do some damage.
It's like he's winding someone up at the pub. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you going to do about it, mate? You know what I mean? It's like, I've had a few drinks. What are you going to do about it, Optic?
Yep.
That seems like a very British experience.
I was going to say very specific to me.
Mark's seen it. I've been with Mark when a few of those
At
things
those
start
pubs.
kicking off. Yeah.
Where's the dartboard?
Is he the one that's saying what
You
you
better
gonna do
hope
about
there's
it?
not a dartboard in that scenario because that means there's darts and then we're in trouble.
That's a really come into my own.
They keep the sharp darts on deck in England, don't they? No
Yeah,
soft tips.
we don't mess about. They are tungsten tipped.
Okay, this is historically Optic's, like literally since day one Halo
Yes.
Infinite, I feel like Optic, no matter what the actual team is under them, they're good at live fireball, like the best live fireball
Live
team.
fire, period. They almost earmark a win if they see live fire. Get things rolling here. Formal taking the high side positioning on the snipe tower, spots precision on the cut, so he drops down to try to get a better angle onto him. Camo's up soon, and it looks like a precision could just stay alive. Envy could play for it.
I think the sniper is going to be the
3 down.
That's the catalyst here. I think he's the one with it.
Oh, he hit him. That's a
away.
body shot.
Yeah.
And that's going to give them a better look at this camo. They're not even going to get contested.
That's
So the
why-
whole sandbox is in their hands. And Piggy's popping off with the snipe. Nasty quick scope, trying to finish off the damage. He first landed onto Legend, but he's not able to. He's still got him in his sights, though.
This man has to be one of the most underrated players in history.
Yeah.
I don't know why people. I talked to them about this. I was like, I think it's because your name's Piggy, bro. Like,
I
Dude,
agree.
100%.
people don't take you seriously because your name's freaking Piggy.
This guy's name's Soro or something like that.
Yeah,
Like, we're
yeah.
talking about him a lot earlier.
He had a really
I
hard.
think you're actually right, though.
It's a
100%.
psychology thing, right?
I can relate to that because my name's not sweaty in the least bit. It's 15 characters.
He's
And,
old man Mikowski.
I don't know. I feel like in free for all lobbies, like if someone's like, "Damn it, dude, old man Mikowski keeps killing me," like,
I imagine
it'd actually be way more
I
frustrating.
imagine being
when I
killed
was-
exclusively by a man wearing like denim dungarees.
Bro, so Andy, when I was 11 years old, 10 actually, when I made my gamer tag, that was my thought process. I wanted to have the mental edge going into a lobby where someone leans back in the chair and thinks, oh,
It's an old man.
this guy's 40. He's got a wife and kids. He's going to suck. Little did I know I was 15. I remember showing up Sundance was like, bro, you got to take the old man out of here. You're 19 years old. You're not, like, we're trying to get you sponsorships and shit. So, yeah, fun times. But I agree. I think there is something to a name.
There is. Also, I gotta say, I'm proud of Piggy because he was talking big game on Twitter about not being on stream at Arlington.
Big time.
Then they totally just like botch it and don't get out of pools. And then to come back with this team under the NV banner and playing as well as he is, yeah, just a really impressive performance so far. I've liked what I've seen from him for sure.
It's an incredible
Vision.
play.
Oh my goodness.
I think
Helps
his,
take down 3. I've seen 3-4 down for Optic more often than not, but it's a 30-second lead for them. What do you guys make of that?
where's the ball? No one's picking it up. It's about converting those slays into actual objective efficiency. And
Oh.
okay. See you later.
Doesn't just fly swatting at the back of green here. I think going back to your point, like you see a few 3-4 deads, but it's usually on a break, and it's a little bit staggered. There's a couple of players who are always going to get an LOS to just contest a couple of the weak players, keep them having to wait that extra second or so to get the shields back. It's never been clean.
It's the equivalent.
With the camo now, he's got a chance to break.
So it's like in a flag when you get a 4 down, but it's on your side of the map, right? That just simply earns you the 50-yard line. In this case, it would just simply earn you the chance at oddball time, not necessarily a guarantee of it. And as Optic continue to roll.
And that, I mean, Optic's so good about first spawner doing the right damage. Think about, it's probably Bound or Legend, right? Because they were the first one in there, their first one coming off spawn. So it's Bound or Legend who's kind of solo challenging exactly around the ball and does just enough damage where you're not going to get a hold.
I talk so much about like one of the biggest skills in this game is just your routing off spawn. Like exactly where you go off spawn and why. It's like you take the information while you're dead and then take a perfectly routed spawn.
Yep.
And of course, Legend and Bound have the fastest movement in the game.
The speed at which you do it, yeah.
So they can hit line of sight faster in those situations.
Renegade now. 6 shots left to work with in the snipe, and I think he's in a position where Envy don't quite know where he is just yet. He could really ring the alarm bell by landing a shot, but they do pick him up. The flank comes through. There's that ringing of the alarm. The double kill comes through. Ring the alarm.
Get the sirens. Dude, look at this, the way this man moves around the map.
I mean, how frustrating is that for Envy?
I know.
They've done nothing.
They played it perfect.
They've done nothing wrong whatsoever. They position themselves, they bait and switch, they play it perfectly. The problem is it's Renegade and he has a snipe. He just blames 2 people. It's so frustrating from a position where you think we're going to get 4 dead. We're thinking about oddball time and where the spawners are coming in. You're now in a 2v2 without a power weapon. It's just crazy how one play can make such a difference in Infinite.
To be honest, it's deja vu from Stellar from last season, right? That was what Stellar was known for on this exact map and this exact scenario, right? Just hitting shots he shouldn't hit from cuts and things like that. And now Renegade's kind of retaking that title here.
It's Halo in 2025. You hit more no-scopes, you win the game. Like, it's crazy.
And you'll be tied until then.
I completely agree.
Exactly.
Stellar won Season 2 MVP because of his play with the snipe.
I mean, he had some of the most memorable performances I've ever had with the sniper. At SLC, I was a man on a mission. But Optic showing why they're good at this game mode. Envy showing signs of life here. I don't know if I like the garage rotate, but they probably don't have options. The double remote dead.
Uh-oh.
And he's got the QT. This man's brain
That
is
might
unlocked. His frontal lobe is forming before our eyes.
I thought I saw his forehead kind of,
But despite the 3 down, Legend sneaks away with the oddball and again prevents Envy from getting any time out of their slays. Optic played a masterclass of defense here in game 1. Or 4, sorry.
Also, look at the leaderboard. Aside from Renegade, right? They've limited Formal, Bound, and Legend to just 5 and 6 kills.
Wow.
Apiece. Pretty wild.
So as a collective, yeah, Optic are getting outslayed. -3, -9, -13, +5. So -8. 2 full team wipes in favor of Envy. They don't have the lead.
Or the ball.
I think the difference maker here for Optic and Envy, though, is that Optic in 2v2 scenarios are still controlling the oddball.
Yeah.
They're getting 10, 15 seconds. That's exactly what they're doing here, whereas Envy are looking for like almost a perfect 3-4 dead, then oddball next. And that's, I think, just a bit of time sometimes the teams take to develop that ability. And in Infinite, I think you can highlight even more, because if you get the 2v2, you control the oddball, usually influence where the other players are going to spawn as well. So you get that bit of separation in space.
Oh my. Formal gets the repost. He's going to get at least 2, maybe 3. Oh, precision. Hits a shot he had to hit for this game to stay reasonable.
Come on, precision, show me something. No.
Clock becoming a factor. Less than 60 seconds left in regulation, but it's the time on the board for Optic that I'd be most worried about if I'm Envy, as they're in the final stretch. Less than 20 seconds needed to take round 1.
By the way, Renegade there he was 16-8 in that moment. He grabs the ball, he holds it, he plays it. Then he's also the one that dies with repulse, so Formal can use it like Renegade kind of doing Renegade things. How important was he to Optic Saturday at Arlington? He's doing it again.
It's been the cheeky resets and rotations for Optic here in this game 1, especially so going down in the slaying department by 2 team wipes. That might have changed after 4 go down for Envy. And Optic should be able to secure, assuredly so, round 1.
I think part of what you're saying, too, about like Envy is waiting for perfect conditions to hold the ball, I think part of it is just the paranoia of playing against a team like Optic. It's like, you know that guy came off spawn. You know he's going to be G-sliding towards your forehead. So you're like,
do we need more?
I got to be ready for this fight. I don't think I'm comfortable to grab the ball yet. So I think you kind of have to just, it is a confidence thing at the end of the day as well in situations like that.
Sniper up, still waiting top mid. Who's going to grab it first? Looks Looks like Renegade. That spells trouble for Envy. If Renegade has a Renegade, did you see the no scope underneath? I think he did. So Renegade's already starting where he left off.
Yes, crazy how close the actual Slades are on both teams at the moment when you start to total them up.
Yeah.
And that was a swing for Optic.
Yeah,
there
they
at the
really
end.
let Optic back in terms of slays.
Yep.
Renegade has such a high percentage of just getting the sniper rifle. Like, I feel like that's a skill of its own. Like, obviously, he knows what to do with it, but you got to get it in the first place.
How did he walk forwards while getting repulsed off the map?
Let me tell you, normally I would blame that on networking. I don't know what on LAN. I don't know what happened.
It looked like he had with the big toe, he gripped the platform and stayed on.
I don't know. I'd have to see what the repulse cone is. Maybe that repulse cone hit the ledge instead of any Spartan.
Yeah. Yes.
Instead of any Spartan. Like imagine if the cone's only this big and it doesn't get wide enough before it hits the wall.
Yeah.
Because he maintained his footing. I think that's how he stayed on the map.
Maybe if he aimed it higher up.
That's what I mean.
He was aiming like towards
That's what I mean. I don't know. For example, the 4 dead, by the way, for Envy, the cone for the repulse could widen all of a sudden at a certain angle. I have absolutely no idea how it's designed and built, but that's what it felt like. Because on LAN, that should hit. You know, if you watch like early on, you'd watch Lucid POV, and if his ping was bad enough, the repulse wouldn't hit. But obviously on LAN, it's not going to be something like that.
That's a good point, Andy. The repulsor was heavily changed after the networking update. You hardly see pancake metals anymore. That's another good example. There's not the same oomph you used to see from the repulsor. So it might be a silent patch note where the cone did experience some variance change. 41-0 though.
It's kind of how my repulses go every time, by the way. So I'm really good at finding excuses for why the repulse.
You're just unlucky, I guess. Yeah.
Your cone is.
Yeah, I don't like to talk about it, but my cone's not quite as big as the average bear.
Hey man, it's not what matters.
You got the cake cone, no waffle.
Size of your heart. That's what I heard.
Thank you, man.
Enemy has the ball.
Okay. Yeah, this is. I felt like if they had to play a different game type other than live fireball, I could see Envy taking this to a game 5, but I'm a non-believer. It's not over yet, but so far a non-believer.
Renegade really is sticking out with those 22 slays. Only one other member for Optic that's positive, and it's formal, only by 1. So Renegade's really having that MVP type performance. That 1.56 we saw in Arlington starting to shine in Dallas.
Good shots from Descendant back tower, but they're going to need a lot more of that, trailing by 60, and finally a few points on the board.
If you'll notice, this is almost a mirror image of what's happening on main stage. It's 2-1.
I've been listening, actually, every time we talk about something that's really smart, then Shurzy says it. I'm getting kind of suspicious.
He's got us in his ear.
He for sure does. That's probably what he does every time.
There was a moment where Eli, word for word, said the exact same thing that you said, Andy. I almost wish we could go back.
That's a great minds scenario.
It was the exact same, literally word for word.
That's former teammate chemistry right there.
Exactly. We've been talking to each other a long time.
Envy have brought it back, and if they can cross the 30-second threshold, cut this lead in half, maintain possession, they're looking in a good spot. Jackson holding it at the back of the mud, but with 3 going down for Envy, the pressure is coming on from Optic, so he'll reset.
I agree, though. That's a big comeback, right? They just cut the whole lead in half, and even though they're 3 dead, if they can get a good push here, they can maybe put together a hold like that once again.
Just make it palatable, right? Make it seem like the path is clear for a comeback, but right now it looks like Optic are clearing the runway for a series win here against Envy, sending their former Borg brothers, if you will, home. That sent him off?
He's holding on.
Negative.
No.
Just about.
He's got those sticky toe shoes.
Grippy socks.
That was a disgusting perfect.
Down just keeps going, dude. Look at him. Oh my God.
What the?
He's absolutely crazy.
Locks the gate behind him as well.
Yeah.
A couple of spike grenades.
One of the rare occurrences, I'm pretty sure you knew that was a spike grenade.
I know. There's been a lot of not a frag moments.
Yeah, not a frag.
Stickies even. Guys been throwing stickies down at their feet.
Make a montage of how
Well, actually, I mean, speaking of, did you guys catch, by the way, the team nade in from yard to blue from SSG? Late game against
Today?
Optic? Yeah.
No.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
That was our fun.
I don't think that's been talked about enough.
Well, let's talk about it.
Well, let's focus on this first.
You guys are going to see our chemistry at work. He reels me in.
He's locked in.
Okay. This is probably close to the end here. Rotation not very good.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I don't know if he needed to grab that and bring it back just yet.
Okay.
3 dead. Found last player alive for the moment. Probably wins this. Yep, that's typical.
That's what you get when you sit 2 inches from the monitor.
Green spawns, though.
Accuracy at distance.
So maybe a free camo for Precision. Yep. 2 dead, though. Precision's got to play this very carefully.
Finds the weak opponent, Renegade. 2 shots, 2 tap. All that's needed. Now he's got Formal in his sights. The early shot, but he's backing down.
Oh, no.
Piggy got taken down there, though.
Okay. He did it. It's fine.
He's process-oriented, okay, guys? Just let him do it.
One step at a time.
It's been a great camo. That's 3 kills. That's value.
But who's going to grab the ball?
But who's got to be him?
It's him. He's got to do it all.
Here, take this, please. Throws it to his teammate. But they all die.
Last one up. And he has been spotted.
I feel like he probably, and it's so much easier said than done, he probably needed to like fly it formal. You know what I mean?
That's what I said.
Back A, just fly in, get the kill, yeah. Or he also had the opportunity to get out, right? He could have G-slid off a scoreboard to bring that ball dummies if his team had the right positioning. I think that was his only option.
He needed a lot of foresight, though.
What's that?
He would need a lot of foresight, though, because...
Oh, right. I'm saying that after I watched the whole thing play out.
I'm using the definition of foresight.
Because, like...
that's all I do. Yeah.
You sound really great on the cast, Rob.
Two color commentators, just great minds clashing here as Optic will win the duel against Envy. Score 1 for Hex. Hastro. Gotta be happy, though, still. With this team's performance. I think
exceeding expectation, without doubt.
I think he's pretty stoked, despite going down to his former partner.
Sweet. We will let you guys rock.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you guys for joining us, man. That was
Close
fun.
it out. This was fun.
Seriously.
We will catch you guys again soon. Love you both.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us. We'll catch you later.
Catch you in a bit.
There they go, the legendary duo on the mic. Bravo, Onset. What a fun quadcast that was. That was a memory I'll take forever. That was sick.
All right, we're going to do a quick headphone switch. I'm going to give this to Allie, give that to me, pick up the other one.
Hello, everybody. What an insane day. Optic Gaming have finally gotten themselves through this Envy Series debacle and have moved on during the lower bracket and moved on ahead to go up against Shopify, Rebellion.
Yeah.
Kind of like the wrongs, quote-unquote wrongs, have been corrected here.
Doesn't this look like it should be the winner's bracket finals?
Yeah.
No, it's the elimination semis.
Yeah.
Which means one of these teams will finish in 4th, the other will move on.
And SSG finishes in 8th.
Yeah, that's...
So 2 of the big 4, the top 4, falling well below expectations. This is going to cause a hurricane mania of roster shuffling.
Yeah, well, we have the top two seeds in the bottom bracket, which means somebody's gonna get the lesser seed. They're gonna get the top 3, which is unexpected for both of them.
Yeah. Also, welcome back, Tools, by the way.
Hey,
I just arrived.
I had so much fun watching you cast.
It's always great, you know. It's not about the players; it's about the caster. You know? That's what I'm saying. We're the real important people.
Yeah.
We're the real.
Okay, did you guys
ones.
catch the holding hands though?
Yeah. No, we're daisy chaining up here. We're doing our thing.
Chemistry and comms.
No, but it's like this tournament's been insane, right? And I guess the most important thing is we know what our top 4 is, which in turn I think has some other ramifications.
Yeah, that's right. We've got a Pro League.
Are we hinting at? Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
So for anybody that missed yesterday, or anybody that missed the announcement, LVT now has the LVT Halo Pro League that was just announced yesterday.
Let's go.
A lot more Halo competition coming your way, and the top 4 from DreamHack will, now we know who they are, have qualified for the LVT Halo Pro League. So TSM, Optic, Shopify, and FaZe. How are you feeling about top 4?
I'm surprised. You know, I thought SSG would make their way in there. And think about it. I mean, it's a game 5 versus Optic that went basically the distance. Like, they're definitely up there. But now it's like, what do you guys... like, do they stay the same? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, are they going to...
SSG?
Yeah.
There's no way.
So I said this in our podcast before last weekend, that if SSG don't do well, but FaZe do well, they can't poach anyone from FaZe. And I said if Envy has a good run, then maybe Stellar and Ecos poach Descendant Precision. I don't really wish that necessarily because I really like this Envy roster, but I think it's something they're going to be thinking about.
Okay, but what if they just want to, they're like, all right, they broke us up, let's break up FaZe.
That's a good point. Money talks, you know, you buy the buyout big enough.
The martyrdom.
Like, just break
That's
up
true.
Yeah.
It does come down to contracts probably at the end of the day, right? Like, I don't know. The players like have a huge influence over who they team with, but like sometimes an org is like, nah, we're not selling that guy. Sorry.
Yeah, right.
Who has the most money?
Who has the most money?
Who has the
Probably
most
Shopify.
money?
That's a good question. Yeah, Shopify probably.
I think
right?
Shopify has the infinite money glitch because of what they do. But,
Yeah,
you know.
well, that's Moist Critical said. He got the shovel, he got his money, he just said, hey, I'm burning it. You know, it's like we're going into esports.
He doesn't care.
I'm a big fan of Moist Critical and then the crew over at
Is it Ludwig
at
part of
Shopify.
it too?
Yeah, Moist
Yeah.
Critical, Ludwig, Jeremy, they're all
Great team.
great executive team over there.
They're funding the prize pool
They're funding the prize pool.
for
They're
the
travel.
LVT Halo Pro League.
They're flying teams out. Like if you qualify, they'll
Oh.
fly them out. So I mean, they're putting up. They're putting up for the pro league. I love
They're
it.
opening up their headquarters in LA.
Yeah, I'm
for the
excited to be in
LAN.
LA.
Yeah.
Very excited to be in LA.
We don't have any Halo events in LA since like Anaheim, so it's
Yeah.
I'm biased because I live there, so I want to be able to drive to an event. Like that's cool. I wake up in my
Anaheim was an invitational. It wasn't even open to the public.
yeah.
But we're gonna have spectators there, correct?
I don't think so.
Oh no.
Maybe.
Where?
My bad.
It's an office.
That was a bear trap.
It is a pretty small.
Walked into that one.
Office. My bad, guys.
Maybe I don't know. I think it's something that still needs to be talked about.
We'll figure something out.
Maybe some super fans. You know, we get an invite
Oh,
list.
Like a
some
raffle
LVT
or something?
Super
So,
VIP
but how do we
pass?
decide who are the LVT Halo super fans?
They have an LVT shirt. They can buy a ticket.
Oh,
Whoa.
wait a
We might be getting ahead of
minute. They
ourselves.
are sold out, so I mean,
I mean,
fair,
like,
I
what?
guess.
Should have bought one. Sucks to suck.
Yeah.
We told you guys to get one.
Yeah, I think there's like 1 3XL left on the website. That's it.
All right, everybody.
Really? Just
And
Sniped
the
up
sound-
3XL.
Somebody, that sound was somebody buying it.
All right, that's it, guys. Sorry, we're sold out. Well, okay, we talked about the Halo Pro League, but we have some matches to see tomorrow. So first up, we'll start with that FaZe versus TSM on winners finals, which nobody, come on.
There's not a single person that
nobody
had this in
thought-
their bracket.
No.
Nobody
No
thought
one
that
on
would
the
happen.
planet
We
Earth.
can prove it. Halo Data Hive has the pick'ems now. It's like, we'll see if anyone got the.
No one on planet
No
Earth
way.
had this as their winners
This,
finals.
this is March Madness levels of bracket busting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, would you, you're looking
Kate,
at the
I
stats
was just
over
seeing the
there,
KD ratio, which we
KD.
could probably pull up on our side too, but Val
3 out of 5.
Wow.
3 out of 5 FaZe Clan members are the top performers in the
Three.
kill-death ratio.
and then of course
leaderboard.
Renegade is still up there. Even
So
though
Arlington, it was 2 players from FaZe, and now it's 3 players from FaZe so far. So are they just getting better,
Wow.
or are
they're-
some other people not doing as well?
I think it's both. I think that I think that FaZe Clan specifically are getting better, and everyone else is kind of like off their game or getting surprised. Maybe they're not as comfortable. But I would say arguably FaZe at this exact point in time might be the favorites to win the tournament.
Wow, I also noticed I don't see Shopify Rebellion on here.
Nah, I mean, when you lose a series, you know, usually you take a hit to the KD.
Yeah, okay.
Couple there.
They've
I
lost
know
a few
that Royal 2 still has a very high KD. I think he's probably like 6th or 7th on that list. I will say, you know, you guys are talking FaZe up. Talek, number 3 on that list.
Yeah.
And TSM, I think they're pushing solo through the mid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think these guys, I'm a believer. I've always been a believer in TSM. And I think the big thing that happens to them usually is they get top 3 and then they have to play against one of the top 2.
Right.
This time they get top 3, and it's like, not that FaZe isn't, you know, in that conversation of being a championship level roster, but it's just not the same as the mental damage of having to play against like an Optic or a Shopify.
If I'm not mistaken, they also played in scrims recently, like a couple times, and it's gone both ways. Like TSM has beat FaZe, FaZe has beat TSM. They've also like dead even split, so it could honestly go either way. But it's also like how a team is on one day is not always the same as they are the next day, right? Like you got to make sure you're feeling good, you got enough sleep, you eat right. So like some of those external factors might decide the series. Like,
So who's gonna wake up ready for Championship
Yeah.
Sunday? Is it true that that something changes on Sunday?
Oh, yeah.
certainly feels like it.
The stakes.
Energy.
I wouldn't know. I never played on Sunday. So.
Yeah.
I played on Sunday in 1v1s and lost every one of them.
Damn.
We played on Sunday. We played on Sunday together in Halo 3.
Did they do the top 16 on? Oh, that's right. They did the whole. So I probably played on Sunday more than I think.
That is an asterisk Sunday if I've ever heard. You said top 16.
I don't know,
and
bro.
Sunday
I
in
was on the
same
sticks on the
sentence.
feature station on Sunday. I don't know.
Top
I don't
16
care.
on a Sunday. Dude, that's
You can't take that
crazy.
from me, Garrett.
Yeah, it depends on the schedule. Like, what do you think is appropriate Sunday? Top 8?
Top
6
for like to start. I've always been a part of the HCS era, so it's always been top 4.
Well, I swear, am I misremembering? I thought we did like top 8 the first couple events of
Infinite?
Of
Maybe.
Infinite.
Yeah, probably because
maybe
the bracket
more
was,
teams.
The bracket was so much bigger.
Yeah, there was like 5 teams per pool.
Yeah. We had like Bravo matches on Sunday.
At the very first event, it was 5 teams in each.
You gotta remember,
pool.
there was 512 teams in the open bracket. It was like insane stuff.
Yeah, and they had like A and Z had 2 pool play spots. MX had
Right.
2 pool
They had
play. Europe had 4, I think. No, I want to say they had 2.
I'm gonna call cap on it. I think they had 1.
Somebody double check.
I think they had 1, and it was 5. It was 5 teams in each pool.
At the HCS kickoff.
It was crazy. Big stuff back then.
Very different times now.
Our other series is Shopify versus Optic.
Thank you.
Listen.
Shopify versus Optic. You know, we talked a little bit about having both of them in the lower side and how crazy that is. We've seen Shopify defeat Optic every single time on the winner side, but now they encounter each other in the lower side. Can they do the same thing they do to them in the upper and lower and just send Optic home early, or is Optic just gonna clutch up and?
I feel like this is a silly conversation personally because like every single time they have played on LAN, except for one time, it's gone the maximum number of games possible. If it's a best of 5, they go to game 5. If it's a best of 7, they go to 7. And then, except for the one, of course, the 4-0 in their initial grand.
But it's like Thanos, right? It's like everything must be equal. So if it was a 4-0 one way, then you have to get a sweep
So
the other
now-
way.
Yeah.
Shopify.
They
no.
have kind of done that too,
Garrett says-
even in scrims.
Perfectly balanced.
Perfectly balanced. Except it wouldn't be because it would be 4.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is I feel like it's a coin flip no matter what
Yeah.
between these 2 teams. They could go either way.
I wonder what the map pool is and like the record. I'll have to do research on it.
If we could
tonight.
find that.
That's a huge ask.
Is
on the
Assault,
fly.
is Bomb in there? Because
Well, it's just the game
They
type
lost
image,
Bomb
right?
this year. I mean, they lost Bomb at this tournament.
True.
To Omit.
Really?
Yeah, they lost to Omit. They lost 1-0. They Omit armed the Bomb with like 1 second left.
Yeah. It was their 4th loss out of like 55 games.
Yeah, I saw it. They were there when I was doing research, and it was like they were 51-3 on Fortress.
I'd
Bomb.
still take that.
All right, it's elimination finals, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Semifinals.
Semifinals, sorry. Yeah, okay. So we got Streets Oddball as our first match.
Optic favored.
Yeah, Shopify's the only team that's ever beat.
Okay, here it
Optic.
is. Live Fire Slayer, game 2.
Optic.
That's coin flip, I think.
Solitude King of the Hill, game 3.
Grab.
Shopify,
That's,
probably.
No, actually, I think that's an Optic favorite. I don't think Solitude's a good map for Rebellion.
Recharge Strongholds, game 4.
Mixie.
No, that's not Mixie. That's Shopify.
But
Oh.
Optic's been getting better at recharge, though.
Getting better versus the best team at Strongholds Recharge.
They
is
beat
like,
them a couple times.
I'll stand on Shopify for that.
I feel like I agree, but I'm
Guys,
just saying.
Does it even matter, guys? We know we're going to game 5, right? Like, there is no way in hell that these 2 teams don't find themselves on Aqua Slayer at 11 a.m. tomorrow. What?
Also, we just got a raid from Halo.
Yo,
so
shout out.
Welcome, everybody from the Halo stream.
Welcome, everybody from the Halo stream. What an absolute crazy day. Welcome. You're watching LVT Halo, and I'm the host, Aliak, and we got Eli, and we got Mikowski, and we got Tools over there, and we got some other peeps roaming around that you might not see on screen, but hang out with us as casters as well. We're just chatting about the crazy day that we've had today, but also what's coming up tomorrow. The elimination semifinals, and
Well, let's talk about what's going to come up in just a couple weeks then, because a lot of people that maybe don't watch LVT Halo, we had a special announcement that happened yesterday.
yes, so we had the LVT Halo Pro League, which we just announced yesterday. A super exciting, bringing Halo competitive, more Halo to the scene, and a chance for people to be able to sign up and be active in the scene and give players a chance to get picked up. Maybe some unknowns get known, and also a chance for pro players to be able to have more games in and an extra LAN in the year.
The biggest W is just how much more Halo content everyone's going to get to watch right here on LVT Halo. We're going to be doing it 3 times a week is the current plan.
Yep.
And that's aside from the tournaments that we'll likely also be doing on the weekends, because it's going to be like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is like the loose plan right now. And then if we have a weekend tournament, then we're also going to do Saturday, Sunday of the tournament. And then you're going to have more Halo the next week. It's best of 7s. It's like 3 of them each day between the top 8 teams in North America. So, man, I'm excited.
3 splits, round robin, BO7s. The big thing, though, is what happens in September.
Yes, September 11th through the 14th. LAN in LA at the Shopify Rebellion headquarters, because LVT Halo is able to do this in partnership with Shopify Rebellion, who are funding the prize pool. They're funding the travel coverage for all the teams that get to qualify. And also, they also get to host, well, the LAN at their headquarters in LA. So that's pretty cool. Thank you so much, Shopify Rebellion, for supporting the scene in this way. But also today, there was a lot more at stake than just $150,000 in this weekend's Open. But also we get to find out who the top 4 would be to qualify for the LVT Halo Pro League, which we just talked about. We got TSM, we got FaZe, we Shopify, and Optic in the top 4. So those will be the top 4 secure teams, at least so far, for the LVT Halo Pro League in September.
Yeah, and the next 2 are going to come from Pro Points. So whatever teams after the WrestleMania that arrives at DreamHack Dallas after this event, the top 2 in Pro Points will then get awarded those 2 spots, and then a final tournament that'll happen online for the final 2 spots of the league for the 8 teams total. So hopefully Shopify Rebellion, I mean not Shopify, as Space Station gets in there some way. I imagine they get there through points, but it could be Mixie. So. Envy has a ton of points.
That's true.
Probably be those 2, I would assume.
Envy. I'm trying to think if anyone else could hit them on Pro. Who got top 6? So Nemesis got top 6, so they...
But they're not...
Yeah, but they're not NA, so then... Sorry, I think it's likely that SSG gets it through points, but it's a bloodbath for those final 2 spots. Like, there are 4 very, very qualified teams.
Complexity is going to be playing in the tournament at the very least after... Do they get 2 top 12 finishes? Or?
Yes. Yeah, top 12. They got a horrible bracket, but yeah, top 12.
There's so many. It's going to be exciting. Do we know when the tournament is going to be for that?
It's just before June 4th, so I think it's the weekend before that.
Okay. Exciting stuff.
Exciting stuff. Oh my gosh, we've been working together long enough.
Duos. Are you trying to steal them from me?
What
I
if
will
I
not
am?
allow that.
What if I am?
I will build a barrier between us. It comes down to keeping
I'm filing the restraining order. That's the
other thing to keep in mind is you can follow all the stuff, like all the things that you need to know about the league are at lvthalo.com. As the league goes on, you can keep updated through that. And if you want to get more information about how the league's going to work or what happens week to week, sign up for the newsletter, !newsletter in the chat. It gives you a weekly email about all the stuff that happened in the competitive Halo universe.
We got a good question here from chat. What are the prizes for the Pro League?
Ooh, big prize. Well, I mean, $50,000. You know what I'm saying? 50,000.
50 G's.
50 Ds.
$50,000 up on the grabs. You know, we got to find some special thing to go with it as well.
And it's only top 6 at the conclusion of the splits get to go to the LAN.
So 2 teams will not be going to the LAN. That's basically what the online section will determine who will be the top of the top. And with it being round robin, everyone's going to play each other 3 times. So it's you should have a very definitive standings by the time we get to LAN.
Well, lvthalo.com for more information, and we'll see when you guys can sign up, right? So you can take a part of the LVT Halo Pro League. Thank you so much, everybody that has joined us here today. It's been such a fun day, a fun weekend here with everybody, and wow, some unpredictable games from everybody so far. And I can't wait to see what Sunday brings for us. Is there anything that you all would like to get off your chest right now before we head on home?
I feel like today was the craziest day of Halo that we may have had in Halo Infinite, period. Because the bracket is completely upside down. I can't tell my head from my toes. It feels like everything. Let's just take a look at and how many Game 5s we had. Game 5 TSM Nemesis, Game 5 TSM Envy, Game 5 FaZe Shop Optic. This is 4 out of the 5 games that happened, or 6 games on the screen here, were all Game 5s.
That's insane.
Look at the top 4 from last event. We're all on one side of the bracket. Yeah. It's crazy.
Well, that's why we got here today, where it was guaranteed that a 5-8 seed would claim their spot in Championship Sunday with a guaranteed top 3 finish. The victor of that was TSM, who I think we all predicted was going to be that team, right? I think we were all in pretty firm agreement.
At least top 6. I think most people thought that TSM would be the top 6 team.
I'd say most people thought TSM was not going to do well from the online discourse. Online discourse is online discourse, but
yeah,
people were questioning the Manny pickup. I was full-fledged biggest Manny, biggest TSM fan of all time. Shout out to the TSM boys. That's my special thing for the day. I mean, I just want to give those guys love. because the last time they picked it up, they got top 3 at Worlds. That was the last time those guys ever played with each other. They picked it up right where they left off. They got exactly where they were at Worlds. They got top 3 through the winners bracket. They've done it once again.
Crazy.
Now it's time to see if they can level up.
An important highlight match, I think, series for me and for a lot of people today was the Space Station Gaming versus Optic series, where Space Station Gaming took Optic Gaming to a game 5. It was just 1 game away.
Up by 10.
They were up by 10 in game
37 to 27. SSG all but had it sealed up, but it was a cycle, 3 to 4 different possessions where
Pretty sure it was Legend. Oh,
SSG
no.
lost 3 at least. And in the blink of an eye, Optic had the lead, and they never looked back. But to be up 37 to 27 and lose, that's shocking.
That's going to be haunting them.
Well, why don't we take a look at, a moment from that series?
It's just the pop-off at the end.
Dude, I thought, Optic, I feel like they're all business. I wouldn't expect, a big pop-off after winning a match against SSG.
I mean, it's probably because of the 10-kill comeback, right?
Oh, yeah.
They probably said you choked.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No.
Oh,
He said no.
There was a pop-off. Wow,
he said go home. It pointed.
He gave him a high five?
Legend slammed something on the table?
No, I think he was high five before.
Are you sure? Because I read the same thing. I feel like
it was a very open palm.
Yeah. I do want to say that Legend and Bound were both, teammates. We're at SSG, so.
Who's sitting all the way to the right for SSG? Because that seemed to be.
It was.
It
right,
was
it's a high five.
A low 5?
Low 5.
It was a low 5.
Legend seemed to be aiming his vitriol at one particular member. I don't know,
Can we back up? Let's see.
Analysis. Okay, Snake by
Okay.
in the left, Lucid's in the middle. Okay, where's his eyes pointing? No.
Stellar and Eco on the left.
Well, that's interesting then, that the 2 guys that he used to team with were the ones that he was directing that towards. So maybe it meant a little bit more to
Well,
Legend.
I would imagine, and this is just hypothetical, I would imagine that when Legend and Bound left their team, there was probably some things said like, are you an idiot? Like, why would you leave after we just won 4 out of 5? Like, there was probably some words exchanged.
They looked unstoppable.
Yeah. So I'm sure, if I'm Eco or Stellar in that situation, I'm like, what is wrong with you? Like, I would feel extremely betrayed. Eco's developing trust issues, man. He keeps winning tournaments, and then his teammates leave him. Like,
as long as he keeps winning tournaments, it's okay, right?
Is he like a sensei, Like, he just...
Kind of.
He is.
He just,
It's my gamer tag, but,
Yeah,
teaches them, and then they go...
Eco is, the oldest
back.
player in the league right now, right?
31, I think.
Yep.
I thought he was, 32.
It might be 32.
I thought he was 33.
There's a few 30-year-olds.
Time keeps going on. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, there are a few 30.
It's like this
I'm
continuous
curious
train.
as to, who actually is the oldest in the league.
It's definitely
Does
Eco.
chat know?
You think
Does
so?
anybody know?
I think
Or Common would be
I was
the
going to say
other.
Common's 32, I think.
It's between those 2, I think.
Because I was talking to Common about high school, and he was like, it was wild, bro, the difference. I was just like, oh, he graduated in a different era. That's all.
Yeah, you're a child. That's why.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well.
Way to insult a child, by the way.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much, everybody who has watched and hung out on day number 2 of the HCS DreamHack Open 2025 here in Dallas, Texas. Thank you so much for watching from home and supporting the LVT channel. Don't forget to follow, subscribe, and our YouTube channel. Tools is working really hard on some videos as well, so go check out.
50 gifted subs.
Yo!
What? Let's go. Beiji. Oh, shout out to Beiji.
Bro, Beiji is the GOAT. Not only does he support this stream, but our individual streams as well. He's shown love in my stream. Dude, thank you, Beiji. You're amazing.
Yeah, all of our individual streams. Yeah, we definitely stream.
Well, I don't know.
No, I'm just kidding.
Well, for anybody new here, this is a community-funded production. So thank you so much for the 50
Thanks,
gifted.
You're so selfish.
It was more that
I was thinking, I never got to give.
It was more that I just don't stream. So I was
Hallie streams. Does he show up in yours?
What?
Never mind.
Why are you trying to put the man on fire?
It might be active. I think I've seen him pop off.
No, Beiji's definitely a big supporter. I love.
He's so consistent, all the time, every tournament. Super thankful of you, Beiji. Seriously.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. We are gonna go ahead and head on out because Day 3 happens tomorrow, and we start with the TSM versus FaZe Winners Finals. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll leave you guys with some awesome replays from day number 2, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.